If you love someone, send them to New York, for it is paradise. If you hate someone, send them to New York, for it is hell. Sitting in a chair, He-Yongji lightly tapped his somewhat muddled head, recalling these two phrases he had previously encountered online. Having just returned from the hospital to the small restaurant he owned in Chinatown, New York, he was now diligently attempting to piece together the absurd events that had transpired in his life not long ago. Never before had he envisioned himself as part of this bustling metropolis. Once a mere programmer in the magical city, tirelessly working on a mobile game designed to exploit players, he was still single in his 30s. Despite years of saving, he found his funds insufficient to purchase even a modest dwelling in such a precious locale, compounded by the fatigue of sleepless nights that dulled his spirit and led to premature hair loss, rendering him incapable of attracting the attention of the captivating women around him. Yet, astonishingly, he had transformed into a striking individual of mixed heritage. A quick glance in the mirror revealed the exceptional genetics of this new body. A smooth, fair visage, characterized by sharp, handsome features, rebellious, thick eyebrows that arched slightly upward, long, slightly curled eyelashes framing deep, enigmatic eyes standing at 1.85 meters. He possessed a physique that would be regarded as standard, if not exceptional, in any country, complemented by a robust and upright stature that, alongside his handsome appearance, formed an extraordinary combination. However, He-Yongji, who had inexplicably transitioned into this body, was not as exhilarated as one might expect. He was still laboring to recall the final moments before his transformation. He vaguely remembered that day marked the 7th of their relentless overtime sessions, during which they were developing a mobile game intended to capitalize on the popularity of the anime JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. The show's immense success prompted numerous small teams, like theirs, to seek a slice of its fame, making the speed of development paramount. Of course, lacking any copyright or authorization, they would ultimately adopt a name that bore a passing resemblance, such as YoYo's Bizarre Adventure or JoJo Continent. Engaging in such dubious practices, their company was not new to this venture as long as it did not attract too much attention. The original creators would hardly notice these small fry. Just as the general framework of the game was nearing completion, their boss arrived with late-night snacks, aiming to win their favor while simultaneously painting a grand vision for them as motivation. For the sake of bonuses and work, everyone gritted their teeth and pressed on, even knowing that their boss promises were seldom fulfilled. Yet, it provided a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, what could these struggling programmers aspire to? The truly talented had long since found success in established companies, and any blame could only be cast upon oneself for lacking the necessary skills, good qualifications, or innate talent. In this restless society, could one truly rise above merely through hard work? Perhaps they had imbibed too much of that motivational rhetoric. He-Yongji's final memory seemed to freeze at the moment he attempted to rise and fetch a midnight snack, only to be engulfed by darkness and lose all consciousness. When he awoke, he found himself inexplicably in a hospital room in New York, having inexplicably traversed into another's body. After inquiring with the physician, he learned that he had succumbed to carbon monoxide poisoning and was transported to the hospital by ambulance, alongside his English father and Chinese mother, both of whom were far less fortunate than he. Their lives had slipped away despite attempts to resuscitate them. This modest restaurant nestled in Chinatown was perhaps the last vestige of wealth they left for their child. It must have been a sudden death. Having perused numerous accounts of my peers, I never anticipated joining the ranks of those predecessors. I wonder if they, too, became members of the Legion of Transmigrators, he mused, contemplating the circumstances surrounding his demise. Yet, he did not feel sorrowful. His previous existence was devoid of flavor, a mechanical routine devoid of family, spouse, or children, merely a handful of companions with whom he shared fleeting moments of indulgence. Death, in this context, seemed an unremarkable conclusion. Having come to terms with his fate, a faint smile finally graced He-Yongji's face, though it was quickly replaced by a furrowed brow. Upon absorbing the entirety of the memories contained within this new body, he found it perplexing that an entire family could fall victim to carbon monoxide poisoning without a single individual recognizing the danger. It was only when a neighbor detected the odor and alerted authorities that their plight was discovered. The oddity of it all weighed heavily on his mind. What intrigued him further was the notion that, had he not transmigrated, the family would have embarked on a journey together, united in life beyond the veil. This hardly appeared to be a mere accident, and in truth, the incredulity of the doctor who had declared him dead upon his revival was palpable. Miracles akin to his resurrection were rare, Yet whispers of such phenomena circulated within the hospital legends of individuals who had awakened just before cremation, leaving their families to ponder the very fabric of life and death. Enough of this dwelling on such matters is futile. I must face whatever comes my way, he resolved. Confronted with the myriad challenges awaiting him, Yongji sought solace in a form of self-deprecating humor, reminiscent of the spirit of Acud at least. He was not entirely bereft of resources. This modest restaurant, capable of accommodating merely 6 or 7 tables, would sustain him in this bustling metropolis. If all else failed, he could contemplate selling the establishment and returning to his homeland to pursue a different lifestyle. However, the notion of occupying another's body and, while the remains of the elderly couple still lingered, considering liquidating their last inheritance felt utterly incongruous with his principles and values. At that moment, his phone rang. Yongji hesitated for a heartbeat before retrieving the device from his pocket and answering the call. Hello? Dio, I have just left the hospital. The doctor mentioned that you have been discharged. Are you feeling any better? Regarding Uncle Brando and Aunt He, I hope you can find some strength to move forward. If you are in need of financial assistance, I still have a bit of savings. Additionally, I know of a cemetery with a pleasant environment that is relatively affordable. Of course, I mean no offense, I am simply, from the memories I have acquired, I understand that the caller is my body's close friend, Wiljoes, a young man of African descent who, like many of his peers, has grown up without knowing his father. He has long been entrenched in gang life, yet he holds a deep appreciation for Aunt He and her family, who provided warmth, care, and delicious meals during his times of despair, along with a place to rest that spared him from competing with other homeless individuals and stray animals for a bed on the floor of the restaurant. Chapter 2. I am Dio. The conversation on the phone seemed interminable. The rhythmic cadence of the words spoken by the young black man made even the most mundane dialogue resonate, leaving Yongji, now known as Dio Brando, struggling to find an opportunity to interject. His new identity was a source of bemusement, particularly since the villain he had been developing for his mobile game before his untimely demise bore the same name. Jojo? No, it is I, Dio. Perhaps this is fate. Just as Dio found himself reminiscing about various references from the anime JoJo, he suddenly perceived an apparition before him. Wait, this familiar interface, this sense of déjà vu. Is this not the unfinished JoJo mobile game I was working on? How has it traversed dimensions alongside me? Realizing this was not merely a figment of his imagination stemming from his unfinished project, Dio was abruptly invigorated. It is said that those who cross over often possess a fortunate advantage. Initially perplexed by his apparent lack of such a boon, he now recognized that this mobile game that had accompanied him through the rift might indeed be his golden opportunity. Hey, are you still on the line? You haven't fainted. Have you? Huh? What did you say? Dio was still in a state of astonishment. I said you should rest well today. I'll come find you tomorrow, and we can visit that cemetery. Who would have thought that a playboy like Tony Stark would actually do a good deed one day? Okay, see you tomorrow. I'm feeling a bit unwell, so let us leave it at that. Understood. Take care of yourself, bro. With no time left for idle chatter with his close friend, Dio hastily ended the call, only to freeze in place. Wait a moment. Did I just hear a peculiar name? Tony Stark? Unless it was merely a coincidence. If this person is indeed well known, if he is truly the individual I'm thinking of. Dio finally grasped the gravity of the situation. This world might not be his original one. He could hardly afford to ponder his newfound advantage any longer and swiftly retrieved his phone to conduct an online search. Minutes later, he was left utterly speechless. What a bizarre predicament this was. Stark Industries, Osborne Group. Countless familiar names surfaced effortlessly, and of course Tony Stark's recognizable visage was among them. Disregarding the possibility of a prank, Dio, one of the many who had crossed over, had nearly confirmed that he had indeed entered the Marvel Universe, a rather disheartening revelation. Fortunately, it was now 2010, far removed from the impending New York battle and the catastrophic events involving the purple potato essence. However, the timelines of the Marvel Universe were notoriously chaotic, and inconsistencies in the narrative were not uncommon. Even more frustrating was Dio's inability to recall the specific dates of those monumental events. He only had a vague awareness of the heroes involved and the villains vanquished in the salvation of Earth. Even if someone could recite the intricate narratives of the Marvel multiverse from memory, it would likely serve little purpose, for this realm has manifested into a tangible reality where even the slightest alteration may trigger a butterfly effect, resulting in monumental differences. Stranded in such a perilous world, Dio yearned to return to the embrace of his homeland from his previous life, a place imbued with tranquility and serenity. In that land, extraterrestrial invaders would invariably target the Americans first. Thus, the prudent choice was to distance oneself from the treacherous city of New York. However, upon further contemplation, Dio found himself despondent once more. Even if he could escape to a safe haven, what would that accomplish? When the purple potato essence amassed all 6 Infinity Stones and donned the Infinity Gauntlet, with but a mere snap of his fingers, half of all life in the universe would disintegrate into oblivion. The odds of survival, seemingly favorable at 50-50, belied the profound despair experienced by the denizens of Africa. Whenever the game was completed, the programmers would typically engage in playtesting to identify bugs and assess drop rates. Yet herein lies the crux. Dio appeared to be fated to the life of an indigenous African. Notions of SSRs, 5-star servants, or miraculous single draws were eternally beyond his reach. He could only scrape by through the meager safety net of guaranteed 10 draws. Initially, others speculated that the drop rates were set too low. However, as golden flashes began to illuminate every other player's screens, the glances directed toward Dio became increasingly peculiar. This resigned indigenous player. How could one discuss luck or probability with him? It was absurd. The reality was that he could not draw any rewards, even if he secretly boosted the drop rates tenfold. Thus, on the day Thanos snapped his fingers, Dio could confidently wager that his ashes would be scattered, albeit uncertain of which fortunate soul would benefit from it. In such dire circumstances, he paradoxically found clarity, ceasing to obsess over fleeing this world. Since he had arrived here, endowed with a golden finger, it signified that the future was not immutable. Perhaps, if this frail little butterfly flapped its wings with enough fervor, a reversal of fortune might ensue. Even if the conclusion remained unchanged, at least he would have made an effort to alter his destiny. If he could befriend several influential figures, perhaps by the time of Avengers Endgame he might even be resurrected. Finally convincing himself to settle down, Dio eagerly summoned his golden finger once more, prepared to delve into its intricacies, for it would determine the quality and longevity of his existence. Opening the interface, he found the familiar layout. Although only the basic framework had been completed, and everything appeared somewhat rudimentary, the most conspicuous pay-to-win emblem remained as dazzling as ever. The system, gently calling out several times, he found that there was no melodious sound to enchant him, nor the cold, mechanical voice of an electronic response as he had imagined. This left Dio, who had perused numerous web novels, feeling somewhat disappointed. It seemed that his golden finger lacked any semblance of artificial intelligence, likely due to its very nature as an incomplete and flawed creation. However, upon reflection, there was nothing inherently negative about this. If there were an inexplicable system sprite incessantly chattering in his ear and issuing tasks or commands, he would probably find himself even more vexed. In this way, it was preferable. His golden finger was akin to a game of his own design, and he was fully aware of the functions it possessed, free to explore it at his whim. Consequently, Dio skillfully opened the gift package intended for novice players, which contained a white egg. This would be the first stand user that a player would come to possess, and who would emerge from it was entirely a matter of chance. Luck of the draw? Chapter 3. The sole stand user in the Marvel Universe. Upon opening the novice gift pack, he discovered 2 items: a skill book on Ripple Energy and an egg containing an unknown stand. Dio first activated the Ripple Energy skill book, and an immense wealth of knowledge flooded into his mind. After a moment of contemplation, his eyes sparkled with astonishment. What exactly is Ripple? Although the true fervor of JoJo emerged with the introduction of stands, anyone who has experienced the entirety of JoJo's works cannot deny that Araki is indeed a master of talent. The core combat element of the first 2 parts is this enigmatic Ripple Energy. As the precursor to stands, the allure of Ripple remains undiminished. The phrase "this is my final Ripple" has undoubtedly moved countless souls. The inclusion of the concept of Ripple in the game serves 2 purposes. First, to faithfully recreate the essence of the original work, essentially leveraging nostalgia to entice players. Second, to replace the standard energy bars found in similar games. After all, this is a mobile game centered around stand users. It would be absurd to employ magic to manipulate stands. Thus, the idea arose to reintroduce ripple energy, which had nearly been phased out in the third part as the energy bar for controlling stands. The amount of ripple energy signifies the duration of a stand's combat capability and can also be harnessed to unleash a stand's ultimate move. Ultimately, the developers have crafted a mobile game disguised as JoJo, employing Glitch D and somewhat vulgar mechanics. However, Dio was taken aback to discover that the ripple energy acquired from the novice gift pack had, after a peculiar transformation, become a genuine practice that could evolve and grow, intricately infused into his consciousness. This revelation implied that not only was the Marvel Universe realized, but even the world of JoJo could be tangible within the knowledge he absorbed. Dio learned that ripple energy is, in essence, a unique breathing technique. As blood transports oxygen from the lungs, the oxygen within the blood is intricately linked to the cells, which in turn represent the physical body. Much like a stone cast into water creates ripples, employing this specialized breathing method generates waves within the blood, yielding formidable power that can be finely controlled to achieve various effects. Therefore, the crux of mastering ripple energy lies in regulating one's breath. Moreover, those who cultivate ripple energy experience enhanced physical strength, enabling them to resist aging through various means, while also possessing solar-like properties, as the energy produced by ripple aligns with sunlight. Dio meticulously contemplated the knowledge regarding the use of ripple in his mind and swiftly adjusted his breathing to enter the desired state. The intangible power of ripple began to coalesce from the blood within his body, and he unleashed a powerful punch against the sturdy wooden table before him. Ripple assault. The formidable ripple attack shattered the table into countless splinters. Is it truly this powerful? Dio, overwhelmed with excitement, found himself momentarily breathless. The ripple energy emanating from his hands dissipated swiftly, leaving him with a faint sense of fatigue. A glance at the game interface revealed that the energy bar indicating his ripple energy had diminished by a third. Having only recently mastered the ripple technique, his initial energy was fixed at a modest 100 points, meaning that the formidable punch he had just delivered had cost approximately 30 points of energy. While his power was indeed impressive, suggesting that he would likely dominate in a brawl, he realized he had only 3 punches available. Aspiring to achieve greatness in a single leap seemed impractical. Without ripple energy, he was merely an ordinary individual. In this day and age, particularly in America, who resorts to using their fists to resolve conflicts, the attack power of the ripple technique was considerable. Yet, until he acquired more advanced techniques, anyone could easily take him down. Maintaining a low profile was essential. After calming his breath, he once again attuned himself to the rhythm of the ripple energy cultivation. Dio observed through the game interface that his energy was gradually replenishing at the rate of 1 point per second, quickly returning to full capacity, albeit no further. This meant that should the need arise for him to strike, he must sustain the ripple breathing rhythm without faltering. A lapse would not only render him incapable of utilizing ripple energy, but would also prevent his depleted points from recovering. This posed quite a dilemma for him. Dio couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. For someone like him, an ordinary person both before and after his journey, maintaining a consistent and specialized breathing technique amidst fierce combat seemed a daunting challenge. Nevertheless, he resolved to give it a try, aiming to make the ripple breathing technique second nature. In such a perilous world, seizing every opportunity was crucial. If he didn't act decisively, he might meet an untimely end before the purple potato spirit even arrived on Earth. With determination, Dio continued to practice his breathing while casting a fervent gaze upon the white egg before him. He understood that the initial hatching egg was unlikely to yield the most formidable stand. Nonetheless, his anticipation was immense. After all, a stand is a powerful manifestation generated from one's inner life energy, a continuation of the ripple technique, endowed with a plethora of extraordinary abilities. If the ripple technique constituted the foundation for Dio's survival in this world, then the strength of his stand would determine his potential and influence. Moreover, it is worth noting that this underdeveloped pay-to-win mobile game possessed 5 stand slots. Within the context of the JoJo universe, a typical stand user could normally wield only 1 stand. However, he was bestowed with the power of a mobile game masquerading as JoJo's essence, which must not be conflated. Yet, due to his ripple technique being at level 1, he could currently equip only a single stand. With both hands gently patting his face, Dio eagerly clicked open the white egg before him. The Platinum Star, the World, Crazy Diamond, Bomb Space, Golden Experience, the Crimson King. Such an abundance of formidable stand abilities left him salivating. If he could summon any of the aforementioned stands at will, it would essentially signify a fortuitous beginning. However, the notion of an African attempting to clandestinely cross into Europe. Oh, what a dream! Accompanied by a soft, radiant light, a creature resembling a diminutive tomato materialized before him, engaging in a silent stare-off. Congratulations, player. You have drawn the stand, Pearl Jam. Dio fell into a moment of silence, then quietly lit a cigarette, gazing upward at the ceiling as he exhaled a thick plume of smoke. Indeed, the mystical cannot save the unworthy, and no amount of investment can alter one's fate. Chapter 4. The Stand of Pearl Jam. Pearl Jam, the stand of the Italian chef Tonio Trussardi from the fourth part of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Diamond is unbreakable, is the eccentric chef who rejuvenates Josuke Higashikata in his restaurant located in the town of Morio. The stand makes infrequent appearances and has never showcased its combat prowess. It seems to exist merely to add variety to the gameplay, perhaps a sign of the developers' laziness, as they indiscriminately incorporated all the stand users they could find online. This could certainly be considered a dauntingly difficult start. Wouldn't you agree? Is it merely because I now own a modest restaurant that I have drawn such a peculiar stand? While I cannot claim to harbor disdain for it, I must admit to a sense of disappointment. So many stands could have been drawn for self-defense, yet I ended up with one that is primarily supportive. Clinging to a glimmer of hope, Dio opened the attributes of Pearl Jam, only to pull out a cigarette in quiet resignation. Destructive power, alas. The first attribute shattered Dio's spirits. Ratings descend from A to E, and a destructive power of E signifies that this stand possesses almost no offensive capability. Speed, C range, B, the maximum distance a stand can operate from its user, E, 2 meters, D, 5 meters, C, 10 meters, B, 20 meters, A, 50 meters. Game mechanics. Please do not take these ratings too literally. Certain special range attributes are not included in this calculation and will be addressed separately, so do not quibble over these inherently contradictory elements. Duration. A. This indicates how long a stand can be sustained. A higher rating signifies less ripple energy is consumed, while a lower rating requires more to maintain the stand's presence. Precision. E. This represents the operability. To illustrate with League of Legends, an A rating would be akin to champions like Vayne, who can perform intricate maneuvers, whereas an E rating is reminiscent of Garen, whose straightforward approach leaves little room for flair. Growth potential. C. This denotes the potential for evolution and the speed at which it can occur. Once fully evolved, any rating will be marked as complete. Special ability. Nutritional therapy. This stand can heal specific individuals through the combination of various ingredients, with the effectiveness dependent on the deliciousness of the dish. Sighing and extinguishing his cigarette, Dio felt utterly disheartened after reviewing Pearl Jam's attributes. It was clear that using it for self-protection was out of the question. He could only hope for a more advantageous stand in the future or hasten the enhancement of his ripple energy. The only silver lining seemed to be that this stand is notably unique. Even when attacked, the damage does not reflect back on him. After all, his stand is considered one of the ingredients and is, in fact, consumable. Consuming it would allow him to manifest it anew with ripple energy. And with a duration rating of A, the energy consumption is minimal, making it quite manageable for a novice like him. The maximum range of 20 meters is also ample, implying that takeout is off the table. It appears that even fate is conspiring to mold me into a glorious and esteemed chef. Resigned, Dio casually equipped the Pearl Jam into his only activated slot, and with a surge of ripple energy, he successfully summoned a little tomato on the first attempt. He chuckled softly as the little tomato, curious and animated, flitted around him, emitting strange sounds akin to bizarre laughter. The summoning cost him 10 points of ripple energy, and its consumption of 1 point per second perfectly matched the energy restored through his breathing technique, truly a testament to its A-grade endurance. With a mere thought, Dio conjured 3 more little tomatoes, escalating his energy consumption to 4 points per second. With 60 points of ripple energy remaining, he realized he could sustain this for roughly 20 seconds. How weak he felt. Abruptly dispelling his stand, Dio gained a profound understanding of his current state. Overall, the existence of this golden finger offered him boundless possibilities, yet it demanded ample time to develop. He needed to stabilize and avoid reckless actions. Taking a deep breath, he nervously clicked on the prominently displayed pay-to-win icon on the game interface. Friendship point summons cost 100 friendship points for a single draw and 1,000 for a tenfold draw, with a free tenfold draw available every 24 hours. The familiar interface and pay-to-win mechanics greeted him, now featuring a friendship point summon, familiar to FGO players. As one of the developers of this game, Dio regarded the friendship point summons as a trap designed to retain reluctant spenders while allowing wealthy players to dominate. It contained only a handful of weak stands on par with the Pearl Jam, with a dismal 1 in 1,000 chance of obtaining them. Note, this 1 in 1,000 refers to the tenfold draw, with no safety net whatsoever. Theoretically, one could draw hundreds of times and receive nothing but garbage, which would not be surprising, given the free tenfold draw every 24 hours. This feature likely exists to highlight the superiority of the pay-to-win pool, where truly formidable stands reside, available only for real money. In the game's design, friendship points are accrued through battles with friends, easily gathered but ultimately of little use. However, Dio was uncertain how this would manifest in his new reality. Who knew how he would go about adding friends in real life? He did have one known friend, a remarkably gifted black fellow, but did that mean he should say, "Hey man, let's brawl together and witness our friendship"? Such a notion was utterly impractical. As for the gold bars required for the pay-to-win aspect, Dio suddenly harbored an unsettling thought. Could it be that this wretched game demanded real gold bars for transactions? 10 grams? 50 grams? Or perhaps 100 grams per bar? Another pressing question lingered. Even if he procured gold bars, how would he recharge? Upon contemplating the grim possibility that he might be ensnared in a genuine pay-to-win game, and the likelihood that even if he wished to invest, he would be unable to do so, Dio felt a sudden pang of frustration. Why was it that other transmigrators arrived in their new worlds equipped with golden fingers, effortlessly conquering all in their path, while he found himself in such dire straits, awakening to the tragic reality of being orphaned, and likely entangled in some monumental catastrophe? A myriad of chaotic issues seemed to surge forth one after another, leaving him bereft of even the comfort of a golden finger. Then, a soft gurgle emerged from his stomach. Sighing, he resigned himself to the notion that amidst the vastness of the world, the greatest concern remained his hunger. Prioritizing sustenance, he resolved to procure something to eat. He had never tasted stand before. Sampling it would be a novel experience. Surely, even if he dined on dishes favored by the people of Fujian, could not rival the culinary prowess of Guangdong. As the sole stand user in the Marvel Universe and the only one intent on savoring stand, Dio declared that as a true gourmand from the land of flowers, there was nothing he would shy away from tasting. Chapter 5. It's done. As Dio rummaged through the kitchen in search of edible ingredients, he casually pulled off today's free 10 draws from the friendship pool. The results included 6 bricks from Morio Town, a pristine chef's hat, 2 inferior ripple pearls, and, rather absurdly, a piece of genuine lingerie belonging to Trish Una, the daughter of a gangster boss. Upon discovering these trifles while preparing a meal, a twitch of disdain flickered at the corners of Dio's mouth. The bricks from Morio Town were indistinguishable from ordinary ones, and that immaculate chef's hat was nothing more than a simple hat devoid of any enhancements. The 2 inferior ripple pearls, however, were of marginal value. Inferior ripple pearl. Consuming it increases the ripple energy limit by a small margin. Dio nonchalantly tossed the 2 pearls into his mouth. They were tasteless and dissolved instantly. Glancing at his status panel, he noted that the ripple energy limit had indeed risen from 100 to 102. This revelation suggested that aside from diligent training, there existed a more expedient method to enhance his abilities. Monetary investment would soon need to be prioritized. As for the obviously farcical genuine lingerie, he chose to ignore it, planning to dispose of it alongside the bricks when he next took out the trash. The game's storage capacity was limited to a mere 100 slots, exclusively for items obtained from within the game. Real-world items could not be accommodated, a fact he had experimentally confirmed earlier. Perhaps it would be prudent to retain a few bricks? Considering the bricks from Morio Town could be stored within the game's confines, Dio resolved to keep a few for self-defense. They might prove unexpectedly useful. Washing rice, steaming it, and cracking 3 eggs into a bowl. Due to the fact that his family of 3 had been hospitalized for carbon monoxide poisoning, the inconspicuous little restaurant nestled in Chinatown had not operated for several days. Naturally, the absence of business meant a dearth of fresh ingredients, prompting Dio to opt for a simple dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, primarily to experience the effects of pearl jam. Thus, the little tomatoes transformed into genuine tomatoes. After whisking the eggs, Dio harnessed his ripple energy to conjure 2 portions of pearl jam. Just as he was about to proceed, a thought resonated in his mind as if the pearl jam were aware of its impending fate. Please select the target consumer and specify the symptoms for treatment. Dio paused momentarily before designating himself as the consumer, with the symptoms requiring treatment being dark circles under his eyes and a scar on his hand. The 2 little tomatoes chirped playfully before one dove into the glass of water he had just poured, while the other leapt directly into the egg mixture, both vanishing without a trace. The tomatoes are gone? Dio stared blankly at the scene before him, realization dawning that this was how pearl jam exerted its effects. Nonetheless, this is quite favorable. If he had to personally eliminate his doppelganger for each dish he prepared, the pressure would be overwhelming. This method is indeed commendable. A few minutes later, Dio emerged with an expression of anticipation, bearing a plate of scrambled eggs and a glass of plain water. Since the tomato had been consumed by the eggs, the dish transformed into mere scrambled eggs. As a former longtime singleton, he could still manage to whip up basic home-cooked meals. While they may not be exceptional, he found them palatable enough to satisfy his own appetite. Let us see how it fares. Seated comfortably, Dio gazed at the now enchanting scrambled eggs and the glass of water before him. After a moment of hesitation, he lifted the glass and drank it down in one go. To his astonishment, it was remarkably delightful. Never before had he tasted such sweet, refreshing water. His eyes widened in disbelief, and as he set the glass down, his expression was filled with an insatiable longing for more. Before the addition of the pearl fruit jam, it had merely been ordinary boiled water. What an impressive feat of his doppelganger, transforming a simple glass of water into such a delectable concoction. As he pondered whether to indulge in another glass of pearl fruit jam water, he suddenly felt a burning sensation in his eyes, and in an instant, tears cascaded from them like a waterfall. Initially startled, Dio quickly recalled the experiences of Hirohiko in the original story, and his apprehension subsided. The pearl fruit jam, upon entering the human body, employs a process of destruction and rebirth to heal ailments, resulting in a rather bizarre and exaggerated healing experience that would likely terrify an ordinary individual. Men may cry, may cry, may cry. It is no sin. As tears streamed forth for over 30 seconds, Dio felt as though his eyeballs might pop from their sockets. Finally, the deluge ceased, replaced by an invigorating sense of refreshment and vitality. He hurried to the mirror, and to his surprise, the barely noticeable dark circles under his eyes had vanished. His deep-set eyes now gleaming like the stars above, extraordinarily captivating. How could one be this handsome? After a moment of admiration, Dio returned to sample the magical scrambled eggs. Delicious! The addition of pearl fruit jam had undeniably elevated his culinary skills by 2 whole levels. He could scarcely fathom the extraordinary dishes a top-tier chef could create with the assistance of pearl fruit jam. Surely, the wealthiest individuals would line up for a taste. Having scarcely eaten, Dio devoured the plate of scrambled eggs at an astonishing pace, reclining back in his chair with immense satisfaction, quietly awaiting the healing process. It began. No sooner had 2 seconds passed than the sensation surged forth. Itch, an indescribable itch. On the palm of his left hand lay a scar, the remnant of a childhood accident with a knife, and at that moment, it itched unbearably. Realizing this was the effect of pearl fruit jam, he immediately began to scratch vigorously, causing layers of dead skin to fly about, creating a rather grotesque scene. Just when Dio felt as though he might scratch his left hand raw, the unbearable itch vanished in an instant. Instinctively, he raised his left hand to inspect it, only to discover that the scar on his palm had completely disappeared, replaced by tender, newly formed skin. What a revelation! Dio murmured to himself, having merely experimented with a small sample. This was far superior to any beauty treatment, cosmetic surgery, massage, or medication, and, most remarkably, it bore no side effects. The only drawback was that the treatment process was rather daunting. In a city like New York, where affluent individuals abound, if those celebrities and tycoons were to learn of a restaurant capable of producing such miraculous culinary effects, they would undoubtedly amass wealth in no time at all. Mother, you need not worry about my financial constraints any longer. Just moments ago, Dio had been contemplating ways to escape from his current predicament. But now he silently exclaimed within, "How delightful!" Chapter 6. Eavesdropping the following morning. Dio had just finished clearing the remnants of the table he had inadvertently shattered the previous day when his lifelong friend arrived at his doorstep. "Hey brother, I knew you'd be here." Upon their meeting, Will enveloped his good friend in a warm embrace. However, standing at a mere 5 feet 3 inches, he appeared particularly comical in comparison to Dio's towering 6 feet 1 inch stature. "Hello, Will. I'm sorry to have worried you." Dio hesitated momentarily, uncertain of how to engage, but upon sensing Will's genuine concern, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. At that moment, he was Dio Brando, the closest confidant of Will Joss. "Wow, we truly are brothers." Will exaggeratedly made a silly face, yet he was keenly observing Dio's condition. Given the dreadful incident that had transpired, he was apprehensive that his dear friend might succumb to despair. However, upon witnessing Dio's revitalized spirit, he felt reassured. "Hey bro, did you secretly undergo some cosmetic surgery while you were in the hospital? You seem even more handsome." It was no wonder that Jenny, the infatuated girl, became more persistent in her advances after each rejection. Will, possessing a high emotional intelligence from experiencing the vicissitudes of life, chose not to mention Dio's parents. "There's nothing, really. I've merely come to terms with certain matters. Since fate has granted me another chance to live, rather than wallowing in sorrow, I'd rather embrace a brighter future. I believe that they in heaven are also praying for me at this very moment." Dio spoke with a hint of complexity in his expression, knowing full well that he could not disclose the matter of his stand-in to Will. Will fell silent for a moment before gently patting Dio on the back. "Everyone feels regret over what has happened. The late Uncle Brando and Aunt He would surely bless you from above. Rest assured, I'm not as fragile as you might think. Didn't we agree to visit the cemetery today? Let us go, we can take your car. Mine is still parked downstairs at home. We'll visit after we finish our errands." Having fully assimilated all memories, Dio conversed with Will as he usually would, and Will detected no discrepancies. After Dio secured the restaurant's door, the two departed in a second-hand Chevrolet. Moments after Dio and Will had left, a black sedan parked not far from the restaurant erupted with activity. "The target has left with Will Joss. Based on yesterday's eavesdropping, they are likely headed to the cemetery donated by Stark Industries." "Understood. Unit 2 has successfully followed. Has the target exhibited any unusual behavior since yesterday?" "The target's emotions appear somewhat unstable, with tendencies toward violence. Just moments ago he discarded a broken table." "Anything else?" "Nothing further, sir."
Continue surveillance.
"All of the target's communication devices must be closely monitored." "Yes, sir." After a brief pause, one of the occupants in the vehicle added, "Why don't we simply eliminate him? Good fortune cannot favor him forever. Did you think I don't wish to send him down to reunite with his family immediately? The last time was rather hasty. That fortunate lad, after all, managed to die and come back to life, escalating matters significantly. The SHIELD has already intervened in the investigation. Should we act again, it would inevitably expose our tracks. Fortunately, this lucky fellow seems to be blissfully unaware of anything. After another week of surveillance, if no anomalies arise, we shall cancel the operation and consider it a reprieve for him." After severing communication, the individual in the black sedan retrieved a sandwich purchased from the supermarket, visibly disgruntled at the waste of his precious time on this uncertain individual. Alas, one cannot help but silence those who have seen what they should not have. As for the one who knows nothing from beginning to end, a family must remain whole. In the outskirts, a newly constructed cemetery came into view. The young black man, Will, at the wheel, was fully indulging in his racial proclivities. "Tony Stark ought to perish," God knows how many lives have been extinguished by the arms and munitions that flowed from Stark Industries. Hundreds of thousands,
Millions?
or even tens of millions. Hey, did you hear? Yesterday, our notorious playboy, Mr. Tony Stark, managed to woo the most famous twin supermodels of Victoria's Secret, and today's gossip columns are all about that. Brother, let me tell you a joke. The biggest arms dealer in America, Tony Stark, is actually a philanthropist. Ha ha ha. Dio couldn't help but rub his temples, worn from torment. He had almost forgotten that Will was an unabashed class hater, perhaps a consequence of his childhood experiences. Like many from the impoverished neighborhoods, he harbored a deep-seated resentment toward the affluent, especially those like Tony Stark, wealthy, talented, and handsome, whom Will would gladly replace, though he would never admit that this was pure jealousy. All right, brother, we have arrived. Stepping out of the vehicle, Dio inhaled deeply several times. Setting aside other matters, the air here, away from the city, is genuinely refreshing, and the surrounding environment is splendid. Regardless of whether Tony Stark's actions are mere theatrics or transactions for gain, this newly established cemetery is one of the fruits of charity. But who can discern which dollar is born of kindness and which is stained with blood? Dio had long surpassed the stage of youthful indignation and class hatred. There is no fairness in this world, and it is self-deceiving to think otherwise. It is better to find ways to improve one's own life and ensure that one's descendants become the objects of envy for others. What do you think? The environment is pleasant, isn't it? It is indeed nice. But are you certain the prices here are reasonable? Doubt was etched across Dio's face. I know the administrator here. That fellow is hardly a reputable person. If he wishes to keep this job, Will spoke without a hint of embarrassment. As the saying goes, every snake has its own path and every rat has its own way. Having spent ample time in the gang life, one naturally adopts its methods. Chapter 7, a transaction. Oh, for heaven's sake, what brings you here? I distinctly remember that our previous transaction was settled. Upon their encounter, the impeccably dressed middle-aged Caucasian, whose appearance screamed successful individual, could not restrain his outburst of vitriol. This confrontation took place in his office, devoid of any witnesses. Perhaps it was the unabashed disdain and contempt reflected in his eyes, or perhaps it was the sense of humiliation he felt before his peers that incited Will to wear a sinister grin as he stepped forward, pressing his forehead against the other man's chin. Oh, the absurdity of the scene! Dio found it difficult to suppress a laugh, but out of respect for his brother, he held back. Unbeknownst to Will, his height rendered this moment comically ridiculous. Yet, he seemed to realize that such an act would not convey the ferocity he intended. Thus, he forcefully shoved the man, seizing the opportunity amidst the latter's unsteady stumble to proclaim loudly, "Perhaps I should enlighten your superior, as well as your wife and children, about the esteemed Mr. Edward, a paragon among white-collar elites, who is all too willing to mingle with the likes of us gangsters." Will's tone dripped with unspoken mockery. Such affairs were not uncommon in America, particularly among celebrities and affluent individuals who often concealed a darker side. However, the nation was not devoid of those who detested such revelations. Should Edward's dealings come to light, he might soon find himself facing a resignation letter and divorce papers. This was one of the reasons Will felt emboldened. While his actions would undoubtedly offend, as long as Edward lacked the courage to retaliate fiercely, the consequences would likely dissipate into the ether. As Edward regained his footing, his expression shifted dramatically upon hearing Will's threat. "You scoundrel! Is this how you treat your clients?" He spat. "My apologies, what clients? I only recall an insufferable wretch shouting at me upon my arrival," Will retorted disdainfully, nonchalantly cleaning his ears with a finger and blowing dismissively at Edward's supervisor. Edward's countenance darkened, yet after several deep breaths, he managed to force a strained smile. "Hey, I am one of your long-standing patrons. Our relationship has always been cordial, has it not?" Seeing the mocking smile still plastered on Will's face, Edward sighed and continued, "Well, I apologize for my earlier demeanor, but you must understand my predicament. If others were to learn of my private associations with you gangsters, I would surely lose my position. After all, I have the New York City government backing me. Can you comprehend my situation?" These words were a blend of soft and hard tactics, offering Will an avenue for retreat while elucidating the reasons behind Edward's shift in attitude. It was evident that navigating the public sector required more than mere intellect. One had to possess shrewdness as well. However, to Will, it sounded as if Edward was attempting to intimidate him with the weight of the city government. Upon encountering Will, who appeared quite menacing, Edward felt compelled to inquire promptly, "You must have come for a reason today. My time is limited, but I shall do my utmost to assist you, as a means of apologizing for my earlier demeanor." At that moment, Dio discreetly tapped him on the back, signaling him to remember the purpose of his visit and to know when to withdraw. Will let out a cold snort, then relaxed slightly, revealing the reason for his impetuous visit to Edward. Upon hearing Will's objective, Edward felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had harbored fears of being entangled in some troublesome matter. Although he procured goods from the gang, he had no desire to get embroiled in their sordid affairs. What was ostensibly a simple matter seemed to weigh heavily on him. While this matter falls within my purview, truth be told, it is rather complicated. As you are aware, I have just been reassigned here, and many are watching my every move. If it were merely a matter of granting you priority access, securing a slot would pose no difficulty. However, the cost is far from negligible. I cannot simply offset this deficit with my salary. His words were imbued with sincerity and emotion, to the extent that even Dio began to question whether they were pushing too hard. Isn't this precisely the forte of our esteemed Edward? Do not tell me your sole purpose in transferring here was to conduct business as usual. Moreover, prior to my arrival, I inquired and discovered that Stark Industries explicitly stated that any family member who has served in the military, be they active duty or veterans, is entitled to a 1/3 discount when donating to this cemetery. Given our acquaintance, I trust that this will not pose an issue, correct? Dio now regarded his friend with newfound respect. Indeed, one cannot judge a book by its cover. Those who have clawed their way up from the lower echelons of society possess a keen insight, seeing through others' ulterior motives while deftly sealing off their escape routes. At this juncture, it was Edward who found himself at a loss for words. "You overestimate my capabilities. I am not equipped for this." Edward made one final attempt to resist. Though he adamantly denied it, anyone with discernment could see the vast potential for maneuverability in this situation. What was intended as a charitable benefit for those who served the nation had, in the eyes of individuals like Edward, morphed into a means for substantial profit, with little regard for those truly in need of such benefits. As for Stark Industries, having completed their donation, they were even less concerned. Their objective of winning public favor had been achieved, and their charitable image firmly established, leaving them indifferent to who ultimately reaped the rewards. Will was unfazed by Edward's evasions and spoke plainly. "Rest assured, we understand the rules and shall not place you in a difficult position. Furthermore, I swear that after this matter is resolved, you will continue to be supported by the elite of New York City, and no one will be aware of our association. I will not intrude upon you again." Will's words resonated like a devilish whisper, enticing Edward to ultimately nod in silent acquiescence. "I hope you keep your word. Damn, I shouldn't have sought you out in the first place. Do not speak so hastily, my friend. For you, this is but a mere trifle. Consider this a favor owed by me, Will." It was only at this moment that Edward revealed a smile for the first time. "Allow your friend to complete the form, and then await my call. I shall arrange everything promptly. The price will adhere to the military benefits, but rest assured, you shall receive every penny owed to you." Edward's smile widened with joy. Chapter 8. Chinatown thus, a pleasant collaboration. With smiles exchanged, Edward bid farewell, and Dio and Will resumed their journey in the second-hand Chevrolet, enveloped in silence along the way. It was not until they entered the bustling heart of New York City that Will, reverting to his loquacious nature, inquired, "Where to? Back to the restaurant, or?" Dio paused momentarily, then replied in a tone tinged with melancholy, "Home." Dio's modest abode was also nestled within Chinatown, merely 2 streets away from the small restaurant his family operated. Due to its proximity to the notorious Hell's Kitchen in Manhattan, the safety of the area was far from commendable. However, Chinatown lay at the southern tip of downtown, while Hell's Kitchen resided in the western midtown. Reflecting on his memories, Dio recalled that his English father had fortuitously dined at the restaurant run by his mother and her family, where he had fallen deeply in love with the establishment. To be with her, Dio's father forsook a promising future and severed ties with his family back in England, willingly remaining in the chaotic environment of Chinatown to manage the small eatery alongside Dio's mother. In his recollections, Dio's father emerged as a charming and humorous gentleman. Yet beneath that veneer lay the stubbornness and pride characteristic of the English, intolerant of any disrespect. It would be a grave error to assume that in Chinatown, the Chinese community existed as a harmonious family. Such a notion was merely a dream. The mutual support that may have once flourished amongst newcomers in this foreign land had long since evolved. As Chinatown expanded to encompass 45 streets and over 4 square kilometers, housing more than 800,000 residents of Chinese descent. The essence of camaraderie had shifted dramatically. While the presence of gangs was a well-known reality, treachery and internal strife had become commonplace. Newcomers may not yet grasp the gravity of these issues, but Dio, who carried the weight of over 2 decades of memories, was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of these so-called fellow countrymen when they resorted to malice. Upon reflecting on the rapid expansion of the community, it became clear that the amalgamation of newcomers was indispensable. The influx of Chinese immigrants seeking their fortunes inevitably gravitated towards Chinatown. Moreover, the presence of numerous undocumented individuals further complicated the situation. As the population swelled, so did the proliferation of Chinese-owned restaurants and convenience stores, leading to fierce competition that left many struggling to make ends meet. Consider a poignant example. A newcomer to New York aspired to open a convenience store in Chinatown. Although the store was established, it soon became inundated with gang members demanding protection fees. Paying one gang only invited others to seek their share, with at least dozens of notorious gangs and countless smaller factions vying for money. Who could afford such demands? These were individuals who took money without providing any service in return. Ultimately, the newcomer found himself cornered, protesting, "I paid XX gang. Why must I pay again?" The response was swift. "You may have paid XX gang, but not us. Do you look down on us?" In a fit of rage, the villager refused to comply, and the following day, a group of thugs brandished firearms to rob him. "So, if you refuse, we shall take matters into our own hands." Ultimately, the shop could no longer operate, and the villager returned home in disgrace. This incident appears to reflect issues of law and order in America. However, the elders of Chinatown are acutely aware of the underlying complexities. Someone has been working behind the scenes to instigate trouble. Otherwise, if chaos were the norm, the commercial landscape of Chinatown would have long since collapsed. Upon further inquiry, it was revealed that the orchestrator of this mischief was the proprietor of a nearby convenience store, who, it is said, shares a hometown with the villager who returned home, and had even presented a floral arrangement on the day of the shop's opening. Thus, Chinatown is not as idyllic as it is often perceived by outsiders. While there are indeed kind-hearted individuals, there exists no shortage of unscrupulous characters within the community. What Lao Wumian recounts is grounded in reality. He has relatives in America, and the intricacies of this situation are profound. Consider this a cautionary note. While Dior was lost in thought, Will maneuvered through the streets and arrived at an aged building, rumored to have been inhabited by Dior's ancestors for generations. Whether this is true remains uncertain. Shall we ascend? Wait, let me finish this cigarette. Lowering the car window, Dior tossed Will a cigarette before lighting one for himself, gazing vacantly outside. Although his soul had undergone a transformation, the memories of Dior from the past 20 years are undeniably authentic, and there is no need to delineate them so strictly. Thus, at this moment, Dior found himself hesitating. In a fleeting moment, the time it takes to smoke a cigarette elapsed. "Let us go." Pushing open the car door and extinguishing the cigarette, Dior and Will made their way upstairs. During this interval, several individuals greeted Dior, their words subtly conveying condolences and urging him to find peace. It remains ambiguous how many of these gestures were genuine and how many were mere spectacles for onlookers. Producing a key, he unlocked the door, and a faint odor of gas lingered in the air. Dust coated the floors and surfaces, rendering the place particularly dilapidated. How could such a small abode be oblivious to the scent of gas and fall into a deep slumber? Not to mention, Dior's parents operated a restaurant, suggesting they should have been more vigilant regarding such hazards. Yet, this remains mere speculation. The police had visited and concluded the case with a simple remark about illegally modified gas pipes. This is merely a hallmark of Chinatown, as Americans generally do not cook with gas. Many Chinese immigrants have unwittingly created humorous scenarios upon their arrival in America, such as summoning fire trucks while attempting to cook, a tale that is far from exaggerated. Inside the residence, after taking a solitary tour, Dior emerged. Not staying here? Well, after a brief inspection, the only item worth taking is this photo album. The rest can remain. Dior chuckled softly, holding aloft the album that chronicled the precious moments of their family over the years. Thus he intended to take it with him. Will nodded nonchalantly and inquired, "So, where do you plan to stay? Renting a place?" "I still have a place to stay. Thank you, but during this period, I intend to reside in a hotel while also preparing for my upcoming business venture." Dior promptly dismissed Will's proposal, as the place he resided in resembled a pigsty, and it was not uncommon for gang members to frequent the area. Although he did not possess an aversion to cleanliness and held no contempt for his gang-affiliated friend, it was simply not an acceptable situation. Furthermore, after laying his parents to rest, he would need to focus on his lucrative plans. Staying at the restaurant during this time was not without its advantages. Chapter 9. Who can endure this? In the blink of an eye, a week had elapsed. During this time, as he had mentioned, Dio faithfully remained in the restaurant each day, meticulously devising his lucrative plans while overseeing a simple renovation of his modest establishment. It was not that he did not wish to undertake a more grandiose refurbishment, but the expenses incurred from laying his parents to rest had nearly depleted his savings, including the small fortune they had left behind. The renowned Tony Stark's charitable cemetery could hardly be considered inexpensive. Even with his connections allowing him to pay only a third of the original price, it still rivaled the costs of other burial grounds, not to mention the substantial gratuity he had provided to that unscrupulous Edward. However, Dio deemed all of this worthwhile. In his previous life, he had been an orphan, lacking the opportunity to care for his parents in their twilight years. Although he similarly had not experienced the warmth of familial bonds in this life, the memories of Dio had nonetheless fulfilled a dream of his. Moreover, the funds were never truly his. Utilizing them for this purpose alleviated a burden, allowing him to set sail anew. Why not pursue the investigation further? There were evidently many suspicious aspects surrounding the incident. Dio was well aware of this, yet what could he do? He was neither a police officer nor a private investigator. Even if he wished to delve deeper, he lacked the means. Could he rely solely on his own whims? Furthermore, he understood the depths of this matter. Until he acquired the means to protect himself, he would not risk his safety. After all, what good would uncovering the truth do if it merely provoked the puppeteer behind the scenes to eliminate him? Dio was not so foolish as to throw eggs against a stone. Investigations would indeed be conducted, but not recklessly. Instead, he should quietly gather strength, preparing to strike decisively. Over the course of these 7 days, Dio had diligently practiced, although he had yet to master the unique breathing technique of ripple energy. Nevertheless, the effects were beginning to manifest. His ripple energy capacity had increased by approximately 40 points, averaging over 5 points a day. This slow progress was due to his inadequate training rate. If he could master the breathing technique, he would surely experience rapid growth even while sleeping. In addition to this, Dio had activated the friendship pool for 7 free 10 draws, resulting in an influx of various items into his game inventory, including dozens of bricks, scrap metal, and assorted debris from Morio. Naturally, he also obtained 11 lower-grade ripple orbs, which he consumed like unsweetened jelly beans. Consequently, his ripple energy capacity officially reached 153 points, with only a short distance remaining to the 200 points required for advancement to level 2. Yet, Dio was clearly dissatisfied with this rate of growth. It was well known that the best rewards resided within the premium draw pool. If he could obtain a top-tier ripple orb, it would grant him an astonishing increase of 10,000 points of ripple energy, while he could only add 5 or 6 points through his daily efforts. That 10,000 points would equate to several years of his earnings. Certainly, as his cultivation deepens, his daily progress will not always be so meager. The allure of instantaneous success is undeniably tempting, not to mention the incredibly powerful avatars within the in-game purchases, each one beckoning Dio to hastily empty his wallet. Yet, The moment he reflects on the costs associated with these purchases, his excitement swiftly transforms into dismay. Over the past few days, he has been quite active, visiting numerous gold shops. Eventually, upon encountering a gold bar weighing a substantial 100 grams, the game finally responded, inquiring if he wished to make a purchase. Damn the in-game purchases. Dio distinctly remembers that the market rate that day was $54 per gram of gold, meaning that this bar would cost a minimum of $5,400. The price for a tenfold purchase would amount to $54,000. Converted to local currency, that totals over $360,000. This undoubtedly stands as the most hardcore pay-to-win mobile game Dio has ever encountered. Goodness, even selling a kidney wouldn't suffice. Who can withstand such pressure? Feeling profoundly aware of his financial limitations, Dio realized that his only viable path to prosperity might be through the culinary prowess of Pearl Jam, lest he find himself struggling even to afford meals. However, as the renovations concluded, Dio discovered that he had underestimated the complexities of his situation. Setting aside the challenge of locating a wealthy benefactor, the daunting process of treatment would likely attract the attention of certain individuals the very next day, such as a certain black egg-headed leader of the Nine Heads. The SHIELD Agency. Joining the SHIELD Agency as a logistics staff member could indeed be a possibility, but having watched numerous Marvel films, Dio understood that these days, not even ordinary agents are safe. Characters like Coulson and the egg-headed director have met their demise only to return again. At such a critical juncture, rushing into their ranks would be akin to delivering oneself to the wolves. Ultimately, Dio's true desire was to ensure that, even if future encounters with the SHIELD Agency or the Avengers were inevitable, he would do so only after acquiring sufficient means for self-protection. Gaining the ability to safeguard oneself would bestow him with leverage, allowing him to choose whether to engage or retreat, to explore or to join forces, without being led by others. While Dio was still troubled by how to earn money discreetly without attracting unwanted attention, unbeknownst to him, he was already under surveillance. Inside a black sedan parked outside the restaurant, those tasked with monitoring him were concluding their final report to their superior. The target shows no anomalies, nor have any suspicious individuals approached. Should we extend the surveillance period? Excellent work. The monitoring of the target is temporarily lifted. Yes, sir. And the SHIELD Agency. We have dispatched several gang members as scapegoats. With all leads severed, they are unlikely to pursue further, especially since they are mere insignificant figures. Nevertheless, we must remain vigilant. I do not wish to witness another incident like the last one. The individuals in the car immediately straightened their expressions. Understood. After ending the communication, one of them cast another glance around and muttered to himself, "What a fortunate lad. Your life must be charmed." After muttering to himself, he carelessly tossed the remnants of his meal into the back seat and pressed the accelerator, leaving behind his completed task. Meanwhile, Dio, who was still busy tidying up the restaurant, had no inkling that his African lineage would be regarded by others as a stroke of luck. As he pondered this, a singular thought lingered in Dio's mind. The money of women and children is the easiest to earn. Indeed, that was the revelation. Dio's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. No woman is indifferent to beauty. The beauty products and salons are veritable gold mines, and surely, in the pursuit of allure, they would dare to traverse any perilous terrain. There could be no better opening gambit than this. Chapter 10. Infatuated Jenny in pursuit of his grand ambition, Dios, after much contemplation, decided to contact his university classmate, the so-called infatuated Jenny, as referred to by Will. He merely extended an invitation for a meal, and without hesitation, Jenny readily accepted. Indeed, this is a world that values appearances. The following afternoon, clad in a provocative outfit, Jenny arrived at Dios' modest restaurant. Although she harbored some reservations about the unromantic setting in Chinatown, her desire to behold Dios' striking visage compelled her to overlook it. Additionally, she had learned from mutual friends about the recent tragedy that befell Dios and his family, which stirred her empathy and led her to ponder how she might console the unfortunate Dios after their meal. "Hi, Dios," she greeted as she entered, her eyes immediately drawn to him in his checkered shirt and jeans. "Oh my God. Is this what it feels like to be smitten? Why do I sense that Dios has become even more handsome? Could it be that the recent incident has rendered him more mature and appealing? Observing Dios's enviable skin and those deep, captivating eyes that seemed to absorb the surrounding light, Jenny felt breathless. Dios, too, was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Jenny. Although he recalled that her nickname was Infatuated, he recognized that her beauty was not to be underestimated. Otherwise, she would not have garnered the attention of so many handsome men, nor would she have been subjected to the scorn of her female peers. Before Dios stood Jenny, adorned in a cropped vest tied playfully with a bow, her golden tresses cascading like a waterfall down her back. With a natural beauty that could easily score a 75, her alluring ensemble rivaled that of any glamorous starlet in Hollywood. To summarize, she was a true enchantress. It was evident that Jenny had meticulously prepared for this occasion. Throughout their academic years, Dios was the first and only man to resist her charms, which fueled Jenny's determination. Despite her multiple attempts to win him over, she had earned the label of infatuated from envious classmates. Undoubtedly, Dios was exceedingly handsome, a paragon of attractiveness at any university, yet his mixed heritage made his peers less inclined to engage with him. "Hi, Jenny. It's been a while," Dios greeted, and they exchanged polite embraces. In the presence of such a seductive figure, it is rare for a man to remain unmoved. However, Dios's reasons for resisting were simple. He simply did not wish to become another trophy in Jenny's collection. The liberal atmosphere in America had long since led girls to view casual encounters as commonplace. Nearly all girls had experienced their coming of age before college, leaving little room for those who remained chaste, unless they were deemed unattractive. Thus, it is natural for the one dubbed infatuated Jenny to possess no sense of chastity. Before setting her sights on Dior, she had already engaged with numerous handsome suitors, many of whom had become mere backups for her female classmates' dream men. These men, too, were eager to court a sensual enchantress like her, even if they would soon find themselves discarded. However, Dior was an exception. Despite his long-standing charm with women, he was influenced by his parents' values and held his own standards for interpersonal conduct. At the very least, he was unwilling to become a mere trophy for Jenny to flaunt among her peers after a fleeting romance, which he found utterly daunting. After their embrace, Jenny appeared somewhat reluctant to part, a blush gracing her cheeks like a young girl freshly swept away by love. Yet, Dior was not swayed by her display. He simply smiled and remarked, "It has been a while since we last met, and you have become even more beautiful, Jenny." "Thank you, you too. No, you are even more charming than before. Can you share your secrets for maintaining such allure?" As she observed Dior's skin up close, envy etched across her face. She unconsciously voiced her thoughts. Without Dior needing to steer the conversation, Jenny took the initiative to inquire, which delighted him and bolstered his confidence in his plans. "Indeed, I recently acquired a dietary therapy recipe that has greatly improved my vitality, especially since I had been feeling rather despondent for a time," Dior teased deliberately. "Really? Dietary therapy? What is that?" Jenny's eyes sparkled with surprise. No woman is indifferent to beauty, and particularly the more beautiful a woman is, the more she yearns for eternal youth and allure. Recently, Jenny felt her complexion lacked its former luster. Her hair was in a dreadful state, and dark circles along with a few freckles necessitated a plethora of cosmetics to conceal. Laughing, Dior explained, in simple terms, it involves food therapy, where medicinal herbs are paired with ingredients to create nourishing concoctions. Jenny grasped the concept. It was said to originate from the East, though it was not mainstream in the West, with few believers and even fewer willing to experiment. The effectiveness, it seemed, was subjective. Then, Jenny listened as Dior continued to boast, "Typical food therapies yield slow results, but this particular recipe is extraordinary. It is said to be a closely guarded secret from the emperors of the East, requiring only a single application for immediate effects. Initially, I approached it with a mindset of mere trial, but I never expected." He paused deliberately, gesturing to himself. "You can see the results." "Oh my God! You must be joking, right? How could something so miraculous exist?" Jenny, captivated and her eyes gleaming, still found it hard to believe in such wonders. Dior's irritation at her skepticism was palpable as he replied earnestly, "What benefit would there be for me in deceiving you? Originally, I invited you here today to share some moments together, but now I suddenly feel that this was a foolish decision. I know of a delightful Western restaurant where the steaks are exquisite. Let us dine out." Chapter 11. The Emperor's Dietary Therapy. As Dio spoke, he silently reached for the car keys. Jenny promptly intercepted him, her expression laced with embarrassment as she said, "No, Dio, how could I possibly doubt you? I sincerely apologize for my earlier reaction. Please forgive me, I was simply taken aback." Of course, who could believe in such an extraordinary phenomenon without first-hand experience? Yet, the truth remained, it existed, and she was among the few who truly held the authority to speak on it. Dio's strategic retreat caused Jenny to waver, and then, with a sudden bright smile, she exclaimed, "Dio, didn't you say you invited me here to share that dietary therapy? I can hardly wait. In fact, I didn't even have breakfast before leaving, and I'm quite famished now. Allow me to sample your culinary skills." Was Jenny naive? A woman capable of manipulating so many men while thriving herself could hardly be a simpleton. She had discerned that Dio's true intent in inviting her was not merely for her company, but rather for the so-called dietary therapy. Jenny's perspective was clear. Regardless of the authenticity of this therapy, it mattered little as long as it posed no threat to her life. If it proved genuine, she would reap significant benefits. If false, she would still gain Dio's trust and guilt, further facilitating her future endeavors. As for the possibility of this dietary therapy being a ruse or potentially laced with something sinister, Jenny seductively licked her upper lip, contemplating that if Dio truly desired something, he need not go to such lengths. Just a subtle hint or a mere gesture. With this realization, Jenny found herself unconcerned about the therapy itself. Dio regarded her with mild surprise, then spoke earnestly, "If you genuinely wish to proceed, there are a few things I must clarify beforehand. During the treatment, some rather peculiar occurrences may unfold, but trust me, regardless of what transpires, your safety is assured. You simply need to follow your instincts and wait until the treatment concludes. Should you wish to reconsider, now is the moment, as each ingredient is exceptionally costly. Out of friendship, I can only offer you this one session free of charge." Dio's face radiated sincerity, projecting a demeanor of genuine concern for her well-being. His earnestness left Jenny somewhat perplexed. How could a mere meal involve matters of safety? What could possibly happen? Why emphasize her security? "You'll understand in due time. The choice to proceed lies with you. In fact, in a few days, I will be opening my establishment, primarily offering this dietary therapy package," Dio added, attempting to sound casual. Upon hearing this, Jenny exhaled in relief and tentatively inquired, "Are you certain it won't harm me?" Dio shook his head and said, "There will absolutely be no issues. Otherwise, I would not be here conversing with you. Trust me, once the treatment concludes, you will undoubtedly express your gratitude." "Is it truly that miraculous?" Jenny's heart wavered once more. After pondering for a moment, she nodded and replied, "Very well, then I shall trouble you. I wish to try it. I hope it is indeed as extraordinary as you claim. Of course, leave everything to me." Finally persuading her, Dio felt a sense of relief. He carefully observed Jenny's expression before swiftly returning to the kitchen to conjure 2 portions of pearl jam. Treatment target: Jenny. Selected symptoms: dark circles, skin whitening. He grinned as one little tomato vanished into the pot of water, while the other dove into the pre-prepared, blanched chicken. Dio was not particularly skilled at complex dishes, so he decided to prepare a soup along with a chicken and vegetable salad. Ultimately, the specific food was inconsequential. What truly mattered was the disappearing double. Thus, he casually tossed the cleaned wood-ear mushrooms and red dates into the pot to simmer, then took a bowl to chop and mix, incorporating the modified chicken pieces, and finally added a touch of salad dressing. His dish was complete. After deliberately waiting for half an hour, he judged the soup to be nearly ready, ladling it into a clay pot and covering it with a lid. Task accomplished. During the time Dio busied himself in the kitchen, a bored Jenny began to wander outside. She recalled that the previous visit had not featured such an arrangement, and it struck her as odd that this spacious area, capable of accommodating 6 or 7 tables, contained only this solitary circular table. Was it intentionally left that way just for her? Jenny mused with a hint of vanity. She then approached the wall, only to be astonished to discover that the wall was not merely adorned with wallpaper but rather a peculiar material. Had she seen something similar before? After a moment of contemplation, Jenny finally recalled its nature. Was it truly the case that a humble little restaurant used soundproofing material on its walls? How extravagant. Jenny's recognition stemmed from her experience with an ex-boyfriend who was the lead singer of the school band. When visiting his home to explore the mysteries of human reproduction, she found his walls covered in the same material, allowing them to shout without interruption that night. Imperial cuisine, Efang soup, please indulge. Just as Jenny pondered these curiosities, Dior finally emerged, bearing the wood ear and red date soup enriched with ingredients. Is it ready so soon? Jenny exclaimed in surprise as she settled back down. This is an appetizer. There is more to come, Dior explained, prompting Jenny to nod in agreement. Shall we eat directly? She eagerly inquired, lifting the lid and inhaling the fragrant aroma that wafted forth. The scent alone was worth it, regardless of any additional benefits. Dior nodded, cautioning, it is quite hot. Sip slowly. Confounded, Jenny stirred the pot with a spoon, only to discover that apart from the wood ear mushrooms and red dates, there was naught else to be found. It appeared to be merely a gimmick. Slightly disheartened, she lowered her crimson lips, blew gently upon the surface, and then brought a spoonful of the soup to her mouth. The aroma was fragrant, delicate, and sweet. How could it taste so exquisite? By the time she regained her senses, an expression of sheer ecstasy adorned Jenny's face. It was simply marvelous. I mean, this soup is truly exceptional. It is hard to fathom how such simple ingredients could yield such a layered flavor. Oh my God, I am utterly enamored with it. Unparalleled praise flowed from Jenny's lips, followed by continuous slurping sounds. The pot of soup vanished at an astonishingly rapid pace, nearly emptying before her very eyes. Chapter 12. The terrifying treatment process and the unimaginable results. This is undoubtedly the most exquisite soup I have ever tasted in my lifetime. Without exception, simply marvelous. Jenny, who almost forgot her ladylike demeanor while savoring this pot of soup, reclined in her chair with a blissful expression, her face flushed like a delicate red apple. Meanwhile, Luo Qing smiled and remarked, deliciousness is merely the surface. The true essence is about to unfold. Jenny looked at him, puzzled, utterly unable to comprehend his meaning. In the next moment, torrents of tears suddenly gushed forth from her eyes. Good heavens! Why is this happening? Jenny was taken aback. She had cried before, but such an unexpected outburst of tears, completely uncontrollable, was genuinely alarming. Truly, the soup was so delightful it brought her to tears. As if that were not enough, tears continued to flow relentlessly, and a wave of warmth surged from her lower abdomen, causing Jenny to bite her lip tightly. Her mind was a blank slate. Help me! Someone! Call an ambulance! In that moment, Jenny genuinely felt the urge to cry. Dior was still striving to stabilize her emotions. Do you remember what I said earlier? There's no need to panic. This is merely a normal part of the treatment process, and it should subside in just a few seconds. Whether it was his comforting words that soothed her or her own resignation to the situation, despite the continual screams, she no longer demanded an ambulance. At that moment, for reasons unknown, she suddenly recalled the soundproofing material on the wall, realizing the connection. Seconds swiftly passed by, and Jenny felt as if her eyes would burst from the tears. But in the next instant, an unprecedented sense of exhilaration surged through her being. Congratulations, Jenny, you have become even more beautiful. As he spoke, Dior handed her a mirror he had prepared in advance. Jenny instinctively took it and was momentarily stunned, her prior frustration vanishing without a trace. What did it mean to have captivating eyes that could convey 1,000 words? She was uncertain, but she had never imagined her own eyes could be so enchanting, clear enough to see her own reflection in the mirror. The dark circles she had labored to conceal had vanished, replaced by a pair of sparkling eyes that seemed to glisten with life. Recently, she had been struggling with insomnia due to irregular menstruation, but now her abdomen felt warm, and she experienced no pain whatsoever. At that moment, she couldn't help but recall Dior's words. The true essence is about to begin. Goodness, is this truly me? Jenny murmured in disbelief. Indeed, the lovely Miss Jenny possesses a pair of enchanting eyes that speak volumes. Dior gallantly complimented her. Jenny's face flushed a deep crimson, and it was a vivid shade. Dior assumed she was merely shy and thought little of it, unaware that Jenny was anxious about the secret lurking beneath the table. Next, we have a dish called Rising Sunday. Please hold on. Desperate to escape her current surroundings, Jenny found herself momentarily immobilized. The recent events, while alarming, had an immediate and profound effect. She finally believed that Dio had not deceived her or exaggerated the benefits of dietary therapy. It is often said that a woman will go to great lengths for beauty, and if the side effects were merely as she had just experienced, Jenny felt quite capable of enduring them. Upon making this decision, a glimmer of anticipation sparkled in her expressive eyes. That sensation was truly extraordinary. Dio soon emerged from the kitchen, presenting a plate of chicken salad that, in his hands, transformed into a royal culinary delight. "Please indulge," he urged. Jenny hesitated for a moment before picking up her fork and diving in. Initially, she assumed it was merely an ordinary chicken salad, but once the flavors hit her palate, everything changed. Before she knew it, the entire plate had vanished, consumed voraciously as if she were a ravenous beast. "What will happen now?" she asked nervously, her heart racing after just a fleeting moment of contemplation. Dio flashed a mysterious smile, signaling that the answer was imminent. 3, 2, 1. Suddenly, an intense itch erupted on her face. Contrary to her expectations of a tumultuous wave, she was instead struck by an unbearable, sudden itch. Instinctively, she reached up to scratch, nearly losing her composure in fright. "My skin. It's everywhere," she exclaimed, panic rising as she felt the intensity of the sensation. This was far more alarming than the previous turmoil, and her high-pitched cries echoed in the otherwise unremarkable little restaurant. However, Dio had wisely soundproofed the area to prevent any unexpected disturbances. Should someone walk in on such a terrifying scene, he would find himself at a loss for explanations. Though the itching intensified, Jenny could not focus on anything else but the desperate need to scratch her face. Layers of dead skin began to flake off onto the floor. Logically, with such force, she ought to have drawn blood by now, yet astonishingly, there was not a single trace of it. Only the shedding skin attested to the ordeal. A minute passed, and the unbearable itch finally subsided. Bewildered, Jenny halted her frantic scratching and grabbed a mirror from the table as if possessed by madness. She feared that her reckless actions had left her disfigured, but when she gazed into the mirror, time seemed to freeze. Instinctively, she raised a hand to caress her smooth, radiant skin which appeared transformed beyond recognition. At that moment, she was entirely makeup-free, yet there was not a hint of dullness or sagging. It was as if she had reverted to her infantile state. No, even better than that. Jenny's natural beauty now warranted an impressive score of 85. A veritable miracle. This was magic. Extraordinary Eastern dietary therapy. Almost too incredible to believe. Lowering the mirror, her gaze blazed with fervor as she looked toward the architect of this transformation. It must be acknowledged that Jenny was already captivating in her own right. And now, having transcended to a new level of allure, even Dior finds himself somewhat enchanted. However, considering her tumultuous personal life and conflicting beliefs, he ultimately resolves to disregard Jenny's advances. At this moment, nothing holds greater significance for him than accumulating a modest fortune. "Hurry, Dior. I can hardly contain my eagerness to savor the next dish," she implores. "I regret to inform you that today's culinary therapy has concluded." Dior replies with an innocent yet exasperating shrug, revealing that he had no intentions of preparing a third course. Chapter 13. The $1,000 dish, is it gone? Disappointment etched across Jenny's face. Dio nodded and, having prepared his explanation in advance, articulated, "This imperial culinary therapy is a recipe I stumbled upon by chance. To unlock its full potential, one requires numerous rare medicinal ingredients, and given that each individual's constitution varies, it is imperative to tailor the treatment accordingly. If someone else were to partake in the dish you just tasted, it would merely be an ordinary yet delicious meal. As the saying goes, the more elusive something is, the more precious it becomes." For Jenny, Dio embodied this sentiment, just as this magical culinary therapy did. Jenny was swiftly convinced. After all, such an extraordinary creation could not possibly be conjured effortlessly. Dio must have undertaken extensive preparation beforehand. Yet, a tinge of dissatisfaction lingered within her. She lowered her gaze to examine the skin on other parts of her body, then glanced at her flawless, delicate face in the mirror. The stark contrast was simply intolerable. Moreover, with so many others uninvited, It was hard not to wonder why Dio had chosen her to sample this remarkable Eastern cuisine. Will I have the opportunity to savor such a wondrous Eastern culinary therapy again? She inquired. Of course, I shall pay the price. The bait was set. Dio, maintaining his composure, nodded. Indeed, once we reopen, I will primarily focus on this extraordinary Eastern culinary therapy, though the price is rather steep. $100? Jenny ventured, glancing at the finger Dio had raised, her tone laced with hopeful anticipation. Dio chuckled softly and shook his head. It is $10,000. $10,000. Are you out of your mind? Although Jenny's family was relatively affluent, the revelation of a $10,000 meal left her stunned. Dio had anticipated this reaction. However, he found himself in a predicament. Setting the price too low would undermine the miraculous efficacy of the dish, and he could not amass enough gold in a short time for future indulgences. Yet, when viewed from another perspective, is a $10,000 meal truly exorbitant? For the wealthy, $10,000 might barely suffice for a bottle of premium wine. Furthermore, for beauty-conscious women like Jenny, $10,000 is hardly a staggering amount. Their expenditures on cosmetics and spa treatments far exceed this figure. When juxtaposed against the miraculous effects of the Pearl Jam that they achieve through lavish spending on beauty products and salon visits, the value of enjoying a single meal priced at $10,000, sourced from the world of JoJo, appears to be an exceptional bargain. It was precisely these considerations that led Dio to steadfastly establish this price, which would only increase over time. When he encounters a true connoisseur, he might even propose a dish priced at $100,000. All of this is justified by the fact that the culinary creations made with Pearl Jam are indeed worth such a sum. Confronted by Jenny's incredulous expression and her gaze reminiscent of a madwoman, Dio merely smiled and inquired, setting aside the price for a moment, "What do you think about the efficacy of these two dishes?" Jenny instinctively glanced at her reflection in the mirror, and all her retorts evaporated. It was indeed remarkable. Had she not experienced it firsthand, she would never have believed it. However, $10,000 was exorbitant. Were it merely $1,000, she would not hesitate. Caught between beauty and wealth, Jenny's heart wavered once more, unable to shake off the memory of recent events. No, it isn't expensive at all. A simple calculation will reveal that. Dio continued, the amount you have spent on cosmetics and beauty treatments over the years far exceeds $10,000. Does it not? Jenny nodded, acknowledging that as a beauty aficionado, her investments in this realm were absolutely justified. Then, she witnessed Dio donning an extraordinarily confident smile as he asked, "So, do you think you still need to spend that much on cosmetics and beauty salons?" Jenny was momentarily taken aback. Gradually, her eyes sparkled with fervor. "How long will the effects of this dietary therapy last?" "How long?" Dio replied, bemused by the question. "Let me clarify. This is a treatment that works from the inside out, incomparable to cosmetics or beauty salons that merely mask your flaws. In other words, the reflection you see now is your truest self, which may only deteriorate over time due to irregularities in your lifestyle, but that does not signify the end of its efficacy. It merely reflects your own choices." Dio's words sent a jolt through Jenny's heart. Consider this. If someone had told you before that for $10,000, they could restore your skin to that of an 18-year-old, what would your reaction have been? Would you deem $10,000 excessive? Jenny swallowed hard, lifting the mirror once more, and after a few moments of contemplation, she resolutely declared, "All right, Dio, you have successfully convinced me. However, as your test subject and your first client, I believe I should be entitled to a proper discount, perhaps 50%. 50%. Perhaps we could explore an alternative arrangement. After today, if you promote my services within your circle of friends, for every client you bring in, I shall grant you a 10% discount. If you manage to refer 10 clients, your next visit here will be entirely complimentary, complete with the standard 3 dishes. What say you?" "Really?" Jenny's eyes widened in astonishment. Merely by leveraging her connections, she could secure a discount of $10,000. How could she not feel elated? While this proposition might prove daunting for an average girl, after all, $10,000 is not a sum easily laid down for a single meal. She could consider herself somewhat of a privileged daughter of wealth, with her family's small company and a few affluent friends. Most importantly, the efficacy here is genuine, which empowers her to speak up. If it were merely a deception, She would have to weigh the consequences carefully. Perhaps they might even feel gratitude towards herself? Jenny was startled by her own thoughts, yet soon transformed into a figure of resolute confidence. Over these years of acquaintance, I surely have not deceived you, have I? All right, it's a deal. Jenny extended her hand, and Dior reciprocated, gently clasping hers. The playful girl even teased him by lightly scratching his palm, her alluring eyes glistening with mischief. However, Dior remained as unresponsive as a block of wood, merely withdrawing his hand politely, leaving Jenny to bite her lip in mild disappointment. Chapter 14. Temptation and rejection. Is it truly necessary for the treatment process to be so terrifying? I fear that if I bring people in, they might flee in fright. Unyielding, Jenny moved her chair closer to Dior, her expressive eyes fixated on him as she inquired. This concern was precisely what troubled Dior the most. Not everyone possesses the fortitude to withstand the potential accidents that may arise during the treatment. However, he found himself at a loss, as the method of Pearl Jam inherently involved destruction before reconstruction upon entering the human body. Thus, he resolutely shook his head and stated, "This is the extraordinary nature of this dietary therapy. It accelerates the metabolism of the body," and then Dior fabricated an elaborate explanation to obscure the notion of side effects. "Oh, I see. Therefore, when you promote this to others, remember to ensure they are psychologically prepared. It would be best to bring only one person at a time, allowing me to prepare more thoroughly and preventing outsiders from witnessing that peculiar scene, which might frighten them." "All right, I understand. What comes next?" What do you mean by what comes next?" With a firm grip, Dior gently restrained Jenny's hand as it began to slip down. He looked at her earnestly and said, "Jenny, we are friends. You are indeed very beautiful, but we are not suited for each other. I do not wish to become a plaything that you flaunt to others in future conversations." Jenny froze in her movements, her expression shifting to one of disbelief as she asked, "Is this the reason you have consistently rejected me? While I do not possess a fixation on virginity, nor do I care about the number of past partners one has before intimacy, your attitude towards such matters is indeed difficult for me to overlook." Dior spoke with utmost candor. Jenny straightened up to meet Dior's gaze, her countenance becoming increasingly complex. She acknowledged that she had a playful nature when it came to matters of romance, not merely collecting but also relishing in showcasing and comparing her experiences. Yet, she had always believed this to be the exclusive domain of attractive girls, and she had never encountered a man who would reject her over such trivialities. Dior was the sole exception. "Very well, it seems our date concludes here." Jenny felt a tinge of regret. Perhaps her demeanor had been somewhat abrasive. However, changing for a man was not a simple endeavor. She admitted that her feelings for Dior had intensified, primarily due to his strikingly handsome face. If she were to encounter someone even more attractive, perhaps everything would be different. "I'll give you a ride." "No, thank you, I drove here." After a moment's consideration, Dior offered her his jacket. It was late March in New York, with average temperatures around 10 degrees Celsius. Although Jenny was dressed lightly, she did not find it particularly cold. Thus she waved her hand in refusal. "You should still take it, you can tie it around your waist." Jenny swiftly snatched his coat to shield herself, nearly forgetting her earlier embarrassment. Had she stepped out in such a state, she would undoubtedly have drawn the gaze of countless admirers. She murmured a quiet thanks before hastily retreating. Though she possessed a liberal spirit, she was not devoid of modesty. The situation was simply too mortifying. Dior feigned ignorance as he watched her dash to her car, which she promptly revved away in haste, likely eager to return home and change her trousers. Should he perhaps remind her to keep an extra pair handy? In a light-hearted mood, Dior hummed a tune while tidying up. 2 days later, the formerly closed He family restaurant reopened with a subtle flair, now rebranded as Dior's Enchanted Dining. Whether it was a whimsical choice or held deeper significance, Dior was thoroughly pleased with the new name. Upon learning of the reopening, Wilt, curious, paid a visit, bringing along 2 floral arrangements. He was not the only one puzzled. The neighboring establishments whispered among themselves, speculating that a new operator had taken over. No one seemed optimistic about Dior's ability to sustain the restaurant, and they observed with skepticism. Since the nature of the offerings had changed, the previous name was no longer fitting. "Let us go inside and discuss," Dior suggested. Frankly, It was Wilt's first visit since the restaurant's redesign, and he was taken aback upon entering. What? Only one table. Hurry. Set everything out. It's almost noon. Where should I place the items? I'll help.
Dio.
Suppressing a bemused smile at Wilt's anxious demeanor, explained, one table is sufficient. I arranged it this way intentionally. Only when the current patrons finish will I accommodate the next group. Wilt stared at Dio in disbelief, and unable to contain his curiosity, reached out to touch his forehead. Go away. You're not feverish, are you? Has the situation with Uncle Brando and Aunt He affected you that profoundly? Come, let us go to the hospital. I've heard Dr. Simon on XXX Avenue is quite adept with such mental ailments. Wilt insisted, attempting to drag Dio along. Even those unacquainted with the restaurant business knew that one cannot operate with just a single table. The notion of serving one group at a time was preposterous. Such a business model would surely fail within a week. I am serious. I am not joking, and I am not ill, Dio replied, unyielding against Wilt's tugging. Since his arrival in this realm, he had diligently honed his ripple energy techniques, and, coupled with the special abilities provided by Pearl Jam, his physical prowess had far surpassed that of an average person. Wilt, a mere small fry, could not easily pull him away. When did you become so strong? Recently, I have been indulging in food quite frequently, and my physical activity has also increased. Perhaps I should consider enrolling in a fitness program? However, I find that I would rather seize a few extra hours of slumber during that time. Lately, it seems that several factions deeply entrenched in the depths of Hell's Kitchen have been forcibly ousted, resulting in daily skirmishes. Just yesterday, someone brandished a weapon. It is truly infuriating. Upon hearing this, Dio felt a stirring within, silently praying that he would not cross paths with such chaos. At the very least, he should secure a formidable doppelganger for self-preservation to ease his mind. Chapter 15. Rumors from Hell's Kitchen. Hell's Kitchen? How could its inhabitants possibly find their way here? Who knows what truly transpired? Yet whispers suggest the emergence of two peculiar figures, targeting notorious gangs with ruthless methods. Aside from the timid minions who fled in terror, one cannot ascertain how many souls remain eternally ensnared in that inferno. Personally, I am inclined to believe that two new factions have risen in Hell's Kitchen, vying for territory and asserting dominance through violence. What else could two individuals accomplish? Do they presume others are fools? Will possesses an innate propensity for verbosity. What could be succinctly conveyed in a single sentence, he insists on embellishing with tales of legend, only to subsequently undermine his own assertions in a bid to showcase his intellect. However, this time he may have inadvertently encountered the true hero rather than a mere impostor. Upon hearing Will's claims about two formidable individuals wreaking havoc in Hell's Kitchen and dispatching numerous gang members, Dio immediately harbored a few suspicions. Despite his deductions regarding their identities, he had no intention of involving himself. The path to prosperity lies in quiet diligence. Matters as grave as combating crime should be left to those heroes or radicals. Given his slight frame, even with the protective aura of ripple energy, he would not withstand a hail of gunfire. He preferred not to complicate matters for others. From the outset, Dio's ultimate objective in this world has been merely self-preservation. The lofty ideals of saving the world or humanity were never within his contemplation. One cannot expect an ordinary individual to possess such noble aspirations, even if endowed with extraordinary powers unbeknownst to others. Perhaps in the face of crises or life-and-death choices, he might choose to step forward, but such decisions belong to the future. At present, he lacks the consciousness for such a calling. The two did not delve deeply into the matters of Hell's Kitchen. Will understood that his own identity was not something easily articulated, and Dio had little interest in the affairs of the underworld, treating the conversation as mere idle chatter. Will then inquired once more about the changes at the restaurant. Reluctantly, Dio locked the door to prevent any intrusions and earnestly confided in Will. Recently, by a fortunate twist of fate, I acquired a miraculous dietary recipe from the East. Have you not noticed my enhanced vitality of late? It is entirely due to the restorative effects of this regimen. However, the ingredients required for this recipe are exceedingly costly, which is why I have opted to retain only one table. After all, rarity begets value. Accommodating too many patrons at once would render even the most precious items unappreciated. Imagine a day when diamonds are as common as pebbles scattered on the ground. Would anyone still use such stones to propose? Though the object remains unchanged, the distortion of supply and demand could reduce an invaluable gem to mere refuse. This is a rather straightforward principle. Although Dior is in dire financial straits, he would never belittle the fruits of his labor. As the sole emissary of the Marvel Universe, he refuses to engage in anything beneath his dignity. It was then that Will grasped his intention and casually inquired, "Is it very expensive? A set meal will be priced at $10,000. Dior replied nonchalantly, $10,000? Have you lost your mind? Will exclaimed, his astonished expression mirroring that of Jenny at the time, almost prompting him to insist on taking Dior to see a psychologist. Such an extraordinary claim could hardly be believed without personal experience. Today marks a grand opening. Consider this my treat. After you savor the meal, you can tell me whether it's truly worth $10,000. Dior said with an air of mystery. Hey,
A $10,000 gourmet meal.
I've never had anything like that in my life. Thanks, bro. Will remained skeptical, unable to fathom how Dior's modest establishment could produce cuisine valued at $10,000. With such funds, one could dine at much more upscale restaurants, perhaps even indulge in a fine bottle of red wine. Dior could see from Will's expression that he was unconvinced, yet he refrained from further explanation, believing that actions would speak louder than words. In a moment, the truth would reveal itself. After a careful examination of his close friend, he ultimately identified the symptoms that required attention. For someone as authentically dark-skinned as Will, there was no need for skin lightening. Instead, Dior decided to address other aspects. He noticed the numerous bruises on Will's neck and arms, which, when combined with his earlier thoughts, were undoubtedly the result of physical altercations. While neglecting them might not pose any significant issue, if the goal was to create a striking impression, it was essential to achieve a remarkable transformation. Upon returning to the kitchen, Dior swiftly conjured 3 little tomatoes. The target was selected, Will. The symptoms to treat included full-body bruising, insomnia, and anxiety, as well as the removal of scars. With a playful chuckle, the 3 little tomatoes floated in the air, nodding before diving into the chosen ingredients. On the first day of business, to ensure that customers felt their expenditure was justified, he had specially procured some relatively expensive ingredients, such as a black chicken and various mushrooms. While many secrets could not be shared with Will, since he was already employing his unique abilities to generate income, certain matters could not remain concealed. Fortunately, there were plenty of excuses to offer, and it was unlikely that Will's mind would wander to any other explanations. At most, he would react with wonder, akin to Jenny, and speculate whether some form of magic had been employed. As long as he remained discreet and did not attract the attention of agencies like S.H.I.E.L.D. Before acquiring the means of self-preservation, Dior would be satisfied. Given S.H.I.E.L.D.'s resources, it was nearly impossible for them not to discover the extraordinary nature of this establishment. It was merely a matter of time, and time was precisely what Dior needed most. Having skillfully washed and chopped the vegetables, he lit the stove and placed the prepared chicken along with various non-toxic mushrooms into the pot to simmer. He made sure not to waste the remaining time and began to simply prepare the other ingredients. Long before Will's arrival, he received a phone call from Jenny, who triumphantly announced that she had expended considerable effort to persuade a wealthy patron willing to indulge in his extravagant $10,000 culinary experience. Oh, pardon me, a charming heiress, though she would likely arrive a tad later than expected. As the time approached, he hastily seared a piece of steak and plated the whimsically altered pudding, completing his preparations. Were someone to behold the lackluster nature of his dishes, one might wonder if they would report him to the Consumer Association for deceit. An hour later, Will, now somewhat impatient, was finally presented with the lavish meal priced at $10,000. A pot of soup, a steak, and a dessert that resembled something procured from a supermarket. Chapter 16. A meter-long snot, is this it? Will could not help but inquire, his face a canvas of skepticism. Was this the lavish feast worth $10,000? Hey, we are brothers. Even if we cannot indulge in a gourmet meal, you needn't deceive me with store-bought pudding. Regardless, I know you will not believe anything I say now. Perhaps you should experience it for yourself. First the soup, then the steak, and finally the pudding. Typically, Dior would prepare each dish sequentially, as the side effects of the treatment could be rather alarming. It was essential for him to be present, especially since consuming too many dishes containing pear jam at once could lead to multiple symptoms requiring simultaneous treatment, which he feared might overwhelm his guests. However, since Will, that rascal, burst in demanding to see a psychiatrist, and considering their friendship, Dior chose to overlook such formalities. All right, what is this soup? Why are there so many mushrooms? You know I detest mushrooms. Although Will grumbled incessantly, the enticing aroma wafting through the air ignited his appetite. He took a tentative sip of the soup. Delicious, exceedingly delightful. Will's eyes widened in astonishment, his reaction comical. Without a moment for reflection, his appetite surged as though awakened, and he began to devour the soup with fervor. In no time, half of the black chicken and a substantial portion of the broth had vanished. At this juncture, he hesitated, contemplating whether to extend his reach towards the mushrooms in the soup. After all, if the broth was so exquisite and the chicken so delectable, the peculiar mushrooms could not be far behind in flavor. If they did not suit his palate, he could always opt to consume the soup alone. In the next moment, the freshly identified mushroom slid down his throat. Suddenly, Will was in a frenzy, tears streaming down his face as he devoured the mushrooms. Mumbling incoherently, "These are the very things I loathe the most. Why can I not stop?" As the pot of soup became evident in its entirety, he had already transformed into a weeping mess, not only tears but a stream of snot extending a meter long, astonishingly unbroken. A true spectacle. "Oh my God! Paper! Give me tissues! This is utterly revolting." Indeed, it was quite a spectacle. The treatment process involving pear jam was formidable indeed. The reason for Will's tears and the copious, disgusting snot was undoubtedly linked to his recent lethargy stemming from rhinitis. Those who have never suffered from such an ailment can scarcely fathom the torment of a rhinitis patient. A single sneeze can trigger a cascade of others, and without sneezing a dozen times, one cannot find relief. In more severe cases, like Will's, one might find their nose entirely blocked while sleeping, rendering breathing a challenge, forcing them to rely on mouth breathing. How could one possibly attain restful sleep under such conditions? For a full minute, the torrents of tears finally ceased, and a long strand of yellow mucus fell with a splat to the ground, utterly repulsive. "Oh dear! It seems I must consult a physician, even if those leeches will abscond with all the treasures from my wallet." However, as he spoke, Will suddenly became motionless. In that moment, he experienced an unprecedented sense of relief, akin to a colossal boulder that had been pressing down on his head, now vanished. Refreshing, comfortable, invigorating. Just then, he heard Dio say, "Hey brother, take it easy. This is precisely what I wanted to explain to you." Subsequently, Dio employed the same persuasive tactics he had used on Jenny to charm Will. Upon hearing about the miraculous effects of Eastern dietary therapy, Will became overwhelmingly excited. Could this be what his aunt referred to as the great man does not die, but rather has an everlasting essence? He exclaimed amazing 5 times in rapid succession, then completed his commentary with a Chinese proverb his mother had once taught him. Dio, bemused, found himself both amused and exasperated, thinking, "What the hell? The phrase is getting gayer the more I ponder it. By the way, is there any way I could grow a bit more?" Dio glanced at his stature and shook his head in disbelief. "That's unlikely. Being short is a genetic issue, not an ailment." To his surprise, Will immediately retorted, No, I'm not talking about height, but this." He lewdly thrust his hips as he spoke. No one would complain if that particular attribute were a bit longer or thicker. In response, Dio simply raised his middle finger at him and told him to get lost using a rather vulgar term. "Haha, alright, just a jest. But this Eastern dietary therapy is truly miraculous. I feel as though my rhinitis has been cured, my head is clear, and I am utterly refreshed. I now genuinely believe that your asking price of $10,000 is serious. It is indeed worth that amount. No, if the real wealthy knew, even if it were $100,000 or $1 million, those bastards would willingly part with their money." Will's exuberance was even more pronounced than that of Dio, the very subject of the discussion. More importantly, all Dio saw in Will's eyes was joy and admiration, devoid of jealousy or malice. To suggest that Will, who had navigated gang life for so many years, was actually a gentle lamb at heart would be laughable. Yet, when faced with immense profit, he remained completely unperturbed, simply feeling happiness for Dio. This camaraderie warmed Dio's heart, especially as he realized Will was genuinely embracing him as a comrade, rather than merely as a remnant of the original's memories. Almost forgetting the steak and pudding yet to be savored, Will promptly gave Dio a thumbs up and began to devour his meal with fervor. Having gained experience from the initial treatment, although the subsequent procedures remained rather peculiar and Will continued to vocalize his discomfort, he found himself significantly less fearful. By the time he savored the final spoonful of pudding, he surprisingly began to look forward to the transformations that lay ahead, displaying an endearing sense of anticipation. This was truly remarkable. Once all the treatments were concluded, a revitalized Will was now inspecting his body. The injuries he had sustained over the past few days were almost fully healed, and he felt better than ever before. Even the long, grotesque scar on his back had vanished, leaving him momentarily in a state of disbelief. Chapter 17. A plump sheep. It is finished. What is finished? Dio cast a puzzled glance at the somewhat dazed Will, unable to comprehend why he had been so animated just moments ago, like a child weighing 300 pounds, only to appear as though he had met with his demise. Ahem, my emblem of pride is gone. Huh? Dio instinctively glanced at him with confusion, wondering why he had seemingly lost something significant. Oh, for heaven's sake, not there, but behind me. Without that mark of glory, those rascals will surely believe that I single-handedly battled Fly Jackie for 300 rounds was merely a ruse, Will suddenly exclaimed with fervor. Damn! Dio then realized the source of his agitation and promptly raised a middle finger in response. It turns out he had inadvertently removed the scar for this fellow, who didn't he even find it unsightly. Rather, he had taken pride in it. After all, in the world of gangs, lacking some form of glory makes it challenging to intimidate others solely with a myriad of tattoos. As for that Fly Jackie, he was probably a member of some gang, but one could only wonder if, after a brawl, he would also sneer, "Eat us HT." At that moment, Dio's phone rang. Ignoring the impertinent Will, he answered the call. Hi, Jenny. I presume you have arrived? If you seek an alternative answer, we are heading back to downtown New York for some shopping. Alright, you win, hurry over. Don't you think it's essential to dazzle a bit before our shopping spree? So, will you prepare another complimentary lunch for me? Jenny particularly emphasized the word complimentary over the phone, yet Dio was unfazed by her threats. Of course, I know a splendid restaurant, and perhaps today's earnings will allow us to indulge in a fine bottle of vintage red wine while we feast. Oh, FXXK, you know exactly what I want. You're doing this on purpose, you scoundrel. Having been played, Jenny let slip some unladylike expletives over the phone. Well, a beautiful lady should not succumb to anger so easily. Vexation will only hasten your aging. I believe there is no one more qualified to speak on this matter than I. Therefore, if you desire another complimentary lunch, then diligently work for me, my pitiful yet admirable Jenny. He then heard Jenny, with palpable irritation, utter through gritted teeth. Now I am utterly convinced, Dio, you are nothing short of a rogue, a faux gentleman. Your praise fills me with genuine gratitude. Perhaps Dio's words had struck too hard, for after a brief pause, Jenny finally sulked. You have 5 minutes to prepare. Damn it. I must have been lured by the devil to accept your proposal. After venting her frustration, Jenny decisively hung up the phone, denying Dio any further opportunity to provoke her. Dior felt a slight headache, primarily due to the disarray left by Will during the treatment, which had yet to be tidied up. Hey, how long do you intend to wallow in despair? Guests are on their way. Hurry and clean up this disgusting mess on the floor. If it isn't done within 5 minutes, I shall add those special ingredients to your lunch, and you'll truly lose your manly honor. Dior's remarkably venomous threat jolted Will back to reality, prompting him to grimace as he began to clean the floor. Truth be told, as he engaged in the cleanup, Will could scarcely believe that such repulsive substances had emerged from his own body. Oh, for heaven's sake! After Dior and Will had disposed of the unsightly refuse into black garbage bags, they mopped the floor thoroughly 5 times and spritzed some cheap perfume, finally exhaling in relief as the entire space felt considerably fresher. It seemed prudent to levy a cleaning fee on future dining patrons, with tips being a separate matter. Dior mused inwardly, subtly veering further down the path of a mercenary businessman. 5 minutes later, as the restaurant's door swung open, an unusually well-ensconced Jenny, accompanied by another striking blonde who was not lacking in beauty, elegantly descended from a red sports car. Upon seeing this, Dior's eyes lit up, not at the sight of the lovely women, but at the classic red Ferrari, valued at approximately $1.5 million. While it may not be the pinnacle of luxury vehicles, for an ordinary individual, especially someone like the currently impoverished Dior, it represented a symbol of wealth. After all, possessing a total of $1.5 million in assets is a vastly different notion than casually owning a sports car worth the same amount. At that moment, the woman Jenny had brought forth appeared to Dior as a veritable prize. He suddenly felt that selling 3 dishes for $10,000 seemed rather undervalued. Thus, the insatiable nature of human greed became apparent. Having previously worried about whether anyone would patronize him, Dior was now consumed with thoughts of how to raise his prices in the future. "Hi, Dior, this is my good friend. You can call her Jessica." "Jessica, this is Dior. He specializes in a miraculous cuisine from the East, which you shall soon experience." Upon their introduction, Jenny appeared to have forgotten her earlier displeasure, beaming as she facilitated the introductions. Dior, displaying utmost politeness, extended his right hand and smiled. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Jessica. I shall be presenting to you the wonders of Eastern culinary arts. However, I am uncertain if Jenny has informed you that some rather strange occurrences may arise during the dining experience. I hope you possess a strong heart and will not be frightened." Perhaps sensing his sincerity, Jessica, who had been scrutinizing him since she stepped out of the car, her eyes betraying a blend of skepticism and resignation, finally met his gaze. She then extended her hand for a gentle shake, saying, "I am aware of who you are. Janie has spoken to me about you on numerous occasions. Moreover, to my knowledge, you have explicitly declined Janie's advances several times. Therefore, allow me to express my concern. I do not wish for this to devolve into a foolish charade or an attention-seeking stunt. If you do not harbor feelings for someone, please do not cruelly manipulate her. Should you be facing difficulties with your finances, I am willing to assist you this once, for Janie's sake." Chapter 18. A modicum of courage. Jessica, having removed her sunglasses, appeared somewhat haggard. Yet her words flowed with precision and resonated profoundly, perfectly embodying an elite woman who stands up for her dear friend and unveils the deceitful schemes of a scoundrel. Even Jenny, who had been extolling the virtues of some Eastern dietary remedies, was mistakenly perceived by her as a foolish, infatuated girl, foolishly seeking a smile from a charming man. In the past, perhaps she would have feigned ignorance, using a modicum of wealth and a touch of vanity to ensure the other party felt at ease, thus facilitating her friend's endeavors. However, having recently unmasked a cad in her own life who squandered her time, money, and youth, she found herself decidedly less accommodating. Therefore, her presence today was not a result of Jenny's persuasion but rather an intention to expose the other's insidious plot and simultaneously awaken Jenny from her infatuated stupor. The atmosphere instantly became palpably awkward. Jenny's eyes widened in disbelief as Jessica, who had previously exhibited a semblance of interest, transformed upon encountering the man, her demeanor almost inscribing the words scammer and exploiter of women's emotions upon her very visage. Yet, in response to such incisive inquiries, Dior remained unperturbed. After gently clasping her right hand, he withdrew without the slightest hesitation, donning a gentlemanly smile, a visage he had meticulously crafted under the tutelage of his father, as he addressed the prickly Jessica. Any novel concept, particularly those that transcend the common understanding of modern society, is often initially dismissed as a scam. Were I to tell you a century ago that we would soon tread upon the moon, would you have believed me? Certainly not. Faced with this common-sense dilemma, Jessica could not deceive herself, thus she shook her head. Yet this did not imply her acquiescence to his viewpoint. Indeed, it was a masterful sleight of hand, a deft shift in discourse. "So, do you truly believe that your so-called dietary regimen from the mysterious East is akin to our perception of the Apollo mission?" Her tone, seemingly complimentary, was laced with sarcasm. To a certain extent, one might interpret it thusly. The act of lunar exploration is undeniably sacred. However, Aside from its spiritual and political significance, it presently serves no practical purpose in our daily lives, at least until humanity's population burgeons to its limits, making lunar habitation impossible. Conversely, what I possess in my hands wields an enchanting allure that could drive any individual to madness. Perhaps the astonishment you experience from it may well surpass that of humanity's lunar landing. Dior spoke with profound significance, fully aware that the lunar landing, in truth, was not particularly groundbreaking. The world is rife with astonishing technologies, extraterrestrials, 9 great nations, so-called gods, and genuine deities. Remember, as a cosmic hybrid of the ADS, Star-Lord was whisked away into the vastness of space at the tender age of 9 aboard a spacecraft, embarking on grand adventures. In comparison to these matters, lunar exploration pales in insignificance. Even Dior perceives the astonishing abilities exhibited by his stand, Pearl Jam, as more alluring. Your arrogance is truly astounding. I cannot fathom why Jenny is so infatuated with you. Could it solely be due to your visage? Jessica appeared profoundly disheartened, viewing Dior as a braggart engaging in nonsensical chatter. Noticing the curious gazes directed towards them, Dior shrugged and remarked, "Perhaps you are correct. Yet the truth is perpetually held by a select few. Often, what you lack is merely the discernment to see the truth and a hint of courage." Seeking to remain low-key while amassing wealth, Dior executed a strategic retreat, turning away and disregarding Jenny and Jessica outside. They say beginnings are always challenging. Indeed, even with extraordinary abilities, earning a modest sum is no simple feat after all. Money is power. Why else would it be said that the impoverished rely on mutations while the affluent rely on technology?
How enviable.
Did he truly just leave? Both Jenny and Jessica were momentarily taken aback. The distinction lay in the fact that Jenny had already savored the wondrous cuisine crafted by Dior, and though she felt a twinge of disappointment, she mused that $10,000 was a sum she could manage. Well, perhaps not at this very moment, as she had already maxed out her card for next month. Otherwise, she would not have been so diligently assisting Dior in attracting clients. Meanwhile, Jessica found herself wavering. Dior's eloquence was indeed commendable, and his confidence was ineffable. Despite maintaining a polite demeanor in the presence of a privileged beauty like herself, she sensed an air of superiority, as though he lamented her lack of discernment. Was this merely a classic ploy of allure, or was there truly something extraordinary about him? "Jenny, tell me honestly, did you invite me here today because of this man?" Jenny rolled her eyes dramatically. "Did you really think my mind could only entertain thoughts of men?" Surprisingly, Jessica did not refute this but rather nodded in agreement, emphasizing, "It's not that your mind is filled with men. It's filled with handsome ones." Jenny retorted with irritation, "Yes, I am indeed the notorious infatuated Jenny. You have no idea what you missed out on today. Such a pity. How about you lend me some money, just $10,000? I promise to return it next month, or rather, the month after." Jenny contemplated this. She had plans to splurge on several new handbags next month, so she had to postpone her request for another month. After all, compared to her, Jessica was the one who truly embodied affluence. Her family would certainly not purchase her a luxury car worth over $100,000. Jessica's eyes flickered. Could the dishes he prepared truly possess such remarkable effects? Haven't I already shown you the evidence? Or do you think I've been deceiving you all along? Jenny pointed to her lightly made-up, delicate face, pride radiating from her expression. In truth, she was inwardly berating someone. Had it not been for this individual perfecting the treatment of her facial skin, she would not have felt compelled to envelop herself so thoroughly. Otherwise, others would easily discern the stark contrast between the flawless skin of her face and the rest of her body. Casting a deep glance at Jenny, Jessica suddenly stepped forward into the interior. She was uncertain whether her eyes could penetrate the truth, yet she possessed an abundance of courage. Chapter 19, An Apology Ode. Will, who remained oblivious to the events unfolding outside, was somewhat taken aback to see only Dio returning. The bait had been cast. Now it was merely a matter of whether the fish would bite. The initial setback had not diminished Dio's self-esteem. He was convinced that true talent would eventually shine, and even if this path were to lead to nowhere, he could always rely on his skills to seek refuge with S.H.I.A.L.D., ensuring a life free from want. At worst, he could serve as a logistics officer, biding his time in hope of eventual success. If he were still in his previous circumstances, he would have eagerly and unashamedly sought to attach himself to a powerful patron. However, he felt that living a second life ought to come with a pursuit of greater aspirations. With greater ability should come greater responsibility. Yet it was ambition that first truly flourished within him. Thus, Dio viewed S.H.I.E.L.D. as a last resort. He would not sacrifice his freedom for a lifetime of servitude. This urgency to accumulate wealth stemmed from his desire for self-preservation, as he knew he must secure his means before S.H.I.E.L.D. discovered his unique abilities, lest he find himself without the standing to negotiate. Moreover, it was not only he who lacked clout. Even the newly formed Avengers had little say, easily silenced when the call for action arose. Their tireless efforts to protect the Earth had only resulted in animosity and resistance. Thus, it was folly to assume the mantle of a hero. Lost in thought, contemplating whether he should inflict a wound upon himself, Will was entirely at a loss regarding the cryptic musings of his closest friend. What did bait and fish signify? Was it necessary to be so enigmatic? It merely indicated a failed attempt to attract customers, leading others to see him as a charlatan. Will's mere guess inadvertently struck the mark. Who said that young black men were inherently simple-minded? As the two exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes nearly igniting sparks in the air, the door swung open once more. The fish had bitten. Today, this plump prize was assuredly in the grasp of Dio Brando. A wretched, faux gentlemanly grin spread across Dio's face as he approached. "Ladies, is there anything I can assist you with?" Such a feigned inquiry. Jenny now harbored serious doubts about whether she had ever truly understood the man before her. He exuded undeniable masculine charm, occasionally revealing a remarkably gentlemanly side. However, recent familial upheavals had seemingly transformed him into a rather acerbic individual. Which facet was truly him? Or was it the amalgamation of all these traits that constituted the genuine Dio Brando? Let us dispense with these hollow formalities. What purpose could there be for visiting at this hour if not to dine? Though I still regard you as an exceedingly arrogant and self-absorbed individual, for Jenny's sake, I am willing to muster a modicum of courage to sample your so-called mysterious Eastern dietary delicacies. Jessica is a formidable woman who refuses to suffer losses, and she cleverly employs the words Dior used to belittle her as a form of irony. Perhaps due to her nearing 30s, and having recently unmasked a scoundrel who had schemed against her for half a year, she might be experiencing some hormonal imbalance, hinting at the onset of menopause. Dior merely found himself caught in the crossfire. Nevertheless, being subjected to such disdain repeatedly would provoke anyone, even a figure as resilient as clay. Thus, as Dior smiled more radiantly, he prepared to impart a profound and unforgettable lesson to this self-righteous woman, one that would compel her to lower her head in shame and flee upon their next encounter. Be mentally prepared. This will be an extraordinary culinary experience unlike any you have ever encountered. Should Miss Jessica find satisfaction in it, I believe you ought to apologize to Jenny. For in your certainty that this is a deception, viewing me merely as a cad exploiting women, you have already formed a bias against her. A sincere apology would indeed be the finest means to mend your friendship. Both Jessica and Jenny were momentarily taken aback. Their expressions varied. After executing a gentlemanly gesture, Dior returned to the kitchen. Throughout, he refrained from suggesting that Jessica owed him anything, instead emphasizing Jenny. His intention was for her to apologize to Jenny, not to him. There are several reasons for this. A man who is overly calculative will seldom earn high regard, yet being magnanimous does not imply indifference. Thus, he required Jessica to provide him with an explanation later. However, as a courteous adult male and a chef serving guests, he could not compel her to apologize to him, so he resorted to this subtle yet respectful method to express his dissatisfaction. Ultimately, Dior no longer sought her apology, as he was poised to retaliate with an even more potent remedy, ready to counter any skepticism he faced. Certainly, its side effects would be more pronounced, but who truly cares about such matters? To enhance one's beauty, sacrifices must be made. At Dior's behest, Will had already retreated to his room, not because of his skin color or profession, but because the subsequent treatment process was indeed unsuitable for someone like him to witness. Will understood this, as he too preferred that his previous ghastly appearance not be seen by others. Thus, the now empty dining room, which housed but a single table, was left with only Jessica and Jenny. This is my first time in a restaurant that leaves its guests unattended, not even offering a glass of water. Perhaps the wait had grown somewhat tedious, or perhaps it was out of genuine sentiment. Jessica began to voice her grievances. Jenny quickly chimed in to support her, remarking, "And haven't you noticed? Here, guests are not even given the opportunity to order. It's all dictated by that fellow." Jessica had noticed this too, though it did not strike her as particularly bizarre. Many renowned chefs have opened similar establishments, where what the patrons consume is entirely at the chef's discretion, leaving them with no autonomy whatsoever, and yet, they flock to such places, revering them as deities. This matter reveals to us that within the essence of humanity lies a certain submissive gene. The less one is regarded, the more eager they become to draw closer. When struck on the left cheek, they even extend the right cheek for further blows. Of course, this presupposes a level of audacity that warrants such treatment. Otherwise, one might find themselves grievously harmed. Though the desired outcome remains unattained, the pretense is indeed grand. I hope that your mental faculties are merely impaired, and that your unfortunate palate remains unscathed. I believe Dior is correct. You certainly owe me an apology. No, it is a debt owed to both of us. I hope that after this concludes, you can maintain your current composure. I eagerly anticipate it. Chapter 20. Deleting photos without making them wait long. Dio promptly brought forth a bowl of clear seaweed and egg drop soup, its transparency devoid of any oily sheen, making it hard to believe it would be a delectable dish. Yet, an enticing aroma wafted through the air until the bowl appeared before her. Jessica cast a puzzled glance at Dio, as if inquiring about the nature of this dish. Aware of the adage that too much explanation can lead to misunderstanding, Dio opted to maintain an air of mystery, confident in the human propensity for imagination. This was a soup intended to whet the appetite before the main course. Once tasted, its allure would become evident, despite its seemingly unremarkable appearance. This bowl of soup was more economical than the red date soup served to Jenny or the black-bone chicken soup given to Will, yet the ingredients he had infused were doubled. In a sense, this made it doubly precious. As for Jenny, her eyes brimmed with longing, resembling a pitiful puppy pleading for attention. I'm afraid that each therapeutic meal is tailored to the individual's physical condition, so even if you were to consume it, it would yield no benefits, Dio gently reminded her. It dawned on Jenny that there was indeed some truth to this, though she initially considered it merely a convenient excuse. Very well, I can wait, she conceded, her persistence prompting a smile from Dio, who saw another $10,000 beckoning him. Meanwhile, Jessica, with a spirit of inquiry, tentatively sipped the soup. She intended to take only a small taste, but the flavor exploded in her mouth, an unfamiliar yet delightful essence. A warm sensation coursed down her throat and settled in her stomach, enveloping her in a comforting heat. Upon swiftly finishing the bowl, beads of perspiration formed on her forehead, a testament to her chilly constitution and recent fatigue. Returning to her senses, Jessica noticed two pairs of eyes scrutinizing her, particularly Jenny's gaze, which brimmed with playful amusement, causing her face to flush. Upon reflection, she couldn't help but internally exclaim, "So delicious." The flavor was exquisite and uniquely special. Her curiosity piqued regarding the secret ingredient. Of course, I'm merely asking out of curiosity. I wouldn't mind if you chose not to answer. It's a substitute. Dio chuckled, offering no further clarification. Jessica felt a twinge of frustration. It had been ages since a man had disregarded her requests in such a manner. Yet, surprisingly, she felt neither anger nor distaste. Perhaps the peculiar flavor of the appetizer had instilled a measure of confidence in her, leading her to believe that Dio was not a charlatan. Just as she was about to regain her composure and mend her earlier impression, she suddenly burst into tears. The tears flowed like a spring, cascading forth uncontrollably. Truly, a heartfelt breakdown. Oh heavens! What has happened to me? Why is this happening? In a state of utter panic, Jessica sought help from Dio and Jenny, only to find that Dio wore that infuriating smile, as if he were oblivious to her distress. Meanwhile, Jenny displayed a mischievous grin, seemingly relishing the spectacle, devoid of any concern, and even eagerly retrieved her phone to capture the moment. Oh, for heaven's sake, this despicable pair. At that moment, Jessica recalled Jenny's repeated admonitions prior to their arrival, along with Dio's peculiar inquiries at the entrance. Was this the undeniable side effect of the treatment process? A sense of foreboding crept into Jessica's mind, yet before she could compose herself. Oh, and oh! With a piercing scream, Jessica simultaneously, and even more dramatically than Jenny had done. Her light-colored fitted trousers instantaneously transformed into a hue that elicited profound embarrassment. Jenny, who had eagerly anticipated this scene, wasted no time in snapping photos from various angles, capturing Jessica in a state of utter disarray, a sight she had never witnessed in their years of acquaintance. How could she not immortalize such a moment? Dio felt a certain satisfaction as well. He too contemplated taking a few pictures for the restaurant's promotional material, but upon considering the consequences, he promptly abandoned that tempting notion, merely casting an envious glance at Jenny. After several seconds, the treatment process for the first course finally concluded. As a woman on the verge of her 30s, Jessica's youth had long since faded with the passage of time, her current beauty merely a fade crafted through a plethora of cosmetics and beauty treatments. Additionally, with age came various gynecological concerns, and hormonal imbalance was but one of the symptoms. Thus, when Dio applied a double dose of pearl fruit jam to address her unspoken feminine troubles, the stimulation she experienced was nothing short of explosive. However, as the rushing river swept away all the debris, it left behind an astonishingly pristine riverbed, and all the vexing little ailments that had plagued Jessica vanished in an instant. It was an exhilarating sensation, akin to being reborn, yet the treatment had also drained a considerable amount of her energy. An awkward silence enveloped the atmosphere, as Jessica remained blissfully unaware of her current state. Scandalous! Jenny cursed under her breath, then began to discreetly observe Dio's expression. Upon realizing he remained unperturbed, she breathed a sigh of relief. Miss Jessica could take a moment to rest, as the next dish would require some preparation time. After witnessing such a spectacle, Dio felt his ire subside. He estimated that Jessica would no longer be able to maintain her bravado in his presence. So how does it feel? Is it delightful? If she continued to call out, it would surely attract wildcats. After Dior returned to the kitchen, Jenny's gaze playfully fixated on Jessica. Indeed, her eyes sparkled with newfound brightness, her complexion flushed with vitality, and she radiated an air of rejuvenation. Jessica shot a furious glare at Jenny, who was still reveling in the spectacle, and demanded, "Delete the photos you just took, this instant." To her surprise, Jenny mischievously raised a finger, clearly seizing the opportunity. However, Jessica found herself at a loss, reluctantly nodding in resignation. Now you believe it? Greater surprises await you ahead. Chapter 21. All conquered just moments ago, Jessica was fervently yearning to escape this place. However, upon gazing at her radiant reflection in the mirror, she found herself momentarily entranced, gently caressing her face in a daze. Were those sparkling, doe-like eyes truly her own? Although she felt she had lost all dignity, her heart eagerly anticipated the forthcoming delight. For the sake of beauty, a woman can indeed endure any trial. Before her, Jenny deleted every photo taken moments earlier, and Jessica promptly signed a check for $10,000, formally apologizing to her. With this sum, Jenny had long since forgotten her earlier displeasure, or perhaps, before experiencing it firsthand, her skepticism had matched Jessica's. Then came an unspoken anticipation, as both women's eyes brimmed with desire. Approximately half an hour later, Dior emerged once more, bearing a pristine white plate. What lay before them was pig trotter, rich in collagen, renowned for its exceptional healing properties, promising to transport one back to the youthful, supple skin of 16. Americans rarely indulge in such delicacies as pig trotters, chicken feet, or entrails, and Jessica was no exception. Yet, upon hearing Dior's introduction, a spark ignited in her eyes. At that moment, she was not merely consuming an unappealing pig trotter, but rather savoring the essence of her youth. No woman could withstand such temptation, especially after Jessica had just experienced the enchanting allure and effects of this extraordinary Eastern cuisine. Let the feast begin. Dior had deliberately presented the entire pig trotter, and with great effort, Jessica managed to cut a small piece of skin and meat with her knife and fork, bravely placing it into her mouth. Suddenly, as if a surge of magic erupted from within her, the once reserved Jessica discarded her utensils and, with wild abandon, grasped the large pig trotter with both hands, devouring it with fierce enthusiasm. An almost violent scene. Jenny watched in astonished silence, her conscience tugging at her as she stealthily retrieved her phone to capture this moment of Jessica voraciously indulging in the pig trotter. Perhaps these photos could fetch a price of $10,000? Dior felt immense satisfaction witnessing his creation so beloved by the guest. While the credit for this delight largely belonged to his substitute, the passion fruit jam, let us not forget that he had painstakingly conjured this substitute using his ripple energy technique, thus earning his due recognition. At this moment, Jessica remained aware of her actions, acutely conscious of how crude and embarrassing they were. Yet, her awakened mind could not govern her body's instincts, leading her to ultimately surrender to the indulgence, blissfully relishing the greasy morsels. As she discarded the last bone onto the table, her hands and mouth glistened with oil, a far cry from the epitome of ladylike grace she once embodied, and a stark contrast to her previous image as a refined professional woman. Then the treatment commenced. The restaurant was once again filled with the high-pitched screams of women, making one wonder if a Hollywood crew was filming a horror movie inside. However, the astute Dior had already adorned the surroundings with soundproofing materials, and the restaurant door was securely locked, completely isolating this space. There was no fear that her screams would draw the attention or misunderstandings of others. At this moment, Dior, inspired by classic villainous lines, was admiring his masterpiece. Jessica, with layers of dead skin meticulously removed from her face, now appeared rejuvenated, her delicate visage looking as tender as a petal. Her skin, once somewhat loose and dull, had regained an extraordinary firmness and radiance, coupled with her sparkling large eyes and a complexion that radiated a rosy hue. She resembled a beautiful maiden stepping out from the realms of a painting. Even Jenny, who had invited her to experience this transformation, felt a twinge of envy, yet she understood that Dior's miraculous creations could never be made solely for her. Moreover, the prospect of a $10,000 entry fee diminished her jealousy somewhat. "Oh my goodness! Is this really me?" Jessica exclaimed as she took the mirror handed to her by Dior. If the events preceding this moment were within her grasp of understanding, the beautiful girl reflected in the mirror made her question whether this was merely a dream. Everything felt too surreal. Tell me this is real, right? When I wake up tomorrow, I will still be me, and I truly have regained my youth, correct? Setting down the mirror, Jessica, brimming with excitement, grasped Dior's hand fervently. Indeed, this is the wondrous effect of this creation. I assure you, this is the most authentic version of yourself with no side effects to worry about. You need not fear that this beauty will abruptly vanish one day, unless you choose to mar this lovely face with a blade, Dior remarked, suddenly breaking into a confident laugh. And should that day ever come, do not be afraid. Any scars that enter this place shall not leave unscathed. Really? Any scar can be removed? Even those that have lingered for many years? Jessica asked, her eyes wide with astonishment. Most certainly, though I must confirm with my own eyes, as each creation is unique to the individual. Different people consuming the same dish may yield varying results, Dior explained. Jessica nodded vigorously. I have a younger sister who suffered a severe burn on her back from hot water when she was little. The area was too extensive for skin grafts to be effective, and it has lingered ever since. Can I bring her along next time? Of course. But it would be best to schedule an appointment in advance. I imagine that when you return for treatment, Miss Jessica would prefer that there are no others present aside from your chef here, Dior said, casting a knowing glance at the somewhat guilty-looking Jenny. Jessica nodded in agreement. Indeed, during the treatment process, guests required absolute privacy. Moreover, there remained an unspoken truth. Dior, possessing knowledge of all his guests' concealed vulnerabilities, found himself ensnared in a precarious balance of opportunity and peril. Even a mere whisper of distrust could incite countless individuals to wish for his disappearance. After all, America is but a paradise for the affluent. Well then, it is time to indulge in dessert. Dior turned and retrieved a candied sweet potato from the kitchen, smiling as he addressed Jessica. Chapter 22. an apology worth $100,000. After all the treatments concluded, Jessica exclaimed incredible, 10 times in succession. Although the terrifying process of candied sweet potato had briefly left her bald, within mere seconds, her resplendent golden locks began to sprout anew from her follicles, even more lustrous and resilient than before. Over the years, Jessica had undergone countless perming and dyeing procedures that severely damaged her hair quality and roots. What was once a source of envy for many had gradually turned brittle and dull, despite her extensive efforts to restore it. Yet just moments ago, she had regained a brilliant mane, silky and robust. The significance of hair for a woman is immeasurable. Sometimes, a mere alteration in hairstyle can dramatically transform a woman's overall aura. At this moment, Jessica was utterly enraptured by her own beauty, and one can only imagine the profound impact this treatment from Dior had on her. So, are you satisfied? This Apollo package. After the meal, Dior stood beside the two lovely ladies with a smile. True to her status as a female elite, Jessica had become a devoted follower of the man before her after this series of astonishing revelations. Without hesitation, she nodded and declared, "I am exceedingly satisfied. This is my Apollo. I must apologize for my previous arrogance and skepticism. Please forgive my ignorance." With utmost sincerity, Jessica extended her apologies to Dior and promptly presented him with a check for $100,000. "I accept your apology. However, it seems there is an extra zero written here," Dior remarked, scrutinizing the digits on the check before hesitantly returning it to her. "No, please accept it without reservations. The additional amount signifies my heartfelt apology and expresses my satisfaction with your services." Upon hearing her words, Dior no longer felt the need for politeness and readily accepted the check. After all, collecting $90,000 as compensation for emotional distress and tips was quite reasonable. This fortunate client was indeed a bountiful one. Dior, having made a swift profit of $100,000, was exceptionally pleased, though he maintained his enigmatic demeanor. However, the thought of taxation on this newfound wealth slightly dampened his joy. In the United States, the most formidable adversary was not the FBI nor SHIELD, Hydra, or even the White House, but rather the IRS, the Internal Revenue Service. This relentless entity struck fear into everyone, from congressional members to mob bosses, and once it set its sights on someone, the consequences were dire. Thus, Dior had never contemplated tax evasion. He merely wished to earn a modest income discreetly. He pondered, if my business flourishes too much, might the IRS suspect me of money laundering? The mere thought of it overwhelmed him. Forgive my boldness, but I must inquire whether Mr. Dior has any interest in collaboration. Such a remarkable dietary therapy, if confined solely to your possession, would be a lamentable waste, depriving many others of its wondrous effects. Jessica, feigning concern for his interests and aspiring to elevate his enterprise, is merely intent on exploiting the formula in Dior's hands for her own gain. Although her family has prospered in the construction materials business and is relatively well known in New York's architectural scene, it does not imply that Jessica's lineage is disinterested in venturing into other industries. They simply lack a favorable entry point and are well aware that a formidable competitor will always face resistance when attempting to encroach upon established territories. Minor skirmishes may be inconsequential, but once the intent to seize a share of the pie is revealed, one will undoubtedly encounter significant obstacles. Jessica's family has painstakingly amassed their wealth, and any failure in a new venture could jeopardize their original business in the construction materials sector, necessitating utmost caution. The extraordinary dietary therapy formula in Dior's possession is akin to a transformative catalyst capable of instigating monumental shifts within the industry. It is no wonder Jessica is captivated. Having experienced its effects firsthand, she comprehends its immense potential. However, her aspirations are destined to be thwarted. Dior, too, desires to augment his earnings and is open to collaboration with capital, yet the so-called mysterious dietary formula is merely a fade. The true source of its miraculous effects lies with his double. This, in turn, relates to his greatest secret, one that cannot be easily divulged. If he holds the likes of SHIELD in disdain, how could he possibly acquiesce to serve capital? Moreover, his time and energy are finite, limiting the number of guests he can accommodate daily. The notion of expanding his enterprise holds little merit under such constraints. Without a moment's hesitation, Dior declined her offer. I apologize, but this formula can only realize its true worth in my hands. The notion of mass-producing it through an assembly line is utterly impractical. To avoid further waste of our time on this matter, I must firmly state that regardless of the price offered, I will not sell it. Doing so would be futile. Perhaps sensing the resoluteness in Dior's words, Jessica ceased her insistence, though her expression betrayed a lingering regret, indicating she was not prepared to concede so easily on her first attempt. May I then reserve a spot for dinner this evening? To her surprise, Dior shook his head once more. While he appreciates boisterous patrons and noted that no one had pre-booked for the evening, he felt compelled, as a conscientious chef, to inform her with regret that one may undergo treatment a maximum of 3 times a day. Exceeding this would be counterproductive, potentially causing irreversible harm to the body. Therefore, the optimal approach would be to wait a day before returning to savor both the culinary delights and the experience of rejuvenation. Though this reasoning may seem peculiar and lacks substantial persuasive power, Jessica and Jenny, having witnessed the miraculous effects, accepted it without much skepticism. They could discern that Dior was likely in need of money, yet his ability to resist the allure of wealth for the sake of moral integrity speaks volumes of his noble character. And what of me? I have waited several days before returning for my second visit. Jenny suddenly, with an air of triumph, twirled the check for $10,000, which she had extricated from Jessica, between her fingers. Dio's face immediately broke into a smile reminiscent of one who has spotted a plump lamb, and he politely responded, "Of course, I would be delighted to serve the beautiful Miss Jenny. Splendid. I desire for my skin to become as fair and delicate as my face. Such conservative attire fails to showcase my allure," Jenny proclaimed loudly. As the adage goes, the customer is king, and Dio, naturally, would not decline the allure of a handsome sum. Chapter 23. Deferred taxation and consumption. Jenny's treatment journey was nothing short of a thrilling spectacle, laced with a hint of allure. Yearning for her skin to mirror the delicate complexion of her face, she found herself fervently scratching, rendering her garments an impediment. Despite Dio's timely evasion, the sights witnessed were an exquisite blend of the salacious and the mesmerizing. To her surprise, Jenny, liberated from her constraints, radiated an even more magnificent presence than when clothed. Only after she had donned her attire once more did Dio emerge, feigning nonchalance as if nothing had transpired. Today's treatment had concluded, and with one more session, Miss Jenny would attain her desired outcome. Just as a sheep should not be slaughtered all at once, the most effective approach was to gradually peel away the layers. Thus, Dio had merely replaced the skin on her upper body today. Fortunately, Jenny was thoroughly satisfied with the results of the treatment, and the earlier incident had been rather embarrassing, prompting her to say little more than leaving behind a $10,000 check before hastily departing with Jessica. Dio, content, tucked the 2 checks into his pocket and called out loudly, "Will, are you asleep? Hurry up and clean up." Meanwhile, Jessica and Jenny, in a state of disarray, hastened into the car, attracting curious glances that quickly morphed into expressions of surprise. They likely surmised the situation, casting either envious or disdainful looks at Dio's fantastical restaurant. With a resounding thud, the car door shut, and Jenny and Jessica finally exhaled in relief. How embarrassing it had been. Fortunately, your little lover lent me a piece of clothing for modesty. Jessica, seated in the driver's seat, swiftly started the engine, casting a glance at her damp trousers and self-deprecatingly chuckling. Jenny was tempted to share that she had endured a similar ordeal, but she refrained, deciding it best to keep such humiliating experiences to a minimum. "Now do you believe me? If it weren't for our friendship, I would never share such a delightful experience with you," Jenny declared, her head held high like a proud swan. "All right, I admit it this time, and I am truly grateful for your sisterly invitation to partake in this extraordinary journey. However, could you explain why there are suddenly so many new photos on your phone?" Seizing the moment while Jenny's attention was diverted, Jessica snatched the phone from her grasp to investigate. Although Jenny had been less than graceful during the treatment, as a beautiful woman, she possessed an instinctive awareness of being photographed, especially given her dubious past. "Hey, you know I was just joking with you, so I'm deleting these photos now. You have no objections, right?" "Of course. Okay, here you go back. By the way, I also have some exclusive treasures on my phone." of a rather explicit nature. Would you care to take a look? Oh, FXXK. You actually took a picture of my private parts when I wasn't paying attention. This is merely a retort to your earlier surreptitious capture of my image. To quote your own words. Oh, it's just a joke, though it hardly elicits laughter. Very well, you have triumphed. I extend my apologies, and the $10,000 shall be returned to you. Jenny conceded gracefully. No need for that. I simply wish to avoid encountering those photographs you once stored in your phone. So, you have not backed them up, correct? Jenny managed a reluctant smile. Of course, you should trust me. I assure you. Very well. Furthermore, I do not desire today's events to be disseminated. It would tarnish my reputation. Do you comprehend? Jenny nodded glumly, recognizing that she and Jessica now held mutual leverage over one another, neither daring to act recklessly. Had she known better, she would have refrained from such vigilance. With a consensus reached, the two resumed their banter, laughter filling the air. In the United States, the annual tax season commences in early February and concludes in mid-April. However, Dior is currently in dire financial straits, exacerbated by his parents' significant investment in acquiring this small restaurant. Following their untimely demise, he was left with little inheritance beyond these fixed assets. The funds he did possess were quickly depleted on cemetery plots and funeral expenses. Yet, the IRS remains unsympathetic to such circumstances. Following his parents' passing, in addition to settling the previous year's income tax, he must also contend with estate taxes and an assortment of other burdensome fees. This situation is particularly unfriendly to Dior. The sole piece of good news is his eligibility for a 6-month extension, a final lifeline for someone in his unfortunate position. He faces a stark choice. Either earn enough to pay the taxes or await the IRS's inevitable pursuit, which could lead to incarceration. One must not entertain any notions of luck. The IRS's formidable power is such that even the most unscrupulous gangs would not dare provoke them, let alone an ordinary citizen. Thus, Dior promptly submitted his extension request, and with utmost haste, he rushed to the bank to cash a check for $111,000. He then made his way to the nearest gold store. Thanks to the recent fluctuations in gold prices, Dior managed to acquire 2,100-gram gold bars for a mere $100,000, after paying an additional $4,000 in sales tax, finally obtaining his precious items. Before departing, the store manager handed him a business card. While clients who spend over $100,000 are not uncommon, those who purchase solely gold bars are indeed rare. Typically, such transactions are either for collection and profit or for use as currency. Regardless of the motive, fostering a good relationship with such clients is paramount. In a hushed tone, the slightly balding manager remarked to Dior, "Should you ever require some affordable gold for other purposes, feel free to contact me." Dior nodded calmly and took his leave. In the United States, affordable implies goods that cannot be sold through legitimate channels, essentially contraband. For a manager of a jewelry store, such channels are not surprising to Dior. Otherwise, how could stolen or ill-gotten goods be laundered for sale? Perhaps there has been a misunderstanding. This individual serves as a reminder to Dior that the gold bars he requires are merely for use within a game. The illicit nature of such items is of little consequence, as he does not engage in transactions that would draw the attention of the FBI. Most importantly, the acquisition of valuable items through unconventional sales methods is remarkably economical, with prices slashed by a third without raising any eyebrows. However, the time is not yet ripe. Until he possesses the means for self-protection, Dior is reluctant to invite trouble. After all, falling victim to a black market scheme and losing his life would be the height of folly. Chapter 24. Paying to unlock destiny. Upon returning to the restaurant, Dior cautiously hung the closed sign and securely locked the door before retreating to the small room he had tidied up from the storage area. The situation was indeed dire, yet being in the nascent stage of his entrepreneurial journey and for the sake of confidentiality, Dior had no choice but to remain hidden for the time being. Eagerly, he retrieved the 20 standard gold bars, each weighing 100 grams, and silently chanted to himself, "Recharge." In an instant, the 20 gold bars vanished completely, leaving Dior, who had painstakingly earned a staggering $11,000, feeling a twinge of loss. Nevertheless, his spirits soon lifted, as the JoJo mobile game he had traversed into was finally ready for in-game purchases. Gold bars, 20. This bounty was ample enough for Dio to engage in 2 10-pull draws in the gacha pool. For the fortunate souls, securing 4 or 5 stand abilities in 2 10-pulls was a breeze. Even if the top-tier stands eluded him, any would suffice. However, for someone like Dio, a native of Africa, merely obtaining a single stand from 2 10-pulls would be a cause for gratitude. As for the strength and potential of the stand, he dared not harbor extravagant hopes. Any combat or defense type would suffice. Amitabha, may the Taoist ancestors bless. Wait, this is the domain of Western deities. The Taoist master may not have jurisdiction here. Should he pray to Jesus or God? Never mind, it's futile. His luck was such that not even the divine could salvage it. With a somewhat eccentric demeanor, Dio retrieved his phone and selected a song that embodied his last glimmer of mystical hope. Today is a fortuitous day. Emboldened by the metaphysical essence of the enchanting melody, Dio widened his eyes and initiated his first 10-pull. Lower ripple orbs, intermediate ripple orbs, intermediate ripple orbs, intermediate ripple orbs. Upper ripple orbs, the undergarments of the Moonlight Trio X3 ripple technique. Stretching fist. He gasped in dismay. After spending over $50,000 on his first 10-pull, he had not caught even a glimpse of a stand. Ultimately, he acquired 1 lower ripple orb, maximum ripple energy, 10, 3 intermediate ripple orbs, maximum ripple energy, 100, and 2 upper ripple orbs, maximum ripple energy, 1000. The ripple technique, stretching fist, allows the user to separate the skeletal structure of their arm and alleviate pain with ripple energy, extending the reach of their punches. Miscellaneous, the undergarments of the Moonlight Trio. Unwashed undergarments imbued with the intense scent of the Moonlight Trio, which, under certain circumstances, may be utilized as a biochemical weapon, exhibiting remarkable efficacy. Dio, with an ashen visage, incessantly tossed jelly beans into his mouth. His ripple energy was on the verge of a significant upgrade, and he was now acutely aware of the exhilarating sensation of rapid enhancement. The value requirements for advancing his ripple energy from level 1 to level 10, with a maximum of 100, were as follows: 100, 200, 400, 600, 800, 1000, 2000, 4000, 6000, 10, 000. In the days of diligent training and drawing from the friendship pool, Dio had elevated his ripple energy to an impressive 191. Coupled with the acquisition of several gumballs today, he gained an additional 2,310 points. Now, his total ripple energy reached 2,501. He was a significant step closer to leveling up to 10 and unlocking a second stand slot. Furthermore, he still had a chance for a 10-fold draw, promising an exponential enhancement of his capabilities. As for the most ordinary ripple combat technique, he promptly selected it for study, instantly filling his mind with myriad techniques regarding the utilization of ripple energy, such as how to separate the bones in his arm to extend his attack range and to alleviate pain using ripple energy. Dio closed his eyes to contemplate this newfound knowledge, then suddenly opened them in astonishment. This seemingly inconspicuous attack technique in the original narrative had brought him immense joy, the concept of bone separation and pain alleviation through ripple energy. Mastering these 2 aspects would significantly augment his combat prowess and survival skills. Even the frustration of not drawing a stand had diminished considerably. After washing his face, Dio returned, invigorated, and resolutely closed the Good Days app, opening instead a video from a cross-dressing content creator. Accompanied by the unbearable sounds of moans and gasps, Dio rubbed his slightly numb face, gritting his teeth as he made another in-game purchase. The 8 desolations and 6 harmonies. I alone reign supreme. The sun rises in the east, and I remain undefeated. Outrageous. Deliver me the goods. Flash. Did it really flash? Following a dazzling display of colorful light, a familiar stand that made his heart skip a beat materialized before him. With pale skin adorned in vast golden armor and 2 oxygen tank-like devices on its back, a pair of indifferent eyes gazed steadfastly ahead. The world. Dio's exhilaration culminated in a fist that smashed down on the small bed beneath him. Was this a rebound from the depths? Not only had the second 10-fold draw yielded results, but it had also produced the top-tier stand, the world. How could Dio contain his elation? I always knew that without the world, who could be called Dio? Spending doesn't alter fate, nor does the arcane save the damned. Apologies, but no one can take away my destiny. The name Dio Brando is the greatest metaphysical assertion. Of course, your contribution is acknowledged. Dio chose to disregard what else might emerge, directly liking the cross-dressing video and leaving a comment. Goods delivered, here to repay my vow. He closed the video to calm his excitement. In the wake of his earlier exhilaration, his special breathing technique had long since faltered. This was a concern. Henceforth, he must train his ripple breathing to become second nature, ensuring that he remains unflappable regardless of circumstances, for even emotional fluctuations must not disrupt the rhythm of his breath. After a full minute of tranquility, Dio finally resumed his breathing technique and redirected his focus to the game interface. Results of the second 10 consecutive draws. 5 intermediate ripple beads, 1 advanced ripple bead, with a ripple energy limit of 10,000, 2 miscellaneous items, and Arrow Fragment X1. Collecting 5 fragments allows for synthesis. Ability 1. Living beings endowed with potential that are struck by the arrow have a certain probability of awakening as stand users. Ability 2. Stand users or their stands, when struck again by the arrow, possess a chance to awaken new formidable abilities. This probability is contingent upon the strength of the stand user's will and the evaluation of the stand's growth. Side effect: death. Stand. The world, a humanoid stand characterized by incredible speed and immense power. The malevolent Dio Brando's ultimate manifestation. Attribute evaluation. Destructive power: A. Speed. Range: C. 10 meters. Stamina: A. Precision: B. Growth potential: B. Special ability: the world can halt time and act freely within the frozen moments. After reviewing the attributes of the world, Dio was nearly moved to tears. This is truly the rightful way for a transmigrator to operate. I am no longer the weakest among the weak. Chapter 25. The World. Dio was utterly satisfied with the explosive attributes of the world, not to mention its extraordinary skill of time stopping. Its potential was equally formidable, with the prospect of evolving into the world, beyond heaven in the future, truly impressive. Furthermore, without the world, Dio Brando felt incomplete. Having adopted this name, it was only fitting that he manifest his true essence. Aside from the rather irksome label of Evil Dio Brando, he found no further points of contention. As for the methods of stand evolution and awakening, he instinctively directed his gaze towards the fragment of the arrow he had just drawn. In the universe of JoJo, there are several ways to become a stand user, but the most renowned method is to be pierced by the arrow to awaken. Dio exemplified this type. Moreover, during his research while developing the game, he learned that a stand user or stand could potentially evolve again after being pierced by the arrow, awakening even more powerful abilities. For example, the primary antagonist in the fourth part, Diamond is Unbreakable Yashikage Kira, underwent a transformation after being pierced by the arrow in despair, awakening the ability of the third bomb, which allowed him to reverse time and eliminate anyone who discovered his true identity. Truly remarkable. Similarly, in the fifth part, Golden Wind, Dio's son, Giorno Giovanna, during his battle with the boss and his stand, King Crimson, had his stand Golden Experience, pierced by the arrow, triggering a new formidable ability, Requiem. This ability reduces the opponent's actions or willpower to 0. Those struck by this power would find even the fact of death revert to 0, leading to an infinite cycle of dying. It bears resemblance to the Tsukuyomi used by Itachi Uchiha against Kabuto in Naruto, entrapping one in an endless cycle, unable to escape. Dio found himself lost in delightful reverie, akin to a wretched soul who had never won even $5 suddenly hitting the jackpot of 5 million. That sensation. The fact that his heart hadn't leapt out of his chest was a testament to his remarkable self-control. After giddily smiling for a full 10 minutes, he hastily consumed all the ripple beads he had drawn in the 10 consecutive pulls. The ripple energy surged to an impressive 13,001 points. Dio successfully leveled up to the 10th level, unlocking the second stand slot, and he eagerly equipped the world. With a mere thought, the metallic presence of the world manifested behind him. A glance at the interface revealed that merely condensing the body of the world consumed a staggering 1,000 points of ripple energy, far beyond the capabilities of Pearl Jam. However, the good news was that, The world's sustainability attribute was rated A, meaning it required only 1 point of ripple energy per second to maintain its manifestation without engaging in battle. Nevertheless, the more intense the battle, the greater the consumption of ripple energy would undoubtedly be. Dio yearned to unleash chaos upon the world. Yet this restaurant represented both his investment and his final refuge. It was a convoluted predicament that jeopardized his business. Thus, he refrained from acting, resolving to seek an isolated spot in the countryside the following day for practice. However, time came to a standstill. Surely, a brief indulgence wouldn't cause any harm? After successfully smuggling himself, the non-lucky individual found his mind inundated with nonsensical thoughts, convinced that nothing could thwart him in this world. In a moment of reckless enthusiasm, Dio proclaimed in a rather juvenile manner within his room the world. In an instant, time froze. Dio struggled immensely to move his body. This was a peculiar ability inherent to the world. Although the game mechanics allowed him to bypass all preliminary steps and access the power directly, his lack of training rendered him incapable of moving freely within the realm of suspended time. The next moment, he collapsed to the ground. His mind was burdened, and his body felt utterly drained. Upon glancing at the game interface, he saw his wave energy, which exceeded 10,000, plummet to zero the moment he activated the world. This implied that even with the assistance of his extraordinary ability, he could only sustain the world for a mere second, the minimum time unit dictated by the game mechanics. Dio was oblivious to how much energy was required to truly halt time for 1 second, nor could he calculate it. Yet, the existence of the game system transformed the impossible into the possible. As long as his wave energy was sufficient, he could achieve feats that rivaled the power of the Time Stone. While Dio lay on the ground like a lifeless fish, recuperating his strength, the current supreme sorcerer, Gui, secluded in the Himalayas, suddenly sensed a disturbance involving the Time Stone, which erupted with a blinding brilliance before vanishing as swiftly as it had appeared, as if everything prior had been an illusion. Master of all forms of magic, Gui also detected an anomaly. For a fleeting moment, it seemed as if time had ceased to flow. Moreover, the unusual activity of the Time Stone hinted at something significant. Was yet another formidable being from another realm fixating on this azure planet? Who could possess such extraordinary power to influence time without the Time Stone? Gui began to harness her formidable psychic abilities, searching the entire Earth. Indeed, she had long been the silent guardian of the Earth, ensuring it remained unscathed from invasion, and her psychic reach encompassed the entire globe. Yet, despite repeated investigations, she could uncover no irregularities. Aside from a few familiar individuals already known to her, there were no new faces to be found, nor any signs of clandestine incursions upon the Earth. Even a demon as powerful as Dormammu could not obscure her perception or infiltrate unnoticed. Gui's brow furrowed. The temporal anomaly was too ephemeral, and even she could not accurately pinpoint its source, let alone identify a specific target. Once again, we find ourselves in a season of turmoil. The Ancient One let out a sudden sigh. The title of Supreme Sorcerer had lingered upon her for far too long. Great power does not equate to immortality. The reason she had managed to survive until this day, safeguarding the Earth, was that she had personally shattered the rules. From this act, she had acquired greater strength while simultaneously extending her lifespan, yet the cost was predetermined. "Bring him to me," she instructed, her voice calm as she addressed the empty air. "Also, advise the Sanctum in New York to remain vigilant. Although I have not pinpointed the source of the recent anomaly, numerous signs point toward that direction. Perhaps, soon, calamity shall descend upon us." Chapter 26. The disappearance of Dio. Unbeknownst to Dio, his whimsical activation of the world, a mere impulse, had caught the attention of a certain influential figure from the Himalayas. When one is engrossed in an act of pretense, rationality often takes a back seat. He was at that moment adjusting his breath in preparation for slumber. The following day unfolded with an unsettling tranquility. It was overly serene, with only a handful of guests inadvertently wandering in to dine, only to be deterred by the peculiar rules and pricing of this eccentric establishment. There was no menu. The offerings depended entirely on the chef's whims. Each patron was permitted only 3 dishes, with a minimum price tag of $10,000. These 2 stipulations alone were sufficient to dissuade 99% of potential diners. As the clock struck 8, Dio's fantastical restaurant concluded its inaugural day with zero revenue, a dismal outcome. Fortunately, Dio had anticipated this scenario. Otherwise, he would not have sought out individuals for a tasting to simultaneously promote his venture. Present, Jenny's connections and influence fell short of his expectations. Yet she did manage to attract a single customer, which he considered a promising start. He believed that as his reputation grew, more plump sheep would come to dine, and when that time arrived, he would ensure he capitalized on them fully, living up to the name Dio the Great. Alas, not a single customer today? A well-meaning neighbor remarked. I've heard that your set menu costs $10,000. This is not how one conducts business. Listen to Auntie, you should hire a chef. Our national cuisine is quite popular among Americans. By the way, my nephew from the countryside has recently come to stay with me. He used to be the head chef at XX Hotel. Would you like me to help you get in touch with him? If one were to only hear the first half of her words, it might resemble a heartwarming tale of neighborly concern, albeit with a rather unpalatable tone. Yet, the latter part of her statement unveiled her true intentions, feigning to offer advice while actually hoping to take advantage of Dio's naivety to extract some money, all the while securing a job for her countryside nephew. As for the head chef at XX Hotel, if he had truly reached such heights, why would he seek to work as a common citizen abroad? Surely, a head chef at a prestigious domestic hotel would be infinitely better off than washing dishes overseas. Did she genuinely believe that the grass was greener on the other side? Those in the know are aware that while the United States espouses the ideals of freedom and equality, it remains one of the most exclusionary nations. Only the wealthy can hope to enjoy elevated status there, and even they cannot escape the insidious slander and disdain lurking behind the scenes. Dio found himself in a predicament. Were this not the Marvel Universe but an ordinary parallel reality, he would have long sought a way back to his familiar homeland. Now, he toiled in fear of being reduced to ashes by a certain purple-skinned entity's snap of the fingers, a bitter truth he could not share with others. Thus, in response to the well-meaning neighborly matron, Dio decisively shook his head with a smile, indicating that he was perfectly fine and that business was, indeed, satisfactory. In any case, what he truly sells is intended solely for those discerning individuals, and the average person is not even within his consideration. Even if ordinary individuals were to grasp the uniqueness of the offerings, it is unlikely they would squander their hard-earned money. They are more inclined to utilize their funds to enhance their quality of life. The so-called well-meaning lady, upon realizing that Dio would not heed her advice, turned and left in a huff, immediately spitting on the ground at the restaurant's entrance while muttering harsh words, likely devoid of any kindness. Some individuals possess this belief that the entire world should revolve around them. If others do not appreciate their sentiments or fail to comply with their demands, they deem it a transgression. If this continues, the establishment will inevitably falter. Pa, it is not something we covet. After muttering a few disparaging remarks, the well-meaning lady sauntered back to her shop, while the onlookers, having witnessed the spectacle, dispersed to return to their homes and families. Among these individuals, none likely held any optimism for Dio's continued success. Indeed, they might even relish the thought of his restaurant failing, thereby eliminating yet another competitor. It is often said that rivals among the same trade are indeed foes, and this sentiment holds true. Meanwhile, upon returning, Dio tidied up the premises with a quick flick of his hand. As the manager, he simultaneously bore the responsibilities of chef, server, cleaner, and purchaser. Were it not for the multitude of secrets he harbored, he would genuinely contemplate hiring a couple of additional staff. He did not catch wind of the comments made behind him. Even if he had, he would have dismissed them. Engaging with a shrew would yield no fruitful outcome, whether through confrontation or reasoning. Why stir up trouble over such trifling matters? To put it plainly, Dio did not regard such individuals with any seriousness. Let them gossip as they please. His only curiosity lay in the absence of Will, who had promised to assist him yesterday but had failed to appear or even call, which struck him as rather unusual. Under different circumstances, Dio might not have been so concerned, but Will was his first true friend in this world. Despite Will's many flaws, his incessant chatter and gang affiliations, these did not tarnish Dio's perception of him. Dio swiftly retrieved his phone and dialed Will's number. The call connected, yet there was no answer. After several unsuccessful attempts, concern began to creep into his mind. Those involved in gangs inevitably encounter peril. As the saying goes, those who live by the sword shall die by the sword. What to do? Call the police? The very thought made Dior chuckle at his own foolishness as he flipped through his phone. After a few moments of contemplation, he resolved to seek out Will, fully aware that such a decision could plunge him into danger or even expose his own secrets. However, to remain indifferent in the face of a friend's potential peril, merely prioritizing his own safety, was not in line with Dior's principles. Moreover, he had significantly transformed since then. With the world in his grasp, he felt an undeniable sense of empowerment. With the world at his disposal, his confidence surged, and though a mere second of lethal timing may seem scant, could prove to be life-saving in critical moments. Moreover, if it were merely a typical gang confrontation, he possessed considerable confidence in his ability to rescue Will. In comparison to those extraordinary heroes, he might indeed fall short in many aspects. However, when juxtaposed with ordinary individuals, he too could be regarded as superhuman. Resolute in his intentions, Dio first donned a set of inconspicuous casual attire, followed by a mask and a baseball cap, stealthily slipping away under the cover of night. Dio had visited Will's gang headquarters once before, accompanied by Will himself. At that time, both were still quite young, enamored with the idea of joining a gang as something undeniably cool. However, upon returning home, Dio received a harsh reprimand, and from that day forth, he never ventured there again. As for Will, Dio's parents had naturally attempted to dissuade him, yet every individual possesses the right to choose their own path in life. After all, they were not Will's true guardians. Chapter 27. One Punch to Death? The Red and Blue nightclub is a modest establishment, yet it boasts a notorious reputation for its indulgent vices, gambling, drugs, and much more. It is known in the vicinity, albeit not on a grand scale. The Black Bear Gang operates behind the scenes here, the very organization to which Will is affiliated. Among the most prominent gangs in Chinatown, the majority are formed by individuals of Chinese descent. However, Southeast Asian and African gangs, among others, also exert their influence. Despite Chinatown being predominantly inhabited by the Chinese, it is a melting pot of diverse ethnicities, with various factions intermingling. The Black Bear Gang, to which Will belongs, is entirely composed of African members, many of whom are mere ruffians, unaware of their lineage, having been raised solely to engage in brawls. Initially, this group formed to protect themselves from bullying and seek camaraderie, but their physical prowess, combined with their tenacity, gradually earned them some notoriety, allowing them to claim several venues as their territory. Yet today, an unusual atmosphere pervaded the air. Upon arriving, Dio immediately noticed the tightly shut doors. Something was amiss. Even a child would recognize that this hour marks the peak of nightclub activity. It is counterintuitive for a venue to remain closed. Clearly, something had gone awry. This thought flashed through Dio's mind as he inhaled deeply, steeling himself as he approached the entrance. Just as he neared, two imposing Caucasian men emerged from the shadows, blocking his path. "Kid, the club's closed for business today. If you're looking for entertainment, seek it elsewhere." "I'm here to find someone," Dio replied, urgency in his voice, as he sought information regarding Will's safety. He redirected his focus onto the two obstructing figures. The two burly men exchanged glances, and one, adorned with an array of tattoos, fixed Dio with a calculating gaze. "Who are you looking for?" "I'm searching for Will. He is my friend. I'm here to pick something up. A substantial amount."
Dio feigned confusión.
Deliberately avoiding any indication of suspicion. "What's this? Since when has the Black Bear Gang recruited White Muscle?" he added, perplexed. A cruel smirk crept across the lips of the two men, and one of them placed a heavy hand on Dio's shoulder, saying, "Indeed, we recently joined the Black Bear Gang. Your friend is inside, we'll take you to him." Originally, they had intended to ambush unsuspecting prey, but serendipitously, they stumbled upon a plump target, a lucrative opportunity they would not let slip by. Dio, too, shared this line of thought. With the numerous cameras outside, he felt emboldened to proceed once inside, eager to ascertain Will's whereabouts. Thus, the seemingly harmless Dio was cordially ushered inside. Upon entry, he was greeted by the chaotic scene of the nightclub, with shattered glass strewn about and sporadic bloodstains hinting at a recent violent altercation. At that moment, the two men who had deceived him into entering finally shed their facades, approaching Dio with malicious grins. I almost forgot. That fellow Will is absent, but we have goods nonetheless. Engaging in trade with us is just the same. Hey kid, if you know what's good for you, hand over everything of value on you. Otherwise. Or else what? Dio, taken aback, suddenly raised his head, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. In an instant, the ripple energy surged through his body, forcefully repelling the two men who had gripped his shoulders. He then delivered a heavy punch to one of them right in the chest. A resounding thud echoed. The burly white man's chest caved in, propelling him several meters back until he crashed against the door and slumped to the ground. He did not even have the time to emit a scream before fractured ribs punctured his lung, causing him to cough up blood. Until his last breath, he could not fathom how someone who appeared not particularly strong could annihilate him with a single blow. OFXXK, the tattooed white man, equally stunned by the sudden turn of events, immediately screamed and fled. Who could possibly withstand a person capable of launching a 200-pound man 4 or 5 meters away with a single punch, and killing him in the process? Would he remain and await his demise? At this moment, the tattooed man regretted his decision profoundly. He had merely sought to make a quick buck, only to encounter a living devil. Running was indeed the prudent choice. However, it all depended on whether Dio would permit him to escape. With a crack, Dio, unable to control his strength this time, delivered a kick that shattered the man's lower leg. Ah, my leg! The tattooed white man rolled on the ground, howling in agony. His gruesome, exposed bone protruded through his skin, laid bare to the air, creating a scene of sheer horror. Dio, however, did not appear as composed as he seemed. Initially, he had only intended to swiftly incapacitate one, either by knocking him unconscious or rendering him unable to resist. But he had forgotten, or rather, overlooked that he was no longer an ordinary person. The full force of an average person's punch might not even be enough to make the burly man step back. So when Dio summoned the ripple energy, he lost control. If 30 points of ripple energy could shatter a wooden table with a single punch, what about 300? The result was a fatal blow that ended the life of a man weighing over 200 pounds. This marked Dio's first experience of taking a life, and it felt profoundly unsettling. So when the other man attempted to flee, he instinctively chased after him and delivered a kick. This time he restrained himself somewhat, yet still infused an additional 100 points of ripple energy into the attack. Suppressing his nausea, Dio crouched down and coldly asked, "Silence. If you utter another sound, you shall join him." The tattooed man immediately clamped his mouth shut, even as sweat poured down his face from the pain, daring not to let out another whimper. In his eyes, Dio had transformed into a devilish figure, having killed his companion with a punch and shattered his leg with a kick. A boxing champion? A special forces soldier? Very well, had I known you two were such a formidable duo, I would have refrained from engaging. The tattooed, burly Caucasian man was on the verge of tears. Brother, if you were this formidable, you should have said so earlier. Surely we would have collaborated seamlessly. Now, I pose a question, you provide the answer. Should there be even a moment's hesitation, I shall deliver a kick to your leg. If fortune favors you, it may merely strike your arm or leg, and you shall certainly survive. The tattooed giant nodded frantically, yet with a single kick, he shattered his own leg. Were it to the head, it would have surely resulted in his immediate demise. Even without targeting vital areas, a kick to any other part would be unbearable. He indeed belonged to a gang and was expected to possess some degree of fortitude, yet at this juncture, he yearned to reform and become a better person. The world had become exceedingly terrifying. Even a robbery could lead one to encounter an urban warrior. Chapter 28. The Devil's Feast. A few minutes later, Dio emerged expressionless from within. Although he had long anticipated the day when he would confront another in combat, the act of taking a life still left him profoundly unsettled. If his first act of homicide had been a result of a misstep, then just moments ago, after a fierce internal struggle, he had made the conscious choice to extinguish the nefarious existence of the heavily tattooed, burly white man. Through various films, novels, and literature, he had come to understand a vital truth. Once adversarial relations were established, showing mercy would only invite endless calamities upon oneself and those nearby. To eradicate the root of the problem was the utmost responsibility he owed to his own life. Dio never shied away from acknowledging his own selfishness. So having chosen this path, he was committed to seeing it through. After taking several deep breaths to suppress the nausea and guilt that followed his act of murder, he swiftly vanished into the night. With the cooperation of the now-deceased tattooed man, he had gleaned the origins, developments, and whereabouts of Will. In simpler terms, a gang that had emerged from Hell's Kitchen had set its sights on the territory of the Black Bear Gang. When negotiations fell through, they resorted to violence. A gang capable of surviving in Hell's Kitchen for any length of time was not one that could be easily contended with by the Black Bear Gang, which operated merely a street away in Chinatown. In almost an afternoon, the Black Bear Gang's entire operations were decimated. Aside from their leader, Black Bear Bear, who managed to escape, all remaining members, including the low-level thugs responsible for distribution, were apprehended. This course of action served two purposes: to compel Black Bear Bear to reveal himself and to resolve the issue once and for all. Additionally, this was Chinatown, not the lawless Hell's Kitchen. If too many lives were lost in a single incident, the police would inevitably intervene, a scenario they were keen to avoid. Thus, they opted to detain individuals. Those willing to align with them would be welcomed, while others would be left with broken legs to be discarded like dead dogs once the matter was concluded. The Will that Dio sought was most likely ensconced within the enemy's stronghold, awaiting either recruitment or a brutal fate. Armed with this information, Dio infused his legs with ripple energy and dashed toward the designated location with swift silence. Although he faced overwhelming odds, the situation could not simply resolve itself. Were Dio a figure of authority, perhaps a single word would suffice to secure the release of the captives. Alas, Dio held no power, no influence, and was impoverished, leaving him solely reliant on his ripple energy and his trump card, the world. This night was destined to be steeped in bloodshed. Within a dilapidated factory a few streets away from the Black Bear Gang's territory, approximately 30 to 40 injured black men were suspended like swine, while a group of predominantly white individuals loomed nearby, brazenly mocking them with malicious glances. This group, numbering over 50, had once been a formidable force in Hell's Kitchen, boasting a membership that had peaked at over 200. However, suddenly a figure claiming to be the Punisher emerged, commencing a relentless hunt against them. Members scattered across various locations fell one after another, resulting in an atmosphere of extreme tension and fear among the populace, each individual dreading the prospect of becoming the next prey. Thus, they convened, determined to eliminate this menace. On a night akin to this one, the Punisher invaded their stronghold, indiscriminately slaughtering dozens, and they were unable to even catch a glimpse of what their assailant looked like before they crumbled. All the survivors fled in disarray, and their leader, Butcher Recton, managed to gather a handful of individuals to escape the Hell's Kitchen under the cover of night, embarking on a journey of wandering. They dared not return to Hell's Kitchen, as their territory had long since been claimed by other forces, especially with a demon lurking in the shadows. Thus, they set their sights on Chinatown, not far from Hell's Kitchen, intending to target the Black Bear Gang as their first victim. After consolidating their strength, they aspired to usurp the numerous gangs entrenched in Chinatown, ultimately aiming for complete domination of the area. Hey, look here, Adar. OFXXK. Your Bruce Lee impression is utterly dreadful. It should be like this. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fists meeting flesh echoed incessantly, as Butcher's subordinates delighted in tormenting Will and others, their bizarre shrieks filling the air. Be careful. Don't go overboard. I'd rather not attract the attention of the cops right after making my escape. Butcher Recton, guzzling vodka while seated on a sofa of unknown origin, cautioned his ruffians. While in America, the death of a few individuals may not raise eyebrows, particularly during gang confrontations, where law enforcement often relishes witnessing these dogs fight to the death, there exists a limit to everything. Generally, as long as ordinary citizens remain uninvolved and matters do not escalate, the police are disinterested, fully aware of the underlying circumstances. However, should the death toll rise excessively, even with their reluctance, they would have no choice but to intervene under public scrutiny. Rest assured, boss, we exercise restraint. At most, we'll leave them disabled. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a loud crack echoed, as the short-haired, brutish man ruthlessly snapped the arm of an unfortunate soul, The agonizing pain evoked a blood-curdling scream from the victim. This horrific cry did not deter the onlookers from their amusement. Instead, it incited even louder laughter. Under the harsh lights, it appeared as though a gathering of demons had risen from hell to revel in a banquet. The instigator, the burly man with a buzz cut, relished his handiwork, delighting in the shouts and jeers surrounding him. Undoubtedly, the most delicious sound was that of the wretched victim's cries. "Fuck! Make him shut up!" Bull Recton exclaimed with displeasure, for reasons unknown. He could not shake the feeling that something untoward was destined to occur that night. This ominous premonition rendered him incapable of immersing himself in the fervent atmosphere surrounding him, even though they had swiftly annihilated the Black Bear gang within a mere afternoon. The boss had spoken, and the burly, crew-cut man could only shrug in regret. Then, a fist the size of a sandbag gradually loomed larger in the unfortunate victim's field of vision. With a resounding thud, the nasal bone was shattered, the screams ceased, and the man lost consciousness. Observing that this unfortunate soul was now inhaling more than exhaling, the burly man reluctantly spared him, then shifted his gaze to the others. Under the scrutiny of his morbid gaze, scarcely anyone dared to meet his eyes, which filled him with an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. Chapter 29. The Night of Slaughter. Your leader is nothing but a worthless coward. He abandoned you all and fled on his own. The sensation of controlling the fates of others was utterly exhilarating for the brutish man with a buzz cut, who reveled in the dual torment, both physical and psychological, he inflicted upon them. "Hey, what is your name? You seemed rather infuriated when I was breaking that guy's arm," he taunted. Will, forcibly lifted by his chin, seethed with rage as he glared at his captor, managing to spit out defiantly, "Go home and ask your mother. She'll tell you who I am." Instead of inciting anger, Will's defiance only heightened the man's excitement. As the tormentor, he relished the resistance of his prey, as it provided him with a greater sense of accomplishment upon completing his training. "Very well. I hope you remain obstinate even after I've shattered every bone in your body." With a heavy thud, the brutish man landed a powerful punch to Will's abdomen. The impact was so severe that it felt as though Will's insides were twisted into knots. His eyes bulged as he violently expelled the contents of his stomach. Unfortunately for the man, he was directly in the line of fire, and Will's vomit drenched him, inciting a furious rage. "Damn it! I will kill you!" Ignoring the brute's fury, the onlookers erupted in louder jeers, seemingly deriving greater pleasure from witnessing the man's humiliation. Just then, a resounding crash echoed from the entrance, as the steel factory door was suddenly flung open by an unseen force, striking the unfortunate brute squarely. "Who goes there?" The ominous premonition materialized as Butcher Recton felt a jolt of alarm, hastily seeking cover while drawing his weapon. The others, momentarily stunned by the breach, quickly retrieved their firearms, aiming them at the doorway. Was it possible that the fleeing coward had returned with reinforcements? This fleeting thought was quickly dismissed. If he had such courage, he would not have scurried away like a frightened dog, abandoning everyone else. "Fuck, you bastard! Whoever you are, I will twist your head off." At that moment, the battered brute, bloodied and aided by others, managed to rise again, though he appeared utterly wretched. One arm hung limply, likely broken. His face smeared with blood, and several ribs appeared fractured. Yet all they received in response was the sound of cicadas. Unbeknownst to anyone, deep imprints of fists were engraved upon the steel door that had been flung aside. "Send 2 people to investigate," Butcher Recton signaled casually to a pair of men, fully aware that those left outside were undoubtedly in grave danger. The ability of the assailant to eliminate the guards without a sound indicated they were well prepared, and their target was evidently aimed directly at them. Could it be that the demon had come in pursuit? The eyes of Butcher Recton suddenly brimmed with fear. Upon reflection, however, the method of entry and the actions of that individual did not quite align. If it had truly been that person, the instant they breached the door, a gunshot would have undoubtedly erupted in the moment of their stunned hesitation, leaving an uncertain number of them alive. The 2 unfortunate souls nearest the entrance cautiously raised their pistols, advancing towards the empty doorway. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a golden figure had long been waiting at the threshold, oddly concealed from sight. Dio, stationed beneath the outer wall, was observing the unfolding scene through the lens of the world, and naturally, he bore witness to Will's tragic fate. As for the two sentinels left outside, they had already met their demise, their necks snapped by the world, oblivious to any signs of impending danger until their last breath. Taking a deep breath, Dio resolutely issued a command for an attack to the world. The destructive power and speed of the world were both rated A. Such attributes may not reveal their magnitude on a panel, but the true horror would manifest when the moment to strike arrived. Boom! Boom! The two henchmen who came to investigate saw nothing before they were struck by an overwhelming force to their chests, lifeless before they even soared through the air. Fire! Fire! The bewildered crowd, unaware of the cause, frantically opened fire into the empty doorway, a hail of bullets instantly saturating the space. However, at that moment, the world, having successfully executed its strike, had already retreated, now hovering behind Dio like a guardian spirit. Enough! Cease fire immediately, Rakton bellowed after expending an entire magazine. Although gun ownership was not prohibited in America, the cost of ammunition was considerable. For a gang like theirs, expelled from the depths of Hell's Kitchen, there was scarcely any weaponry or bullets left, especially after the previous skirmish with the Black Bear Gang had already depleted their resources. If they squandered their remaining ammunition, they would become easy prey, laid bare for slaughter. What had just transpired? Did anyone witness the events clearly? After the gunfire subsided, Rakton continued to inquire loudly. A few individuals, emboldened, approached the bodies of the deceased and were horrified to discover that the two appeared as if they had been struck by a speeding vehicle, their chests caved in, soft to the touch, reduced to mere pulp within. Upon sharing this revelation, disbelief swept through the crowd. They had seen these two inexplicably propelled into the air, and not even a mouse had been present to account for such a phenomenon. Hey, I am Butcher Rakton. Who is out there? Perhaps there has been some misunderstanding. Rakton attempted to negotiate with those outside, simultaneously signaling to his subordinates, 10 of whom stealthily prepared to escape through the window. Yet, silence persisted, causing Rakton's heart to sink as he realized that a resolution may be beyond reach today. You dare not enter because we are numerous and well-armed. So you are afraid, aren't you? Rakton continued to shout loudly, not merely employing a tactic of provocation, but rather experiencing a moment of clarity that intertwined with everything that had transpired. If the adversary were indeed so formidable, why did they not simply eliminate them with decisiveness, opting instead for a strategy of blocking the door, attempting to gradually erode their strength? Thus, the conclusion is highly plausible. The opponent's influence may not surpass their own. At least in terms of numbers and equipment, they do not possess an absolute advantage. To cultivate a gang of over 200 individuals in a place as treacherous as Hell's Kitchen, the Butcher Rakton was far from the reckless persona he portrayed. Instead, he discerned the true nature of the situation with remarkable insight. Chapter 30. The Invisible Monster. Dio, protected by the formidable ripple technique, was not weak. However, faced with a barrage of dozens of guns, a single misstep could turn him into a mere sieve. Ultimately, he was not the I no longer wish to be human Dio. Death was a certainty if he was killed. Thus, the Butcher Rakton had discerned his vulnerability. Yet, this did not imply that they could easily subdue Dio. At the moment the gunfire ceased, Dio's stand, the world, re-established its position at the doorway. Those attempting to escape through the windows were already laid bare within his sight, and thus, Dio, seizing the opportunity, commanded the world to venture outside and lie in wait. The world, seemingly cold and merciless, unleashed its unparalleled speed and destructive power, delivering a flurry of punches in an instant, each strike targeting vital points. The 10 armed gangsters barely had time to emit a scream before their throats were crushed and hearts exploded, resulting in their demise. Accomplishing such a feat in a heartbeat, the world then assumed a somewhat contorted yet harmoniously aesthetic pose in Dio's eyes, embodying the exaggerated yet beautiful essence of the JoJo style. Meanwhile, the Butcher Rakton, receiving no response, felt his breath grow heavier upon hearing the agonizing cries from outside. His eyes seemed to blaze with intensity, yet within them lay a deep-seated trepidation. Those he had managed to extract from the Hell's Kitchen were no mere amateurs. Even in a confrontation with powerful figures, they would not have been so utterly annihilated without firing a single shot. Yet, the adversaries outside had achieved just that. In an instant, 10 lives were extinguished, leaving an eerie silence that enveloped the area, as if a ravenous beast lurked nearby, ready to devour any creature that fell within its gaze. Release a few of those individuals outside as bait, and then we shall charge out together. Our adversary seeks to sap our strength through such tactics. We cannot allow them to succeed. Remaining here leaves us at a disadvantage. The butcher gestured towards Will and his companions. Several subordinates comprehended his intent and nodded, proceeding to free the captives. They could continue to endure, yet they could not afford to do so indefinitely. Remaining stagnant would lead only to demise. This truth was evident to all, and thus the time for desperation had arrived. With over 30 individuals still at their disposal, a single opportunity could turn the tide in their favor. Once the scoundrels outside were dealt with, he vowed to reduce them all to mere pulp for the dogs. The butcher's subordinates selected several of the less severely injured, capable of running, and untied them, pressing guns against their backs. Here lies your chance for survival. Run. However, those who had witnessed the preceding events shook their heads vigorously in terror. Even with multiple guns trained at their heads, they were unwilling to venture outside. The unknown remains humanity's greatest source of fear. Until now, the assembled individuals had yet to catch a glimpse of their adversaries, and they were utterly oblivious to the nature of the entity that had claimed so many lives. Who among them would dare venture forth to meet a grim fate? To these few, the unguarded, pitch-black exit appeared akin to the gaping maw of a monstrous beast. In the face of inevitable death, why should they risk their lives to navigate for this wretched group, offering their enemies a fleeting chance of survival? A sudden gunshot rang out, shattering the tension. A hapless soul who had retreated most fervently met his demise at the hands of Butcher Recton, his head exploding from a precise shot. The chilling voice of Recton echoed, "You squander the opportunity to escape. Those who retreat further shall meet the same fate. Please, spare me. I am not one of them. I am a hostage. Help." The remaining few instantly crumbled, their hearts besieged by the terror of death, their faces contorted in panic as they rushed toward that ominous threshold with all the speed they could muster. "Hurry! Keep up with these fools," Butcher Recton urged, leading the way, while everyone held their weapons aloft, eyes darting nervously around the exit, ready to unleash a barrage at the slightest disturbance. Dio, who had been meticulously observing every move within, hesitated momentarily. The individuals sprinting ahead were members of Will S. faction, not his foes. He was neither a paragon of justice nor possessed the resolve to eradicate all darkness. Had it not been for Will, he would not have found himself in this predicament, much less resorted to violence. Thus, he grappled with the dilemma of whether to intervene or simply allow their escape. However, in that fleeting moment of indecision, chaos erupted within. As the cannon fodder in the lead neared their escape, they encountered no assault whatsoever. Butcher Recton swiftly surged past them, the two groups intermingling as they burst through the door simultaneously. "They're coming for us." The realization struck Recton as he observed that the cannon fodder had reached the threshold unscathed, leading him to conclude that it was not the Punisher pursuing them, but rather another force had set its sights upon them. If it were the Punisher, none inside would have been spared. Armed with this deduction, he decisively blended in among the Black Bear Gang's cannon fodder, recognizing that if the opposing faction sought to avoid indiscriminate slaughter, this could be their key to breaking free. By the time Dio resolved to take action, he could no longer distinguish between those who had kidnapped Will and those aligned with him. "Damn it!" Dio cursed under his breath before swiftly concealing himself. In a game, his strategy of letting some pass before intercepting would suffice, but reality was far more intricate, rife with cunning. The people accompanying Butcher Recton were not mere NPCs for him to exploit, but shrewd individuals with their own thoughts. Caught off guard, Dio had no time to reflect on his miscalculations. As the tide of individuals surged forth, he activated World and plunged in from behind. 10 meters, the farthest distance that the world can deviate from its essence. At this moment, Dio was concealed behind a rusted vehicle in front of the crowd, while Butcher Recton was merely a few steps away from discovering him. Yet, these few steps created an insurmountable chasm between life and death. With a relentless resurgence, the merciless world unleashed a torrent of fist shadows, overwhelming the last group of individuals who dared to emerge. These ordinary people, utterly defenseless, were ruthlessly struck down by a barrage of frenzied blows. Their open fire. Monster perish. Oh! On the brink of mental collapse. Rekton and his companions roared as they redirected their firearms, unleashing a frenzied barrage towards the very spot where the world had stood moments ago. This time, they were convinced that their foe was a creature capable of invisibility. Chapter 31. The Ruthless Wood. In the realm of JoJo, stand is the guardian visible only to its wielder. This phenomenon arises because a stand is a manifestation of spiritual energy, detectable solely by those possessing extraordinary mental strength. Such individuals are predominantly stand users, hence the aforementioned assertion. For clarity, this is an established concept within the narrative. Otherwise, aside from the protagonist, no one would perceive the stands, rendering the story rather dull. Let's not take it too literally. Thus, in the eyes of the Butcher Rekton and his cohorts, the relentless slaughter of dozens of their comrades within this world is attributed to an invisible monstrosity. They witnessed, in the seemingly empty air, ripples emanating outward. Every individual struck emitted chilling sounds of bones snapping. They even beheld a gruesome sight as one unfortunate soul had his head violently obliterated, red and white splattering onto them. The sound of gunfire reverberated once more across the desolate sky, a location meticulously chosen by Rekton and his associates for its seclusion, ensuring minimal risk of discovery while engaging in their nefarious deeds. Yet, at this moment, these so-called advantages transformed into their very own death knell. Had they been in the bustling streets of New York, surely law enforcement would have intervened. Serving time in prison would be preferable to losing one's life. Whether they regretted embarking on this path, perhaps only they truly knew. Come out! What manner of monster are you? Show yourself. After expending the last round from his magazine, Rekton's eyes were bloodshot, his sanity teetering on the brink as he shouted in a frenzy. He had believed the arrival of the Punisher was the most harrowing nightmare of his life. Yet little did he know that after escaping Hell's Kitchen, he would once again encounter an even more surreal and absurd nightmare. If this indeed were a nightmare, why could he not awaken? Must one die to escape? Rekton felt engulfed by despair, as if the world had suddenly shifted into an incomprehensible entity, shattering his experiences and worldview with relentless blows. As the leader, Rekton teetered on the edge of mental collapse. One can only imagine the torment endured by his companions. Sometimes, death is not the most terrifying prospect. Rather, the horror lies in the uncertainty of how one might perish in the next moment. Surrounded by impenetrable darkness, the invisible monster lurked nearby, and one could approach it unaware. How frightful that notion is. No, I cannot endure this any longer. Suddenly, someone discarded their firearm, recklessly choosing a direction and fleeing in a frenzy. Come back, fool! It's a trap. Rekton stomped his foot in frustration, having deduced that this was a ploy devised by their adversaries to induce their collapse. However, in that moment, his words held little weight. When one's life hangs in the balance, what else matters? Would? The fleeing man suddenly coughed up blood and was hurled back, his eyes wide open, lifeless. His chest appeared as if it had been crushed by a massive truck, completely caved in. What kind of force could inflict such devastation? At that moment, including Rekton, only a handful of individuals remained in the vicinity. As the number dwindled, the tension in Dio's mind finally began to ease. All he needed was for the world to unleash another round of aura, and that would likely resolve the situation, allowing Will to be rescued without further complications. He had already expended several thousand units of ripple energy in the process. Fortunately, the world's sustainability was rated A, otherwise, his remaining energy would be insufficient. Surrender. We surrender. Just as Dio prepared to eliminate the remaining threats, Rekton and his companions unexpectedly discarded their firearms and raised their hands in submission. It seemed a misunderstanding had arisen, as everyone remained rooted in place, too apprehensive to move, their faces etched with tension. Surrender? Dio, who had never contemplated such a possibility, was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowed. He could force himself to act ruthlessly against enemies, even resorting to murder. However, faced with this situation, he found himself at a loss. It was impossible to let them go. Such a formidable threat, if allowed to escape, would undoubtedly seek revenge. Even if they were unaware of his identity, there was no guarantee that Will would not be drawn into the chaos once more. But was it justifiable to annihilate those who had already surrendered? Dio hesitated. Just the night before, he had been an ordinary person who had never taken a life. Yet, as the shackles were shattered and the initial feelings of disgust and discomfort gradually faded, he found himself increasingly immersed in this reality. 1, 2, 10, 20 The relentless massacre by the world was no different from his own frenzied slaughter. This transformation frightened him, as though the name Dio Brando symbolized a profound disregard for life itself. An oppressive silence descended, tormenting the already surrendered Rekton and his companions, each second stretching out like an eternity. At least the opposition did not make a move, which was the only comforting news. However, in the next moment, they were condemned to death. Mercy towards enemies was cruelty towards oneself, and it would only bring harm to more innocents. Thus, I am sorry, but your surrender is not accepted. As Dio spoke, the world advanced among the group, and as his words fell, the lethal golden phantoms began their frenzied slaughter once more. Over there, the fortunate yet hapless Caucasian man, who had narrowly survived until now, instinctively turned towards the source of the voice, attempting to raise his one functioning arm to draw his concealed firearm and fire at the direction of the sound. But it was too late. With the world dominating the battlefield, there was no opportunity for him to fire a shot. With a forceful strike, the world shattered his neck, and a lifeless head tumbled to the ground. Escape? Futile. Pleading for mercy? Futile. Resistance? Futile. As the unseen monstrosity slaughtered all his subordinates and prepared to send him to the depths of hell, a maniacal grin of madness spread across Rekton's face. Let us die together, monster. A grenade, primed to detonate, suddenly slipped from his grasp. It turned out that the moment Dio pronounced their death sentence, Rekton had already resolved to take them all down with him. As the world crushed his heart, the grenade fell free, emanating a blinding flash of light. Chapter 32. The strange scene. The world. What can be accomplished in a mere second? With a passionate cry from Dio, time itself seemed to freeze across the entire world. Drawing from his previous experience, Dio activated the world and discovered he had gained a certain mastery over the technique. He leapt backward with great force while simultaneously, the world swiftly distanced itself from the impending explosion. In an instant, that fleeting second returned to zero, and the world resumed its motion. With a thunderous roar, a powerful military grenade detonated, engulfing everything in a fierce blaze. Dio was violently hurled away by the searing shockwave. Coughing, he struggled to regain his footing on the ground not far from the blast. The world had drained him of all his remaining ripple energy, leaving him unable to harness it to withstand the force of the explosion, resulting in injuries that felt akin to being struck by a sledgehammer on his back. In this moment, Dio felt extraordinarily weak, unable to summon the world. Even a mere adult could easily take his life. Thus, after casting a glance at the abandoned factory, he resolutely decided to depart. The cacophony of gunfire and grenade explosions was far too conspicuous, and with so many lives lost, it was only a matter of time before the police intervened. With Will's safety assured, there was no time to linger. He needed to leave before it was too late. Swiftly, Dio vanished into the shadows of the night, bringing a close to this tumultuous evening. The New York Police Department, NYPD, responded promptly to an emergency call. The callers were a couple seeking thrills in the wild, who, upon hearing the barrage of gunfire and explosions, quickly decided to alert the authorities. Consequently, the patrolling officers had to spring into action to maintain order. The wailing sirens nearly brushed past Dio, who was hurriedly retreating. He was utterly surprised by the NYPD's unusually keen response to the gang violence. Fortunately, he did not linger at the scene. Otherwise, he would have found himself spending the night in the precinct, utterly disrupting his carefully laid plans for his life. Hiding in an alley, Dio patiently awaited the fading of the sirens before cautiously avoiding the surveillance cameras on his way to his restaurant. Meanwhile, the officers, grumbling about the meddlesome callers, swiftly arrived at the scene, only to be taken aback by the horrific circumstances. The heavy scent of gunpowder lingered in the air. Flames still flickered, and bodies lay strewn across the ground, accompanied by the faint cries for help emanating from within the factory. It was evident that the explosion had been caused by military grenades. Damn it! Had these miscreants lost their minds? A seasoned middle-aged officer, surveying the chaotic scene, speculated aloud. Were they treating Chinatown as their own hellish battleground? It seemed the next few nights would require more overtime. The young white officer, partnered with him, immediately complained and cursed. "Stop your whining. Since someone reported this, we, the NYPD, must respond. With so many lives lost, it is inevitably our duty. You should be thankful that those relentless paparazzi are unaware. Otherwise, we'd be facing a massive headache." The middle-aged officer sighed, expressing his frustration. Ordinarily, they would merely observe such gang rivalries and territorial disputes, perhaps clearing up the aftermath, as long as it didn't occur in crowded areas or involve innocent civilians. They would relish the notion of these scoundrels tearing each other apart, ideally to extinction. However, the reporters, preoccupied with their own ambitions for promotions and pay raises, remained indifferent to whether the deceased were societal parasites. Their sole focus lay on why such a prosperous city as New York could witness such a tragedy. And what were our officers doing? Where did the substantial taxes we pay each year go? To the precinct's coffee machine? A seemingly trivial incident would swiftly escalate, inciting protests from misinformed citizens. Subsequently, their superiors would berate them mercilessly in meetings, insisting they solve the case within days and bring the perpetrator to justice, providing the public with answers. Almost every time reporters became involved, this was the outcome, prompting officers to dread the presence of these journalists, who wielded their cameras like weapons. Unfortunately, just as he finished speaking, several news vans drifted into position behind their police car, akin to sharks drawn by the scent of blood, keeping pace with their response. It was no surprise that these news hunters were dubbed the unofficial kings of the city. Their level of dedication was beyond ordinary. The two officers outside exchanged resigned glances, quickly erecting a barricade to keep the eager journalists, whose faces screamed "I want a scoop," at bay. "Hey, remember me? I interviewed you last time. What's the situation now? How many casualties? Was it a gang shootout or something else?" No comment. He had already gathered information on the way. It seemed a fierce gun battle had recently erupted here, possibly involving grenades and other high-caliber weaponry. "As a resident of New York City, I wish to know whether our safety can truly be assured. Why do these terrorists effortlessly obtain vast quantities of arms? Why do our officers always arrive last to handle the aftermath?" I said, "No comment. Is this how you waste taxpayers' money? We have the right to know the truth." Several reporters, confident in their numbers and expertise, confronted the few officers tasked with maintaining order, leaving them speechless and glaring in frustration. They couldn't even retaliate. They merely pretended not to notice as spittle landed on their faces. Amidst the cacophony outside, the officers who had entered the premises had successfully rescued the hostages, including Will, and were now engaged in reconstructing the scene and conducting interviews. As the testimonies and investigative leads accumulated, what initially seemed to be a commonplace gang altercation transformed into a perplexing enigma, leaving the New York officers exchanging bewildered glances, as if they were listening to a fantastical tale. "I now harbor grave doubts that you have indulged in substantial narcotics, leading to these hallucinations. Let us defer the testimonies until these individuals are brought to the precinct and have regained their clarity," declared the commanding sheriff decisively. Chapter 33. The Intervention of S.H. E.L.D. "Sheriff, I believe you ought to come take a look at this." A police officer crouched on the ground, his expression oddly perplexed. The sheriff, bewildered, approached and widened his eyes in disbelief. Was this some sort of April Fool's joke? As he spoke, he too crouched down, tapping on the seemingly two-finger-thick steel door. It was indeed a door of steel, not plastic, thus the markings upon it. The sheriff refrained from continuing, as the officer interjected, "It appears to have been struck by a fist." While speaking, he placed his own fist against the door for comparison, discovering it was slightly smaller, yet confirming that it was indeed the size of a human fist. Was this truly something a human could accomplish? Rising once more, the sheriff began to ponder seriously the testimonies he had previously gathered. A monster. Everyone had been slain by an invisible beast, but how could that be? Continue the search. Leave no piece of evidence unexamined. Also, re-interview those witnesses. What exactly did they see? The sheriff issued another command before turning to exit, for the clamoring reporters outside required his presence to quell the tumult. Approximately 10 minutes later, 2 black sedans arrived silently. A few sharply dressed individuals disembarked, ignoring the barricades as they entered the scene. The beleaguered Sheriff Lalo, overwhelmed by the reporters, promptly instructed his subordinates to manage the press, then swiftly slipped away. "Who are you?" "FBI, Federal Bureau of Investigation. Here are my credentials. From this moment forth, this scene is under our jurisdiction." Instinctively, Sheriff Lalo accepted the credentials presented to him, only to be taken aback. Phil Coulson, FBI agent, level D4. The FBI employs a grading system from level 1 to level 19, with D4 being the highest rank, corresponding to a bureau chief. Sheriff Lalo quickly returned the credentials, a hint of unease in his demeanor as he queried, "I have not received any notification. Is it necessary for the FBI to intervene in what appears to be a routine gang altercation? And to send a bureau chief at that?" No sooner had he spoken than his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from his superior. He hastily answered, then abruptly hung up. "Received the notification? Agent Coulson, you may take over from here." Without further ado, Sheriff Lalo departed with his team, leaving all the fruits of their labor behind, including a bewildered Will and the others. What a farce! That such a minor case had warranted the direct attention of his superior's superior. They ought to make a swift exit rather than contemplate further. The depths of this situation, perhaps only the Almighty himself could fathom. Not only did the New York police depart hastily, but also those relentless journalists who, driven by their inquiries, received calls from higher-ups and reluctantly left the scene. Once the uninvolved parties had dispersed, Coulson, accompanied by his subordinates, commenced a thorough examination to reconstruct the scene. He personally reassured the visibly agitated Will and others. "Who are you and why are you preventing our departure?" Will questioned. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Phil Coulson, a senior supervisor with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. You should have noted our presence. From this moment forth, we shall take command here. Until the conclusion of this case, your only choice is to cooperate, unless you prefer to languish for several years in a New York City prison. We have already conveyed what is necessary. What more do you wish to know?" Will retorted, exasperated. "Calm down. I harbor no disbelief in your words. I merely seek further details. For instance, how did that creature assault the deceased? Was there truly no one who witnessed its true form? Share everything you know, and we shall conduct an assessment. Provided your accounts are truthful, you will soon return to your lives of crime. After all, in this instance, you are merely unfortunate hostages." Coulson was already well informed about the scene prior to his arrival, having acquired all pertinent details regarding Will and his associates. For their organization, this was mere child's play. What truly piqued their interest was the creature that could render itself invisible and nearly shattered a steel door with a single punch. Thus, the two parties engaged in a cordial exchange of inquiries until no further useful information could be extracted. Coulson then summoned a bus to transport Will and the others to the medical department of S.H.I.E.L.D. for preliminary treatment, followed by round-the-clock surveillance until it was established that none among them were connected to the invisible creature and that no one was lying. Only then would their freedom be restored. "Director Coulson, all evidence has been collected," reported an agent. "Well done. Let us return. The remainder is no longer our concern." 2 black sedans swiftly departed. Meanwhile, Dior, having discreetly returned to the restaurant, remained oblivious to the fact that his actions had incited S.H.I.L.D. to intervene, transforming an ordinary gang conflict into a mysterious incident. The vast organization had begun to utilize every available lead to hunt for the unseen monster. The enchanting culinary marvel had yet to capture S.H.I.L.D.'s attention. Instead, an unexpected turn of events had occurred due to an unforeseen intervention. It is said that plans often falter faster than anticipated, and fate can be capricious. Upon returning to his room, Dior abandoned any thought of washing up, even neglecting to change out of his clothes, and simply collapsed onto his bed. After each encounter with the world, he is overwhelmed by an almost drowning sensation, a stark reminder of his inadequacy. The mere 10,000 ripple energies at his disposal are woefully insufficient to sustain him in combat with the world. They serve primarily as a last resort for survival. This time, his negligence nearly came at a significant cost. Thus, he reclines on his bed, diligently employing breathing techniques to restore his stamina and ripple energy, while earnestly contemplating the gains and losses of his recent endeavor. Overall, he performed commendably for the most part, demonstrating a blend of audacity and meticulousness, fully leveraging the unique attributes of his stand to manipulate over 50 gang members with ease. However, this undertaking also laid bare his most profound weakness, a glaring lack of combat experience. At times, he found himself plagued by self-doubt, a fatal flaw in the midst of battle. Chapter 34. The disappearance of Stark the following day, Dio's enchanting restaurant operated as usual, as if nothing had transpired the night before. Will's phone remained unreachable, and in order to avoid raising suspicion, Dio feigned ignorance and made several more attempts to call, leaving anxious voice messages and sending texts. The rest was left to Will's fortune. As a former gang member, even though he found himself on the victim's side this time, it was likely that the police would not let him off easily. However, there was no need for excessive worry. Should matters escalate to that point, it would ultimately boil down to a financial issue. When the time came for bail, the police would undoubtedly instruct Will to make a call, thus allowing him to intervene legitimately. The only dilemma was, he was currently out of funds. The 110,000 he had previously earned had been nearly spent, so even for the sake of posting bail, he needed to open his business as soon as possible. Unbeknownst to him, Will had not been taken back to the precinct by the New York City police. Rather, he had been taken away by agents of a mysterious organization. Thus, the phone call he anxiously awaited might never come. Lost in thought, his phone rang. Dio pulled out his phone and noticed an unfamiliar number, yet he answered it. "Hello, Mr. Dio. Do you remember me?" Upon answering, a somewhat cool and composed female voice emanated from the device. Dio quickly recognized the voice. It belonged to Jessica, the affluent patron who had visited last time with Jenny to experience the benefits of dietary therapy. The mere thought of her resurfaced memories of her awkwardness that day, along with her drenched trousers. Consequently, he instinctively donned the odious smile that Jenny had once critiqued and replied, "Good afternoon, Miss Jessica. I trust our last meeting left a profound impression on both of us. How may I assist you today?" Hearing Dio reference their previous encounter, Jessica instinctively crossed her legs, her expression tinged with embarrassment. What had transpired that day was among the most memorable and humiliating experiences of her life, and she couldn't tell if he was intentionally bringing it up. Nonetheless, she had called not for trivialities, but out of concern for her dearly beloved sister, and even if Dio was being deliberately provocative, she chose to ignore it. "Indeed, as I mentioned before, I have a sister in need of treatment. Do you have time?" Americans are known for their directness in discussions, favoring straightforwardness, so Jessica bypassed pleasantries and got to the point. Upon hearing that the wealthy patron's sister required treatment, Dio's interest was piqued. Thus, he feigned great concern and replied, "Of course, I empathize with her situation. However, I currently have a guest to attend to. Would an hour suffice? I need to assess her personally to determine the specifics of the treatment." Guest? In the empty restaurant, aside from himself, there was not a single other soul in sight. Dior's assertions merely served to bolster his significance, conveying a singular message to Jessica. His therapeutic cuisine is not only miraculous but also highly sought after. As time progresses, the clientele seeking his expertise will undoubtedly increase. Consequently, Jessica will undoubtedly place greater value on him, and her generosity is likely to be substantial. After all, during their initial encounter, she issued a check for a staggering $100,000 solely to express her apologies. If he were to successfully heal her sister this time, it would be implausible for her to offer any lesser amount. Moreover, even ordinary individuals maintain a few close friends with whom they share candid conversations and delightful discoveries. It stands to reason that wealthy individuals, too, cultivate friendships predominantly among their own social echelon. Having introduced her beloved sister this time, it is conceivable that the next introduction might involve her cherished best friend, an uncle, or a business associate. One must not assume that Americans are devoid of human sentiment. Rather, They prioritize tangible benefits over emotional ties, which renders the significance of personal relationships somewhat diminished. Yet, when the potential gains are comparable, the importance of human connection naturally comes to the forefront. In any market, when purchasing goods of similar price and quality, individuals will invariably prefer to engage with those they know or hold in high regard, a truth that transcends national borders. Frequently, the success of a transaction hinges upon the mutual rapport established between parties. Thus, upon confirming the remarkable efficacy of Dior's therapeutic approach, which remains relatively unknown and confined to a select few, Jessica will undoubtedly perceive this as an opportunity to leverage for her advantage, be it a substantial order or the favor of a wealthy individual or influential figure. Otherwise, she would be remiss in upholding her cultivated image of elitism. Dior, for his part, harbors no objections or grievances, as this arrangement epitomizes mutual benefit. He seeks to establish a notable reputation within elite circles to generate income, while Jessica can procure what she desires by assisting him in attracting clientele. Indeed, Jessica harbors no skepticism regarding Dior's exaggerations, having personally experienced the enchantment of his culinary creations. As for the exorbitant price of $10,000, were it permissible, she would have readily indulged in his therapeutic meals for breakfast, lunch, afternoon tea, and supper. For the affluent, a $10,000 meal is a trifling expense. Nothing pales in comparison to health. Are we aware of the annual salaries commanded by private physicians employed by the wealthy? The richer and more powerful one becomes, the more one fears death. This is a timeless truth. After swiftly finalizing the order, Dior's spirits elevated considerably. Uncharacteristically, he exerted himself by heading to the kitchen to prepare the grass fish he had procured that very morning. In his quest for culinary excellence, he extravagantly summoned forth the world, utilizing a stand-in as the ingredient and employing a proxy chef for the preparation. Truly a singular endeavor in the universe. It is assuredly not due to laziness. Dior guarantees it with utmost confidence. With remarkable speed and precision, the task was accomplished in no time, as the grass carp and other ingredients were neatly arranged on the chopping board, pleasing to the eye. Glancing at his phone, Dior noticed that ample time remained, prompting him to leisurely browse the news online. This morning, Tony Stark, the president of Stark Industries, confirmed his disappearance, with Obadiah Stane set to act as chairman in his stead. Following the announcement, the stock price of Stark Industries began to plummet. Furthermore, it was reported yesterday that a suspected gang shootout occurred at an abandoned factory on XX Street, with casualties yet to be determined. Military-grade grenades produced by Stark Industries were allegedly discovered at the scene, and our station had the privilege of interviewing. Chapter 35. Aaron's Snowball EMMMMMMM. Has Tony Stark truly vanished? The old coot, Obadiah, couldn't resist seizing power, which implies that Tony has been captured by that band of terrorists, coerced into manufacturing weapons. One wonders how many days Tony has been in their clutches. In other words, once Tony manages to construct the first iteration of his Iron Man suit in that cave, the Iron Man will come into existence? The unfolding narrative has left Dio somewhat taken aback, yet there lingers a vague sense of anticipation. At this juncture, the Hulk should still be hiding from the Purple Giant, yet to be struck at his core. Captain Marvel remains on Kree Prime, and Star-Lord, having unleashed a punch that reverberated through Avengers Endgame, is still wandering the cosmos with his companions. So many heroes have yet to make their appearance. Yet the news of Iron Man's imminent arrival instills a profound sense of urgency within Dio. It seems Iron Man is merely a harbinger, a prologue, heralding the forthcoming emergence of an ever-increasing array of heroes endowed with extraordinary abilities. Ah yes, this world also harbors mutants. Even Dio, who possesses foreknowledge of the plot and has gained certain advantages, remains uncertain of his potential role in the grand events and crises to come. Nevertheless, he is undoubtedly endeavoring to acclimate to this treacherous world, preparing himself for the day when he might need to step forward, should the world truly require his strength. After all, selfishness aside, could he genuinely stand idly by if the world were to face annihilation, overtaken by extraterrestrials, or erased with a mere snap of Thanos' fingers? Yet, he still needs time to adapt, time to grow stronger. Thus, it is best to first excel in his current duties. Upon seeing Jessica enter through the door, accompanied by the timid little girl who dares not show her face. A smile illuminated Dio's visage. It was as if he beheld a multitude of fragrant bills beckoning to him, a genuine smile emanating from his heart. Welcome, the beautiful Miss Jessica, and this little angel behind you, whom I am unsure how to address. It must be noted that Dio's appearance is indeed a boon, handsome without being effeminate, radiating a sunny charm. His stature tall and upright, exuding a hint of British gentlemanly grace, making him exceedingly captivating. From grandmothers to infants, everyone's first impression of him is invariably positive. While Dio was originally quite handsome, he had not yet reached the level of exaggeration. This remarkable visage is the result of the nurturing from pearl fruit jam. Over the past few days, merely strolling down the street, he has received several business cards from self-proclaimed talent scouts, claiming that should he pursue modeling or venture to Hollywood, he would undoubtedly achieve fame. Dio believed only a fraction of their words, discarding all their cards into the trash. Fame? He acknowledged that his striking handsomeness was indeed astonishing. However, he regretted to inform that in this world, one cannot ascend purely based on outward appearance, particularly in Hollywood. Each year, countless charming individuals arrive in Los Angeles, harboring dreams of overnight fame, often to find themselves ensnared in the darker side of the industry. Ultimately, a staggering 99.9% of them depart after a fleeting stint as waitstaff, disheartened. Occasionally, a fortunate few find themselves in the right place at the right time, achieving stardom, only to be paraded as inspirational examples, misleading the naive who mistakenly believe that mere good looks will pave their way to becoming celebrated icons. Moreover, in contrast to seeking the limelight, Dio preferred to quietly amass wealth. Thus the prospect of debuting as an idol was not something he ever contemplated. Even if a formidable mob boss were to declare, "I am no demon," it would not sway him. Jessica, observing from behind, seemed to be touched by his smile. After a moment's hesitation, she quietly introduced herself. "I'm Aaron. Aaron Jones." "Dio Brando," he replied. "My friends call me Dio." "It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Miss Aaron." Dio slightly bent down, extending his hand earnestly toward Aaron, who was shyly peeking from behind Jessica. Treating young girls like adults, rather than patronizing them with feigned childishness, often wins their affection, and the same holds true for young boys. Indeed, after gazing at Dio with wide eyes, Aaron bashfully extended her small hand to shake his, only to retract it quickly, as if shocked, her cheeks flushing crimson like a ripe apple, adorably so. Jessica observed the interaction closely, refraining from intervening or curbing Dio's perceived impulsiveness. Aaron's somewhat unusual behavior piqued her interest. For an exceedingly shy and introverted girl, the act of introducing herself and initiating a handshake was nearly revolutionary, reshaping Jessica's perception as an older sister. Yet, she did not dwell on it. Even as a woman approaching her 30s, she could not deny that Dio possessed an undeniable allure capable of captivating any woman. His appeal transcended mere physical beauty, emanating an enigmatic charm that was exceptionally enticing. It seemed Aaron was quite fond of him. At home, even her parents struggled to elicit a few words from her, and apart from family, Dio was practically the second male she had willingly engaged with. Upon hearing the word fond, Aaron timidly recoiled, appearing somewhat flustered. Dio, however, did not overthink the situation. After all, fondness was not the same as love. Was having an affinity for the opposite sex a crime? A smirk played at the corners of his mouth, as if he were teasing himself. Jessica suddenly smiled, finding the man's jealousy quite amusing. "Rest assured, it's just a white Bichon Frise named Snowball. And he is a male." Diana's once unyielding smile abruptly froze upon her face for a fleeting moment. Observing this scene, Jessica's spirits soared unexpectedly, and then she deliberately remarked, "It is my fault for not articulating clearly earlier. In fact, you are the first member of the opposite sex that Aaron is willing to engage with as a human." After speaking, it seemed she could no longer contain herself, and Jessica burst into laughter, covering her mouth. Diana, in turn, shrugged helplessly at Aaron, whose curious eyes widened in wonder, feeling rather embarrassed. It appeared as though he were genuinely competing with someone. Meanwhile, Aaron, with a pitiful tone, softly protested, "Snowball is very well behaved and adorable. Besides, Mom and Dad, along with my sister, are always busy. Only Snowball stays with me and never leaves. Chapter 36. The hideous and the grotesque. Though Aaron's voice was barely a whisper, both Dio and Jessica could not help but overhear. As the elder sister, Jessica found herself suddenly engulfed in embarrassment. She seemed poised to offer an explanation, yet ultimately succumbed to silence. Dio, perceptive to the tension, tactfully refrained from pursuing the topic and instead gestured for them to take a seat. The joys of the affluent were beyond his comprehension, and he held little interest in discussing their burdens and losses. Pardon my boldness, but may I take a look at Aaron's? I must ascertain the severity of the situation to determine the efficacy of the treatment. Dio spoke with utmost sincerity, aware that the healing properties of the Pearl Jam were not all-encompassing. Many ailments fell outside its purview. The treatment's principle relied on destruction and repair, particularly effective for external injuries. At least, that had been the case before any growth occurred. Hence, to preserve his reputation, he needed to witness the condition firsthand before committing to the business. Jessica hesitated for a moment, then turned to the visibly anxious Aaron. Dio's culinary skills are truly remarkable. I believe he can heal the wounds on your back. What is your decision? It seemed that a bond of trust had begun to form, as Aaron softly murmured her agreement and turned away. Thus, Jessica gently lifted the hem of Aaron's garment in front of Dio. What a shocking sight! Dio inhaled sharply, horrified. Could this truly be the result of scalding water? Aaron's entire back was marred by grotesque scars, resembling someone who had tumbled into a fire and been rescued afterward, a sight utterly terrifying. It was unfathomable to consider the depth of suffering she must have endured at such a tender age, and it was heart-wrenching to think that, in her desire for beauty, she had to conceal herself, fearful of drawing attention. Upon reflecting on this, Dio's expression softened considerably. Is that all? I mean, are there similar burns on other parts of your body? He directed his gaze toward Jessica, emphasizing the severity of the burns. Unfazed, Jessica promptly shook her head. These are all you see. So, can it be treated? Turning back, Aaron's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, her gaze filled with a glimmer of hope directed at Dio. If that is the case, then there is absolutely no problem. A confident smile suddenly illuminated Dio's face, which in turn brightened the spirits of the two sisters. Splendid. We shall count on your expertise. That is indeed my vocation. Please hold on a moment. I shall present Miss Aaron with a dish that meets all requirements. With a slight bow, Dio retreated to the kitchen to finalize his culinary creation. The severity of the wounds on Aaron's back exceeded his expectations, yet they still fell within the treatment range of the Pearl Jam. It merely required a bit more ingredient. Conjuring 3 pearls of Pearl Jam, he set his sights on Aaron, targeting the symptom, the scars on her back. Instantly, the 3 little tomatoes immersed themselves among the selected ingredients, completing their magical transformation. Immediately, Dio placed the prepared fish head into the pot along with slices of ginger and brought it to a boil. He then added water chestnuts, red dates, and goji berries sequentially. Upon the second opening of the lid, he introduced the flash-frozen cordyceps, and just before serving, he enhanced the flavor with sesame oil, cilantro, and salt, resulting in a delectable and invigorating soup. The entire process took him approximately an hour, demonstrating his meticulous care. He ladled the soup into a clay pot and covered it, then stepped outside. Apologies for the wait, ladies. This is a specially crafted magical invigorating soup for Miss Aileen. Consuming it will make all your troubles dissipate, he announced. Wow, it smells divine. As soon as the lid was lifted, a cloud of milky steam wafted upwards, causing Jessica and Aileen to instinctively take in the aroma, their faces reflecting sheer delight. Please dig in. Aren't you going to have some, sister? Aileen asked, perplexed. Jessica discreetly swallowed, her eyes brimming with anticipation as she looked at Dio. From my perspective, I hoped that Aileen would consume it all by herself, as that would maximize the therapeutic effects. Of course, Miss Jessica could also partake in this dish, but she would not experience its magical essence. Initially eager, Jessica, upon hearing this, allowed reason to take precedence. Without the magical effect, it was merely a flavorful ordinary dish, and she would not stoop to competing with her sister for a taste of medicine. Just eat, sister. I'll order another serving for myself later, Aileen encouraged. This time, Aileen hesitated no longer and took a small sip of the soup. So delicious. And there's not a hint of fishy taste. Oh, this must be the fish head. How terrifying. But it's so tasty, tender and smooth. What is this strange thing? Is it an herb? It looks like a worm. How disgusting. But it's not bitter at all, almost like French fries. With her brow furrowed one moment and a smile illuminating her face the next, Aileen quickly devoured the entire pot, leaving not a drop of soup behind. After finishing, she was genuinely astonished. Wow, I actually ate so much, it's all gone. She felt a bit embarrassed, and when she looked up, she noticed both her sister and the handsome chef were gazing at her with eager eyes. Did I eat too much? Feeling quite bashful, Aileen lowered her head, only to suddenly feel an intense itch on her back, akin to 1,000 ants scuttling about. Itchy, so itchy. She first squirmed and rubbed her back, but the discomfort only intensified. Ignoring the onlookers, she awkwardly reached behind her in an attempt to scratch. At that moment, the handsome chef chuckled. The effects are beginning. If you're not afraid, you may assist her. I should not remain here for a while. If you need anything, feel free to call for me. Having had a prior experience, Jessica immediately nodded. Once he departed, she hastily removed Aaron's clothing and, with her eyes tightly shut, assisted Aaron in scratching. Layers upon layers of dead skin shed, creating a truly horrifying scene. Aaron, frightened to tears, chose to remain strong under her sister Jessica's comforting presence. It was uncertain how much time had passed, but when the relentless itch finally subsided, the first sight that greeted Jessica upon opening her eyes was Aaron's smooth and pristine back. The once dense and unsightly scars had vanished, just as Dior had described, as if they had never existed at all. Chapter 37. Cheap gold? Initially, I, like you, found it hard to believe that such miraculous cuisine existed in this world. However, after experiencing it, I felt as though I had been rejuvenated overnight, returning to the vibrant age of 18. This is precisely the reason I wished to bring you here. No longer will you need to cloak yourself so thoroughly. You can visit the seaside, bask on the beach, swim, surf, and even engage in a romance with a charming young man. Rest assured, I shall keep this secret from our parents. At that moment, Erin's cheeks flushed crimson. Once self-conscious of the scars on her back, she had never imagined that one day she could wear beautiful backless dresses and stroll down the street. The thought of it conjured the dashing figure of Dior in her mind. He had transformed her life with his undeniable charm. It seems our little Princess Erin has indeed reached the age of love, Jessica remarked with a smile. Suddenly, Erin pulled away, her face a mixture of embarrassment and indignation as she glanced at her sister, feeling a tinge of disappointment in the shadow of Jessica's towering presence. All right, hurry and put on your clothes. That fellow will be out shortly. Jessica, having enjoyed a moment of advantage, wore a bright smile but felt a pang of nostalgia. How her sister used to love bathing with her. Finally, Erin gathered her wits, hastily donning her attire and tidying her appearance. Once given the go-ahead, Dior returned before them with an air of nonchalance, exuding both elegance and politeness. His confidence was striking yet subtle, causing the hearts of the two blonde beauties to race. Miss Erin, it appears your worries have been alleviated. Am I correct? Casting a glance at the disarray around them, a gentlemanly smile graced Dior's face as he contemplated the potential profits from this endeavor. Erin nodded shyly, her voice barely above a whisper. The cuisine was exquisite, truly miraculous. Thank you. Not at all. It is divine guidance, ensuring that angels do not remain tarnished. Handsome, capable, and articulate, in that moment, Dior epitomized the ideal man in the eyes of Erin and Jessica, especially for young Erin, who had rarely interacted with the opposite sex. She was nearly entranced by him. Unbeknownst to them, Dior's sweet words were not merely to win the favor of the young ladies, but rather a means to more amicably extract funds. A few flattering remarks required little effort but could significantly enhance the customer's willingness to part with their money. It was all an intricate ploy. May I inquire if Erin's treatment has concluded? Rest assured, the culinary creation this time required immense effort on my part. Under normal circumstances, a single dish can only eliminate one scar. However, to address Miss Erin's severe condition, I incorporated a multitude of precious herbs into the recent dish, achieving a flawless healing effect. Moreover, I guarantee that there will be no recurrence or side effects, standing by my word as a testament to my integrity. Dior solemnly pledged, reassuring the guests while subtly hinting to Jessica that he had expended considerable effort to treat her sister. Is it not a bit unreasonable to not offer a more generous compensation? Jessica smiled faintly, unconcerned about the financial aspect. What mattered most was the flawless and side-effect-free healing of her sister's scars. I can rest easy then. Might I have the fortune to savor your extraordinary cuisine once more? Dior paused momentarily, then swiftly responded, of course, my apologies. May I inquire, Miss Jessica, what kind of effect you desire from this fantastical dish? I wish for my skin to become more taut, smooth, and fair. Is that possible? Jessica gazed at Dior with eager anticipation. If you wish to achieve the same results for your entire body, it would require at least 2 treatments. After a brief contemplation, Dior sincerely stated, silently applauding his opportunity to profit further. I am very much looking forward to it. Following the treatment, Dior beamed as he bid farewell to the golden-haired Jessica and her sister. In exchange, a check for 200,000 found its way into his jacket pocket. Such a no-risk venture was indeed rewarding. If this continued, he might even question whether he was laundering money. Dior shook his head in a mix of resignation and happiness. In this modest little restaurant, a daily revenue of 200,000 could surely attract the attention of the IRS or FBI, prompting immediate investigation. Never mind those thoughts. Personal strength is the foundation of survival. When various crises arise, who would have the leisure to worry about the financial matters of a small eatery? Glancing at his phone, he realized it was nearly dinner time, and the surrounding restaurants were bustling with activity, while Dior, having made a substantial profit, decided to close early and indulge himself. Such is the audacity of those who engage in monopolistic dealings. After all, even if someone were to enter, they would likely be deterred by the restaurant's rules and prices. Rather than endure complaints while forcing a smile, it was far better to attend to more pressing matters. Without hesitation, Dior, under the scrutiny of onlookers, drove his well-used Ford towards the bank. After successfully exchanging the 200,000, he audaciously headed back to the gold shop he had visited previously. Now armed with a sense of self-protection, he found himself intrigued by the affordably priced gold. Just as no one could discern which banknotes bore gilt and which did not, he approached the entrance of the gold store but did not enter immediately. Instead, he retrieved the business card the manager had given him during his last visit and dialed the number inscribed upon it. Hello, may I ask who is speaking? I wish to purchase some affordably priced gold. I am currently outside your workplace. I do not require your products. You must have the wrong number. Are you certain? You did not exhibit such an attitude when you handed me this business card. Chapter 38. The deal concludes after ending the call. The slightly overweight and balding middle-aged manager soon emerged alone, casting glances around him. Across the street, Dior waved his hand, and the 2 men turned into a corner to meet. It's you. My apologies. I must exercise caution in such clandestine transactions, he remarked. Rest assured, I am not a police officer, nor am I curious about the origins of your affordable gold. I merely wish to ascertain whether you possess any goods at present or if you are merely acting as an intermediary. Dior's words served as a tentative reassurance to the other party. Given the audacity to engage in such covert dealings, he undoubtedly had his own confidence and was unafraid of any potential turbulence that Dior might stir up. How much do you want? The other party inquired cautiously, without missing a beat. Dior contemplated for a moment, settling on the same transaction amount as before. A deal worth $100,000. If the pricing were appropriate, there could be further dealings to follow. For individual traders, a single transaction of around $100,000 was no trifling sum. Any larger amount would likely be beyond his capacity to manage. Instantly, a smile spread across the man's face. Hey, my reputation as William is well known across these streets. We could become friends. How does a unit price of $45 sound? Dior smiled in response and turned to leave. This rotund man clearly considered him a fool. While the price of $45 per gram was indeed lower than the average of $52 in recent days, it hardly warranted the term affordable. William had once informed him that illicit goods typically sold for no more than a third of their original value. Though many gold shops privately accepted orphan gold, the usual price would not exceed 70% of its original worth, often accompanied by additional fees. However, for goods that were challenging to sell and difficult for even gold shops to clean, receiving half the price was already a considerable concession, and sometimes even less. Once complications arose, those involved in fencing would find themselves entangled, and without sufficient profit, no one would dare take such risks. In Dior's estimation, this William must be in possession of a batch of goods that could not be sold through legitimate channels. Otherwise, he would not risk reaching out to a small client like him. He could easily find ways to launder the goods and sell them for a higher price. Buying such goods inherently entailed significant risks, and yet this man presented him with a price that felt like an attempt to dupe a simpleton. Why linger any longer? Wait, if we cannot agree on the price, we can negotiate further, William interjected hastily, realizing that the opportunity was slipping away. As it happened, Dior's suspicions were confirmed. William had a client with a stockpile of goods, but the police were actively scrutinizing the market, making it difficult to offload. He had procured some inventory in anticipation of a lull in scrutiny, intending to gradually release it. Had it not been for Dior's generous previous transaction, William would not have provided him with that business card. Moreover, the price could be even lower, approximately 40% of the selling price, $20 per gram. He had acquired $500,000 worth of goods, nearly exhausting all of his available cash. Marx once articulated that for a capitalist, a profit margin of 50% is sufficient to tempt them into risk. For a 100% profit, they would dare to trample upon all earthly laws. And for a profit of 300%, they would commit any crime, even risk the gallows. Thus, for the sake of profits exceeding 100%, they are willing to take great risks. I surmise that the goods in your possession are indeed challenging to sell. Am I correct? Dior seeks to seize the initiative. William's expression subtly shifted before he maintained his professional smile and remarked, I believe $40 is a fair price, which is 20% lower than the current market rate for gold. Ignoring this, Dior continued, if I assure you that these gold bars will not circulate again and will never reappear on the market in any form, would that alleviate some of your concerns? William paused, taken aback. What guarantees can you provide? If the gold he handled were to completely vanish here, it would mean his worries were halved. All he would need to do is pray that his other client remains under the radar of law enforcement. My integrity, William replied with a bemused smile. Hey, my friend, that joke is hardly amusing. Very well, I'll concede a step, $38, but it cannot go any lower. Still unsatisfied, Dior pondered and proposed. How about this? I will purchase all the goods you have, and I assure you that this batch of gold will not resurface. I think $30 is a reasonable offer, considering all risks will be borne by me as the buyer. William quickly shook his head. No. You must understand. My acquisition cost exceeds $30. I cannot afford to operate at a loss. Moreover, your assurances lack credibility, and I have many clients. I am not compelled to sell exclusively to you. To Dior, William's words seemed merely stubbornness. Yet he could not press too hard, as he was unaware of the other's limits. Perhaps we could conduct a trial transaction first, to establish a foundation of trust after a round of negotiations. Dior and William ultimately agreed on their first deal, $35 per gram, with a total of 3,000 grams. Due to the absence of a trust base, Dior remained behind while William drove alone to retrieve the gold, 3 kilograms or 6 pounds in weight. Soon, William returned with a small black leather case, which, when opened, revealed neatly arranged gold bars weighing 30 and 100 grams. The transaction was completed in William's vehicle amidst the bustling crowd, effectively eliminating any possibility of foul play. After both parties conducted their inspections, they were satisfied and finalized the deal. In this transaction, William effectively profited nearly $50,000. With subsequent sales of goods, his initial capital of $500,000 would soon double, with his only expenditure being a modicum of time. His ability to profit without capital surpassed even that of Dior. Of course, Dior also benefited, as he acquired 3 times the goods for the price of 2, which was quite advantageous. The collaboration has been delightful. Should you require more of this affordable gold, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Upon the completion of the transaction, William, with a grin that revealed his gums, extended his hand eagerly. After a brief handshake with Dio, he lamented, "These are hardly affordable at all. If there is to be a next time, I hope to receive a more substantial discount. If you can truly ensure that the goods from each transaction will not circulate again, I believe there will be ample opportunities for further collaboration, and greater discounts would certainly not be an issue." "Very well, I trust that time will vindicate me, and I hope this transaction will not bring me any complications." Having casually set a flag, Dio drove away. Chapter 39. The Shipwreck and the Drawl. Upon returning to the restaurant, Dio hastily retreated to his room, eager to recharge. If it weren't for the remaining 100,000 he intended to reserve for emergencies and to provide a deposit for Will, he would have undoubtedly invested it all. He was not lying. Those 30 dubious cheap gold bars had vanished entirely from this world, and even Captain America would be unable to locate them. However, the fact that he had used the gold bars to recharge in a game was something he could not divulge to anyone. Otherwise, the price of this batch of gold could have plummeted further. Once the gold bars were exhausted, it was time for the fabled moment of metaphysics. To prepare, Dio took a bath and changed his attire, even lighting 3 incense sticks before the statue of Guan Yu at home. Ready for action, he decisively pulled out his phone and clicked on a popular video creator's cross-dressing parody video. Accompanied by a cacophony of bizarre sounds and eye-watering visuals, Dio took a deep breath and selected the 10 draws from the premium pool. For several days, the daily free 10 draws from the friendship pool yielded nothing but utter rubbish. Not even a single low-tier ripple orb, let alone a stand or ripple techniques, or any other desirable items. Having accumulated luck over several days, it was time for it to manifest. Dio whispered to himself. Yet fate is ever so unpredictable. A single act of smuggling had already drained much of the luck from an African, and to hope for a good draw, perhaps he should first step outside and tread upon dog excrement. Low-tier ripple orb, low-tier ripple orb, low-tier ripple orb. After spending 10 gold bars on the premium pool's 10 draws, he ended up with 5 low-tier ripple orbs, 3 mid-tier ripple orbs, and 1 high-tier ripple orb. Well, that's acceptable. Although he didn't acquire a stand or any other valuable items, enhancing his ripple energy would serve as the foundation for future battles. This draw was not a loss. While he chanted that it wasn't a loss, Dio's heart bled internally. He did not immediately consume these ripple orbs but instead opened the 1 ripple technique he had drawn.
Ripple technique, lie detection.
Which allows one to determine if another is lying by licking their sweat. Mumming. That feels oddly familiar. Is this not the peculiar skill of Bucciarati from the 5th part of JoJo, Golden Wind? Which scoundrel turned it into a ripple technique? The development of the JoJo mobile game was the result of collective efforts, and until tested, even Dio had no idea what others had added to it. Moreover, considering he had perished unexpectedly, it was reasonable for the JoJo mobile game to be a work in progress with some bugs appearing. However, what in the world is this ripple technique? Is there truly a need for Ripple to execute this? Just the thought of having to extend his tongue to lick someone to ascertain if they are lying sent shivers down his spine. This absurd skill, Dio would rather perish outside, shot down by a hail of bullets, than ever use it, opening it, clicking to learn. It truly is delightful. After studying Bucciarati's renowned technique, Dio realized he had underestimated the extraordinary capabilities of his own golden touch. He was unaware of the underlying principles of Bucciarati's lie detection, which could be rooted in psychology or some other basis. However, the transformation of lie detection into a ripple combat skill relies on amplifying the censored ripples to discern the components in sweat, distinguishing the changes in density when one lies. Truly impressive, my dear brother. The ability to rationalize such a phenomenon is remarkable. Regardless of others' opinions, I believe it wholeheartedly. Amused yet exasperated, Dio swiftly transitioned to the realm of mysticism, selecting a video of an incredibly fortunate individual who was seemingly on a winning streak, accompanied by an overwhelming barrage of sucking European luck comments. He once again initiated a 10-fold draw in the gacha pool. The very first item he drew nearly caused him to choke on his own blood, a wig of Josuke Higashikata, intermediate ripple beads, and lower-grade ripple beads. Moments later, Dio silently closed the video and lit a cigarette. So, the barrage of sucking European luck was merely siphoning away his scant remaining fortune? Even this time, His haul was inferior to the last. He received only 1 intermediate ripple bead, no high-grade ones, but a staggering 6 lower-grade beads. And as for Josuk's wig and Rohan Kishibe's self-portrait, what on earth were these items? Perplexed, he clicked to inspect further. Josuk Higashikata's wig. When worn, it perfectly replaces your original hairstyle. Who would want to transform into that fellow's pompadour? Rohan Kishibe's self-portrait. A perfect piece of narcissism with certain collectible value. To hell with collectible value, who would want to purchase that? Dio was infuriated, nearly mimicking the exaggerated gestures of a comedic character. Despite his mental preparation for the absurdity of his golden touch and his unfortunate luck, he found it impossible to quell his rising agitation at this moment. With only 1 draw remaining, his hand trembled as he smoked, the sunlight piercingly bright. Should he smoke now? Or delay? What a trivial dilemma. It is what it is. He resolved to let it be. Yet, despite his words, Dio's hand obediently tapped his phone to switch videos. This featured a video from a mysterious individual with seemingly supernatural powers, surnamed Huang, named Dong Dong, who wielded the remarkable force of Eastern mysticism. Anyone he confidently declared would win was destined to experience a cascade of unforeseen blunders, ultimately leading to their downfall. A figure of awe for many, as the video proclaimed, "You're telling me how to lose after pulling a dragon card?" Dio extinguished his cigarette and resolutely began his final 10-fold draw. High-grade ripple beads. Splendid, this round is guaranteed. Perhaps the previous 2 dismal draws had cast his hopes into despair, resulting in minimal expectations for this attempt. He would be content with merely a few decent ripple beads. As for anything else, he dared not wish. Intermediate ripple pearls, intermediate ripple pearls, intermediate ripple pearls. A trio of intermediates quite commendable.
Ripple technique, ripple dash combo.
An enhanced version of the ripple dash, this round has proven profitable, beginning to yield modest gains. Ripple technique, silver ripple dash. Goodness, is the reverse toxic buff truly this formidable? This is a significant haul. Lisa's guiding illusion card X1. What is this? I have no recollection, but it appears to be of decent quality. Then, 2 additional lower-grade ripple pearls appeared, and Dio was already quite satisfied, as anything that followed would be a bonus. Thus, in the end, his eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the dazzling spectrum of light. It was the effect of a stand manifestation. Stand, gold experience. 1 experience card. Damn! Upon reading the words experience card, Dio could not restrain a curse. Chapter 40. Lisa's guidance mirage card. Alas! 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 It is not that Dio must express himself eloquently. Rather, the sensation of plummeting from paradise is utterly unbearable. The golden experience is the protagonist of the 5th part of JoJo, and also the stand of Dio's biological son. Although it belongs to the support type, its ability to bestow life upon inanimate objects is nothing short of a glitch. If golden experience were to be summoned, Dio would find it exceedingly difficult to meet his demise, unless struck down in a single blow or rendered armless. Otherwise, he could rely on the stand's extraordinary abilities to perfectly restore his corporeal form. Not to mention, the requiem that follows its secondary awakening could serve as a pivotal trump card for his resurgence. How could Dio possibly maintain a cheerful disposition when faced with the prospect of losing such a formidable stand? Stand experience card. Golden experience remaining time, 30 minutes. Reusable. Upon reading the words reusable, Dio finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was not a one-time experience card. Otherwise, that would have been truly disastrous. In the design of this game, experience cards are categorized into 2 types. The first is a single-use card that vanishes regardless of the outcome, while the second is a reusable stand experience card. The timer begins the moment it is activated, and if the summoning is cancelled before the time is fully expended, the remaining time can be retained until it is entirely consumed. However, once activated, even if retracted after merely a second, it deducts a minute from the usage time. This means that even if Dio were to conserve the golden experience card, he could only use it 30 times. 30 minutes may not suffice for an entire battle. Yet, in a critical moment, the value of this card could be magnified infinitely. After contemplating these matters, Dio's despondent mood finally began to settle, and he experienced a stroke of fortune in his final 10 draws. Shutting off a certain yellow-haired man's dubious video, Dio commenced organizing his recent acquisitions. 1 top-tier Ripple Pearl, 1 upper-tier Ripple Pearl, 7 intermediate Ripple Pearls, and 13 lower-tier Ripple Pearls. He consumed them one after another, and the ripple energy on his panel began to surge dramatically, ultimately stabilizing at the figure of 24,900. The remaining 100+ points of ripple energy were a testament to Dio's diligent training over the past few days. With the total ripple energy rapidly increasing, his training speed also began to noticeably accelerate, allowing him to gain dozens of points each day. At this rate, he would soon amass the 150,000 ripple energy required to reach level 20, and unlocking a third stand card slot would merely be a matter of time and resources. Continuing to inventory his items, he cast aside the wig of Josuke Higashikata and the self-portrait of Rohan Kishibe into the game's built-in backpack, planning to address them at a later time. He directly selected to learn the ripple techniques: Ripple Speed Punch and Ripple Technique, Silver Ripple Speed, enriching his mind with a plethora of ripple usage skills. The Ripple Dash series is merely an enhanced version of the Ripple Dash, with little more to elaborate on. As for the Silver Ripple Dash, it represents a practical technique that imbues the ripple into weaponry. One wonders, however, if it can be applied to bullets as well. Perhaps there will be an opportunity to experiment with this in the future. Dio, stroking his chin, began to examine the last item that puzzled him. The instruction card for Lisa Lisa. Introduction. Lisa Lisa is an exceptionally skilled ripple user, proficient in various ripple combat techniques and notably adept at teaching. Upon use, players will receive Lisa Lisa's special guidance, with the learning effects yet to be determined. Remaining uses 3-3. This seems to be one of the instances developed by his former colleague, Little Lee, and it bears such an odd name. After some contemplation, Dio finally recalled who Lisa Lisa was. The mother of the second-generation Joestar, she had mastered the art of the ripple, maintaining a youthful appearance in her 50s akin to that of a woman in her 20s. In the original narrative, she was responsible for instructing Joseph Joestar in the ways of the ripple. In this light, the design of this instance seems quite faithful to the source material, which is rather intriguing. Dio felt he had gained quite a bit from this experience and overall was very pleased. Thus, with a hint of curiosity, he activated Lisa Lisa's special guidance. When Dio reopened his eyes, he realized he was no longer in the bustling New York City, but instead found himself on an unknown small island, wearing a peculiar mask on his face. Breathing was incredibly difficult. Not only was it challenging to maintain the ripple breathing technique, but even the instinctual, everyday act of breathing felt extraordinarily arduous. Dio instinctively reached to remove the strange mask from his face, convinced that it was the source of his respiratory struggles. At that moment, a cool voice echoed, "For the next month, you must live with that breathing correction device. Should it fall from your face, it will signify the failure of your training." Only then did Dio notice a striking woman in a red dress with long hair standing not far from him. Upon hearing the word failure, Dio realized he was indeed within the game's designated instance space, undergoing a special training session, and this beautiful woman was undoubtedly the ageless Lisa Lisa. The thought that she was over 50, married, and had children immediately diminished his interest. He then listened as she explained in her icy tone, "Adjust your breathing. As long as you maintain a steady rhythm, you will be able to breathe smoothly. However, should your breathing rhythm falter, you will suffer the agonies of oxygen deprivation." The concept was clear to anyone, yet how many could remain calm under such suffocating circumstances? Reluctantly, Dio forced himself to regain composure, reminding himself that it was merely a game instance and not a matter of life and death. After relinquishing the fear of death, Dio quickly regained his composure, and the fruits of his arduous training over the past days became evident. A peculiar rhythm of breath re-emerged within him, and the sensation of pain dissipated, replaced by the invigorating air infused with a hint of briny sea breeze filling his lungs. "Very well, follow me. To receive my guidance, you must first pass one final trial." With that, Lisa Lisa departed, absorbed in her own thoughts. Dio, realizing the implication of her words, hastened to follow. He discerned that he was to remain in this training dimension for nearly a month. He could only speculate how much time would elapse outside, yet regardless, he was resolute in his determination not to squander this opportunity for growth. Everything was for the purpose of becoming stronger. Chapter 41. The elevation of mindset soon. Dio followed Lisa to a castle beside them. The prelude to the trial was named the Pillar of Hell. Without passing this trial, one would not be deemed worthy to remain on this island. Alright, descend. The towering iron gate, standing over 3 meters high, swung open instantaneously. Before Dio could fully comprehend what lay within, Lisa pushed him forward without hesitation. In that fleeting moment, Dio attempted to summon the world, only to realize with astonishment that within this training realm, he was unable to invoke any of his stand abilities and had to rely solely on himself. How truly vexing. With an involuntary gasp, Dio plummeted into a pit over 20 meters deep. Fortunately, the bottom was filled with a substantial depth of oil, and thanks to the enhancement from Ripple Energy and the nurturing of Pearl Jam, Dio's body had transcended the capabilities of an ordinary human. Otherwise, he would have surely met a dire fate. As the abundant oil cascaded down the marble pillar, Dio's hazy memories began to resurface, and he gradually discerned the nature of the trial that awaited him. As anticipated, Lisa, standing above, emotionlessly declared the specifics of this trial: to ascend the towering 24-meter stone pillar using only his bare hands and Ripple Energy, without resorting to any other methods. After delivering her announcement, she turned and walked away, exuding an air of cool nonchalance, leaving Dio below to utter his frustrations. Is this merely a game? Must it be designed with such realism? Dio couldn't help but lament about his former colleagues from his past life, though a more significant concern was the unpredictable changes in certain functions of the golden finger that had accompanied him through his journey. Being tasked with such a challenging endeavor right from the outset was daunting, yet he reassured himself that this was merely an illusion, and the concept of dying from starvation should not apply here. Pondering uncertainly, he cautiously summoned the game interface and discovered he could exit at any moment, allowing him to exhale in relief, free from lingering worries. He recalled that the essential technique for climbing the pillar lay in concentrating Ripple Energy at the fingertips, thereby enhancing its power through focused accumulation. Despite this, even the second-generation Joestar and Caesar had taken over 60 hours to ascend. This was an application of the adhesion technique within Ripple skills. Once mastered, one could even run upon water like the ninjas in Naruto. Strangely enough, this was somewhat akin to the training methods of tree walking and water walking. Closing his eyes, he endeavored to recall all the knowledge regarding the applications of Ripple stored in his mind. After a considerable time, Dio suddenly opened his eyes and pressed his 10 fingers against the slick surface of the marble pillar. Focusing on his breath, he concentrated the Ripple Energy at his fingertips, adhering to the pillar's surface. Success! At this moment, Dio's body was completely suspended in mid-air, with only his 10 fingers firmly grasping the pillar's surface, resembling a Spider-Man in appearance. However, tragedy struck when his excitement caused him to lose his rhythmic breathing. The Ripple Energy dissipated swiftly, and he plummeted downwards. Breathing must not falter. Maintain the rhythm. Dio, with a sense of exasperation, patted the breath-correcting device affixed to his face. It was indeed a challenge to wear this contraption. However, he believed that once he adapted to wearing it during vigorous exercise, he would be able to master the Ripple breathing technique to a primal level upon his return to reality, ensuring that his breathing rhythm would remain unperturbed. Resolute in his intention to diligently refine his skills, Dio steadied his mind and embarked on his ascent of the pillar. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, 5 meters. An hour passed, then 2. With each upward advance, the difficulty escalated exponentially, and the Ripple Energy consumed increased correspondingly. The Hell Pillar was designed as a unique training ground to enhance the endurance of the Ripple, and Dio found himself eagerly anticipating the results of his arduous training. Before long, an entire day had elapsed. After a full 24 hours, Dio had ascended to a height of 15 meters. The higher he climbed, the steeper the Hell Pillar became, thus amplifying the challenge. Fortunately, this was merely an illusion. Dio was not required to eat and could sustain his stamina, allowing him to devote all his time to training. As time progressed, Dio became increasingly adept at utilizing adhesion. Compared to the direct application of Ripple combat techniques, the skills he cultivated through his own understanding proved to be far more profound. Finally, after 55 hours, Dio successfully reached the pinnacle of the Hell Pillar, completing the initial trial. At that moment, he collapsed onto the summit, utterly unwilling to move. Despite his physical exhaustion, his spirit had undergone a rigorous refinement, and his demeanor seemed transformed. His comprehension of the ripple had ascended to new heights. He was no longer a mere waste without the golden touch. Indeed, accomplishing the trial of the Hell Pillar in such a short time had thoroughly substantiated his talent and mental fortitude. As Dio completed the trial, Lisa materialized beside him like a specter. Rather than becoming frustrated with an NPC, he nodded in acknowledgement. He then observed the old woman toss an object toward him, and instinctively, he concentrated the ripple energy in his hand to catch it securely. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a cup filled with water. To his astonishment, the cup was inverted in his grasp. Despite its position, not a single drop of water spilled. Dio paused, suddenly cognizant of the ripple energy enveloping his hand, grasping the immense enhancement he had gained from the recent trial. By employing adhesion, he had managed to retain all the water within the cup, preventing any from escaping. The power of the ripple was indeed a wondrous force. In that fleeting moment, Dio was struck by this revelation once more. There was no time for astonishment. True training was just beginning. "Thank you." Rising to his feet, Dio found himself perplexed as to why he had expressed gratitude to an NPC. Yet, it was a sincere acknowledgement that had spontaneously escaped his lips, a true reflection of his innermost feelings. Lisa remained as aloof and composed as ever, seemingly indifferent to his existence. Even upon hearing his thanks, she merely inclined her head with the slightest of gestures before turning away. Dio hastened to follow her, his anticipation for the forthcoming special guidance intensifying. He began to perceive that perhaps the most remarkable treasure he had acquired from the 30 consecutive draws was not the golden experience card, but rather the guiding illusion card from Lisa. Chapter 42. Elevation. Thus, Dio's arduous journey recommenced following the completion of the Hell's Ascending Pillar trial. Maintaining the ripple breathing technique, he inverted himself on a towering structure, balancing on a solitary finger. Engaging in an incessant inhalation for 10 minutes, followed by an uninterrupted exhalation for another 10, he endeavored to achieve over 10 breaths within a single second. Each session culminating in an exhaustive marathon of swimming, unassisted deep-sea diving. In a fantastical restaurant nestled in Chinatown, New York City, Dio, reclining on his bed to rest, abruptly opened his eyes. A month of grueling training had led to a sublime enhancement of his vitality. Not only had his ripple technique made remarkable progress, but he had also mastered the application of the adhesion and rebound ripple techniques. Moreover, he had fully transformed several acquired ripple combat skills into his own, significantly augmenting his combat prowess. At that moment, his ripple energy had reached an impressive 4,900 points. Of this total, 10,000 points were rewards earned from the Hell's Ascending Pillar trial, while an additional 6,000 points were the fruits of his diligent practice with the breathing apparatus, yielding an impressive average increase of approximately 200 points each day, marking a qualitative leap. Upon returning to reality, freed from the torment of the breathing apparatus, Dio felt as if he were a fish in water. It seemed the ripple breathing technique had seamlessly integrated into his instincts. There was no need for conscious thought or control, as he effortlessly entered the state, reaping tremendous benefits. Only at this juncture did he comprehend why Lisa's guidance illusion card bore the label learning effect unknown. The extent of his gains was entirely contingent upon his own perseverance and effort. Had he approached the 30 days with a nonchalant attitude, he likely would have learned nothing. Only by actively embracing the experience could he maximize his benefits. It was undeniably a remarkable tool, though he resolved against undertaking a second session in the near future. After toying with Lisa's guidance illusion card, Dio stowed it away in his game backpack. Although the month of intensive training yielded substantial rewards, it had also left him mentally fatigued. Furthermore, since this method was designed to unlock his potential, the optimal way to harness its full efficacy would be to allow some time for reflection before re-engaging. After all, Lisa's specialized training methods were diverse, and he had merely traversed a portion of them, negating any notion of waste. Dio then picked up his phone to check the time, discovering that only approximately 30 minutes had elapsed since he had begun his illusionary training. In essence, A single day within the illusion equated to roughly 1 minute in reality, a remarkably humane design. However, he remained uncertain whether he had entered the illusion in body or merely in spirit. It appeared that, for his next training session, he would need to set up a camera, Dio mused thoughtfully. But for now, he decided to dismiss these thoughts and succumb to slumber. Exhausted to the core, Dio hastily shed his garments, disregarding the early hour, and collapsed onto the bed, succumbing to slumber almost instantaneously, overwhelmed by fatigue.
Manuela, SAHIELAD.
Was entering the final stages of their inquiry into Will and others. After numerous interrogations, the agents were nearing certainty regarding the authenticity of the testimonies provided by Will and his companions. Upon confirming that these individuals possessed no pertinent knowledge, preparations were made for their release. However, the necessary protocols and procedures were to be observed. It was imperative that these individuals remained oblivious to SHIELD's existence, necessitating the use of the FBI as a pretext for their handling. A knock echoed through the room. "Come in. Director, this is the report concerning the incident involving a monstrous entity at the abandoned factory in New York. The eyewitness accounts have been verified, and the possibility of any special individuals among them has been ruled out. We are prepared to release them tomorrow." Coulson placed a report on the desk of the one-eyed Black Egg. "Briefly summarize your deductions," the Black Egg, leaning back in his chair, said without lifting his gaze. "All my inferences and organized information are contained within this report." "Understood. I will review it when time permits. Now share your perspective." "Damn it." Coulson mustered his strength to speak. "The preliminary assessment suggests it may be the work of a mutant possessing extraordinary power and the ability to become invisible, potentially seeking vengeance. The misdeeds committed by those in Hell's Kitchen are known only to themselves, although we cannot discount the possibility of advanced cloaking technology being utilized. In any case, the evidence remains scant. Have there been any findings from the surrounding surveillance footage? Our agents have examined the vicinity, where 12 cameras were positioned. However, half of them were non-functional. The remaining 6 are situated at a considerable distance from the crime scene. I have arranged for personnel to scrutinize the footage from the time of the incident, but the investigation is proving challenging. Our manpower is somewhat lacking, and it has been a considerable time since anyone has received a holiday. So, Director, when can I expect approval for the leave requests I submitted last week and the week prior?" Casting a glance at the composed Coulson, Nick Fury felt immense trust in this capable subordinate. Many tasks were entrusted solely to him and a select few confidants. Therefore, as for holiday requests, it seemed he had heard nothing. "Is that so? Rest assured, I had already consented to your leave. Just send over a request shortly. I have heard that phrase both the week before last and last week. Could you possibly provide a fresh excuse next time? How about a computer malfunction that resulted in your leave requests never being received? What do you think of that?" Faced with the thick-skinned Nick Fury, who was clearly unwilling to approve his leave, Coulson could only respond with a resigned expression. "Did SHIELD's computers ever experience malfunctions? What would the technicians, who meticulously maintained the equipment daily, think of that?" Coulson's expression was decidedly displeased, as his holiday plans had been completely dashed. However, he understood that, given the pressing need for personnel, he could not afford to leave. Not wishing to continue the conversation about vacation matters, Nick Fury swiftly redirected the topic. "Has that playboy still not been located?" "Our team is still searching," came the response. "The group that kidnapped Tony Stark is quite cunning. They left no clues behind. Moreover, it is highly probable that Tony has already met with foul play. I also suspect that his attack may stem from issues within Stark Industries. If that is the case, our chances of a successful rescue are diminishing to nearly zero. Regardless of the odds, we cannot abandon our efforts, for Tony's father was one of the founders of SHIELD. Even if the likelihood of rescue is minimal, we must not relent." Chapter 43. Will is released the following day. After a rejuvenating slumber, Dio was roused by the incessant ringing of his phone. "Hey bro, are you in the restaurant? Hurry up and let me in." "Will, where have you been these past few days? You know, if I couldn't find you today, I was preparing to call the police." As Dio dressed, He made his way outside, casting a glance at his phone, which read 10:12 a.m. It was almost noon. He had slept for over 10 hours. No wonder Will was somewhat irritable. His good friend had been out of contact, leaving him in a state of uncertainty, while he had lazed about in slumber. Anyone would feel a twinge of discontent in such a situation. Fortunately, their bond was strong enough not to be tarnished by such trivial matters. The dozens of missed calls from Dio on his phone were undeniable proof. Therefore, when Dio, clad in his clothes and slippers, opened the restaurant door, Will had already dismissed any lingering grievances and enthusiastically embraced him. Hey, please step back. Are you not aware of how foul you smell? Or did you decide to experience the life of a vagrant, sleeping amidst refuse? Dio, who had no intention of being overly affectionate, promptly shoved Will away with a look of distaste. He understood that Will's current excitement was likely a result of having narrowly escaped a harrowing ordeal. After all, it was difficult for anyone to remain composed after witnessing such surreal events, even days later. Oh, for goodness sake, we are supposed to be brothers. How can you disdain me? The more Dio expressed his aversion, the more Will seemed to revel in it, pushing closer as if to vent his emotions through such antics. All right. My apologies. Let me prepare something to eat for you. You should wash up first. There are some supplies in the cupboard. Help yourself. When you're ready, we can discuss everything that has transpired these past days. Dio ushered Will inside and casually locked the door behind them, deciding to forego business for the afternoon. A decision made whimsically. In truth, even if he had opened for business, it was unlikely there would be any patrons. If it were Jenny or Jessica bringing customers, they would have surely called ahead to make arrangements. Thankfully, Will was cognizant of his own unpleasant odor and promptly sought a towel to freshen up. As he was residing in the restaurant, Dio had installed a makeshift shower in the bathroom while converting the bedroom. Though rudimentary, it sufficed to maintain his hygiene. Had there been public baths available in America, he would have certainly taken Will for a relaxing soak. That would have been truly delightful. Although now living in America, many of Dio's habits from his previous life continued to influence him. The sound of running water soon filled the air as Dio busied himself in the kitchen. Will had endured considerable abuse at the hands of his captors, and the bruises on his face were still prominent. Hence, Dio planned to prepare a few nourishing meals to help restore his vitality. Undoubtedly, the most indispensable ingredient in cooking is his pitiful substitute, the pearl fruit jam. A handful of cherry tomatoes was swiftly tossed into the meticulously prepared ingredients, and it was time for Dio to showcase his culinary prowess. When cooking for his own, there is no need for excessive precision. He simply utilizes whatever ingredients remain in the refrigerator. In no time, he crafted a delightful Kung Pao chicken, a stir-fried tomato with eggs, and a spicy chicken dish. The reason for the chicken-centric menu was the surplus of poultry available. Meanwhile, outside the kitchen, Will, already famished, was practically beside himself with hunger, his mouth watering at the enticing aromas wafting from within. To be frank, he had tasted Dio's cooking before, but it had always been rather ordinary, lacking in comparison to his mother's culinary skills. However, since Dio had miraculously returned from the brink of death, his cooking skills had remarkably soared. The last meal had left Will utterly astonished by its extraordinary flavors, and as he reminisced, he could not help but acknowledge the deliciousness of it all. I've prepared these dishes for you. They will aid in your recovery. I shall prepare something for myself afterward, Dio announced as he presented the dishes, placing the rice cooker on the table as well. Will hastily grabbed a bowl and chopsticks, not bothering with pleasantries. The fragrant rice beckoned him, and he filled his bowl to the brim before devouring it with the fervor of a ravenous wolf. Observing Will's adeptness with chopsticks, one might question his ethnicity. After all, he had known Dio's family since childhood, and his habits leaned more towards Eastern customs. Rather than indulging in steak with a knife and fork, he preferred to savor authentic Chinese cuisine with chopsticks. Dio believed this to be the correct method of cultural exchange. Though regrettably, such exemplary cases were far too few. Many Westerners still preferred the altered versions of Chinese dishes. Before long, the sounds of bustling activity emanated from the kitchen once more. For lunch, Dio opted for simplicity, preparing braised pork and a smashed cucumber dish, generously incorporating minced garlic to mitigate the greasiness. However, When he emerged from the kitchen with his lunch, he was taken aback. Gone? Don't tell me you devoured an entire pot of rice by yourself? The sight of a plate cleaner than a dog's tongue and a rice cooker devoid of any remnants caused Dio's expression to darken, a mixture of disbelief and amusement washing over him. He was not concerned about the potential harm of the pearl fruit jam. Rather, he feared that Will might have overindulged to the point of bursting. Dio, hick, where did you purchase this rice? It is utterly delectable. Of course, the dishes are even more exquisite. I lost track and finished everything, Will exclaimed, his hands resting on his noticeably distended belly as he reclined in his chair, a picture of satisfaction, completely disregarding decorum. Dio, caught between laughter and exasperation, gazed at him at a loss for words. This was enough food for 5 adults.
Dio,
With his recent surge in appetite, had nearly reached the point of not being human, while Will had always been considerably portly and quite the hearty eater. Thus, Dio had prepared an ample quantity of rice, only to find that it had all vanished into Will's belly. Alas, the pain is excruciating. Suddenly, Will's expression contorted as he felt numerous parts of his body ablaze with searing agony. Do not lament. This marks the commencement of your treatment. It will hurt for a while, but endure, came the admonition. This fellow had brought this upon himself and now had to cook again. Naturally, Dio was not in the best of moods as he carried the dishes back to the kitchen. The rice still required over 10 minutes to cook, so he decided to place it in a thermal container to prevent it from cooling. Behind him, the sound of Will gasping for breath echoed, and at that moment, he truly wished to declare that the wounds, though numerous, could have been left untreated. The pain was simply unbearable. Not only was it painful, but in the midst of it all, he found himself retching. A foul stench suddenly permeated the dining area. Chapter 44. The disguised FBI agent O. For heaven's sake, have you defecated on the floor, you scoundrel? Dio was taken aback by the ferocity of this treatment. Perhaps it was due to Will's gluttony that the effects were so explosive. Business was clearly off the table for today. Covering his mouth and nose, Dio hurried back to his room. Moments later, a revitalized Will, completely healed from his injuries, knocked on Dio's door. Get lost. There are brooms and mops in the kitchen. If you don't clean up the mess outside within half an hour, I'll toss you into the sea to feed the sharks. Dio's furious roar echoed from within, leaving Will feeling awkward as he retracted his hand and rushed to tidy up. Half an hour later, Dio, with his face masked by a scarf, brandished 2 bottles of cheap perfume, liberally spraying the air wherever he went. The restaurant's doors and windows were flung open to dissipate the foul stench. Otherwise, it would be impossible to air out the place. Forget about business today, he would have to retreat to a hotel for the night. At that moment, Will, who had just disposed of the trash and even conscientiously washed the dishes, walked in with a sheepish expression. Hey brother, don't be angry. I mean, it wasn't intentional. The effects were just so intense. I almost cried from the pain earlier. Don't you dare blame me. I let you eat first. But I didn't tell you to gorge like a pig. Dio snapped, giving him a light kick to the rear. Although he felt he hadn't exerted much force, Will yelped in response. Oh, for crying out loud. Are you trying to kick me to death so you can inherit my collection of rare adult magazines hidden at home? He complained, rubbing his backside. He was sincere in his bewilderment. Dio seemed to have held back, yet why did it hurt so much? To hell with those magazines. Do I need to resort to that to pursue women? Dio retorted, rudely raising his middle finger at Will. In the presence of outsiders, Dio was always the charming and cultured gentleman. But in the company of family or when faced with the antics of Will, he revealed his true self, cursing, gesturing rudely, and being physical. Okay, I admit, if our handsome Mr. Dio were truly determined to become a playboy, then Tony Stark would have no place in that realm. Will jested, theatrically tapping his chest a few times as if in prayer. May God bless Tony Stark to never return and continue to wreak havoc on those women. Amen. When did you start believing in God? Dio queried, observing Will's fervent display. Just now, came the reply, accompanied by another middle finger. Stop pretending. Even if Tony Stark were truly gone for good, those women who flock to him would never look your way. Besides, as long as there's money, it doesn't matter whether a man is handsome or not. A suitcase of cash will entice any woman. It is indeed reasonable to assert that wealth can corrupt, and if a deity truly exists, you would undoubtedly be the one condemned to the depths of despair. Ha! Even in the inferno, I would still confront him. Well, I commend your audacity. Thus, a pox upon the affluent and a pox upon the divine. Two acquaintances, who had known each other since childhood, suddenly exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. As their mirth escalated, an unexpected gurgling sound emerged, abruptly silencing their laughter. Ah, I recall you haven't had lunch yet. Have you? I just spotted the braised pork you stashed away in the kitchen. Will, displaying not a hint of embarrassment, patted his belly and headed towards the kitchen. Almost everything he had consumed earlier had been expelled during his treatment, leaving his stomach in a state of emptiness. Eat, eat, eat. Might as well eat yourself to death. Grumbling in frustration, Dio hastened to serve himself rice, fearing that if he delayed, Will would devour all the food. A pot sufficient for 5 or 6 adults, along with a large bowl brimming with braised pork, vanished into their bellies. Once satiated, Will began recounting the events of the past few days.
Dio feigned ignorance, listening intently.
So, you mean a group identifying themselves as the FBI expelled the NYPD and detained you in a peculiar location? Dio was genuinely taken aback. When did the FBI become so industrious as to engage in such minor matters? And with such swiftness? Could the individuals he had eradicated possess some undisclosed connection to the FBI? Indeed, they repeatedly inquired about the details of that day and the invisible monster. Reflecting on that fateful day filled Will with a visceral sense of dread. He shuddered to think what would have transpired had that creature rampaged through, likely leaving none of them alive. The notion of being regarded as a monster by his close friend was rather novel for Dio, even though the unseen entity was not himself, merely a reflection of his essence. Wait, you mean they did not question your testimonies, nor did they suspect you of being under the influence like the previous officers. Instead, they accepted the existence of such a creature and sought to extract further details? Suddenly, Dio felt a sense of disquiet. This did not resemble the typical interrogation process but rather the actions of those accustomed to dealing with such surreal phenomena. Will meticulously recollected the events and nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, I have a vivid memory of that moment. The atmosphere among us was charged with excitement, and when the individual claiming to be Agent Coulson of the FBI arrived, he appeared to genuinely believe in the veracity of our accounts, no matter how implausible they may have sounded. Subsequently, after we were taken away, the individuals responsible for our interrogation never questioned the existence of that monster. In hindsight, it does seem rather peculiar." Dio suddenly furrowed his brow, and upon hearing the name Coulson, he felt a sense of resignation. It became evident that the FBI agents who took control of the scene that day were merely agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. in disguise. Though described as a FAOD, it was likely that no one could find fault in the formalities, for it was indeed authentic. Given S.H.I.E.L.D.'s formidable influence, they could easily impersonate not only FBI agents but even members of Congress. The situation appeared to have escalated significantly. Chapter 45. Possibly under surveillance. Reflecting on all his actions from that day, Dio felt that his aspirations for a clandestine fortune might soon be thwarted. Despite his relentless efforts to evade surveillance cameras and conceal his identity, he could not convince himself that his actions were entirely foolproof and beyond scrutiny. On the contrary, his hurried demeanor and the lack of premeditated planning were glaringly obvious. After all, his sudden departure in such attire and his return at that specific hour left a gaping question of where he had been during that time. The numerous security cameras surrounding the restaurant rendered it unrealistic to slip away unnoticed. Given S.H.I.E.L.D.'s capabilities, it was merely a matter of time before they zeroed in on him. It was even conceivable that S.H.I.E.L.D. had already begun investigating acquaintances of individuals like Will, perhaps even having agents in nearby vehicles, discreetly monitoring their every move. Dio suddenly felt a pang of regret. Had he known that Will was under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s radar, he would have refrained from treating Will's injuries for the time being. Such a conspicuous change would undoubtedly signal to others that something was amiss with the restaurant. "What's wrong? You look troubled," Will inquired, noticing Dio's fluctuating expression. "Nothing much. If you go out in the coming days, make sure to wear a mask and a hat." Your face has healed quite suddenly, and it would be difficult to explain if someone noticed. For now, I prefer to avoid drawing attention, Dio explained. Will cast him a curious glance. Wouldn't it be better for more people to be aware of the restaurant's remarkable qualities? Previously, Dio had never concealed these aspects and even enlisted Jenny to help promote the place. What could have caused this sudden shift? Nevertheless, since that incident, Will had sensed a subtle change in Dio. He was still the same person, yet certain details had altered, and he conjured up his own reasons for these shifts. Accepting Dio's request, Will agreed. It wasn't an unreasonable request, and he had also planned to keep a low profile in the near future. The Black Bear Gang had become a relic of the past. Although their leader had returned to reclaim territory after the Butcher Group was exterminated, the memory of his abandonment of his followers lingered, making it difficult for many to forget. Now, their leader had become increasingly isolated, and once the news spread, no one wished to follow him any longer. In the present day, gangsters were less concerned with loyalty. As long as there was money to be made, everything else was secondary. However, the act of abandoning one's crew to flee alone was still regarded with disdain. Consequently, the leader of the Black Bear Gang saw his reputation plummet, with several factions now eyeing his lucrative territory and spreading rumors. As a result, fewer individuals were willing to board the sinking ship that was the Black Bear Gang. After being released, Will had received this information and, without hesitation, parted ways with others to come to Dio. After experiencing this incident, he felt as if he had been bitten by a snake and was now wary of ropes for a decade. Consequently, he was reluctant to continue his involvement in the gang, yet he possessed no other livelihood skills. His intention in coming here was to seek advice from Dio. After acquiescing to Dio's request, he briefly recounted these matters. Upon hearing that Will was not planning to remain in the gang, Dio immediately joyfully patted him on the shoulder. In the past, he and Will's parents had also urged him to reconsider, but at that time Will, unwilling to live his life dependent on others, had chosen to reject their counsel, determined to carve out a name for himself. However, years had passed, and he had not achieved the success he sought. Rather, he had become a frequent visitor to the police station, nearly losing his life in the process. His newfound clarity and decision to turn back were, in Dio's view, exceedingly positive. He certainly did not wish to receive a call from the police one day, asking him to identify a body. If you are still uncertain about what to do next, come and assist me here, he suggested. You know that I am currently handling all the roles of chef, server, cleaner, and front desk all by myself. Each time I enter the kitchen, I leave the guests waiting outside. And do not think too much of it. Even if you do not come, I am preparing to hire a few people. However, having you here would give me greater peace of mind. Will had never considered working as a server or cleaner. Had he been inclined towards such occupations, he would not have ventured into gang life at such a young age. Yet Dio's restaurant was different. Firstly, Dio was a good friend and brother with whom he had grown up, and his assistance felt familiar and natural. Before his gang involvement, he had helped out there before. Dio's mother had even rewarded him with a considerable allowance for his swift and capable work. Thus, he felt no embarrassment or reluctance about this arrangement. In the eyes of many within the lower-class black community, jealousy towards those who succeed is largely absent. This is due to a unique cultural phenomenon often described as when one person ascends, all others rise with them. It is not merely a saying, but a widely accepted reality. In contrast, in Huagua, if someone makes a fortune, they may take care of those around them, but they will never do so without boundaries. Nor will they provide unearned financial support, which often leads to resentment towards such individuals. However, within the distinctive culture of lower-class black Americans, when someone in a community rises and earns a substantial income, they tend to uplift others alongside them. For instance, a star nicknamed Sweet Melon, Toxic Melon, in the NBA has long supported a group of black friends who were once by his side, providing them with shelter and substantial monthly salaries. Most of them do not hold professional jobs but serve as bodyguards, life assistants, or even managers. More often than not, they simply accompany him in his leisure activities, drinking, dining, and enjoying nightlife. This is not an isolated case but rather a common occurrence. And no one perceives it as improper, to the extent that David Stern consistently disapproved of him, refusing to support his endeavors. Such matters are, in these Asian nations, nearly unimaginable and utterly incomprehensible. Why should I, having toiled tirelessly for my earnings, bestow them upon you, merely to sustain a horde of parasitic leeches entrenched in my own existence? It is absurd, yet it undeniably exists. This is the disparity wrought by cultural differences. Fortunately, Will has never contemplated becoming a mere leech reliant on his friends, though he would not disdainfully reject Dior's generous intentions. Thus, without much deliberation, Will acquiesced. Jesting as he did so, friends are friends, but the financial contribution must not be trifled with. Otherwise, do furnish me with the phone numbers of those women you have spurned. Ha ha! Chapter 46. The restaurant finds its groove in the ensuing week. Tranquility reigned. The concerns that had plagued Dio momentarily dissipated as no suspicious individuals approached him, providing him with a measure of solace. Furthermore, Dio's fantastical restaurant began to exhibit signs of steady operation. Jenny, with a forceful determination, introduced two of her close friends, who took advantage of a 30% discount to experience Dio's magical cuisine. Jessica returned with her sister to savor the extraordinary dishes once more, and in doing so, she introduced yet another client to him. These new patrons, transitioning from skepticism to astonishment and finally exclamations of disbelief, quickly became Dio's devoted followers, eager to share this revolutionary culinary healing method with those in their circles. In just a week, Dio nearly amassed 57,000 with his eyes practically shut, leaving Will envious and more industrious in his work. This occurred despite a lack of sufficient clientele. Should they truly find their rhythm and welcome a dozen guests daily, could their monthly earnings not soar into the millions? Subtracting the negligible costs and disregarding taxes for the moment, a net income of several $1,000,000 per month seemed a dream that could awaken one with laughter. Such a return on investment would undoubtedly attract the hungry wolves of Wall Street. Thus, in a bid to better reward his patrons, Dio, with a heart as dark as night, abolished the set menu, replacing it with a new pricing scheme. Each dish at a staggering 10,000, with therapeutic effects randomized, and custom treatments starting at a minimum of 100,000. Such extravagant pricing did not deter the genuinely affluent. They could casually purchase 10 or 20 of the latest sports cars merely to let them gather dust in their garages, and thus, a few $1,000s for a meal seemed trifling in comparison to the miraculous healing benefits. Rather than squander their money on inept physicians, they preferred to regain their health through the enjoyment of exquisite cuisine. Of course, no one is a fool. Had Dios' miraculous dishes been available elsewhere, they would not have flocked to him, willingly signing checks. Dio resolutely declined their invitations daily, whether they were wealthy patrons seeking personal chefs or proposing to collaborate on recipes. Even more strikingly, he outright rejected many requests for delivery. If they wished to partake, they must drive to the restaurant. No takeout, no packaging, this was the establishment's rule. Yet, there were always those who dared to tread unconventional paths. For those who attempted to sneak food away or sent their assistants and bodyguards to procure it, Dio merely warned them that once the dishes were taken beyond the premises, they would lose their original healing properties, and the restaurant would bear no responsibility. Whether these individuals intended to consume the food themselves or had it analyzed was of no concern to him. The range of the pearl fruit jam was merely capable of extending only 20 meters from him. Should it exceed this distance before entering the human body, it would vanish instantaneously. Thus, even if taken for analysis, nothing would be found other than ordinary ingredients. If someone were to become infuriated and seek to resort to something drastic, Dio would find himself rather intrigued. Thus, a month slipped by unnoticed. Welcome to Dio's fantastical restaurant. I am Dio. You wish to make a reservation? I regret to inform you that tomorrow and the day after are fully booked. How about the day after that? The weather forecast predicts splendid conditions that day. Perfect for rejuvenation. Was it Miss Jessica who referred you? Very well then, tomorrow evening at 8 o'clock, I shall dedicate my personal time to host you splendidly. You are too kind. I look forward to our meeting tomorrow. After ending the call, the peculiar sounds of moaning from outside gradually subsided. A few moments later, Dio adjusted his attire and strolled outside. Congratulations, Mrs. Mary. If your husband were to return home at this moment, he would undoubtedly be astonished by your beauty. Dio offered his heartfelt compliments, disregarding the thick layer of dead skin on the floor. Mrs. Mary, with her skin restored to a firm and radiant state, held a mirror up to her face, reluctant to lower it. Upon hearing Dio's praise, she responded in disbelief, "Thank you. I can hardly believe this is my current appearance. I thought I had lost it, my youth. Forever." It was only after witnessing the remarkable transformation of her friend that she sought this place out herself. Initially, she assumed her friend's youthful revival was due to new advancements in cosmetic procedures. But after some inquiry, she found herself recommended to a rather unassuming restaurant. Had she not trusted her longtime friend, she might have considered calling the authorities. Even more astonishing was that all the patrons of this nondescript little eatery were renowned wealthy individuals, some of whom had even graced the Forbes list. The luxury vehicles parked outside would leave any onlooker questioning whether they had stumbled upon an open-air luxury car exhibition. Fortunately, she utilized her friend's reservation privilege. Otherwise, this esteemed woman, accustomed to the highest echelons of society, nearly found herself unable to dine in a small restaurant located in Chinatown. It was simply unbelievable. Upon entering the restaurant, the prices displayed for the cuisine were in stark contrast to the ordinary environment within. At that moment, she began to harbor regrets. Yet out of trust in her friend, she skeptically ordered the most expensive custom dish. Unlike other restaurants where patrons select the type of cuisine, here, one chooses the desired therapeutic effect. As for what one would be served, that depended on the chef's whim. Mrs. Mary, half convinced, gently touched her once vibrant face and confidently articulated her desires. Unexpectedly, what she perceived as an unreasonable demand was met with a broad smile by the handsome young man, who seemed to find no difficulty in accommodating her request. Perhaps to validate his confidence, as the delectable dishes were gradually consumed, an unforeseen occurrence began to unfold. In retrospect, she felt a twinge of fear. Yet, the outcome was nothing short of astonishing. Now in her 40s, she had once again attained the youthful, firm, and fair complexion reminiscent of her 16-year-old self, evoking the nostalgia of her cherished adolescence. She marveled at her transformation, her gaze towards the dashing young man infused with gratitude and admiration. Were she to be 20 years younger, she was certain that she would pursue him with reckless abandon. Ah, the beauty of youth. Chapter 47. Trouble approaches. The swift transition into a prosperous trajectory took even Dior by surprise. He had underestimated the fervent dedication that these affluent individuals possess towards youth and health. When one attains wealth sufficient to last several lifetimes, what do they prioritize? Why did ancient emperors exhaust all their efforts in pursuit of immortality? The wealthier one becomes, the more they fear death and the more they prioritize their physical well-being, often willing to pay any price for it. The notion of purchasing health or youth, even if merely an illusion, seems an exceedingly worthwhile transaction. Thus, as word of mouth spread among the elite, Dior's fantastical restaurant became extraordinarily sought after. With a smile, Dior graciously accepted the $100,000 check presented by Mrs. Mary, escorting her to the door while politely declining her offer to introduce her daughter to him. Upon learning about the various rules of Dior's establishment, Mrs. Mary demonstrated her understanding and promptly scheduled her next dining experience. In truth, the guidelines suggesting that multiple treatments be spaced at least a day apart had become somewhat obsolete, as many patrons found it challenging to secure a reservation for a second meal so promptly. The earliest available slots typically required a wait of 2 or 3 days. Nonetheless, Dior remained steadfast in his insistence on this detail. After all, success often hinges on the minutiae. Perhaps you should consider relocating your restaurant. The current location may not be particularly accommodating for some patrons, Mrs. Mary subtly suggested before departing. Thank you for your advice, but this restaurant was bequeathed to me by my parents, and I intend to remain here for the foreseeable future, Dior replied. What a dutiful young man you are. I shall bring Jennifer by another time. You young people ought to connect more, Mrs. Mary remarked, her fondness for Dior growing. As she departed, she playfully winked at him, as if her demeanor had reverted to that of a 16-year-old. Dior smiled wryly, remaining silent. His thoughts wandered to the possibility of getting to know someone as beautiful as her, while the prospect of marriage had yet to cross his mind seriously. After bidding farewell to the last scheduled guest of the day, Dior exhaled a sigh of relief and turned back to the restaurant, oblivious to the complex and envious gazes of those around him. He was indifferent to their scrutiny. Will was busily tidying up the disarray within the restaurant, his face contorted in disdain as he dealt with the unsightly pile of shed skin on the floor. Yet, he accepted this as part of his job, one of many. To be sure, it was hard to fathom how that elderly woman could possess such audacity. However, truth be told, she had indeed become quite attractive since her rejuvenation. If she were to extend an invitation now, I doubt I would refuse the opportunity to visit her for a taste of abalone, Will mused, his tongue as sharp as ever. Enough with the jesting. Hasten to complete your tasks before leaving work. Additionally, here is your salary for the month. I hope you refrain from spending it all today on some woman's whims. As he spoke, Dio withdrew a thick envelope from his coat pocket and placed it upon the table. Salary day? Will's eyes sparkled with excitement as he immediately abandoned the broom in his hand and hurried over. Throughout the month, he had primarily engaged in cleaning and served as a waiter, without partaking in any other substantial duties. He was eager to discover the amount contained within the envelope. Having dined at the restaurant for an entire month, although he had saved on meal expenses, his pockets remained emptily clean, which was quite embarrassing. Fortunately, Dio consistently filled his car with gas. Otherwise, he would have been left to walk to and from work. After enduring a month of hardship, the prospect of finally having money to spend filled Will with exhilaration. "I love Franklin," he exclaimed joyfully. The gang was not without its perks. As he opened the envelope, his heart raced with anticipation. $10,000, that was Dio's remuneration for Will. This month, Dio had earned approximately $1.5 million, most of which came from bespoke culinary services. In comparison, it seemed that Will's compensation was rather meager, yet that was not entirely the case. Firstly, while Will was a dear friend, their relationship was not one of business partnership. Thus, the disparity in earnings held little significance for him. Moreover, a monthly salary of $10,000 is indeed substantial in the United States, considering that over 90% of Americans earn less than $100,000 annually. Those earning above this threshold are part of a mere 10% elite. Among this small fraction, doctors command the highest incomes, with pediatricians earning around $200,000 per year. Additionally, half of the American populace earns a mere $25,000 annually, approximately 120,000 RMB, which in China equates to a monthly salary of about 10,000 RMB. The wealth gap in America is stark, with 1% of the population holding 99% of the wealth, while the remaining 99% collectively possess only 1%. Without an exceptional social welfare and support system, the streets would likely be teeming with the homeless. Thus, Will was genuinely astonished. Merely cleaning could yield a reward of $10,000, far surpassing the meager commissions he earned from selling drugs, most of which benefited others, and without any associated risks. Will was aware of Dio's substantial earnings, so he refrained from any formalities and promptly pocketed the cash, returning the envelope to Dio for future use next month. "Let us go out and celebrate tonight. I'll treat." With money in his pocket, Will's demeanor shifted, exuding newfound confidence. "Not going," Dio retorted, clearly unimpressed. He knew Will's intentions well. While he feigned generosity, it was evident that if they were to go out, it would be Dio, the boss, who would be footing the bill. More importantly, Dio had little interest in those who could be bought with money. It lacked intrigue. Hurry and tidy up the restaurant, then get lost. "Yes, sir." With a newfound exuberance after receiving his payment, Will awkwardly saluted and hurriedly set about cleaning. Perhaps the alluring presence of the voluptuous stripper was too captivating, for before long, Will had left the restaurant spotless and vanished without a word. That fellow, may God bless him to perish in the embrace of some enchanting dancer. Dio chuckled derisively before preparing to lock the door. Just then, the restaurant door was suddenly pulled open from the outside, revealing a pair of long, slender, and perfectly straight legs before Dio's eyes. Chapter 48. The Black Widow. I regret to inform you that our business hours have concluded for today. Should you wish to dine, please make a reservation in advance. The prices and pertinent information are inscribed on the wall, Dior said apologetically. The visitor was strikingly beautiful, with flowing auburn curls cascading lazily over her shoulders. Her exquisitely crafted features formed a captivating visage, and her voluptuous figure was undeniably alluring. The black spaghetti strap dress she wore accentuated her exquisite collarbone, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of her deep cleavage and a pair of legs that could not be concealed by the hemline. Even without the 3-centimeter red high heels, she stood at an impressive height of approximately 170 centimeters, resembling a perfect creation of divinity. Merely standing there, she exuded an irresistible allure. Yet, in the presence of such a sensuous enchantress, Dior felt no stirrings of desire. Through the ever-active perception of his innate wave power, he discerned that her life energy was significantly more vibrant than that of an ordinary person, which heightened his vigilance. Furthermore, the familiarity of her countenance had already unveiled her identity. Upon encountering the visage of Tony Stark, he had nearly confirmed that he was indeed within the Marvel Cinematic Universe. He had once felt fortunate, for in comparison to the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the Marvel Comics universe was far more perilous. Even a formidable entity like the Devourer of Worlds could only be regarded as a unit of combat measurement, subjected to the relentless torment of various heroes and villains. Countless parallel universes of the Devourer of Worlds faced near extinction, their corpses capable of encircling the galaxy. The contradictions and numerous plot holes within the comics had led to Marvel editors frequently grappling with inconsistencies. In contrast, the Marvel Cinematic Universe felt somewhat safer, and it was a realm with which Dior was more familiar. Thus, upon seeing the visitor's face, which bore a resemblance to Scarlet by 70 or 80%, he sighed inwardly, realizing he had indeed attracted attention. He pondered whether it was due to his extraordinary culinary skills or his intervention to save Will, or perhaps a combination of both. Unfazed by Dior's apology, the visitor playfully tossed her hair, radiating charm once more, and said with a smile, "There is no logic in turning away customers during business hours. Additionally, I was sent by Jenny. Did she not call ahead to inform you?" "Jenny?" Dior paused momentarily, abandoning any illusions. It was evident that she had thoroughly investigated all his connections prior to her arrival. Just as her words faded, Dior's phone abruptly rang. He glanced at the screen, and it indeed displayed Jenny's name. He regarded her deeply for a moment before answering, placing the phone to his ear. "Hi, Dior. I've referred another guest to you, and she is an exceptionally captivating beauty. Has she arrived?" Hearing Jenny's voice, which bore no hint of abnormality, emanate from the phone momentarily eased Dior's mind. It seemed she had not resorted to any aggressive tactics, which was undoubtedly good news for him, as he had no desire to embroil unrelated individuals in this situation. "I see, indeed, she is an exceptionally beautiful woman. However, Jenny, as you are aware, this time is reserved for my personal affairs, and the business hours have concluded for today." "Oh dear, you truly are a simpleton. Is my friend not enticingly attractive enough? You ought to seize this opportunity. Moreover, let me confide in you that my friend is not only stunning but also extraordinarily wealthy. Even for Franklin's sake, I believe you should accept this business proposal." "Extraordinarily wealthy? How much did she pay you to make this call to me?" "A full 10,000. Considering our friendship, is it not reasonable for me to accept such a modest sum as a referral fee? After all, she is a considerable catch. Do not hesitate to take advantage of her." "Very well, I have plans for a night of revelry, so unless there is anything else, do not contact me again." The call was abruptly terminated, leaving Dio somewhat speechless. He had not anticipated that the illustrious S.H.I.E.L.D. would resort to monetary persuasion. It was evident that this friend's identity was secured by virtue of her financial contributions. How typical of Jenny. "So, may I enter? What is destined to be will inevitably come to pass." Dio shifted aside to allow her entry. He too was curious about her true intentions. With the ever-increasing prowess of his ripple technique and the stand the world, he possessed the confidence to face whatever might unfold. Holding over $1 million in reserves provided ample means to navigate any unforeseen circumstances. "I am the proprietor of this establishment. You may call me Dio. How shall I address you, lovely lady?" "Carrie. My friends call me Carrie, just like the character from the film Carrie." "Carrie? I find that rather hard to believe. Moreover, the persona of Black Widow seems more fitting for her true essence." Though inwardly skeptical of every word she uttered, Dio maintained an outward appearance of feigned belief, nodding in agreement. Greetings, Miss Carey. Since you are a friend of Jenny's, I presume you are already acquainted with some information about this place, correct? Indeed, Jenny shared quite a bit. I eagerly anticipate the forthcoming experience, hoping it truly lives up to its promised enchantment. As she spoke, Carey sensually licked her crimson lips, exuding temptation. Do you require customized treatment results? Not necessary. Mr. Dio, please make your own decisions. Dio regarded her intently once more, then nodded before turning to depart. The moment he stepped into the kitchen, Carey sprang into action, silently surveying her surroundings and discreetly placing various small items in inconspicuous locations. Soon, having finished her inspection of the hall, she stealthily opened Dio's room and slipped inside. Unbeknownst to her, her series of textbook-like infiltration maneuvers had been entirely observed by a floating cherry tomato. Meanwhile, Dio, engrossed in his culinary endeavors in the kitchen, suddenly furrowed his brow upon receiving a message relayed by the Pearl Jam. He became aware of everything the other party had undertaken, yet he suppressed the urge to confront them, maintaining a facade of ignorance as he continued to prepare his dishes. After all, apart from a few personal belongings, there was nothing in the room that could raise suspicion. He had long since disposed of all the garments he wore on the day he went to rescue Will, including the hat and mask, leaving no trace of evidence. After a while, when Dio emerged with the completed dish, Carey sat in her original spot, her face alight with anticipation as she awaited him, as if she had not moved an inch from her position. Chapter 49. Conflict. Had it not been for the knowledge of her numerous exploits during this period, installing countless listening devices and hidden cameras in various locations, Dior might have genuinely fallen for the ruse. It is often said that women are inherently gifted performers, and in her extensive career as a spy and operative, she had indeed distinguished herself, a fact that cannot be overlooked. Yet, Dior was no less astute. How could he disregard the performance that was so evidently unfolding before him? My apologies for the wait. I have prepared a few special dishes for Miss Carey, he announced. A slight smirk graced his lips, accompanied by an indescribable glimmer of amusement in his eyes. As he lifted the lids, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, yet the presentation of these dishes was decidedly peculiar. There were 3 dishes in total: stir-fried tomatoes with mooncakes, sauteed pumpkin with bananas, and stir-fried crispy snacks. Indeed, these culinary creations were infamous online, regarded as some of the most bizarre dishes in a list of 10 peculiar campus recipes. The stir-fried tomatoes and mooncakes were genuinely cooked together, as were the pumpkin and bananas. And yes, the stir-fried crispy snacks were indeed the very ones found in supermarkets. The realm of dark cuisine had officially arrived. Initially, Carey felt a flicker of anticipation, but upon witnessing the appearance of these dishes, her brow furrowed tightly. What on earth were these? Were they even safe to consume? Naturally, these were the latest culinary innovations from the establishment. Ordinary patrons were not privy to such exotic fare. Carey contemplated requesting something more palatable, yet the words caught in her throat. She had her own mission for being here, and in truth, S.H.I.E.L.D. had been monitoring this establishment for the past fortnight. Weeks prior, after extensive surveillance and investigations, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had identified a man, obscured by a baseball cap and mask, linked to several crime scenes via surveillance footage. This investigation ultimately led them to Dior's unassuming restaurant. Despite Dior's cautious demeanor, several cameras had captured his image, a feat not easily accomplished given his lack of professional training or prior criminal experience, which had posed a significant challenge for
S.H.I.E.L.D.
Initially S.H.I.E.L.D. planned to apprehend Dior directly, regardless of whether the elusive invisible creature was connected to him or not. Their methods were notoriously ruthless. However, prior to executing their plan, they discovered that this seemingly inconspicuous restaurant attracted a host of well-known elite patrons daily. A hasty arrest could lead to undesirable repercussions. Thus, the strategy shifted to covert surveillance. And soon, all pertinent information regarding Dior was laid before a certain individual's desk. In no time, the restaurant's extraordinary attributes came to light, further fueling their suspicions that Dior, the proprietor, might possess remarkable abilities. Moreover, it possesses an undeniably remarkable healing ability. A certain black egg immediately conceived an idea, coupled with the recent turmoil surrounding Tony's abduction that had left Coulson utterly exhausted. The subsequent responsibilities of this matter were promptly delegated to Natasha, who had just concluded her previous assignment. With the seasoned Black Widow at the helm, everyone felt reassured, including Natasha herself. In her perspective, testing a spirited young man in his 20s would be a manageable task. Feminine allure had always been a potent weapon for female agents in completing missions, and given the target's striking appearance, Natasha felt indifferent even if she were to be slightly compromised. Thus, after conducting thorough investigations and meticulous planning, today's operation was set in motion. Initially, everything progressed smoothly, and the target appeared utterly unguarded. Although she did not uncover anything suspicious during her search, she had successfully installed high-end devices, including listening equipment, ensuring that all actions within the restaurant would be monitored. All that remained was for her to verify whether the culinary creations truly possessed the miraculous qualities they were reputed to have. However, complications arose at this juncture. Under Durr's overwhelming confidence, Natasha, under the alias Carrie, suppressed her revulsion and brought the food to her lips. To her surprise, the taste was not as dreadful as she had anticipated. The stark contrast between the exceedingly unappetizing appearance and the relatively pleasing flavor brought a sense of relief to Natasha. It wasn't as delectable as the reports had suggested. Was it her palate that was at fault? As she continued to consume the food, she felt a twinge of disappointment. The mediocre flavors of these dishes were, of course, within Dior's expectations. Had he not forcibly elevated the taste with the addition of pearls of fruit jam, she would likely be facing something utterly inedible. This decision stemmed from Dior's slight annoyance. Had the target remained compliant, perhaps these dishes would never have been created. He had indeed pondered whether to feign a simple meal, but upon reflection, since S.H.I.L.D. agents had brazenly appeared before him, it was evident they were already aware of everything. He was acutely aware that he could not conceal the information regarding the healing effects. Thus, faced with this inevitability, he resolved to showcase his significance and seize the initiative for the ensuing discussions. He certainly would not toil as a mere employee for S.H.I.L.D. That was out of the question. Nonetheless, he was open to considering mutually beneficial collaborations. He required substantial wealth to fuel his ambitions, and S.H.I.L.D. was exceedingly affluent. It would be foolish not to capitalize on such a lucrative opportunity. As both individuals harbored their unspoken thoughts, Natasha had unknowingly finished her meal, leaving a considerable amount of the 3 dishes untouched, a feat that no previous guest had ever accomplished. Not to your liking, Miss Carrie? The flavor is rather delightful. It is the first time I have encountered such an intriguing dish. However, it does not seem to live up to Jenny's description. In the midst of my thoughts, Natasha's expression abruptly shifted. She forcefully overturned the table, scattering the unfinished delicacies, accompanied by the sharp sound of shattering. As she re-entered Dior's line of sight, a petite handgun was pointed directly at his head. What did you put in there? The intense cramping in her abdomen nearly caused her to falter, and beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. Yet, despite her discomfort, the resilience honed through countless missions ensured that her arm remained steady, unwavering in its grip on the weapon. Chapter 50. Escalation of conflict. As the table tumbled towards him, Dio merely took a symbolic step back to evade it, only to find the woman who introduced herself as Carrie, the Black Widow, aiming a gun at him with a pained expression. Had this encounter occurred during the early days of his arrival in this world, he would have undoubtedly trembled in fear, raising his hands in surrender at the sight of a firearm pointed at his head. However, after nearly 2 months of rigorous training, he had mastered the ripple technique to a remarkable degree and even summoned a formidable stand like the world as his trump card. Thus, at this moment he felt no trepidation, and instead, a desire to light a cigarette flickered in his mind. With the acquisition of the Ripple's bullet technique, the notion of using his energy to withstand bullets was no longer a fanciful dream. It is noteworthy that the bullet ability within the Ripple could even withstand high-pressure water jets. And the diminutive pistol in Natasha's grip evidently lacked the lethality to pose any real threat. Dio felt almost certain of his ability to defend against it, which contributed to his calm demeanor. "What have you released?" he inquired, glancing at the chaotic scene around him, which was strewn with common ingredients and some rare herbs. "It seems I will have to clean this up later, and in addition to the meal expenses, I shall need to ask her for compensation for the cleanup and emotional distress." Miss Gary's reaction was rather excessive. Who carries a firearm to a restaurant? Ordinary individuals, especially affluent ladies, would not typically bring a gun to dine. At this juncture, Natasha's faade had begun to crumble, yet she merely adapted her approach to fulfill her mission. Thus, enduring her pain, Natasha continued to point the gun at Dio and slightly turned her head to say, "Send 2 people in. I have secured the target, but I may have been poisoned. Please call for medical assistance. I believe it is unwise to proceed in such a manner, as it would escalate this misunderstanding into a violent confrontation. Furthermore, I detest being threatened with a firearm, so might I kindly request that you lower your weapon? Your current adverse reactions are merely the result of undergoing treatment. There is no need for resistance. Simply surrender to your instincts to facilitate the healing process." Dio felt a sense of helplessness. He had not anticipated such an intense response from her. However, upon reflection, understanding her true identity was not particularly difficult. As an experienced agent, her instinct upon sensing something amiss within her body would naturally lead her to suspect she had been compromised. Consequently, taking control of her adversary while she still had the strength to do so was an instinctive reaction. Placing hope in luck or the mercy of an enemy is the most foolish course of action. A normal response to treatment? A flicker of confusion crossed Natasha's eyes as she recalled the report she had received, which indeed contained the phrase "some incredible events may occur during the treatment." However, it lacked a more detailed account of the process. Those who had exposed their vulnerable selves before Dior were unlikely to divulge the specifics of their experiences during treatment. These individuals were prominent figures, and even the SHIELD agents refrained from delving into such trivial matters. While unafraid of offending these individuals, Natasha saw no reason to invite unnecessary troubles upon herself. Thus, she remained oblivious to what might transpire during the treatment, rendering her incapable of discerning the veracity of Dior's words. Consequently, she resolved to rely on her past experiences to navigate the situation, believing that even a misunderstanding was far preferable to losing her life or falling into enemy hands. "Step back. Immediately. One more step and I will shoot." At this moment, Natasha had reached her limit. Waves of excruciating pain assaulted her nerves, akin to a dozen menstrual cycles converging at once. Observing Dior disregard her warning and continue to close the distance between them, a fierce glint flickered in her eyes as she decisively pulled the trigger. A resounding bang echoed. This time, she did not aim for a fatal shot to the head. Instead, she targeted his right leg, adhering to one of the directives from the stubborn director. Once it was confirmed that the individual possessed extraordinary abilities, efforts would be made to recruit him. Should he refuse, he would be monitored closely, and possibly even apprehended in secret to prevent future complications. Thus, before clarity was attained, she had no intentions of killing him, her primary objective being to hinder his advance. Yet, in the next moment, a shocking scene unfolded. The bullet, swiftly exiting the chamber, emitted a sound akin to metal clashing upon striking his leg, then ricocheted away with a resounding chime. Inspecting Dior's right leg, it appeared utterly unscathed, with not even a tear in his trousers. Natasha's pupils dilated briefly, but instead of exclaiming in disbelief about the impossibility of the situation, her response epitomized the poise of a seasoned agent facing such an anomaly. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, 3 more shots rang out, and this time she harbored no intentions of holding back. The 3 bullets were aimed squarely at his head, throat, and heart. At that moment, she had confirmed that he was no ordinary individual. He either possessed extraordinary abilities or donned advanced technology capable of deflecting bullets. As she fired, she swiftly retreated toward the restaurant's entrance, her gaze never wavering from the enemy, ensuring he remained within her line of sight. Simultaneously, she shouted urgently into her communication device, The target has evaded control. Conventional firearms are ineffective. Request immediate backup. I repeat, conventional firearms are ineffective. Bring the heavy artillery. Received. A team is en route to the restaurant entrance. The second team is in the process of deploying heavy firepower while simultaneously evacuating the crowd. Upon hearing the response through her earpiece, Natasha let out a reluctant sigh of relief and began to stagger towards her exit. Meanwhile, Dio, enveloped in a shimmering aura of ripple energy, was fiercely deflecting bullets aimed at his vital points with precise flicks of his fingers. His temper was rising significantly as he realized that Natasha had evidently called for reinforcements, and this place was on the brink of becoming a battlefield, a scenario Dio could not tolerate. Thus, desiring a swift resolution, he channeled his ripple energy into his legs, instantly traversing the distance between himself and Natasha with an uncanny swiftness, appearing right before her. Although taken aback by Dio's astonishing speed, Natasha was quick to react. Aware that her firearm had proven ineffective, she discarded her compact pistol and launched a swift kick towards Dio. Outside, the sound of approaching footsteps grew increasingly distinct. Chapter 51. Instant kill with a soft exhalation, Natasha unleashed a powerful whip kick, her genetically enhanced body bestowing upon her exceptional physical prowess that transcended that of ordinary humans. A full-force strike from her could potentially prove fatal even to a well-trained soldier. This whip kick was executed with all her might. However, the ensuing actions of her opponent shattered her confidence completely. In the face of her formidable kick, Dio merely extended a hand, deftly catching her strike with ease, his gaze even drifting to the enticing sight beneath her skirt. Before Natasha could mount a counterattack, he swiftly locked her throat with his other hand and slammed her against the glass door. The glass shattered under the impact, sending two hastily arriving S.H.I.E.L.D. agents tumbling down with the debris. At that moment, Natasha, gasping for breath and bleeding from the corner of her mouth due to the immense force, found herself in a dire predicament. Yet, she refused to give in. Her remaining two hands swiftly drew two razor-sharp blades crafted from superalloy, aiming for Dio's neck. However, the blades were thwarted by an invisible barrier, rendering her efforts futile no matter how much strength she exerted. What kind of bizarre ability was this? Natasha suddenly regretted her reckless decision to bring only two small teams of agents for this mission. Such overwhelming strength and speed. Could this monster truly be him? The mere thought that he might possess cloaking abilities or high-tech equipment yet to be revealed sent chills down her spine. Don't move. Release her. At that moment, a squad of 4 agents had regrouped, their pistols trained on Dio, but the renowned Black Widow was held in front of him like a shield. Meanwhile, the second team was still anxiously evacuating the crowd, their heavy weaponry not yet set up, leaving the situation decidedly unfavorable for S.H.I.L.D. Suddenly, Dio recalled a joke. If you won't let me move, how can I release her? The world abruptly materialized behind him, and in an instant, it surged forth. In the blink of an eye, the pistols of the 4 S.H.I.L.D. agents were shattered. The cloaked monster reappeared, leaving the agents frozen in place, an instinctive dread washing over them. They sensed that the terrifying monster was watching them from nearby. Should they dare to draw their weapons, they would perish. I detest being threatened with firearms, so can you now hear my words? As Natasha teetered on the brink of suffocation, Dio eased his grip, allowing her to breathe once more. Cough, cough. Once Natasha regained her ability to breathe, she immediately succumbed to a violent fit of coughing. Simultaneously, she discerned a lack of hostility in the other party's tone, realizing that this unfortunate scene had been precipitated by her own excessive reactions. We harbor no malice. What transpired earlier appears to be a misunderstanding. I believe we can sit down and converse amicably, Natasha conveyed with earnest sincerity. The familiar formula, the well-known flavor, who would believe it but a fool? Nevertheless, Dior was indeed reluctant to confront such a formidable entity as S.H.I.E.L.D. The time had come to exhibit his capabilities and assertiveness. He anticipated that the ensuing dialogue would afford him a measure of initiative. A misunderstanding? It hardly seemed so. As Dior spoke, His gaze swept over the agents poised with weapons trained upon him. Natasha immediately declared, "Everyone, return to the vehicles at once. This is an order." After exchanging glances of uncertainty, several agents chose to comply. Indeed, were they truly retreating? No, they were simply returning to the vehicles to contact headquarters and request reinforcements. This was the hidden implication in Natasha's earlier words, which the agents comprehended. Once all the agents within view had withdrawn, Dior released his grip and gestured for her to enter with him. "Come, before we engage in formal discussions, you should complete your treatment. It must be quite uncomfortable to endure. I admire your fortitude and patience, but trust me, had I wished you harm, I could have acted earlier without unnecessary delay." Upon returning to the dining area, Natasha felt a slight relaxation upon hearing Dior's words, only to be immediately overwhelmed by a tidal wave of sensations coursing through her body. Unpleasant sounds of distress escaped her lips. Do not presume that having undergone genetic modification renders one entirely immune to affliction. It merely enhances the body's immunity to a degree, significantly mitigating the incidence of illness, while still allowing for injuries to accumulate. At this moment, the Black Widow was traversing her 82nd year of life. In terms of age, she was merely 8 years junior to the still youthful Captain America. Over the years, she had endured countless grueling trainings and accomplished innumerable high-stakes missions, resulting in an accumulation of latent injuries and toxins within her body. Typically, these afflictions remain suppressed by her genetically altered physique, rendering their dangers temporarily invisible. Yet, as long as she remained human, her capacity for endurance would ultimately reach a limit. Once the amassed pains reached a peak and erupted, it would likely spell the end for the renowned Black Widow. In the comics, the Black Widow even resorted to consuming a particular substance to prolong her life. Meanwhile, Dior's stand, Pearl Jam, was wreaking havoc within her body, simultaneously repairing and destroying, healing numerous hidden injuries and purging the toxins that had long plagued her. Although the process was undeniably distressing, Natasha could distinctly sense her body gradually progressing towards a more favorable state. At last, when the final trace of the peculiar blue liquid trickled down her thigh, the treatment concluded. Natasha felt an unprecedented sense of refreshment and ease. It seemed as though she could leap higher and run faster, as if she had cast off a heavy shackle. Only at this moment did she truly believe that the man before her had not deceived her. Those seemingly bizarre dishes indeed possessed incredible powers. Reflecting on the treatment process, even this seasoned agent felt a tinge of embarrassment, having revealed her most vulnerable side. Yet, when she considered the ultimate outcome, she realized that the treatment was not as difficult to accept as she had initially thought. Dio's miraculous cuisine was paradoxically captivating, leaving one yearning for more. "Thank you. I have once again confirmed that what transpired earlier was indeed a misunderstanding, and I may have reacted too strongly. Here I humbly extend my apologies." Although Natasha rose again in a rather disheveled state, the confidence that characterized her resolve returned to her countenance. Chapter 52. A new perspective after the recent events. Dio found it exceedingly difficult to trust a single word uttered by the woman before him, regardless of how sincere it appeared. "So, would you prefer to sit down and have a thorough discussion now? Or would you rather step outside to change into a clean outfit and pacify your subordinates who are clamoring for reinforcements, before returning to engage in a serious conversation with me?" Dio presented two options, with the second choice undoubtedly reflecting his absolute confidence. Perhaps taken aback by his willingness to let her leave first, Natasha paused momentarily before smiling and replying, "While I would love to sit down immediately to clear up this misunderstanding, I think it best to change into something clean first. Our initial formal dialogue should be conducted with due decorum. Suit yourself. I hope the individuals who come to speak with me later aren't a battalion of armed soldiers. What do you think?" A chill ran down Natasha's spine, and she inhaled deeply before stating, "I shall not commit the same foolish error again. Since there exists a possibility for us to sit down and negotiate amicably, we can naturally avoid unnecessary sacrifices." While making this assurance, she also subtly warned him. Despite her recent defeat at his hands, the power backing her granted her the audacity to speak thus. Those unfamiliar with SHIELD could never fathom the depths of this world, and countless individuals with extraordinary abilities had already been imprisoned in that special facility for attempting to disrupt the peace. Out of respect for their previous meal together, she hoped Dio would not join the ranks of those fools. Unaware of the warning embedded within Natasha's words, Dio merely gestured for her to leave. It was only as she reached the restaurant's entrance that he abruptly recalled something and remarked, "Remember to settle the bill for the meal, cleaning expenses, compensation for emotional distress, and the repair of the glass door upon your return. This is a small business. I do not tolerate debts." Natasha's footsteps faltered momentarily at the door, and she gritted her teeth before exiting. "I haven't even asked you for medical expenses yet." The memory of nearly being choked to death by him instantly extinguished any lingering fondness she had felt. Individuals who abused their powers without restraint deserved to be confined in that special prison, preferably never to be released. The thoughts of a woman are often inscrutable, and Dio had not anticipated that his insistence on payment would offend this woman who harbored a grudge. However, even if he had known, he likely would not have cared, given their significant age difference. Alas! Once the troublesome woman departed, Dio wrinkled his nose, donned a mask, and commenced cleaning. Meanwhile, on the other side, S.H.I.E.L.D., having just received a communication regarding the rescue of an operative, awaited directives from the director. Intelligence indicated that the adversary's strength and speed vastly exceeded that of an ordinary human. The battle-hardened Black Widow had been captured without a chance to retaliate, and firearms proved ineffective against him. If this individual was indeed the monster responsible for the massacre that day, it suggested he possessed the ability to become invisible. The agents dispatched for the rescue must be equipped with infrared thermal imaging devices. Should conventional weaponry prove ineffective, it would necessitate the deployment of heavy artillery in densely populated areas like Chinatown, which inevitably raises the specter of collateral damage, leaving him in a state of utter disarray in the aftermath. Indeed, this situation is quite troublesome. Natasha has always been a trusted confidant of Nick Fury, and he could not possibly disregard her safety. Therefore, prior to resorting to force to neutralize the target, his foremost concern was to devise a strategy for her safe extraction, avoiding any potential repercussions. Just as Nick Fury was grappling with these thoughts, the agents stationed at the scene relayed the latest intelligence. Upon hearing Natasha's voice, Fury felt a momentary sense of relief, swiftly followed by anxiety. It seemed improbable that she would easily release the hostage in her possession. This could very well be a trap, and the agents on site might have been compromised. At that moment, Natasha could potentially be coerced at gunpoint to communicate with him. "Agent Natasha, how did you manage to escape? Please provide a detailed account," Nick Fury inquired, causing Natasha to pause momentarily before realizing that her ever-suspicious superior was perhaps overthinking the situation. She promptly recounted her every action upon entering the restaurant, detailing the subsequent developments up to the point when Dio released her, which alleviated Fury's concerns. He was convinced that even if Natasha were indeed under duress, she would never betray the organization by fabricating such elaborate lies. Thus, the situation appeared to be progressing positively. "Knowing you are unharmed puts my mind at ease. But can you confirm there is truly no hostility from the other party? Since you have safely emerged, it would be prudent to return and conduct a thorough examination. We can subsequently dispatch a heavily armed unit for apprehension." Nick Fury was no gentleman. He bore a grim demeanor, and his intentions were far from benevolent. To him, the process was inconsequential. What mattered was the outcome. However, Natasha rejected his proposal. "The current predicament is the result of my oversight, so I implore you to grant me another opportunity. I assure you I will execute this task flawlessly. As for the reinforcements, let them remain on standby at headquarters. If circumstances truly take a turn for the worse, we can mobilize them for a forceful assault." After a moment's contemplation, Nick Fury nodded in agreement. In truth, he wished to avoid escalating the situation unnecessarily, as it could complicate matters considerably. "Very well, I entrust the scene to you. Should you discern that the situation is untenable, withdraw immediately and contact me. I do not wish to see my finest agent encounter any misfortune. Do you understand?" Perhaps had another individual heard such words from their superior, they would have been profoundly moved and vowed to sacrifice themselves for S.H.I.E.L.D. D. Determined to fulfill their mission even at the cost of their own life. However, Natasha had endured too much and merely responded with a calm acknowledgement before concluding the communication. Drive, she commanded. Back to headquarters? No, find somewhere I can take a shower. I also need a change of clothes. The agents dared not inquire further and promptly started the vehicle, departing the scene. Approximately half an hour later, Natasha re-entered the inconspicuous little restaurant, clad in a sleek black bodysuit that accentuated her form. This time, she was no longer merely the witch Carrie. She had transformed into the formidable Black Widow, a figure that instilled fear in countless adversaries. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am an agent from the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack and Logistics Support. Many refer to me as the Black Widow, yet I prefer the name Natasha. Chapter 53. From S.H.I.E.L.D. Forgive me, but does your organization not possess a more memorable name, Miss Natasha? While Natasha reported the situation and took the time to freshen up, Dio busied himself. He meticulously rearranged the table and tidied up the mess on the floor. During this process, he discreetly removed the pinhole cameras and listening devices that Natasha had previously placed around the dining area while he was distracted, ensuring none remained. In truth, many have commented that the name is quite cumbersome and difficult to remember, which is why we typically refer to it as S.H.I.L.D. The name is certainly much easier to recall. So, dear agent, may I inquire about the purpose of your unexpected visit? If it were representatives from the IRS, I might find it more comprehensible. On the evening of April 10th, where were you? What were you doing? Wow, is this an interrogation? I nearly mistook this for a police precinct S interrogation room. Dio maintained a casual tone, deliberately avoiding a direct answer, as he was unable to clarify his actions that day. In hindsight, his conduct was riddled with inconsistencies. He had made numerous mistakes, yet he bore no regrets, for life is a continuous journey of learning through errors. Should a similar situation arise, he was confident he would handle it more adeptly. In essence, he was evolving in every conceivable aspect. In response to Dio's obstinacy, Natasha remained unperturbed. She simply manipulated her phone for a moment before placing it on the table. The surveillance footage playing from the device had been edited, chronologically aligning Dio's movements from that evening, thus presenting a coherent timeline. Our subsequent investigation uncovered your long-standing friendship with Will, who, coincidentally, encountered trouble that very day, being confined in an abandoned factory on the outskirts. According to the inferred route from the surveillance footage, you were heading precisely there. It is evident that this incident unfolded rather abruptly, and as such, you did not devise a meticulously crafted action plan, resulting in numerous discrete cameras capturing your presence. Moreover, rest assured that we are not here to convict you. The scum that fled from Hell's Kitchen are hardly worth our effort. We merely seek to ascertain what you were engaged in that day and to understand the nature of the invisible creature as described by the survivors. Dio could have continued to deny any involvement, claiming that the individual in question was not him, merely someone of similar stature, or perhaps a thief who had wandered into his restaurant, as there was no clear facial recognition. However, such tactics of challenging the opponent's intellect while simultaneously undermining his own would be utterly foolish. No one would believe such fabrications. Moreover, even in the absence of such matters, the revelations he had just disclosed had already captured the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. Since plans often falter in the face of change, it is entirely reasonable to engage with an organization like S.H.I.E.L.D. ahead of time. Perhaps he could even forge unexpected alliances with them. Thus, he gently pushed his phone forward, gazing intently at the newcomer, and stated, I understand what you seek to verify, and I am willing to cooperate with your inquiries. However, I shall neither join your ranks nor admit to any wrongdoing. Regardless of the moral implications surrounding the deceased, taking a life constitutes a violation of the law. Should S.H.I.E.L.D. choose to leverage this against me, it seems my only recourse, apart from being a fugitive, would be to affiliate myself with an organization where murder is permissible. Is there a more formidable entity than S.H.I.L.D. for such a purpose? Therefore, Dio resolutely refused to acknowledge any act of murder, even if it meant fabricating lies. He would not allow himself to be ensnared. If provoked, perhaps the fate of the world would fall into the hands of Hydra. Natasha appeared momentarily taken aback. She had yet to extend an invitation to him, yet he had preemptively rejected her. Did I ever suggest that you join S-H-I-E-L-D? She queried. You investigate me without apprehending me, merely seeking to ascertain my capabilities. I find it difficult to comprehend what ulterior motives you might possess. Upon reflection, she realized the truth in his words. If there were no hidden agendas, why expend such effort? Nonetheless, she elucidated, S-H-I-E-L. DS mandate is to address various anomalous occurrences and to compile profiles on individuals with extraordinary abilities, identifying those who pose threats to society or harbor antagonistic sentiments. We do not resort to extreme measures against others, though necessary surveillance does exist. Of course, those willing to work with us may become agents of S-H-I-E-L-D. Dio wisely refrained from inquiring about the fates of those deemed hazardous to society. It was evident that such individuals had either been apprehended or had met their demise. Fortunately, he harbored no antisocial inclinations himself. His sole desire was to live a better life. Yet, this seemingly trivial aspiration proved exceedingly difficult in a world rife with malice, where nefarious individuals continually disrupted the peace. Like a magician performing a trick, Dio lifted a plastic bag and poured the assorted devices onto the table. After a brief count, he confirmed that none were missing. Natasha felt no embarrassment. Instead, she was astonished that he had managed to uncover all the cameras and listening devices in the restaurant within such a short span. Indeed, these items were previously placed by me. However, one must consider the ramifications if someone with your abilities were to wield such talents for malevolent purposes. Without oversight, we would be unable to locate them promptly after their misdeeds. How many innocent lives might be caught in the crossfire during that interval? Dior instinctively nodded, expressing his partial agreement with their views, yet stipulating that they should not be applied to him. Should you wish to reach me again, please do not hesitate to call my phone. It remains operational around the clock. He continued, allow me to handle these matters for you. In the midst of Natasha's astonished gaze, it appeared as though an enormous hand swept across the table, seizing the minuscule cameras and listening devices. However, in reality, nothing was present, as those instruments eerily floated in midair. Then, with a grinding sound reminiscent of teeth being ground, those sophisticated devices were abruptly compressed into powder, cascading gently onto the table's surface. One would presume that an ordinary adult could dismantle such intricate instruments. Yet to reduce them to mere dust through sheer force, what magnitude of strength would be required? How was this feat accomplished? Suddenly, Natasha's eyes flickered as she turned her gaze in that direction. Could it be that the invisible creature was standing right before her at this very moment? Chapter 54. Don't leave. Settle the accounts. Previously, when her agents were attacked by an unknown assailant, she had not witnessed the event firsthand. Although reports were submitted afterward, the absence of direct experience rendered the situation even more shocking. Once she regained her composure, Natasha promptly stated, I cannot make decisions regarding your demands. However, I will report accurately. Additionally, we need to understand the specific nature of your abilities. What exactly is that? Until my personal safety and freedom can be assured, I can only disclose that I am neither a mutant nor a superhuman. All my abilities stem from a mysterious form of energy manipulation, which you may interpret as a guardian spirit. I prefer to refer to them as stand-ins. Them? Natasha's gaze flickered. Unless it was a slip of the tongue, this implied that the unseen entities or stand-ins were not singular in nature. Moreover, she found herself intrigued by the enigmatic energy manipulation mentioned by Dio. If it were a talent akin to a natural gift, it would be beyond anyone's reach. But if it were indeed energy manipulation, could it not be cultivated by anyone? The partial strength and speed exhibited by Dio during their earlier confrontation had already left her astounded. Even as a genetically modified individual, she found herself nearly defenseless against him. If all of this prowess stemmed from that mysterious energy manipulation, how could Natasha not be envious? Could you elaborate on the energy manipulation you practice? Do not misunderstand. I am merely astonished by your ability to withstand bullets. Natasha leaned forward, her hands resting on the table, her youthful visage fixed on Dio, resembling an inquisitive young girl. Yet, Dio, well aware of Black Widow's formidable reputation and past, was not deceived by her current display of innocence. The name of this technique is Ripple Energy Manipulation, and I consider myself the sole practitioner in this world. I refer to myself as a stand user. Now, Miss Natasha, this is all the information I can provide for the time being. You may relay my requests, and please believe me when I say that I do not wish to be your adversary, which does not imply a lack of capability on my part. So, let us cease these trivial antics. Perhaps we can explore the possibility of collaboration. Dio had spent considerable time discussing his abilities, yet his explanations had proven nearly as elusive as silence itself, merely divulging inconsequential names. Even if SHIELD expended vast resources investigating the so-called Ripple Energy Manipulation and stand users, it would ultimately be in vain. However, Natasha clearly held a different perspective. She perceived this as a promising beginning and was particularly intrigued by Dio's proposition of collaboration. Collaboration? Indeed, just as you experienced earlier, I possess certain healing abilities as well. Should you encounter challenges beyond your capacity, feel free to reach out to me. Enhancing beauty and restoring youthful skin is also within my realm of expertise. Naturally, I can offer you a maximum discount of 10%. When the conversation turned to business, Dio appeared notably more invigorated. Natasha found herself caught between laughter and tears. After enduring numerous missions, she had never encountered such an extraordinary situation. Conducting business that reached the upper echelons of SHIELD. Truly remarkable. Well then, let us conclude today's discussion. Everything you have stated will be compiled into a report for my superiors. The decisions they make are beyond my influence. However, I personally believe you should channel your abilities towards a righteous path. People depend on us, and this world has never known true peace. I appreciate your advice, but the notion that with great power comes great responsibility strikes me as a complete moral imposition. In my moments of despair, no one came to my rescue. Why should others presume I owe them my assistance? I apologize, but I harbor no dreams of becoming the world's police or a universal hero, nor do I owe anything to anyone. Ultimately, the only ones who truly require my support are myself and those in my immediate circle, nothing more. As he spoke, Dio's expression was particularly solemn. He was no saint, nor was he noble enough to sacrifice himself for the safety of strangers. If it were merely a matter of a small effort, perhaps he would oblige, but if someone expected more from him as a matter of course, then he could not persuade himself to comply. Why should he? Natasha gazed at him intently before rising to leave. It would be prudent not to depart from here in the coming days. We will construct an X-Files dossier for you. Additionally, we may need to conduct some assessments of your abilities. Should you choose a path of crime in the future, this will serve as a reference for our apprehension strategies. Considering his personality, Natasha felt compelled to add this last remark to prevent an adverse reaction. After this brief interaction, she realized he preferred to lay everything plainly on the table. In truth, this was preferable, as they were more wary of those whose inner thoughts remained obscure. As she had anticipated, Dio had initially raised an eyebrow, but upon hearing her explanation, he quickly regained his composure. Everyone requires such assessments? Everyone, Natasha continued, merely a general evaluation of your abilities, which will not consume much of your time. Dio reluctantly nodded, indicating that he would see when he had time, knowing that reservations at his restaurant were booked 3 days out. Natasha paused, taking a deep breath. I must take my leave, however, I trust we will meet again soon. Wait, have you forgotten something? Forgotten what? Dio immediately donned an expression that suggested he anticipated her question, then handed her a bill. Upon seeing it, Natasha's temper flared. Had she not confirmed with her gaze that he was not someone she could overpower, she would have certainly delivered a swift kick to his head. The expenses for meals, cleaning, and the repair of the restaurant door are all understandable. However, what is this compensation for mental anguish? You are requesting $100,000. Have you lost your mind? Even if SHIELD is affluent, it is unreasonable to impose such a burden. In truth, no institution would dare to exploit SHIELD's finances. How miserly! After all, it is not your personal funds. Why fear public expenditure? Dior muttered under his breath, taking the bill that Natasha had slapped onto the table. He then produced a pen and made some alterations before handing it back to her, saying, "With so many of you pointing guns at me, do you think I am not afraid? Is it not reasonable to request compensation for mental distress? Considering your recent expenditure here, I shall grant you a discount, reducing the $100,000 to a mere $10,000 for the anguish. Any less and I shall take you to court." Chapter 55. Dual preparations. Listening to a recent executioner who had brutally slain dozens of gang members proclaim his intention to sue them, Natasha nearly succumbed to a derisive laugh. However, upon further reflection, she realized it was not her finances at stake. As Dio had stated, her purpose was to fulfill a mission, with all expenses naturally covered by public funds. Thus, the burden of this financial headache would fall upon the director. The sum was substantial, requiring procedural applications, and besides, someone would soon arrive to repair the restaurant's entrance, which would offset the costs. The remaining funds could be requested from the director at their next meeting. With that thought, Natasha swiftly turned and vanished from Dio's sight, as if fearing an enforced delay. Dio hurriedly pursued her, shouting, "Wait, I nearly forgot. What about my damages for reputational loss? So many witnessed you storming into my restaurant with firearms. Will I even be able to continue my business?" Yet, no response came, only the fading roar of departing vehicles. Once back in the restaurant, Dio's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Overall, this initial encounter with SHIELD had not unfolded as he had anticipated and came far earlier than planned. Nevertheless, the outcome was somewhat acceptable. At that moment, it seemed Nick Fury had already begun scouting candidates for the Avengers. Once Iron Man emerged and Tony Stark acknowledged his superhero identity, Fury would undoubtedly solidify his resolve. Thus, SHIELD's interest in him fell within Dio's expectations. The organization was typically lenient towards those of capability, much like their eager recruitment of Hydra scientists or the Hulk, who had wrought havoc upon countless structures and lives. In comparison, Dio had merely dispatched a handful of nefarious gang members, trivial in the eyes of that cunning, shadowy figure. However, the crux of the matter was that Dio had no intention of serving SHIELD. Therefore, without the prospect of becoming one of their own, it remained uncertain how accommodating Fury would be. Dio instinctively understood that he was likely surrounded by SHIELD's watchful eyes, making a brazen escape impractical. Thus, he resolved to prepare for all contingencies. He retrieved his phone, indifferent to whether SHIELD monitored his communications, and boldly called the middle-aged manager of the gold store. "I'll take all the remaining stock you have." Upon returning to SHIELD, Natasha immediately reported to the director. She was somewhat aware of Nick Fury's aspirations for the superhero initiative. Given the current situation, Dio, with his remarkable healing abilities, extraordinary strength, impressive speed, and invulnerability, was undoubtedly an exceptional candidate. Furthermore, considering his claimed substitutability, she was convinced the director would be eager to recruit him. Indeed, as she delivered her comprehensive report, Nick Fury fell into deep contemplation, precisely as she had anticipated. Such a remarkable individual seems tailor-made for the team he envisioned, not to mention the extraordinary healing abilities that are desperately sought after by any faction at any time. Even in the absence of that special team's conception, Nick Fury is eager to recruit him into SHIELD. If Natasha's assessment is accurate, with a modicum of training, he could emerge as a formidable superagent. The individual has unequivocally expressed a reluctance to join us. Indeed, prior to my invitation, he appeared to have discerned our intentions and promptly declined without hesitation, exhibiting an aversion to assuming excessive responsibility. With great power comes great responsibility. Did he truly utter such words? It can be affirmed, yet he seems quite disdainful. Disdainful? A person capable of articulating such sentiments, despite outwardly denying it, is likely to harbor an unquenchable flame within. Nick Fury arrived at a resolution, but everything ultimately hinges on the conclusive assessment results. He must witness firsthand whether this individual's unique talents merit his direct invitation. Expedite arrangements for him to come to the base for a capability evaluation, instructing the testing personnel to conduct the most meticulous examination. What do you mean by just a general assessment? That merely indicates S.H.I.E.L.D. deemed it unnecessary, whereas Nick Fury believes this is an opportunity for thorough observation. Natasha has long since grown accustomed to her director's duplicity, navigating a facade of agreement while harboring ulterior motives. Though this makes her an accomplice in the deception, her loyalties are clear, and she cannot afford to dispute trivial matters with her superior over a potential future colleague. Besides, isn't it a divine prerogative for women to weave their own narratives? Without delving deeper into this matter, Natasha expressionlessly produced the bill Dior had given her before departing, handing it to Nick Fury. What is this? A bill presented by our target, which includes expenses for my treatment, subsequent cleaning costs, repairs to the restaurant's entrance, and compensation for emotional distress. Oh, and he also demanded reparations for reputational damages, claiming our presence might jeopardize his business. Natasha recounted coldly, her gaze fixed on her superior's furrowed brow, feeling a sense of mischievous triumph. How outrageous! This is extortion.
S.H.I.E.L.D.
Will not entertain such absurd charges, Nick Fury exclaimed angrily, slamming the bill onto the table. Dior's total demand amounted to 130,000, itemized as follows. Dining expenses, 100,000. Cleaning costs, 10,000. Repairs to the restaurant's entrance, 10,000. Emotional distress, 100,000 crossed out, 10,000, and an unspecified sum for reputational damages. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. has deep pockets. If they can exploit the situation, they shall. Dior has always exhibited audacity, considering he single-handedly infiltrated a mafia stronghold to rescue individuals. In fact, the cost of repairing the restaurant's entrance can be disregarded. I have already arranged for the installation of a new door. Initially, he demanded a compensation of $100,000 for emotional distress, but later reduced it to $10,000. I believe that if we wish to win him over in the future, we could approach this matter strategically. However, it is imperative that we first settle this compensation to demonstrate our sincerity to the target. Are you certain you want to disburse this inexplicable amount? $10,000 for dining. What exactly did you order? On the contrary, I personally believe that this expenditure is most justified. When the opportunity arises, Director, you should experience it for yourself to understand my perspective. Natasha is indeed making sacrifices for the sake of entertaining on official expenses. Chapter 56. Despair and darkness. The fact that Dio procured a substantial quantity of gold from an undisclosed source was entirely within the purview of S.H.I.E.L.D. Although there had been suspicions regarding his motives for such purchases, for reasons yet to be revealed, they chose not to intervene. Little did they anticipate that someone in this world could attain immense power through the act of spending lavishly. William S.'s ability to manage loose goods was, in fact, quite formidable. Over time, his stock had dwindled to a mere 15 kilograms of gold. After deducting the 3 kilograms previously acquired by Dio, he had managed to sell nearly 7 kilograms in bits and pieces. Given William's cautious nature, one would expect him to remain untouched until he had sold off his entire inventory. However, the unfortunate turn of events saw Dio purchasing the remainder of his stock, which promptly attracted the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. It was entirely plausible that he could be summoned for a chat on his way back. This time, due to the substantial volume of gold purchased by Dio, coupled with the fact that this was not their first transaction, the price per gram had decreased by several dollars, ultimately concluding at a price of $32 per gram. Consequently, Dio expended a total of $480,000, a bargain, especially considering the lack of taxation. He felt quite satisfied with the arrangement. Subsequently, He left a subtle ripple in the windows and repaired doors throughout the restaurant. Should anyone enter, they would inadvertently trigger these invisible ripples of power, thus alerting him. With all preparations meticulously executed, Dio calmly infused the freshly acquired gold into his mobile game. The quantity of gold bars in the game immediately surged to 150. This time, Dio eschewed metaphysical attempts to alter fate and instead boldly opted for a strategy of spending to save. He was determined to test his luck, convinced that with 15 10-pulls, he must surely obtain something of value. Lighting a cigarette, he enveloped himself in a veil of smoke and commenced his redemption akin to an African savior. The first 10-pull yielded an assortment of ripple beads and miscellaneous items. The second 10-pull, more ripple beads, miscellaneous items, and a ripple combat technique book. The third, fourth. All the way to the 10th, rather than obtaining a stand, Dio astonishingly drew a singular valuable ripple combat technique, with not even a shadow of a stand in sight. Such is the fate of one with notoriously bad luck engaging in a card-drawing game devoid of any safety net. For an average person, a one-drop rate would guarantee at least one item after 100 attempts. Yet for Dio, each attempt represented a mere one chance, and on his worst days he could draw 1,000 times without success. Thus, by the time he finally acquired the world, he had undoubtedly exhausted his fortune for a lifetime. At this moment, Dio's hands trembled slightly. It was not until the cigarette nearly burned his fingers that he numbly extinguished it, forcefully slapped his face and pressed on. In the 11th 10-pull, he secured the second fragment of the arrow. This round was not a loss. The 12th and 13th attempts, however, were dismal. Dio's luck had reached a terrifying low. Just as hope began to wane, the 14th 10-pull finally shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors. This was the sign that fortune was at hand. Dio immediately felt invigorated, bombarded with choices. White Album, Killer Queen, The Extreme Bad Company. There were simply too many stand abilities he yearned for, yet reality often cruelly nudges one towards despair. What stand is this? Observing the continuously writhing, earthy yellow clay, Dio was momentarily lost in contemplation. After concluding his 14th consecutive summon, he promptly began to examine the attributes of this stand. Stand. Khnum God description. Named after one of the 9 honored gods of Egypt. Type. Bodybound type ability. Mimicry. Capable of altering the appearance, hair, height, weight, voice, and scent of the user at will. Attributes. Destructive power. E speed. E range. E durability. A precision. E growth potential. E evaluation. Can perfectly transform into any individual, provided one possesses adequate acting skills. Dio's eyes widened in astonishment. This was none other than the stand of the elder brother from the comedic duo in the 3rd part. He recalled only 2 stands capable of mimicking others. One was the flawed Yellow Temperance, and the other was this flawless impersonator, Khnum God. The ability to change one's appearance, hair, height, weight, voice, and scent was akin to that of a clone. Compared to Mystique's powers, it seemed formidable, as Mystique could not alter her scent. However, she could change her attire, making her more versatile in action, a feat Khnum God could not achieve. Despite this minor shortcoming, its brilliance overshadowed the flaw. Initially disheartened upon acquiring this peculiar stand, Dio's spirit soared upon reviewing its capabilities. Though it lacked any direct combat prowess and did not enhance his strength as a support-type ability, Khnum God was exceptionally suited to the current circumstances. DS surveillance over him had become a farce. If he wished, he could easily escape to any destination, even assuming a new identity and brazenly lingering beneath DS very nose without the fear of being unmasked. If he were to be more audacious, he could infiltrate step by step, eliminate that insufferable black egg, and assume his form to regain control. Alas, such a plan was impractical, for Khnum God's transformation did not grant him the memories of the other. Thus, even if he succeeded in eliminating that black egg, he would be quickly exposed. Those astute agents were not to be trifled with. Another trump card in his arsenal. How splendid! Dio exhaled deeply, the frustration from his previous misfortunes dissipating in an instant. Upon reflection, Spending a few $100,000 for the ability to transform like Mystique was undoubtedly a worthwhile investment. The unique abilities of Kununum God once again enlightened Dio to the profound truth that there are no truly worthless stand powers. Many abilities that initially appear trivial may, in specific circumstances, yield unimaginable effects. It seems unnecessary to solely yearn for those with extraordinary offensive capabilities. After all, obtaining them is nearly impossible. Given his own streak of misfortune, simply acquiring any stand would be akin to a stroke of luck. How could he possibly desire more? Thus, Dio indifferently initiated his final 10 draws, unperturbed by the outcome. Any additional ripple stones would be welcome, as they would facilitate his swift ascent to level 20 and unlock the next slot. Chapter 57. The 3 base in his last 10 consecutive draws, Dio amassed an abundance of beads, a radio, and a pet card, all of which seemed to epitomize the notion of mere trinkets. Upon glimpsing the pet card, a flicker of recognition ignited within Dio. He vaguely recalled that the development of the pet system was far from completion. Initially, players would need to capture pets themselves while traversing dungeons, although for affluent players willing to spend, a dedicated pet pool was designed to allow the acquisition of rare creatures through monetary investment. These pets typically provided combat enhancements and possessed unique abilities. However, since the pet pool's development was incomplete, that feature was absent from the mobile game that accompanied Dio on his journey through dimensions. Perhaps it was for the best. If another card-drawing pool were to exist, Dio felt he might very well lose his sanity. Thus, with a tinge of curiosity, he activated the pet card. Pet card, white when used on a designated target. There exists a certain probability of capturing it as a pet. Indeed, it required his own efforts to capture. The question arose, what rare species on Earth could potentially serve as pets? Could the rocket raccoon and the tree-like Groot floating in outer space be captured? Dio also vaguely recalled that the success rate for capturing with a white pet card was approximately 1 in 10, and the rarer the target, the lower the success rate. Essentially, a white pet card could only capture common, white monsters as pets. To capture something of a higher tier would require an extraordinary stroke of luck. Thus, the card's primary function would likely be to facilitate Dio's future endeavors in pet ownership, enabling him to train a cat or dog to be more obedient and responsive to simple commands. Truly, what a trivial item. After a mere glance, he tossed it into his game inventory. As for the radio, it was even less useful. Hailing from, this radio belonged to an ordinary office worker who cherished its ability to tune into morning broadcasts. Originally, it served as an item to trigger the Kira Yashikage dungeon quest. However, it now held no purpose for Dio. Where would he find Kira Yashikage to activate the quest? Upon opening it, he was greeted only by static, confirming that it received no signals, rendering it utterly useless. With a dismissive gesture, Dio tossed it into his backpack, planning to dispose of it along with the other detritus when time permitted. Finally, he assessed the day's spoils. A total of 15 draws yielded a stand, a ripple technique, a pet card, a fragment of an arrow, various miscellaneous items, and a plethora of beads of varying grades. Dio first selected the ripple technique to learn, which detailed the application of if was defined as the ability to deflect any attack from the surface of the body. Then, simply enhanced defensive capabilities. Additionally, when was applied to objects, it could render them significantly more resilient. For instance, a very soft strand of hair could, under the influence of, transform into a steel-like needle. This proved to be an incredibly useful technique, and Dio felt satisfied, resolving to dedicate time to practice it further. Next came the much-anticipated segment of candy consumption, where bead-like orbs were tossed into Dio's mouth, transforming into waves of ripple energy coursing through his body. The numerical representation of his ripple energy on the mobile game's interface steadily climbed, a visually gratifying method of empowerment that was truly addictive. By the time he finished all the orbs, Dio's ripple energy had surged to a remarkable 80,350, drawing ever closer to the 150,000 required to unlock the third slot. The following day, Will indeed arrived late to work, seemingly drained of vitality by some unseen force, leaving him devoid of energy, even oblivious to the newly renovated entrance of the restaurant. Dio, disinclined to comment on his state, recognized the inherent dangers of this world. An ever-present sense of urgency and crisis compelled him to grow stronger, leaving little room for indulgence. Who wouldn't he yearn for a life of opulence and hedonistic pleasures? Thus, 3 days of relentless busyness passed quietly. Although he received daily texts inquiring about his availability for a capability assessment, he chose to ignore them. Until one evening at 7 p.m., Dio concluded his work early and, with a few terse words, dismissed the visibly flustered Will. Instead of joining him in frivolity, he responded for the first time to a message he needed not ponder to ascertain its sender. Merely 30 seconds elapsed before a sleek black car pulled up outside the restaurant, and once again, Dio laid eyes on Natasha, the Black Widow, clad in her form-fitting leather attire. "I thought you would prolong this," she remarked. "No, I've simply been exceedingly busy. Besides, I have a bill that requires my personal attention. Do I not?" Dio replied casually as he locked the door behind him. Natasha discerned no hint of fear or concern in his gaze, as if he were not about to venture into the lair of a secretive organization, but merely embarking on a leisurely excursion. "You exude confidence, seemingly unconcerned for your safety," she observed. "Of course, I am a proponent of peace, and I hope today will be peaceful as well. Besides, I'm merely collecting a debt, not seeking a fight. Or have they set a trap, awaiting my arrival?" Suddenly, a palpable aura of pressure emanated from Dio, suffocating Natasha's breath. Instinctively, her hand moved towards her weapon, but midway through the motion, it froze. Her intuition warned her to cease this perilous action, lest she be torn apart in an instant. Cold sweat began to bead on her forehead. As Dio slipped into the car, a rush of cold air brought her back to reality, and she gazed at the man with a complex expression. It seemed Eld had never truly grasped the essence of this individual. All the personal information they had gathered about Dio was now shattered in her mind. What had just transpired was but a minor warning, yet it served as a formidable demonstration of his prowess. After taking a deep breath, Natasha entered the vehicle, followed by several black sedans that swiftly departed towards the outskirts. A few minutes later, a helicopter, emitting a cacophony of noise, awaited their arrival. At that moment, the SHIELD headquarters was still situated in Washington, where the rather ostentatious triangular-winged building served as the agency's base. Without uttering a word, Dio joined Natasha aboard the helicopter, which then rapidly ascended in a specific direction. Approximately an hour later, the triangular-winged edifice came into their view. Chapter 58. The emergence of Nick Fury as he traversed the corridors. Dio could almost mistake the SHIELD headquarters for the office of a prosperous corporation, were it not for his prior knowledge. Everything appeared rather mundane and ordinary, bustling with employees, though a few female staff members could not help but steal glances at the handsome young man. However, Dio was acutely aware that this was merely a FAAD. The true core of their operations lay beneath, in the depths of the real SHIELD base. Following Natasha and the other agents, Dio ambled into a futuristic chamber. "Please enter. After we conduct a risk assessment and compile your dossier, we will promptly return you," Natasha stated. "Before I arrived, I should have mentioned that I am here to collect a debt. Whether or not I will cooperate with your endeavors will be determined thereafter." Dio replied with utmost seriousness, as if to indicate that should SHIELD fail to remit the funds, he would turn on his heel and leave. His assertive demeanor was a test of SHIELD's limits. Natasha frowned slightly, about to speak when a familiar voice resonated from behind. "This is what you requested. Go ahead and take a look." The expressionless Nick Fury had inexplicably materialized, holding a silver, metallic briefcase. Dio raised an eyebrow at the sudden appearance, instantly recognizing the individual. Yet he feigned ignorance and glanced at Natasha. "This is our director, Mr. Nick Fury," Natasha introduced, then fell silent. As Dio accepted the offered case with a sudden smile and opened it, he was surprised to find it brimming with cash. The sight of a stack of bills was far more striking than a mere thin check. After a cursory count, he was taken aback. It seemed there was more than expected. At that moment, the dark-skinned man before him chuckled. "This amounts to 200,000. The excess is to compensate for your reputational damages and to express my apologies for the reckless actions of my agent. Natasha shot a quick, skeptical glance at Nick Fury, questioning whether the man before her was indeed the same director who just days prior had been vehemently opposed to compensating Dio, now suddenly so generous, increasing the amount from 120,000 to 200,000. As the adage goes, one does not strike a smiling face. The unexpected windfall from such a colossal organization as SHIELD greatly elevated Dio's spirits, filling him with a sense of satisfaction. Thus, he relinquished his stern demeanor, swiftly closing the case and lifting it in hand, extending his other hand. You are too kind, Director Fury. Let us put past grievances behind us, especially in light of Franklin's influence. Dio wore a broad smile, for the earlier conflict had not left him at a disadvantage. Now, having received an ample compensation, what could he possibly find displeasing? Nick Fury, with a knowing smile, extended his hand for a handshake, and the atmosphere between the two foxes, one large and one small, became particularly harmonious. After their hands clasped, Nick Fury revisited the past, stating, "Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, I trust you understand that we harbor no ill intentions. It is indeed the duty of SHIELD to handle peculiar incidents, assess the risks posed by individuals possessing supernatural abilities, and construct specialized profiles. We hope for your cooperation. In this matter, SHIELD stood on a righteous pedestal, and their reasoning was both reasonable and justifiable, a power bestowed upon them by numerous nations worldwide. Most importantly, at that moment, Dio found no grounds for resentment, as the conflict between him and SHIELD had dissipated with the acceptance of those enticing dollars. Truly, a cunning old fox. Dio suddenly felt the money was somewhat burdensome, yet it was impossible to return what had already been acquired. He would have to feign ignorance. After all, assessing the situation was merely a matter of his will. With a determined mindset, Dio's smile broadened, and he replied, "Since this is your line of work, I shall certainly cooperate. Let us hope so." Nick Fury gazed at him intently before signaling the researchers to commence preparations. Under the guidance of an agent, Dio entered a peculiar space, which appeared stark and empty, surrounded by transparent glass composed of unknown materials. It vaguely resembled the prison cell once occupied by Magneto, albeit slightly larger. The first test, strength assessment. Through the microphone, Dio could hear the conversations beyond, and as the words faded, the ground beside him suddenly cracked open, revealing a steel plate 2 men tall and 2 fingers thick. Please strike the steel plate with all your might. Not wishing to reveal his true strength, Dio enveloped his fist with a modicum of ripple energy and employed the technique of hardening to prevent injury. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed a mighty exhalation and struck the steel plate before him. A resounding thud echoed. The steel plate, infused with an unknown metal, stood unmoving, bearing no trace of the impact where Dio's fist had struck. The hardness of this material left Dio momentarily speechless. Although he had deliberately restrained himself, applying only 100 points of ripple energy, such force would typically fracture an ordinary person's bones. Yet, no mark was left on the surface, leaving him astounded. Nevertheless, this was the effect he desired. Thus, as his acting skills surged, he immediately displayed an expression of extreme dissatisfaction and subtly elevated his ripple energy to around 150 points, swiftly launching another assault on the steel plate. A tremendous sound reverberated through the enclosed space, while researchers outside swiftly analyzed Dio's power metrics via computer. However, the findings left Nick Fury, who had specifically taken the time to observe, thoroughly dissatisfied. The target's strength was approximately 5 times that of an average adult. Was further testing truly necessary? The muscle power of an ordinary person does not exceed 50 kilograms, with impact force ranging from 100 to 150 kilograms. This implies that Dio's full-strength punch has an impact force of just over half a ton. While he may appear formidable compared to a typical individual, when factoring in supernatural abilities, such results are nothing short of an affront to humanity. Chapter 59. Eye-popping ripple dash. Taking the strength metrics of the diminutive spider as a reference, Spider-Man, who does not particularly stand out in terms of power, possesses a strength of approximately 15 to 20 tons. If one were to solely calculate the impact force, this figure could potentially double. As for the Hulk, his strength is a different matter altogether. Several hundred tons is merely a triviality, while thousands of tons. As his rage intensifies, the Hulk's power becomes nearly unfathomable. Therefore, the strength that Dio has exhibited at this moment is utterly inconsequential, merely a display of dominance over ordinary individuals, which leaves Nick Fury, who harbored high expectations, utterly dissatisfied. Wait a moment, allow me to speak with him. The researchers tactfully vacated their positions. Despite the efforts displayed by the gentleman, my instincts inform me that you are merely going through the motions with these tests, and in fact you are not the first to choose such a path. If this is the extent of your abilities, I regret to inform you that you may not return to New York today. You will remain confined here. I hope you do not mistake my words for jest, for there is nothing amusing about this situation. Nick Fury's stern demeanor was quite intimidating, prompting Natasha to recollect the ominous aura she had sensed earlier. She was tempted to advise the director against provoking the individual inside, but considering the nature of her position and Fury's suspicious character, she opted for silence, her body instinctively entering a state of alert. Even Dio was taken aback by the abrupt shift in Fury's demeanor, causing him to furrow his brow as the intangible ripple energy began to envelop his entire being. This was indeed a rather unamusing jest. Do you truly believe this place can confine me? Nick Fury chuckled lightly, noting that the surrounding glass was significantly sturdier than the specialized steel plates used during his evaluation, a measure intended to ensure the safety of those outside. Thus, if Dio were to break free, it would ironically align with Nick Fury's intentions. Let us wait and see. Dio's expression darkened, but fortunately, he had anticipated various scenarios prior to his arrival. He had determined that even under the worst circumstances, he had a substantial chance of escaping unharmed, which instilled him with the confidence to engage further with S.H.I.L.D. However, the previously harmonious atmosphere had caused him to let his guard down, and he had not anticipated such a sudden reversal of attitude from the other party, who seemed to care little for maintaining any semblance of decorum. Trust me, you will regret this. I eagerly await that moment. Nick Fury's demeanor had finally provoked him, causing the intangible ripple energy to coalesce rapidly, resulting in sparks of peculiar colors igniting at the surface of his body. This spectacle did not go unnoticed by those outside, many instinctively taking a step back, sensing that a ferocious beast was gradually awakening within. Even Nick Fury's infuriating countenance turned serious in an instant. Director, this situation is becoming perilous. We should retreat to a safer location. No, I intend to remain here. Nick Fury had encountered countless tempests throughout his life. Thus, it was inconceivable for him to be intimidated by a ferocious beast confined within a cage. The true peril often lies within those entities that appear innocuous or deceptively beautiful. Unbeknownst to him, he instinctively touched his eye patch, his expression tinged with complexity. At that moment, the situation within the cage shifted dramatically. Dio swiftly concentrated the rippling energy emanating from his entire being into his right hand, and the energy readings on the game panel plummeted rapidly. 1,000 points, 2,000 points, 3,000 points. It was only when Dio amassed a staggering 10,000 points of rippling energy in his right fist that he ceased this perilous endeavor. He then augmented it with the state of solid, causing the previously intangible rippling energy to warp the surrounding air, distorting even the light itself, resembling a miniature black hole that captivated everyone's attention. Not good. Everyone, evacuate, Nick Fury exclaimed, his mind echoing with alarm as he turned to flee. However, it was already too late. Rippling sprint. In an explosive motion, Dio lunged forward, unleashing a right fist imbued with formidable destructive power, not aimed at the specially crafted steel plate, but at the glass wall separating him from Nick Fury and the others. A deafening crash resounded as the incredibly resilient glass wall shattered into countless fragments. The force of Dio's unleashed rippling attack surged forward, obliterating the very room where Nick Fury and his companions had taken refuge, piercing through 3 layers of super alloy walls before finally dissipating with reluctance. With the amplification of 10,000 points of rippling energy, The sheer impact of his right fist was astonishingly powerful. The true essence of rippling energy lies not merely in physical strikes, but rather in its immense offensive and destructive capabilities. Such was the horrifying outcome of a single punch. Following this explosive display, Dio's rippling energy diminished by 1/8, and his right arm began to tremble slightly, a consequence of compressing an excessive amount of rippling energy. However, he remained in control, confident that he would recover within a minute. At this juncture, having concentrated 10,000 points of rippling energy was nearly his limit. Yet as his rippling energy continued to swell and his physical prowess enhanced, his potential extended far beyond these constraints. Once his right arm regained its strength, Dio stepped out from the wreckage of the room that had ensnared him, hearing the rapid approach of countless footsteps converging on his location. He had resolved that if such a display of intimidation failed to dissuade his adversaries from their misguided intentions, he would not hold back any longer. It is well understood that the combination of the world's lethality and the seemingly invincible healing capabilities of Gold Experience constituted a veritable nightmare for any foe, not to mention the trump card he possessed in Cunham God. Should he desire to depart, none would be able to obstruct his path. One cannot help but wonder if that black salted egg has met its demise. When Dio reappeared, his first sight was a multitude of agents aiming their firearms at him. As he lifted his eyelids, he beheld Nick Fury, blood streaming from his head, disheveled yet fortunate to have retained his life. In truth, had it not been for Natasha's forethought, who expelled all the researchers the moment Dio assumed an aggressive stance and, at the last critical moment, extended a helping hand to Nick Fury, S.H.I.A.L.D. would have undoubtedly suffered catastrophic losses, and it might soon have been rebranded as the Hydra Bureau. As you wished, I have emerged from within. Are you satisfied? Nick Fury. Director. Even when encircled, Dio remains utterly unafraid. Chapter 60. A choice, I must say. You have astonished me greatly. Nick Fury disregarded the palpable tension in the air, directly bypassing an armed agent who stood in his way, positioning himself at a distance that was neither too close nor too far from Dio. This action only heightened the anxiety of those around him. It was as though the man responsible for the immense chaos before them was daring enough to make any threatening move, prompting them to instinctively pull the trigger and eliminate him. The reason Nick Fury refrained from immediately commanding his team to act was that he had not sensed any intent to kill emanating from Dio. After being evacuated by Natasha, he meticulously reflected on the earlier events and was surprised to realize that Dio had not aimed at him. Had he done so, Fury would have found it exceedingly difficult to escape. Upon closer examination, it was evident that merely the residual force had obliterated 3 walls crafted from superalloy outside. If this individual truly harbored murderous intent, then there would be no one left standing here by the time the other agents arrived, only a scene of devastation and lifeless bodies. Moreover, amidst this precarious situation, Nick Fury discerned no trace of fear or panic in Dio's eyes. Instead, he perceived a calm confidence that conveyed, I will undoubtedly emerge from this unscathed. Fury was uncertain of the source of this confidence, but he was acutely aware that Dio possessed some unknown trump card. At the very least, the cloaked creature had evaded detection by S.H.I.L.D.'s equipment, and it was conceivable that this very being stood before him, poised to obliterate him with a single devastating blow. Thus, a rather uncomplicated choice lay before him: to issue a reckless command to attack, risking everything for the sake of his own insignificant pride, hoping to permanently eliminate this individual and avert future threats. Alternatively, he could seek to mend the rift that was on the verge of tearing apart, potentially even incorporating Dio into S.H.I.A.L.D. as a formidable asset, thereby laying the groundwork for the organization he envisioned. This choice was, in truth, not difficult at all, for the first option did not guarantee success. Even if it were to succeed, the cost in terms of agents lost and the ensuing damage to S.H.I.E.L.D. would be considerable. Such calculations were not challenging to make. His genuine desire was to comprehend Dio's true capabilities and limits, which had prompted him to provoke him earlier. Nevertheless, he did not wish to invite such trouble and enmity upon S.H.I.E.L.D. Adaptability had always been one of Nick Fury's guiding principles. Otherwise, he would not have mastered the art of feigned death to such an extent that even those closest to him could not discern whether he was genuinely deceased or simply hiding in an unknown secret base, sipping a drink while observing the chaos unfold outside. Thus, after having just navigated such a perilous situation, Nick Fury cast a profound glance at Dio before unexpectedly issuing a command that left those around him bewildered. Lower your weapons and return to your posts. This was merely a minor issue during a test. A minor issue? The agents, tense and armed, aimed their weapons at Dio, feeling utterly perplexed. What minor issue during the test could have nearly led to the detonation of this level? Were they testing the latest model of explosives? At that moment, Natasha anxiously approached Nick Fury, who, unwavering, nodded in affirmation of his judgment. Consequently, the agents who had rushed in retreated like a receding tide to their designated posts. However, the visible security forces did not withdraw into the shadows. Instead, they maintained an inconspicuous watch on the seemingly perilous target. Witnessing this, even Dio could not help but admire the composure and resolve of the Dark Egg. Were he in the same situation, he might not have dared to place himself in such a precarious position. Or perhaps this Dark Egg possessed some hidden trump card, hence its audacity? No wonder, despite Hydra's future attempts to seize power, it could not eliminate him. Rather, he had covertly rendered them ineffective. To manage such a vast organization as S.H.I.E.L.D. and subsequently establish the Avengers, truly it required an extraordinary individual. With the worst-case scenario averted, Dio's tense body relaxed slightly. Although he had confidence in his strength and resilience to protect himself from harm, no one desired the experience of being a target for countless bullets. A pang of regret washed over him as he surveyed his surroundings. Did he comprehend the magnitude of the loss? Especially concerning the precision instruments he had destroyed. The earlier compensation of 200,000 barely scratched the surface. Nick Fury managed a wry smile, blood still trickling from the abrasions on his head, though it seemed more alarming than it truly was. Fury's mood shifted rapidly, but Dio, having adapted to his unpredictable nature, chose not to explicitly address the topic. Instead, he continued, I had thought the protective measures here were formidable enough to confine me for life. I never expected them to be so fragile. Furthermore, as previously stated, this was merely an accident. Thus I believe the responsibility does not lie with me, and I should not bear the costs of compensation. The sting of sarcasm lingered. Recalling his earlier self-assured demeanor and the pretentious remarks he had made, Nick Fury felt a pain deeper than the wound on his head. Determined, he resolved that it was time to upgrade S.H.I.E.L.D's internal security measures, even though the last comprehensive upgrade had been merely 3 months prior. Setting aside matters of responsibility and compensation regarding the subsequent evaluations, he deemed them unnecessary. Should another minor issue arise as it had before, he feared the consequences would be difficult to manage. Dio had fully grasped this individual's modus operandi and would not place himself in a disadvantageous position. Moreover, he had intended to dismiss these tedious evaluations from the outset. Fury's sudden change of demeanor provided him with a clear excuse to decline. Nick Fury pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Indeed, I too would prefer to avoid facing that expressionless crowd while applying for funding. Thus, let us approach this differently. Come to my office for a proper discussion. I find myself somewhat intrigued by the collaboration you mentioned. You are the first individual to express a desire to partner with S.H.I.E.L.D. On a personal level, I am not particularly fond of the somber atmosphere of the office. On my way here, I noticed a lounge nearby, which I believe would serve as a pleasant venue for our conversation. Dior wore a smile, yet there was no trace of mirth in her eyes. Chapter 61. For instance, the eye you have lost. To Nick Fury's office? Dio was not foolish. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., such a prominent figure undoubtedly resided in a locale equipped with the most advanced security measures that the agency could offer, complete with essential emergency exit mechanisms. Having been deceived once, Dio was naturally cautious. He even wished to keep Nick Fury within his sight until he had definitively departed from S.H.I.E.L.D. as Fury represented a protective talisman that could potentially turn the tide at any moment. In fact, unseen by others, the world remained steadfastly behind Nick Fury. Seemingly oblivious to the implications within Dio's words, Nick Fury readily acquiesced. No problem, but before that, I believe I need to tend to my injury first. Let Agent Natasha take you over to wait for a moment. He gestured towards the gash on his head, still seeping blood, which appeared to cause a slight twitch in his facial muscles due to the pain. The rationale was entirely reasonable, leaving no room for objection. However, Dio had no intention of allowing him to depart. As for treatment, I could give it a try. Nick Fury paused momentarily, then quickly explained, I have heard Agent Natasha mention something regarding that, but regrettably we lack the necessary facilities for such procedures, and it is merely a minor wound that can be easily bandaged. There is no need for such complications. One sought to evade while the other was determined to maintain his presence within sight without tearing their facade. Dio persisted, actually, I possess another method of treatment that is neither cumbersome nor time-consuming. Would Director Fury care to experience it? The alternative method he referred to was, of course, the Golden Experience. In this scenario, he felt no remorse in utilizing it even for a fleeting minute. But would Nick Fury dare? He inhaled deeply and turned to Natasha, saying, fetch a first aid kit. A simple bandage will suffice. Given his nature, even those he deemed allies were subject to suspicion. How could he trust Dio, such a perilous target, to administer treatment? Moreover, it seemed that Dio was resolute in preventing his departure, reinforcing the notion that the current situation decidedly favored Dio. This implied that the cloaked creature was likely watching him, and any minor misstep could provoke its assault. This was the grim consequence of the earlier incident, as the foundation of trust between them teetered on the brink of collapse. Seated in the bustling lounge, Nick Fury maintained a stern expression, allowing Natasha to attend to him, yet the target was proving to be more formidable than he had anticipated. Moments later, Natasha completed the bandaging, leaving Nick Fury resembling a poorly prepared black salted egg, with an uncanny resemblance to an Indian character, his unusually grave countenance rendering the scene all the more absurd. Though the capability assessment was unexpectedly terminated, given your previously demonstrated formidable destructive power, we must maintain real-time surveillance over your movements. However, prior to that, I am keen to comprehend the nature of the collaboration you mentioned, as it may alter my perspective. Although the thick bandages adorning Nick Fury's head appear rather comical, his imposing presence remains undiminished, seemingly unfazed by the prospect of Dio entering a state of rampage once more. Dio, on the other hand, is unperturbed, seizing the opportunity to promote his miraculous cuisine. I firmly believe that the transformations observed in Miss Natasha serve as ample evidence of its efficacy. The collaboration I wish to discuss pertains to this matter. I possess a modicum of confidence in my therapeutic capabilities. Therefore, should your esteemed organization encounter insurmountable challenges, I invite you to seek my assistance at my restaurant, for miracles often transpire unexpectedly. Do they not? It appears that Nick Fury has anticipated his forthcoming remarks. In fact, following Natasha's report, he promptly arranged for her to undergo the most meticulous medical examination, yielding results that astonished everyone. What transpired can scarcely be described as treatment. Perhaps rebirth would be a more fitting term, according to the physician who conducted the examination. It is crucial to acknowledge that the accumulated injuries and toxins within Natasha over the years had reached a point where even SHIELD's advanced medical capabilities were rendered ineffective. As for the advantages and disadvantages of genetic modification technology, they were utterly in the dark, unable to take action, and could only watch helplessly as Natasha executed mission after mission, her condition deteriorating step by step. Yet, prior to an explosion, no one could ascertain whether this would ultimately lead to the demise of the renowned Black Widow, nor could they predict when such an eruption would occur. Fortunately, such concerns are now alleviated. Following the examination, Natasha's accumulated injuries exhibited varying degrees of recovery, and the toxins that modern medical methods could not eliminate were significantly reduced, with no discernible side effects or relapses. This indicates that, with just one or two more treatments of a similar nature, Natasha need no longer fret about her body succumbing to these afflictions one day. What a miraculous healing ability this is! Were it not for Nick Fury's intervention, Dio's arrival today might have been met with an enthusiastic reception from a cadre of medical professionals. I do harbor several inquiries regarding this matter. Are you capable of treating any ailment? Furthermore, must the treatment be conducted exclusively through cuisine? Nick Fury is remarkably perceptive, grasping certain key aspects. As for these questions, Dio does not intend to withhold information. It is, of course, impossible to treat every injury or illness. At least, I cannot do so at present. Even if I could, the patient's body may not necessarily withstand it. However, general injuries, particularly those of a physical nature, should pose no issue. As for whether treatment must indeed be administered through culinary means. Do you recall the alternative method of treatment I mentioned earlier? It would demand a considerable cost from me, yet the unparalleled therapeutic results that accompany it would not be an exaggeration to label as miraculous. At this moment, Dior resembles a street vendor, seemingly extolling the unparalleled virtues of his merchandise with an eloquence that knows no bounds. Yet, only he is aware that the true efficacy may surpass even his extravagant claims. The experience card from Golden Experience is indeed a rare treasure, but this does not imply that it should be hoarded like a miser's wealth. Its genuine worth lies in the moment of its application, and the extent of value it manifests is contingent upon the recipient of that experience. For instance, consider the eye you have lost. Chapter 62. Departure. Nick Fury instinctively brushed against his eye patch, his expression remaining impassive as he remarked, I possess numerous methods to reclaim it, yet it is not truly my eye, nor do I intend to relinquish it. Indeed, with the vast resources at the disposal of S.H.I.E.L.D. Had he wished to acquire a functioning eye, he could have done so long ago. However, he chose to maintain his current visage while presiding over S.H.I.E.L.D. Thus, Dio's proposition stirred only a fleeting ripple within him, nothing more. No, I am not referring to a prosthetic or an electronic eye, but rather an eye identical to your right one that would not provoke any rejection, nor raise concerns regarding surgical procedures. Dio was uncertain whether the technology for eye transplantation existed within the Marvel Universe, but he knew that prosthetic and electronic eyes were plentiful. Consequently, he surmised that Nick Fury's reluctance to restore vision to his left eye stemmed from a desire to avoid appearing as a grotesque anomaly. Yet, Gold Experience could disregard such concerns, effortlessly restoring the eye as if installing a mere component. What is the price? Nick Fury inquired, casting a penetrating gaze at him. I believe the eyes of the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. are worth at least $10 million, Dio casually declared, a staggering sum. He had no intention of altruistically restoring the sight of this enigmatic figure, and prior to this moment, he had never contemplated profiting from the experience card of Gold Experience. Perhaps when he eventually drew this stand, he might entertain the idea, but for now, every moment of its use was exceedingly precious. His mention of this ability was merely a strategy to enhance his leverage in subsequent negotiations. When contending with a colossal entity like S.H.I.E.L.D., mere displays of weakness proved futile. Such actions would only lead to being devoured whole. Had Dio not exhibited formidable strength moments ago, Nick Fury would hardly be seated here, wasting time on a minor character like him. In other words, without sufficient bargaining chips, one would not even merit a seat at the table. 10 million? So this eye is truly so valuable. Nick Fury suddenly chuckled, pondering whether 10 million was indeed substantial in his eyes. Having overseen transactions amounting to hundreds of billions of dollars, he would never consider using such funds for personal gain. When you possess 10 million, perhaps I would consider selling you this eye. If you are interested then, do remember to contact me. Without any negotiation, he swiftly abandoned the topic, showing no inclination to delve into the veracity of Dio's claims. Nick Fury's fortitude prompted Dio to regard him with newfound respect. Not everyone could maintain a composed demeanor when confronted with such temptation, remaining utterly unmoved. He had underestimated this man profoundly. Certainly, this rejection may stem from a profound distrust of Dior. The true worth of his eye, known only to him, remains a mystery to others. 10 million? A mere pittance. When the day arrives that my funds overflow, I shall give it due consideration. Dior, half serious, brought the conversation to a close. Meanwhile, both Nick Fury and Dior regarded one another as exceedingly difficult individuals, not easily deceived. After this verbal sparring, Dior felt an unusual weariness settle over him, prompting his desire to depart. He rose and remarked, "It seems that our willingness to collaborate has proven elusive. I believe it is time for me to return. I have numerous guests awaiting my attention tomorrow. By the way, there is no need for you to see me off. I tend to be rather timid and would rather not be struck down shortly after soaring aloft. Please, remain here, gentlemen." With that, he grasped the briefcase containing $200,000 and retraced his steps, leaving the scene. Throughout this exchange, Nick Fury remained as still and silent as a meditative monk, evoking a sense of peculiar strangeness in Natasha, who found this demeanor uncharacteristic of her superior. "Are we truly allowing him to leave?" Natasha inquired, though deep down, she was the least inclined to witness the situation escalate into a violent confrontation. Only those who have faced the true horrors of a skirmish understand its futility. Suddenly, Natasha fell silent, her lips sealed in contemplation. The pistol, employed by Nick Fury for self-defense, was now disintegrating before their eyes. Perhaps disintegrating is not the most fitting term. To Nick Fury and Natasha, the weapon appeared to be crumbling into dust, as if being crushed by an unseen force. This served as Dior's final warning. What would happen should such power be unleashed upon a human body? It was no wonder the director had remained silent throughout. Natasha quickly grasped the situation, her right hand gradually lowering. Faced with this invisible menace, only a firearm could offer her a semblance of reassurance. "Don't move," Nick Fury suddenly cautioned in a hushed tone, leaving Natasha puzzled. "It is watching you. Refrain from making any perilous movements. Lower your hands." Slowly, though slightly delayed, Natasha soon sensed the encroaching threat surrounding her. Heeding the director's words, she gradually positioned her hands in a visible manner. The chilling sensation dissipated instantly, and at that moment, the remnants of the gun tumbled onto the table before them. Through the conduit of the world, Dior, lurking just around the corner and within 10 meters of them, suddenly smiled, disregarding the peculiar glances of those nearby, and strode confidently toward the exit, unimpeded by any who might dare obstruct him. The scene returns to Nick Fury, where an unusual stillness envelopes the entire lounge. Nick Fury and Natasha remain frozen in their previous postures, reluctant to make the slightest movement. Fortunately, such a predicament poses no challenge for these seasoned legendary agents. They can endure this for another hour with ease. However, the experience of engaging in a battle of wits with the very air around them is undeniably unpleasant, especially with the plethora of perplexing glances cast by the uninformed observers, which only serves to heighten their frustration, particularly since they cannot articulate their predicament. What has become of the director? I do not know. Perhaps he is deep in contemplation. We should make haste and not disturb them. Moments later, an agent hesitated for quite some time before approaching to deliver a message. "Director, the gentleman who just departed asked me to convey that you should not continue looking. He has already left." Chapter 63, Mission and Funding Deception. Have they left? They have. It was only then that Nick Fury and Natasha realized the implications of the words exchanged. With gritted teeth, Nick Fury suddenly hurled the water cup before him into the empty space. The sound of the glass shattering against the wall echoed sharply, causing the already jittery individuals outside to scatter like startled birds. At such a critical moment, no one was willing to be the scapegoat for the boss's frustrations. Seeking recognition was not to be done in such a manner. They truly have departed. Only at this moment did Nick Fury and Natasha allow their bodies to relax. What does this bastard take us for? Terrorists? To be so cautious? Nick Fury's expression darkened, having lost both face and substance that day. Yet, the faint admiration he held for Dio had not dissipated. Rather, it had intensified. To him, the demeanor of his opponent, consistently composed, seamlessly blending decisiveness with caution, was emblematic of an ideal operative, particularly one endowed with formidable combat prowess. However, ever since ascending to his current position, it had been far too long since he had encountered such a threat, and not just once. This left him feeling somewhat unsettled. He acknowledged that he had indeed been overly complacent this time, particularly in his grave misjudgment of the target's capabilities, which led to an uncontrollable situation. Yet, he vowed that next time he would approach this individual with utmost diligence. Nick Fury had never failed in his pursuits. Agent Natasha, your task is to closely monitor this individual. Record everyone who enters and exits that restaurant. No, do not overlook anyone he has interacted with. Investigate them all. I refuse to believe that an ordinary person could suddenly acquire some miraculous martial arts skills and master extraordinary supernatural abilities. Furthermore, all previous investigations regarding Dio must be completely overturned and re-examined. Leave no stone unturned. Understood, Director. Natasha accepted the assignment, having no grounds for refusal. However, there was a more pressing concern that Nick Fury had yet to voice. The notion that martial arts, a mystic system originating from the East, is never solely controlled by one individual. If Dio was not lying about his involvement, it implied that he must have had at least one master guiding him in the arts, suggesting that such formidable power could potentially be wielded by many. This was not favorable news for him or for S.H.I.E.L.D. Simultaneously, the thought in his mind grew stronger. To his surprise, he noticed that Natasha had not yet departed. Is there anything else, Agent Natasha? Director, regarding this mission, I need to request funding. Otherwise, it will be difficult to conduct an in-depth investigation. Nick Fury was at a loss for words. Was this truly a matter? She could approach the funding department herself and simply state that he approved it. Since when did such trivialities require his direct involvement? Each time an agent embarks on a mission, certain equipment and funding are required. Generally, as long as the rationale is sound, approvals are granted. It is only in cases of substantial financial alterations that the director must personally authorize. Otherwise, if he were to scrutinize every minor detail, he would find himself overwhelmed. When the director became irate, Natasha promptly exited, seemingly eager to avoid further provoking him. After a while, upon returning to his office, Nick Fury found himself increasingly troubled by a nagging suspicion. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he inhaled sharply as he dialed the phone before him. Has Agent Natasha just submitted a request for mission funding? The reply came swiftly. Just a few minutes ago, we allocated $2 million for Agent Natasha's mission. Is there an issue, Director? Indeed, it was exactly as he feared. Nick Fury slammed his hand down on the desk and shouted, Are you out of your mind? Do you not understand the protocol? When did it become acceptable to disburse funding exceeding $100,000 without my consent? Am I merely a figurehead in this role? The voice on the other end seemed momentarily stunned, and after several seconds of silence, it hurriedly explained, No, it's not like that. We were actually preparing to report it. Yes, it was Agent Natasha. She came with a video of you approving the funds, stating that this minor matter shouldn't trouble you, and given the urgency of the mission, we proceeded. With an exasperated thud, Nick Fury hung up the phone in frustration. He was tempted to berate the other party as a fool, but upon reflection, he realized that such a reaction might render him even more foolish. Considering the circumstances, he could hardly blame them. In the entire S.H.I.E.L.D., who was unaware that the Black Widow was his most trusted agent. Typically, requests for equipment and funding were met with seamless approvals, especially with the added endorsement captured on video. Anyone in their position would likely have been deceived. As it was his own words that led to this predicament, he alone must bear the consequences. Perhaps it was for the best. Natasha had endured much over the years, scarcely enjoying a holiday. This funding could serve as compensation. He resolved to report a few additional high-tech instruments needed during his next funding request to the politicians, conveniently including this recent loss. A perfect plan. As his agitation subsided, he called out, Send in someone to tidy up this place and have logistics install another phone for me. Watching the employees bustle about at his command, he felt a renewed sense of authority. It was a satisfying sensation. Meanwhile, having successfully exited the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters without hindrance, Dio gazed at the night sky, suddenly inspired to compose a poem. With no semblance of literary inspiration in his mind, Dior could only muster a single exclamation before decisively sealing his lips and trudging forward. The thoroughfare was devoid of taxis. Must he truly embark on a journey back to New York on foot? Or perhaps he could hitch a ride. Yet, at this hour, who would consent to transport a stranger? Even if he did manage to secure a ride, the likelihood of encountering someone heading to New York seemed exceedingly slim. More pressing was the thought that crossed his mind as he brushed his fingers across his striking visage, a face that had caused countless women to swoon. What if he were to encounter a rogue intent on misconduct? What stance should he adopt? Ah, how foolish! It would be wiser to seek refuge in a hotel for the night. After all, he had money in hand, and his heart was untroubled. Chapter 64. The shoes on the power line after politely declining the advances of the sixth female driver, who gazed at him with a ravenous look. Dio decisively turned towards a narrow path, only to find himself utterly lost. The surroundings were eerily quiet, and Dio was perplexed as to how he had wandered into such a desolate area. Resolutely, he stood still and retrieved his phone, preparing to navigate his way out, intending to find the nearest hotel to spend the night. Before he could even get a reading on his navigation, two young men sporting unkempt dreadlocks and dressed in hip-hop attire emerged from a nearby house. "Hey, buddy, you look a bit unfamiliar. Where are you from?" One of them, overly familiar, attempted to clap Dio on the shoulder, but he deftly sidestepped the gesture. Was trouble coming to find him? With a hint of exasperation, Dio pocketed his phone and inquired, "What do you need? Stop pretending, just spill it. What are you looking for? Do you have enough cash?" The other man seemed slightly impatient, but when he caught sight of the silver suitcase Dio was holding, his eyes gleamed with avarice. Instinctively, Dio glanced up and, aided by the dim light, he barely discerned a pair of shoes dangling from the power line beside him. Only then did he grasp the gravity of the situation. In certain areas of the United States, if one spots shoes hanging from a power line, it is best to flee as far as possible and never linger beneath them. This is not merely a child's prank. It is a sign, a mark of gang territory. If a complete pair of shoes is tied together and suspended, it indicates a drug-dealing hub. Anyone in need of illicit substances merely has to wait beneath the hanging shoes, and soon someone will approach to inquire about transactions. Conversely, if one has no such intentions, they ought to steer clear. For while a mild reprimand may be the worst one could face from an understanding individual, those with a shorter temper might resort to violence, robbing the unwary of their cash. This is a true account. Future travelers to the U.S. should take heed.
Dio,
Oblivious to these implications, had unwittingly stood beneath the shoes, thus prompting the inquiry about his desires. What a misunderstanding! What should he do? Would honesty lead to a beating? The thought filled him with trepidation. Feeling somewhat awkward, he rubbed his nose and suddenly posed an unrelated question. "You guys must have a car, right? Hey kid, are you messing with us?" The impatient man glared and stepped forward, his head almost colliding with Dio's. "Please back off. Don't you realize you have bad breath?" Dio grimaced and pushed the man away, his expression radiating disdain. "Fuck, this idiot is asking for it. Get him." The irate young man wasted no time and swung a punch at Dio's face. However, to Dio, the blow appeared feeble and slow, as if it were in slow motion. In an instant, the aggressive youth found himself engulfed in excruciating pain in his abdomen, propelled 2 meters away and crumpled to the ground, contorted in agony, resembling a boiled shrimp. Another individual was taken aback, having failed to discern how his companion had been violently expelled. However, his reflexes were swift, and he promptly drew the pistol secured at his waist. "How dare you stir trouble? Do you not recognize whose territory this is?" he barked. "Do not move. Slowly toss the box over here, and surrender all your valuables, or I shall perforate you with a few bullets and retrieve it myself." The commotion seemed to capture the attention of others, as numerous lights abruptly illuminated the surroundings, and the cacophony began to swell. In all honesty, Dio, swearing on his conscience that even a dog would disdain, had no desire to instigate conflict. Trouble, however, had brazenly sought him out. What could he do? Despair enveloped him. Eliminate him, and ensure that none within are spared. Keep the noise to a minimum. Who do you think you're talking to? One shot, his threat was left unuttered, as he found himself abruptly lifted from the ground by his throat, struggling in his final moments. What terrified him further was the palpable force constricting his neck, while before him stood nothingness. Thoughts of monsters, sorcery, and extraterrestrials flitted through his mind, and then he distinctly heard a crack, plunging him into an abyss of darkness. The world, merciless and unyielding, approached the big shrimp whose insides felt as though they had been displaced, and with a fleeting glance of terror, it alleviated his suffering in an instant. Although Dio was not particularly fond of taking lives, he did not shy away from it either. With extraordinary powers at his disposal, he discovered that many matters became exceedingly simpler. The law was merely a scrap of paper. The ancient adage that the chivalrous violate prohibitions holds true even in contemporary society. To better curb such phenomena was indeed one of the foundational purposes behind the establishment of S.H.I.E.L.D. Fortunately, Dio had always maintained a commendable restraint. He was no sadistic killer. Yet in the gray areas where the law falters, he did not compromise his convictions. Reasoning with a band of scoundrels was futile. As for the law, if they truly feared it, they would not engage in such heinous acts. To kill, then, was to kill. Otherwise, would he emulate those who abducted individuals only to discard them at the police station's doorstep? Ridiculous. It must be said that even someone as self-centered as Dio yearned for fewer tragedies in this world. If blame were to be assigned, it lay in the misfortune of both parties, encountering the wrong individuals at the wrong time and place. Panic-stricken screams soon erupted, followed by brief gunfire, and ultimately, tranquility reigned once more. Throughout the ordeal, Dio maintained a perfect distance, with the true harbinger of death being the world, which cared for neither life nor object. It was only after the world had dealt with all creatures it deemed threatening that Dio finally arrived on the scene. The grotesque sight of these individuals in their twisted demise requires no further elaboration. Dio scarcely deigns to cast a glance upon them. His thoughts are consumed with the notion that this visit cannot be in vain. Having obliterated this den of iniquity, he resolves that the blood-stained and tainted currency shall be redeemed by him, the harbinger of justice. He meticulously scoured every room, yet his findings were meager, amounting to merely a few $100,000. However, the sheer volume of illicit goods was staggering, to a degree that instilled a sense of dread within Dio. It was evident that these individuals were merely pawns in a far larger organization. It would be inconceivable for such a ragtag group to amass this quantity of contraband. It appeared that they were merely tasked with selling the merchandise dispatched from above, which elucidated the abundance of goods juxtaposed with the scarcity of cash. Most of the money had already been spirited away. Chapter 65. Have we stirred up trouble? Dio gazed at the flames that steadily escalated before him, then swiftly vanished into the shroud of night. Before his departure, he consolidated all the goods he could find and set them ablaze. Although he suspected that a more formidable force lurked behind this group, he resolved to leave no traces. After all, there were no cameras in proximity to implicate him, and the ensuing mess would undoubtedly be addressed by others. Good deeds need not bear a name. You may call me the Red Scarf. Though the hour was late, the vibrant allure of New York City continued to radiate its unique charm. At this moment, a towering figure clad in a voluminous robe stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, holding a glass of red wine while surveying the sprawling metropolis. A closer look would reveal that beneath the oversized robe, his massive physique was not merely adorned with excess flesh but was instead sculpted with formidable muscles, leaving one to ponder whether a single punch from him could end a life. This should have been a time for repose, yet he was evidently disturbed by news of less than delightful nature. What are the losses? A man in a suit stood behind him, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, responding with utmost respect. The losses are substantial. That fool Gill acted on his own accord and failed to distribute the goods to other outposts in a timely manner, resulting in a quarter of the shipment sent to Washington this month being incinerated. Have we identified the cause? Our informants within the Washington Police Department indicate that the fire was clearly arson. Furthermore, nearby witnesses reported faint gunfire. Although the autopsy reports are still pending, it has been classified as homicide. The victims reportedly met a gruesome fate, and it is speculated that the assailant possesses formidable strength and exceptional combat skills. And Gill? He is dead. His body has been found at the scene. I recall he had a beautiful and virtuous wife and a pair of obedient twin daughters? Yes. The man behind him trembled slightly, burying his head deeper. To possess such a blissful family yet indulge in extramarital affairs. How lamentable. Let us send them all to reunite in the afterlife. And do not forget those mistresses. Perhaps they were true loves of Gil. The man behind him, his throat dry and face slick with perspiration, acknowledged the grim task ahead. Such a significant loss naturally necessitates accountability, yet with Gil's murder, it was evident that this would not quell his wrath. Thus, all who were closely associated with Gil were destined to face dire consequences. Go forth and find this individual. You have 3 days to bring him before me. If you fail, given your long-standing service, arrange for your family to leave. The man behind him, his legs giving way, immediately knelt before the imposing figure, trembling all over. Yet, the massive silhouette before him remained resolute, unwavering in intention. 1 minute later, the suit-clad man, ashen-faced, departed the scene, leaving behind an air of foreboding. If he fails to bring the person back within 3 days, then Gil shall meet his demise. Even if he arranges for his family to leave, they will ultimately be apprehended, and that semblance of mercy will merely serve as a more horrific punishment. As for fleeing or betrayal, such notions were never entertained from the outset, simply because that man bears a name that instills terror throughout the American underworld. Many refer to him as King Bing. His dominion spans the globe, with America being his stronghold. Nearly 40 of criminal activities in the nation can be traced back to him. Merely disrupting a drug manufacturing facility or thwarting a smuggling operation, even capturing a few gang members, could easily provoke his wrath. He is the sovereign of the underworld here. This crime-laden night is truly beautiful. He drained the crimson wine in one gulp. Meanwhile, unaware that he had stirred a hornet's nest, Dio was preoccupied with the dilemma of acquiring a vehicle. Upon sensing that greater troubles loomed behind him, he promptly abandoned the idea of stealing a car, for such an act would expose him entirely. He was not that foolish. As he contemplated sacrificing his charm to charm a lady into lending her vehicle for a night of revelry at a hotel, a car screeched to a halt beside him. "Hey, handsome, where are you headed?" "Alas, that damned allure. Is that you, Jessica?" Not a curse, but a realization that struck him as he opened the car door. The woman who had engaged him in conversation was the very elite he remembered so vividly. Jessica. It had been a while since they last met. "Can I call you Dio? Hop in." The unexpected encounter delighted Dio, and he readily accepted the invitation to the car. Indeed, it had been some time. "What brings you here?" "Here? My family business is based in Washington, and I reside nearby." "But what about you? Have you closed down the restaurant?" Once the car was in motion, their conversation blossomed. Dio learned that Jessica's family primarily operated in Washington but had gradually shifted their focus to New York in recent years. Moreover, having attended university in New York, she chose to work there. Her return this time was for business matters and to check on her sister. Although her sister had healed from the unsightly scars on her back with Dio's assistance, one's personality is not easily altered. Hence, she still preferred solitude, reluctant to engage with others. Her dearest companion remained a white Bichon Frise. Dio vividly remembered that name, Snowball. They had nearly become rivals once. A scene both comical and heartwarming. "Enough about me. Tell me about you, the future titan of the culinary industry, aiming for the title of the world's richest. What brings you here all alone? And you appear homeless?" Jessica was typically a rather solitary individual, yet for reasons unknown, she now frequently displayed a radiant smile. "Alas, it's a complex tale. Someone dined and refused to settle the bill, and I have come specifically to collect the debt." As Dio spoke, he patted the box in his hands. "It appears that despite the convoluted journey, the outcome has ultimately proven successful for you. There is not a soul in this world who could evade their debt to me." Dio waved his hand dismissively, not feeling the slightest bit of pride. "So, what are your plans now? Where do you intend to go? It's quite late. Surely you do not expect me to escort you back to New York? That would indeed be preferable." Even someone as audacious as Dio felt a twinge of hesitation to voice such a desire. Chapter 66. Overnight stay. Please help me find a nearby hotel. I need to rest for the night, as I must return early tomorrow. Jessica suddenly glanced at him, then wordlessly pressed down on the accelerator. It was surprising to discover that this seemingly competent urban female elite possessed a talent for speeding. Even Dior could faintly discern an expression of exhilaration on her face. Indeed, she was quite the reserved thrill-seeker. However, as time passed, Dior began to feel perplexed. Although they had passed several hotel signs along the way, Jessica showed no intention of stopping. "Where are we headed?" he inquired. "To my home." "Huh?" Dior looked at her in surprise, pondering if she was finally going to reveal her true nature as a rogue. Had she finally succumbed to the urge to take action against him? Perhaps feeling uncomfortable under Dior's inquisitive gaze, she added, "It's just that Aaron has been wanting to see you. We happened to cross paths today. Don't worry. There are plenty of guest rooms at home. You won't have to sleep on the couch." Dior nodded nonchalantly. He thought, why not? He had emerged unscathed from the perilous S.H.I.A.L.D. headquarters. Surely, he had nothing to fear from a young woman. Besides, it would save him the cost of a hotel stay. "Here we are. Get out." After a brief drive, the vehicle halted before a villa that exuded an air of opulence. Immediately, a servant emerged to park the car in the garage, while others inquired of Jessica whether she required a meal or rest. Dior was left in awe. This was merely the lifestyle of an average affluent individual. He could scarcely imagine the imperial indulgences experienced by those residing in grand estates. Just a glimpse into the extravagant private life of Playboy Tony Stark revealed much. Upon entering with Jessica, Dior made himself at home, selecting the guest room that appealed to him most. Suddenly, Aaron appeared, clad in a cartoon-themed bathrobe, cradling a charming white Bichon Frise, her little feet bare as she scampered out. "Dior, is that really you?" Aaron exclaimed, her wide eyes brimming with delight. Unbeknownst to him, since their first treatment, the little girl had become somewhat clingy. After the subsequent treatments, she had even ventured over on her own once. But Jessica had come to retrieve her after a startled encounter, and they had not seen each other since. In truth, Dior had a fondness for sweet, innocent girls like Aaron, but he feared that spending too much time with someone her age would prompt her sister, Jessica, to call the authorities. The last time she had run away served as a cautionary tale, and Dior certainly did not wish to be labeled as a creepy uncle. "Ah, look who this lovely little angel is, sneaking down to the mortal realm." A mere compliment from Dior caused Aaron's cheeks to flush crimson, and she buried her face in the fluffy fur of the snowball-like dog. However, the dog's small size rendered the scene exceptionally adorable. Particularly amusing was the bewildered expression on the tiny snowball, serving as a shield, as it locked eyes with Dior. "Awoo!" The offended little snowball immediately struggled to leap down, casting a resentful glance at someone while making its escape. This scene elicited laughter from both Dio and Jessica. "Come now, don't hide it. Haven't you always clamored to visit your brother Dio in New York? Why do you seem bashful now that you're here?" Jessica, grabbing the arm of the little snowball as it fled, hastily pulled out Aaron, who was hiding behind her. The little girl was already a beauty, and at that moment, she appeared particularly bashful and endearing. However, Dio harbored no untoward thoughts. Glancing at the time, he remarked, "It's rather late now. After a long day, I'm feeling quite tired. Next time Aaron comes to New York, I'll take you out for a day of fun. All right?" Aaron visibly displayed disappointment, but her good upbringing prevented her from throwing a tantrum like other children her age. Thus, she obediently returned to her room alone, seemingly intent on settling accounts with the snowball. How naughty of it to abandon its master and flee solo. Only Jessica, after casting a deep glance at him, chuckled. "Aaron has always lacked playmates. You shouldn't have been so cruel in rejecting such a lovely little girl. No, I believe this reflects a lack of paternal affection, and I think it would be more suitable for her to have peers as companions. Perhaps, but I won't disturb your rest any longer." It seemed Dio's earlier response had satisfied her, as her gait now exuded a lightness that indicated her good mood. "Oh, and it's best not to roam about at night." Watching Jessica disappear from sight, Dio couldn't help but ponder, was that a warning or a hint? If it was a warning, that was fine. He had no other intentions. But if it was a hint, then the question arose, should he be beastly or even less than that? Handsome and talented men always find themselves faced with such dilemmas. Oh well, time to wash up and sleep. The guest room's bathtub was quite spacious, allowing Dio to indulge in a soothing hot bath before retiring to bed. A great deal had transpired that day, particularly the mental tussle with the black egg from S.H.I.L.D., which left him quite fatigued. Yet, he felt compelled to maintain his powerful, mysterious persona. It was his bargaining chip. Once Tony returned, the world's attention would shift to Iron Man, and the concerned gazes directed at him would diminish significantly. In the stillness of the night, while remaining vigilant even in slumber, Dio suddenly sensed someone quietly entering his room, moving with utmost care. The ripple energy within him surged, ready to unleash. Even if someone were to suddenly fire a gun at him, it would not harm him in the slightest. The intruder stealthily approached, and then, like a serpent, an arm suddenly coiled around him. At this moment, Dio dissipated the poised ripple energy, for he already recognized the visitor. Opening his eyes, aided by the moonlight, he found her nestled beside him. "You! This is a reward for well-behaved children. It is advisable not to wander aimlessly at night. Is that truly what it signifies? Nevertheless, he is certainly no child." Chapter 67. Has the situation escalated? During breakfast, the two of them behaved as if nothing had transpired the previous night. They neither distanced themselves nor engaged in any overly intimate gestures, resembling ordinary friends engrossed in trivial conversations. The only notable incident was when a maid, discreetly observing Dior, caught sight of Jessica stealthily exiting his room. Yawning. "Did you not sleep well last night?" Erin inquired, her large eyes flitting to her sister, who was yawning repeatedly. "A bit, but it's nothing to worry about. Let us eat. I expect our parents will return in the afternoon, and I can catch up on sleep later." Jessica deftly shifted the topic, casting a fierce glare at the beast when Erin wasn't looking. Dior pretended to be engrossed in his sandwich, feigning ignorance. "Are you leaving right after breakfast?" Erin asked, her expression tinged with sadness. "Yes, I have work to attend to. When you next visit New York, give me a call in advance. I will make time to take you out," Dior replied with a smile, gently patting her head before playfully ruffling Snowball's fur. Satisfied with his gesture, Snowball wished to bite the intruder but was deterred by an inexplicable aura emanating from him, thus turning its head in silent defiance. Although Erin felt disheartened by Dior's imminent departure, she was nonetheless delighted by his promise and sealed it with a pinky swear. After their meal, Dior prepared to take his leave. "I'll have someone drive you to the airport. Your ticket is already booked." "We must hurry," Jessica, despite her fatigue, considered everything for Dior, which touched him, though he quickly suppressed the sentiment. "Thank you," Dior said earnestly, grasping his suitcase. "Goodbye, Dior. I will visit you soon." Erin waved her tiny hand. Dior flashed a broad smile at them before departing in the car. It was only after his figure vanished from sight that Erin glanced at her sister, pouting. Little did anyone know, as Jessica had stealthily slipped out of the room the night before, Erin, who was in the adjacent room, had followed her discreetly. Is this the world of adults? Erin cast a glance at her shoes, feeling utterly discontented as she retreated to her room, resolved that the next time she saw Dior, it would be war. Over an hour later, Dior finally returned to New York from Washington and took a cab straight to the restaurant. He arrived just in time, for within 5 minutes, Will strolled in, yawning. "Did you spend all night gallivanting again?" Dior inquired with a hint of reproach. "Ha, no, of course not. Just a little relaxation," Will replied with a sheepish grin, swiftly snatching the broom from Dior's hand to begin sweeping. Seeing Will still brimming with energy for banter and work, Dior chose not to pursue the matter further. However, Will took the initiative to broach the subject, expressing his bewilderment over the events of yesterday, when numerous bigwigs reportedly made an appearance, seemingly in search of someone. The bigwigs Will referred to were undoubtedly the heads of the underworld. Initially, Dio paid little heed to the conversation, but curiosity compelled him to inquire further. Searching for someone? What kind of individual could incite such a commotion? "I don't know. I've withdrawn from that life," Will replied nonchalantly. "Nevertheless, I did overhear some individuals at the adjacent table mentioning that a shipment bound for Washington was set ablaze, and now those magnates are frantically searching for the culprit. It's quite amusing, isn't it? An incident in Washington has caused chaos in the surrounding areas. Whoever this person is, Once found, their fate is sealed. As Will reminisced about his former profession, he spoke with considerable fervor. Dio found himself absent-mindedly stroking his chin, sensing a peculiar familiarity with the unfolding drama. He recalled indeed having dismantled a drug operation in Washington, even igniting a fire, yet he hadn't anticipated such widespread repercussions. Had the news truly reached New York that same evening? The influence of this group seemed to extend far beyond his expectations. "Do you know whose shipment was headed for Washington?" Dio asked, curiosity piqued. To his surprise, Will's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "You don't know? Am I supposed to?" Dio responded, a hint of frustration evident in his tone. Will, disregarding the broom he had been wielding, dramatically tossed it aside and shouted, "In the entirety of America, there are but a few who dare to commit crimes so brazenly without facing repercussions from the authorities. I speak of none other than the notorious kingpin, Gene Bing. If you were to inquire, you'd find that at least half of the criminal underworld in America would gladly serve him, while the remaining half would hardly dare to offend him. Drug trafficking, smuggling, gambling, there is no lucrative enterprise he shies away from. Now that his shipment has been incinerated, he will undoubtedly seek retribution, and the individual responsible is likely to meet a gruesome end. Rumor has it that Gene Bing employs extremely brutal methods against his adversaries. Under Will's artistic embellishment, Gene Bing appeared to be the idol of all gangsters, a paragon of raw power. In his days mingling with the underworld, Will's greatest aspiration had been to become one of Gene Bing's subordinates, underscoring the profound influence of that name. Ultimately, he was merely a gang leader. What? Do you still yearn for that lifestyle? Dio felt a genuine anger rising within him. A gang leader. And nothing more? Will felt a surge of excitement, but upon noticing Dio's expression, he was immediately reminded of the harrowing experience they endured in the abandoned factory. He quickly clarified, "Never mind. Never mind. My life is quite fulfilling now. I no longer wish to live in such a state of constant anxiety. I was mistaken." Chapter 68. The Cat and the Mouse. Who is the cat? As Will aptly observed, during the 3 days since Dio's return, the underworld of America has been frantically searching for someone. Does a mere quantity of goods truly matter to Kingpin? If he so desired, he could scatter tenfold that amount into the ocean, allowing his shark companions a moment of revelry. However, with the Punisher first, then Daredevil, and now the emergence of some unknown scoundrel who has incinerated his merchandise, challenging his authority, it was imperative for him to make a statement. Otherwise, others might start to believe that his reign as the kingpin of the underworld had lost its potency. This was about establishing dominance. As the various gangs erupted into chaos, the police across major American cities found themselves ensnared in a relentless state of urgency, toiling day and night without a moment's respite. This, in turn, led many officers to harbor resentment towards the troublemaker. More critically, Kingpin's intended targets were not limited to just one. He sought the demise of the so-called Punisher and Daredevil alike. Thus, the already tumultuous Hell's Kitchen erupted into a dramatic game of cat and mouse, and the outcome would determine who played which role. Reports suggested that the bodies being removed from Hell's Kitchen each day could fill an entire truck. Whether this was an exaggerated rumor or reality remained known only to those truly involved. 3 days passed, and Dio continued to operate his humble restaurant with an air of nonchalance. Each day, patrons of wealth and influence dined there, accompanied by an entourage of bodyguards. The number of those eager to experience his extraordinary cuisine grew exponentially, with reservations extending a week in advance. To describe his earnings as a veritable goldmine would be no exaggeration. Logically, with such a commotion, the IRS would have been expected to take notice, yet inexplicably, no one had arrived at his doorstep. Initially, Dio speculated that perhaps a wealthy diner had intervened on his behalf, but that seemed a stretch. It was not until that day, when Natasha, clad in professional attire, reappeared, this time as an IRS employee, that Dio began to piece together the puzzle. He couldn't help but marvel at the formidable influence of S.H.I.E.L.D., capable of managing even the fearsome IRS with ease and leveraging an identity to operate. "Will, please pour a cup of coffee for Miss Natalia." "Coffee? Aren't you known for rarely indulging in it?" With so many patrons here, they can only have plain water, and now you jest with me? Will responded, his expression one of disbelief, his words flowing rapidly with a rhythmic cadence that could almost be accompanied by hip-hop gestures. Dio shot him a glare. Is there no one to fetch it? And while you're at it, buy a coffee machine as well. Remember to get a receipt, or don't expect me to reimburse you. Will lingered for a few moments, reluctantly stealing glances at the beautiful IRS employee, before subtly adjusting his trousers and departing with a bitter expression. Outside, he muttered a curse at Dio, convinced that this was a clear case of neglecting brotherly bonds in the presence of an enchanting woman. If Dio wanted him to leave, he could have simply stated it instead of offering coffee. What an absurdity! After discreetly giving Dio the finger, Will swiftly drove off to procure the coffee, vowing that he would make Dio regret his actions. Once Will had left, Dio sat across from Natasha and quietly inquired, "Since when does S.H.I.E.L.D. take on IRS duties? Next time, could you please adopt a more suitable alias? This feels rather half-hearted, don't you think? What's the matter? Don't you appreciate this ambience? Or do you prefer a doctor-patient or a cop-criminal scenario?" Natasha responded, leaning slightly forward, her arms resting on the table, revealing a captivatingly deep and alluring neckline that caught Dio's attention. "Apologies, but perhaps such tactics are better reserved for others. We still have approximately 15 minutes before the next client arrives. If there is something to discuss, let us be direct. We're not new to this arrangement," she continued. At Dio's words, Natasha straightened her posture, her demeanor shifting significantly. "You've heard about the recent disturbances in the underworld, haven't you?"
Dio, intrigued, replied nonchalantly.
"Aren't you all supposed to be investigating supernatural events? Why are you involved in IRS matters as well as the FBI and police? Is S.H.I.E.L.D. truly so expansive?" His tone carried a hint of sarcasm, yet to his surprise, Natasha merely laughed in response. "Are you not curious about the reason? They say they are searching for someone. What does that have to do with me?" Dio felt a headache creeping in. "Indeed, what does it matter? You just happened to be in Washington that night and left alone. We reviewed a considerable amount of surveillance footage and discovered that you were near the scene of the incident, subsequently getting into a white sports car. Do I need to elaborate further? The time, the location, the surveillance footage all align perfectly. Coupled with your prior record, it's no wonder S.H.I.E.L.D. has focused their attention on you." "And then?" Dio retorted, feigning uncertainty about his actions that night. Natasha casually produced a document from her bag and placed it on the table, fixing him with a penetrating gaze. "We compared the autopsy report and found striking similarities between this incident and the previous one at the abandoned factory. The manner of death was eerily consistent, as if each victim had been struck directly by a speeding vehicle. Furthermore, the bullet holes found at the scene were haphazardly scattered, indicating that the deceased had no clear sight of their assailant, resorting instead to random gunfire, or perhaps they simply could not see their enemy. The reasoning presented is remarkably compelling, and you have 10 minutes to elucidate your intentions, Natasha." Agent Dio's admiration is genuinely heartfelt. After 3 days of futile efforts by many, no one was able to locate him, yet S.H.I.E.L.D. managed to ascertain his involvement through mere fragments of evidence, presenting a case that is both logical and convincing. However, that is where the matter ends. Much like the previous incident, as long as he does not confess, no one can hold him accountable due to the lack of concrete evidence, and some of the justifications cannot be disclosed to the public. Regarding the collaboration you mentioned earlier, I believe it is worth exploring. Natasha's words momentarily startled Dio, and I am curious to know what prompted your sudden change of heart. A person has been injured and requires your unique abilities. Chapter 69. The Ungrateful Scoundrel, Who Is It? Diogo was particularly curious about the identity of this person who could sway that obstinate individual, compelling someone he did not trust at all to partake in the treatment. This indicated that the individual must possess significant importance, and even the highly advanced medical technology of S.H.I.E.L.D. was rendered ineffective. "We cannot disclose this information just yet. Once you agree, we shall take you to meet him," Natasha stated, her gaze flickering slightly. "He? A man?" Diogo seemed to grasp a hint of information, yet he could not immediately pierce through this veil of ambiguity. However, he understood that he currently held the upper hand. If he did not seize this opportunity, he would be remiss in his own interests. Until I have examined the patient, I cannot guarantee the efficacy of the treatment. Furthermore, regardless of the outcome, I shall not bear any responsibility, and I must make this clear from the outset. After all, if even you are at a loss, it signifies that the patient's condition is exceedingly delicate. I refuse to jeopardize my own well-being for someone irrelevant. Natasha contemplated this for a moment before reluctantly nodding. We are aware of your stipulations and will not hold you accountable, provided you do your utmost to treat him without any underhanded tactics. Any risks must be communicated in advance, allowing us to assess whether you should proceed. If you lack confidence, do not force it. The patient is not in immediate peril. Injured in a manner that modern medicine finds troublesome, yet not in danger of dying imminently? What a strong sense of déjà vu this evokes. Very well. Since this is our inaugural collaboration, let us now address the matter of treatment fees. I am not inclined to labor without compensation, Diogo stated candidly, devoid of any hesitation. After all, saving lives was not his vocation. Even those dedicated to this cause, doctors and nurses, received remuneration. He could not work for S.H.I.E.L.D. without due reward. If they were to collaborate, sincerity must be demonstrated. Natasha seemed to have anticipated his mercenary nature, responding readily, "Rest assured, that individual is not short on funds. If you are able to restore him, we shall not interfere with your fees. It will all be yours." That individual? A rather wealthy yet somewhat irritating character? As Diogo pieced together this information, a name suddenly sprang to mind. Could it be that Tony had managed to extricate himself? Such a monumental event could hardly go unreported. Was it possible that his mere presence had incited some form of storm? Did S.H.I.E.L.D. preemptively locate Tony? However, upon recognizing that these inept doctors were of no assistance, Tony's temperament would certainly lead him to demand a return home, seeking to resolve matters on his own. Once Tony made his sudden appearance, it was likely that the news would follow suit, perhaps in just a couple of days. Thus, it became evident that Natasha's visit was timed precisely around this juncture. "Is there an issue?" Natasha inquired, noticing the shift in his expression. "Oh, nothing. Merely contemplating how much I should charge to ensure my satisfaction." Dior's response prompted Natasha to roll her eyes in exasperation. How had such a character managed to survive this long? Yet, the moment she considered his formidable destructive potential, she promptly silenced herself. Surely, he wouldn't engage in a brawl with that ill-tempered individual upon their meeting. So, have you acquiesced? If I refuse, are you prepared to disclose my information to those gangsters? Suddenly, Dior erupted into an unusually radiant smile. Although his grin appeared innocuous, Natasha felt an overwhelming sense of pressure and peril, reminiscent of that fateful day. Thus, she immediately responded with a smile. "No. Our previous conversation was merely to satisfy my curiosity. Now that I have received the answers I sought, this matter can be laid to rest. The S.H.I.E.L.D. will certainly not betray its allies. Does that imply that if we do not collaborate, you would resort to such actions?" Dior found the unfolding events increasingly intriguing. "Very well, in light of financial considerations, you may send someone over, but only after I conclude today's business. Coming here? No, you must accompany me at once." Dior raised his hand to interrupt her, speaking with utmost seriousness. "It seems there is something you have yet to grasp. The initiative in this matter lies with me. Furthermore, I have a strong aversion to being threatened. I shall overlook this incident, but there will be no second chance. So, Agent Natasha, you may leave now. Bring your associates at the appointed time, or witness how I send that scum one by one to their demise." In that moment, Natasha realized that the director's plan had once again faltered. This man was not one to be cowed into submission by mere gangsters. Perhaps it would have been wiser to clarify matters from the outset and appeal to his self-interest. Such an approach might yield more favorable results. With a sigh, Natasha departed, while Dior donned a charming, gentlemanly smile to welcome the next patron. Guest. Upon receiving Natasha's report, Nick Fury felt a headache brewing. He had thought the young man capable of discerning right from wrong, a clever individual. However, events had not unfolded as he had anticipated. What was intended as a show of strength by S.H.I.E.L.D. had backfired, leading the other party to perceive it as a threat, despite Nick Fury harboring some semblance of that intent. Let us put this matter to rest for now. To rest? Temporarily, yes. Tony has returned home, claiming he can handle the situation without our interference. In light of this, we shall observe the developments. As he spoke, Fury's tone carried an undercurrent of dissatisfaction. While he yearned for the Iron Man suit crafted by Tony, he was genuinely concerned for his safety and had never ceased in his efforts to rescue him. Yet, this rascal showed no gratitude, mockingly deriding the helpless doctors and cursing during discussions about the Iron Man suit, which was infuriating. Nick Fury is not a man devoid of temperament. Given your arrogance, do as you please. I shall not concern myself with it any longer, indulging such habits. Thus, the two parties parted ways in discontent, rendering any further attempts at cordiality unnecessary. Even if Dio possessed the ability to mend that scoundrel, Nick Fury would likely intervene, allowing him to endure more trials before offering assistance. Natasha grasped the director's intentions and subsequently severed communication. When evening arrived, as per their arrangement, she ventured alone to Dio's restaurant, indulging in a lavish meal funded by the previously allocated resources. This left Dio, who had initially hoped to encounter Tony, utterly speechless, questioning the absurdity of the situation. Chapter 70. A night at the bar, I regained consciousness and realized that, beyond merely manufacturing weapons, I could contribute more to the world. Thus, I resolved to terminate the weapons division of Stark Industries, effective immediately. As I concluded the live-streamed press conference on my phone, Dio fell into contemplation. Undoubtedly, the dashing playboy Tony Stark had returned, publicly announcing this significant decision before a multitude of media outlets, until the live feed ultimately froze on the visage of that aged, bald head, bearing an ashen expression. While subtle changes appeared to have transpired, the overall direction seemed unerring. It would not be long before this fellow would proclaim that iconic declaration to the world. What concerned Dio was whether he still had the opportunity to secure a substantial profit. After all, Stark was one of America's wealthiest targets. Even without Dio's intervention, Tony could undoubtedly find a means of self-rescue, aided by S.H.I.E.L.D. from his father's legacy. However, such an outcome might impede the growth of the GDP, even if he wished to evade taxation. That said, Dio had no intention of pursuing him directly. Those endowed with capability ought to possess a modicum of temperament. Otherwise, they might mistakenly believe they owe something for having done good deeds. Indeed, it seemed that fate had been blind, allowing this individual to return unscathed, truly remarkable. Will, having just finished tidying up, approached and began to vent his frustrations. All right, hurry and prepare. The guests will arrive shortly. After a day of business, Dio unexpectedly chose to accompany Will for a night of revelry, leaving Will utterly astonished, his chatter incessant even as they entered the vehicle. Dio, however, paid him no heed, his gaze continually drifting to the rearview mirror. He understood that, although S.H.I.E.L.D.'s overt surveillance had long since ceased, covert agents surely lingered nearby, keen to monitor his movements. Natasha's timely appearances were evidence of this. Thus, in order to momentarily elude these watchful eyes, Dio felt compelled to travel with Will, leveraging the ensuing chaos to attend to personal matters. Brother, trust me. Your presence will attract those women collectively. Perhaps tonight, I might mingle with multiple beautiful ladies without spending a single dollar. Good grief. Is your mind filled with nothing but money and women? Dio was at a loss for words, but his response only fueled Will's enthusiasm. No, this is truly a pursuit of both career and love. F you. Dio promptly extended 2 middle fingers at Will, retorting, do not cloak your actions with such lofty terminology. That is not love. Have you squandered all my money on paying for services? Come on, don't be like this. Tonight, it all hinges on you. With tomorrow being a day off, we can revel all night long. Heh. Not a chance. I will have a couple of drinks to unwind and then take my leave. Don't bother looking for me afterward. Dio subtly cautioned himself, wary of the chaos that might ensue if this fellow realized he was absent. Do you have another engagement? He inquired, Ah, I see. It must be that fiery IRS girl from last time. Oh my, you can't treat me like this. I am your dearest friend. Silence. Tonight's expenses are on me. Yes, sir. With one of his objectives achieved, Will was instantly exhilarated, no longer concerned about where Dior intended to go or which lovely lady he intended to meet. Instead, he unleashed the music and began to rap with abandon, his infectious rhythm compelling Dior to join in with laughter and a sway of his own. Dior had often pondered whether, had Will emerged from a more favorable background and avoided the gang life, he might have pursued a career as a rapper with greater promise. He certainly believed that Will possessed significant potential, which was a pity. A mere 15 minutes later, Dior accompanied Will to a nearby bar he frequented. Naturally, the establishment Will chose was far from a respectable venue. It was steeped in an atmosphere thick with hormones, where a considerable number of single women at the bar were there for part-time work. Typically, a single, not overly cheap drink would suffice to engage in conversation with them. Of course, if one found a woman particularly appealing or shared a delightful rapport, one could easily bypass this step, as such encounters were commonplace in these surroundings. Numerous lonely souls often frequented such places, hoping to test their luck or select their prey. Dior's presence illuminated the dim bar, drawing the attention of many single women, their gazes lingering unwaveringly upon him. It must be said, although Dior's aura clashed with the ambience, as a man, even the most discerning women struggled to find fault in his appearance. He was a quintessential heartthrob. The prey had appeared. Hey, what did I tell you? Since you walked in, at least 10 women have been fixated on you. A few I recognize as professional women from nearby companies. Quite the challenge, as I've seen many self-important fellows falter in their attempts with them. Just look at the way they gaze at you now. Finding a secluded spot, Will seated himself alongside Dior and spoke with palpable envy. In response, Dior felt no pride in the attention. Such chaotic settings were ill-suited for him, and he would not have come if not for ulterior motives. The two ordered a dozen beers and began to drink in silence. In the brief span of a single bottle, Dior disregarded Will's wistful glances, dismissing 3 waves of women who approached to chat. During this time, he observed many things. Couples of lonely individuals transitioned from strangers to embracing one another in mere minutes, which was inconsequential, but he also witnessed someone slipping drugs into drinks. Nearby patrons clearly noticed, yet no one intervened, as if this were the norm in such an establishment. It is best to feign ignorance. Those who frequent such places are unlikely to embody the virtues of chastity and honor. Since they are in pursuit of excitement, they must be mentally prepared to be treated as prey. Will observed the happenings in that direction and promptly whispered an explanation. Dio nodded in acknowledgement and lifted a bottle of beer to his lips, showing no inclination to interfere. As Will had pointed out, anyone who dares to come here, knowing the circumstances, and who is willing to consume drinks offered by strangers, is certainly not a paragon of virtue. Even if someone were to step forward, it is likely they would find themselves in a predicament, earning neither favor nor respect. Chapter 71. The Escape Greetings. May I introduce myself? I am Mary, and this is my companion, Emma. During the conversation, the formidable career woman that Will had previously mentioned approached with her companion. It must be said that the pressures faced by these professional women are quite substantial, which leads to a stark contrast in their demeanor and attire both in the workplace and in their private lives. At this moment, these 2 exquisitely dressed women, exuding an audacious charm, would have been unimaginable to Will in their corporate attire, diligently typing away at documents. Moreover, their names sounded like mere pseudonyms meant for leisure, reminiscent of some lackadaisical agent. Certainly, I am Will, and this is. Will, his eyes aglow, promptly stood to welcome them, only to be silenced by a sharp glare from Dio. Apologies, but you. Dio began to decline, only to be interrupted by the entrance of 2 individuals scanning the room. The words transformed into, "What would you like to drink?" Will's spirits soared, but they promptly deflated. Is whiskey acceptable? Of course. Let us serve a bottle of whiskey to these lovely ladies, and please bring some ice as well. After displaying a commendable gentlemanly demeanor, Dio found himself flanked by the 2 career women, who beamed with delight as they nestled closely beside him, seemingly oblivious to any implications of impropriety. Or perhaps they preferred it that way. The 2 women's attention was solely on Dio, which irked Will, who sat sulking, nursing his drink. Meanwhile, Dio discreetly fended off the advances of the two women while casting sidelong glances at the two individuals who appeared to be agents of SHIAL. It was evident they were observing the scene, their glasses frequently raised to their lips, yet the contents remained largely untouched, likely wary of intoxication interfering with their duties. Such behavior, however, seemed rather peculiar in this setting. Having nearly confirmed their identities, Dio adjusted his strategy. He gestured towards Will and, feigning intimacy, remarked to one of the women leaning against him, "My friend seems a bit lonely. It would be livelier with a few more people. Rest assured, I shall cover all expenses for this evening." The two professional women exchanged a glance of mild disdain towards Will before departing briefly, returning with two more attractive women of commendable looks and figures, who seated themselves on either side of Will. This delighted him, and the atmosphere became exuberantly lively. However, it was evident that the newcomers, while enjoying Will's company, frequently cast glances towards Dio. Bottles of whiskey quickly emptied, and beer bottles accumulated on the table, creating an impressive mound. Surprisingly, the women proved to be formidable drinkers, but ultimately, they succumbed to Dio's extraordinary constitution, one by one, falling into a state of inebriation. "My friend, I can assist you no further." As he drained the last glass of wine, Dio feigned a hazy gaze and lightly tapped Will on the shoulder. "I can still drink. Don't hold me back." With a resounding thud, Will's head crashed onto the table, a sight that elicited sympathy. Dio was at a loss for words. How could he squander such an opportunity? Perhaps it was best he refrain from pursuing women altogether, as financial transactions seemed more suited to him. Observing the inebriated crowd, he shook his head in resignation, realizing he could not carry everyone away, especially with other matters demanding his attention. He summoned the staff to book a private room upstairs, requesting their assistance in transporting Will and two other women. After settling the bill, he staggered out of the bar, flanked by the two intoxicated women. Such scenes unfolded daily here, drawing little attention except for. Upon exiting, two individuals hastily downed their drinks and followed him at a brisk pace. "Damn, drinking out without money," one of the staff muttered, watching their retreating figures with disdain. Those two misers had barely ordered a single drink yet lingered for hours. Had it not been for the recent unrest, he would have kicked them out long ago. Outside, Dio led the two drunken women directly into the adjacent hotel, securing a room. Once inside, he swiftly stripped them of their clothing, casting their garments onto the bed, before averting his gaze entirely. Then, a bizarre scene unfolded. A substance resembling clay enveloped Dio's body, and in the next moment, an unfamiliar stranger appeared in the mirror. Standing at 1.7 meters tall with a Caucasian complexion and a visage marred by excess, the man bore no resemblance to Dio. Even the scent had changed. This was the power of Khnum God. Although the third stand slot had yet to be unlocked, Dio opted to replace Pearl Jam for the night's undertaking, and with the following day being a day off, the 24-hour cooldown would not impede his plans. Satisfied with the stranger staring back at him from the mirror, he donned a meticulously prepared outfit, completing his transformation. Approaching the two women, he gently pinched the nape of their necks to ensure they would sleep soundly until dawn without waking. He discarded his phone in the bathroom and, seizing a moment of solitude, the world swiftly unfurled a piece of tissue to obscure the hotel corridor's camera, which fell away moments later. Seizing the opportunity, Dio opened the door and vanished down the staircase, having previously noted that this floor contained only one camera. Upon exiting the hotel, he narrowly brushed past the two SHIELD agents, yet none recognized him. A flawless disguise. In this moment, if he so wished, Dio could vanish forever, leaving no trace for anyone to find. The results of the test filled Dio with elation. However, his purpose for venturing out today extended beyond merely assessing the capabilities of the Khnum God. He was also intent on acquiring more gold. The fact that he could augment his strength through gold was a secret he wished to keep from prying eyes. Although previous purchases of gold had raised some suspicion, they had not yet led to conclusions of a more serious nature. Yet, should he continue to make substantial acquisitions without any corresponding outflow, even a fool would discern the underlying issues. The existence of the JoJo mobile game was his greatest secret, necessitating utmost caution in the future. Dio did not believe that exercising prudence was a flaw. In truth, the success or failure of many endeavors hinges upon the minutiae. Were he to possess absolute power, even if he were to conquer the earth, who would dare to utter a word of dissent? Yet, at this moment, his strength was still woefully insufficient. Chapter 72. The incident of the machete murder previously, after Dio had acquired all the gold remaining with William, he received a telephone number, which subsequently became his objective. With cash discreetly tucked away, Dio hastened towards the location provided. Upon arrival, he discovered it to be a slum, inhabited by a multitude of impoverished individuals and nefarious characters. As he approached within a certain proximity, 2 powerful searchlights illuminated him, and a dozen figures abruptly emerged from the shadows, blocking his path. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. Dio placed his handbag before him and declared loudly, "I am here to conduct a transaction. I called earlier." From behind the group, a gravelly voice inquired, "Who provided you with this number?" "William. I acquired all his goods, which is why he gave me this number." The air fell silent, and after a tense pause of several seconds, the voice continued, "Bring him forward. Check if there are others around." The crowd parted, allowing Dio to stride ahead, ultimately confronting the speaker. Before him sat a corpulent man, covered in tattoos, who seemed to have sunk into the sofa like a mound of flesh. As Dio approached, 2 others obstructed his path, glaring at him menacingly. "What are you here to trade?" the hefty man inquired, his gaze not straying from the television, where a soap opera continued to unfold. "Gold. Have you brought sufficient money?" Dio tossed his handbag onto the ground, and one of the men promptly squatted to inspect it, nodding in affirmation before whispering to the mound of flesh. Upon hearing that this reckless lad had ventured alone with 500,000 in cash, a derisive smile crept across the man's face. "Very well, I accept the money. Take him to see the goods." The 2 burly men, grinning ferociously at the command, flanked Dio, one of them saying with a foul breath, "Let us go." Witnessing this, Dio reciprocated with a smile, obediently following his bodyguards into another room. Once Dio was led away, the remaining individuals revealed cruel smiles, seemingly eager for the events to unfold. This was not the first time William had delivered goods. Many had been deceived by his fade. However, how could anyone who thrived in such clandestine dealings truly trust others or divulge their channels so freely? The plan was to secure the goods, resell them, and lure the client into a trap for a further gain. They wanted both money and merchandise. What could be a more perfect chain of transactions? It was precisely due to William's treacherous nature that the gang known as the Swamp found a certain affinity for conducting business with him. Without any effort, a sum of $500,000 was unexpectedly offered, and soon, once the imbecile's mouth was pried open, even more would be acquired. Meanwhile, unaware that William had intentionally enticed him to make that call, Dio obediently stepped into a desolate room devoid of anything, where the pervasive and lingering stench of blood was unmistakable, indicating that this scum must have disposed of numerous victims here. Thus, Dio murmured to himself, "Indeed, this is a fitting place for murder and disposal." At that moment, the 2 individuals standing behind him exchanged a glance and instantly revealed a grotesque, bloodthirsty grin as they lunged towards the scrawny figure before them. "How is the merchandise?" "Satisfactory. More than satisfactory." Before the words had left his lips, the cold and relentless world coalesced behind him, and with a single punch, it shattered the hulking man's arm reaching for him. "Huh? Why did I fall?" As he realized his hand was drifting farther from the diminutive figure, confusion washed over him, until he beheld his own bloodied lower half collapsing to the ground, a surge of terror dawning upon him. The other man, witnessing his companion's upper body suddenly disintegrate, appeared momentarily stunned. Instinctively, he touched his face, now smeared with warm crimson, before frantically turning to flee. He wished to scream for help, but in the next instant, he was enveloped in an eternal darkness. When Dio turned around, he caught sight of World, casually discarding the man's head, striking an excessively proud JoJo pose, seemingly displeased with Dio for repeatedly compelling him to deal with such feeble adversaries. "All right, come back, my friend. I'll handle them myself." Dio found himself both amused and exasperated, astonished that the seemingly merciless World could exhibit such childish behavior. Yet, indeed, these ordinary individuals failed to pique World's interest, as mindless slaughter was rather dull. Additionally, the accident scene created by World's intervention was too easily recognizable, potentially leading back to him, so it was better to let World rest this time. Consequently, the proud World in its JoJo stance vanished, and Dior, in a rare moment of self-indulgence, had attempted to strike a similarly embarrassing pose, only to nearly fracture a bone. It was evident that contorting one's body was best left to the stand. So, how should he proceed? Dior scanned the surroundings until he discovered a rusty machete, attempting to swing it a few times. It was not very comfortable, but it would suffice. Silver chariot, swift as the shimmering wave, as the power of the silver ripple flowed into the machete, enveloping it, the rusty blade instantly became exceptionally sharp, and with a mere flick of his wrist, he severed the door. Not bad, though it may get a bit bloody in a while. Satisfied, Dior wielded the machete and retraced his steps in the direction he had come. Who? Is it you? How did you manage to escape? On the way, I encountered an individual who, upon witnessing Dio emerge unscathed, was taken aback. Upon noticing the machete in Dio's hand, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Put down the knife and stand still, he exclaimed. The man immediately reached for his gun. But in an instant, a flash of silver illuminated the air, rendering him immobile as if ensnared by a spell. It was only when Dio passed by him that a sound of collapse echoed, revealing that he had been cleaved in two. Perhaps next time, it would be wiser to aim for the neck. Otherwise, the outcome is rather grotesque. A distant murmur carried on the wind, fading away. Chapter 73. Mutant? Why is there such a heavy scent of blood? A sudden breeze swept through, and one of the sentinels outside twitched his nose and spoke. What else could it be? It must be Sanji, that pervert, dismembering that poor little creature. Last time, a newcomer insisted on witnessing it, and when he emerged, he had even vomited bile. Ha ha ha. There's a shadow over there. It should be Sanji and the others returning. No, wait, there's only one person, and his height is drastically different. As they focused their gaze intently, Dio had already condensed the ripple energy between his legs and began to accelerate. It was that boy who had been taken away. The moment Dio abruptly surged forth from the darkness, the people outside recognized him and saw the blood-dripping machete in his hand. Swish, 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 swish. Yet in the next instant, the silvery flash of the blade swiftly severed the throats of the four men, silencing their cries entirely. With four heads rolling to the ground, the rich scent of blood finally caught the attention of the enemies. Domi is dead. Bruce is dead. There are enemies. Fire. Quick. Fire. Over here. Instantly, a flurry of gunfire erupted from Dio's position, as dozens of men quickly emerged from the room to converge. The massive figure finally rose, towering at least 2 meters tall, appearing monstrous from a distance. Upon being discovered, Dio decided to abandon stealth and charged recklessly toward those firing at him. Seeking death. To the onlookers, Dio's suicidal dash out of cover was nothing short of madness, and at that moment, at least 10 handguns were aimed at him and began to fire. Bang! 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 However, an astonishing scene unfolded. Some of the bullets were cleaved apart by his battered machete, while the remaining bullets struck him without producing any dull sound, instead ricocheting off as if he wore an invisible suit of steel armor. In a matter of mere moments, Dio plunged into the crowd, raising the rusty machete to commence a bloody slaughter. The seemingly dull and rusted blade in Dio's hands resembled the scythe of the Grim Reaper. Anything obstructing its path was cleaved in twain without exception. As the last few were split in half along with their firearms, a wave of sheer terror enveloped the remaining survivors. A demon, he is a demon. The demon has crawled out of hell to take revenge on us. Monster, run. Calm down. Everyone. Damn it. Calm down. Open fire, all of you. Fire. The scene suddenly descended into chaos. Some sought to escape, unwilling to face such a nightmare, while others, in a frenzy of rage, shouted and pulled the triggers, desperate to slay this invulnerable beast. In this chaotic scene, Dio moved with an ease reminiscent of a fish in water, swiftly eliminating anyone who dared obstruct his path, leaving behind nothing but a trail of gruesome demise. At that moment, The ground trembled as a grotesque mass approached with deliberate slowness. Upon the appearance of his formidable leader, an inexplicable shift occurred among the remaining individuals. Their fearful expressions began to wane as they gazed at him with a mix of dread and fervor. "Mutant?" the colossal figure inquired, prompting a sense of intrigue. Yet before Dio could respond, the creature lunged at him with a malicious grin. "Even if you are a mutant, you shall perish." Dio's gaze turned icy. Instead of retreating, he advanced, lunging forward with his machete gleaming with silvery brilliance, plunging it into the flesh of the monstrous form. However, to his astonishment, the blade seemed to sink into a quagmire, immobilized, as if it had struck a void. The creature, seemingly unaffected, continued its assault, its enormous hand crashing down upon the ground, creating a crater half a meter wide. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Dio withdrew his blade, and the creature's palm struck the earth with such force that it left a significant indentation. Understanding the implications of the creature's earlier utterance, Dio concluded that this behemoth must indeed be a mutant, for his attack had proven utterly ineffective. To his shock, he observed the machete he had thrust into the creature's abdomen being extracted effortlessly from the mass of flesh, the creature itself unscathed. "Useless. Do you comprehend the true essence of swamp?" The creature broke the silence, snapping the machete with ease before plunging its hand back into its own grotesque form, retrieving a rocket launcher aimed directly at Dio. With their leader finally serious, the remaining followers cast aside their fears. What did it matter how terrifying that young man was? The true horror stood right before them. With a deafening roar, a massive fireball engulfed the spot where Dio had just been. Truth be told, it was Dio's first encounter with a mutant, and one so repulsive at that. Nevertheless, the creature's ability was indeed peculiar. It seemed that its fleshy mass could envelop and contain any object, only to produce it at will, rendering conventional physical attacks ineffective. No wonder it had grown so corpulent. Whether this was a side effect or a deliberate choice remained uncertain. Having evaded the blast, Dio seized 2 pebbles and hurled them at the foe. Encased in a ripple of energy, these stones possessed the force equivalent to that of standard rifle ammunition. This time, however, Dio aimed not for the layers of blubber but directly at the creature's eyes. Even if it had ballooned into a ball, it was improbable that its eyes and brain were similarly ensconced in fat. His conjecture proved accurate. As the 2 stones hurtled toward him, the behemoth raised its hefty arm to shield itself, and in an instant, the stones vanished from sight. Although this was merely a test, it demonstrated that the opponent's abilities seemed to extend beyond mere containment. They possessed a certain capacity to absorb impact as well. However, the incessant quivering of the flabby flesh had already informed Dio that his ripple technique was not easily neutralized. "I said it was futile." "No, you are already dead." Dio stood motionless, yet his gaze upon the adversary was akin to that of one surveying a corpse. "Bastard, I will." Boom! Before he could finish his sentence, his head was driven into his body like a nail hammered into wood by a heavy mallet. The suddenly manifest world unleashed a torrent of fists in the air, launching a ferocious barrage from above, each strike unreservedly crashing into the opponent's head, which lacked sufficient fatty protection. With a resounding thud, it burst apart like a watermelon, splattering red and white everywhere. Subsequently, the repulsive fat was sent flying in all directions, until the massive mountain of flesh exploded, at which point World nonchalantly shook its fist and settled triumphantly behind Dio, its gaze imbued with indifference. Chapter 74. Bounty. If the situation were to continue, Dio was confident in his ability to eliminate his adversary. For the instant he discerned the opponent's vulnerabilities, the outcome was already predetermined. He merely summoned the world to expedite the resolution, thereby preventing unforeseen complications. For the world, such adversaries were far more worthy of engagement than ordinary individuals. However, the fervor for battle had barely ignited before it was extinguished. As the mound of flesh erupted violently, a chaotic array of debris was flung in all directions, causing the remaining dozen or so individuals to scatter in abject terror, discarding their weapons in a frenzied flight. To them, this little fellow was an utterly terrifying mutant, far more formidable than their leader, of whom they were oblivious to the fate that had befallen him. In numerous previous skirmishes, they had encountered mutants akin to their leader, Yet all had inevitably vanished amidst that pile of carnage, and the moniker Swamp had spread as a notorious legend through those few who had managed to escape. However, this time, fortune had abandoned them. Dio gazed at the panicked scoundrels fleeing in disarray, and bent down to seize a handful of stones, launching them with the ease of a child playing a game, targeting them with precision. Empowered by his formidable strength and the dual force of his ripple energy, these stones wielded a potency rivaling firearms, each one piercing through with lethal accuracy, claiming lives until the night air once again fell into a serene stillness. A rich scent of blood permeated the atmosphere. Checking the time on his wrist, he realized he could not afford any further delays. Thus, he began a meticulous search, illuminated by the dim light. Perhaps fueled by overconfidence, Dio discovered a basement within the chamber of the mound of flesh, where firearms, ammunition, and 2 safes lay scattered about. With no need for a code, he knew that his violent dismantling would go unchallenged. Upon prying open the safes, he found his expedition had not been in vain. Inside lay a neat arrangement of gold bars, estimated to weigh several dozen pounds, a stash presumably left behind by the individual who had brazenly attempted to rob a vault. It was evident that such an audacious act could not have been executed by this individual alone. He must have had accomplices or collaborators, likely endowed with unique abilities, for otherwise the police would have long since solved the case. Without the need to transport them, Dio directly converted the entirety of the gold into currency, causing the amount displayed on his game interface to settle at the rather provocative figure of 250 bars, 50 pounds of gold, and he pondered how much this individual had previously disposed of. However, upon opening the second safe, a sense of unease washed over him. Apart from the 500,000 cash he had brought, there was a mere 30,000 left, along with some watches, jewelry, and a seemingly ordinary bronze badge emblazoned with a black pentagram, the significance of which eluded him. Where had all the money from the sale of that substantial quantity of gold vanished? To comprehend, William alone had sold him nearly $1 million worth of goods. As the source of his supplies, this individual should possess considerably more, rather than being left with merely this sum. Even accounting for the external arms, the value would undoubtedly be grossly insufficient. He did not believe that such a perilous person would deposit his wealth in a bank. The sudden emergence of such a substantial amount would inevitably attract the attention of the IRS, FBI, and other agencies, suggesting he had likely been under surveillance for some time. Could it be that he had spent it all? On cars, yachts, and luxury estates? Somewhat undeterred, Dio once again turned the place upside down, yet uncovered nothing, ultimately conceding defeat. Though this endeavor yielded significant rewards, he felt a tinge of regret. He gathered all the cash, disregarding the troublesome jewelry and watches, and strode away from the scene. This time, not only did he refrain from incinerating evidence, but he even intentionally left his fingerprints in several locations. The abilities of Kunum God allow for a flawless alteration of fingerprints, implying that any evidence discovered later would point to a non-existent individual, entirely dissociated from him. A veritable masterpiece of crime. After distancing himself, he altered his height and appearance once more, even changing his scent, as dawn broke on the horizon. At 9 a.m., New York returned to its bustling, clamorous state. Dio first entered a recently opened mall, purchasing 2 outfits. He donned one and discarded his previous clothing, shoes, and pants into a trash bin before heading to a nearby gold shop, where he exchanged all his cash for gold. Over 800,000 merely yielded 16 kilograms of gold, alongside additional taxes. In stark contrast, Dio mused that robbery seemed far more convenient. Yet, finding a target as opportune as yesterday's would be a challenge. Thus, he resolved to earn money honestly, seizing any chance to commit a heist, and, lacking such an opportunity, grit his teeth and buy gold through legitimate channels. After a circuitous route, he turned into a narrow alley, confirming that there were no cameras or people around. He swiftly stashed the gold from his bag and discarded his clothing and backpack, changing into the newly purchased outfit before exiting from another side. When Dio re-emerged into the throng, his height and appearance had undergone yet another significant transformation. Glancing at the time, he concluded that the 2 women were unlikely to awaken before 10 unless an unforeseen event occurred, prompting him to take a taxi to the hotel vicinity. Upon disembarking, He surveyed his surroundings and indeed spotted the two individuals from the previous night. They were remarkably diligent, likely having taken turns keeping watch all night. At that moment, they were munching on sandwiches purchased from a supermarket while stifling yawns. Dio ambled toward the hotel, deliberately revealing his face to glance at them through the car window before entering with casual ease. Upon reaching the corresponding level, he employed his old tactics once more, first draping the lens with a black plastic bag for a few fleeting seconds. Utilizing this moment, he calmly entered the room, ensuring that the entire process would arouse no suspicion. Even those monitoring the surveillance would merely assume that the wind had stirred a plastic bag discarded on the ground, as 2 seconds is hardly sufficient for anything significant to transpire. Once back in the room, he found the two women lying peacefully in slumber, unperturbed by his presence, which brought him immense relief. This time, there were no discrepancies regarding the capabilities of the Cunham god, or the execution of the plan, and the substantial amount of gold bars lay quietly on the game interface, filling him with great satisfaction. Chapter 75. Breathing heavily while running after reluctantly bidding farewell to Dio following a leisurely lunch at the hotel, the two women left behind their real names and phone numbers, subtly indicating that he could reach out to them anytime if he wished to share a drink again. Everything appeared so natural and ordinary that even the two individuals suspected to be agents of SHIELD failed to detect any anomalies, their feelings of envy and jealousy indescribable. While others reveled in the bar, embracing beautiful women and sipping whiskey, they could only afford a single drink, enduring hours of discomfort before retreating in the face of the bartender's disdainful gaze. Such is the essence of life. The two felt an overwhelming urge to cry, yet the thought dissipated upon remembering their report for the day remained unfinished. Upon returning to the dining area, Dio leisurely brewed himself a pot of tea. He belonged to that rare breed who insisted on sugar in his coffee, and while he could tolerate tea, he preferred it sweetened with rock sugar. Truly a connoisseur of the unconventional, he believed that life was already fraught with bitterness, so why should he further torment himself? Despite having heard countless aphorisms about enduring hardship for eventual sweetness, he regrettably had never tasted such refined tea, much like his past, filled only with unrelenting bitterness and devoid of sweetness. Thus, he embraced the unconventional path, as he could never truly embody elegance. A superficial fade would suffice for specific occasions. Yet, had he forgotten something? Setting aside the cloyingly sweet tea, he pondered until his peripheral vision caught sight of a broom. Surely, wasn't he still at the bar? After a moment's consideration, he retrieved his phone and called Will. The call connected but was abruptly terminated. Dio tried again, only to be met with an immediate rejection. Was something amiss? Dio's expression darkened as he dialed another number, relieved when the call was finally answered. I'll explain later. I'm quite busy right now. The peculiar tone in Will's voice, as he hung up, intrigued Dio. It was midday and yet he was still running? From the sound of it, it seemed as though the two women he had left at the bar with Will the previous night were involved. Had they just awakened and embarked on a fitness regimen? Their dedication was indeed commendable. At least he had not squandered the money spent on drinks the previous night. Dio mused, choosing to disregard the matter. However, 30 minutes later, Will arrived at the restaurant, a woeful expression on his face as he parked the car. Upon entering, he nearly burst into tears from sheer indignation. What's the matter? Did your workout leave you unhappy? Are you suffering from weakness? Dio teased, casting a sidelong glance at him. Will's response was filled with ire. Those two vixens. After indulging in my food and drinks yesterday, they had the audacity to take the last of my money when they left. How is that any different from those ladies of the night? Dio nearly choked with laughter, tears of mirth welling in his eyes. It is evident that the individual in question feels that spending a night of revelry with Will was a loss, especially with 3 participants involved. Thus, they have decided to take their mental distress compensation and depart. It is likely that when Will commenced his run, he was caught off guard before the treadmill even began to operate. Let it be known, I was the one who footed the bill yesterday. Even if there is a sense of grievance, it certainly does not pertain to you. Moreover, during our recent phone call, your tone was quite different, suggesting that you have forgotten the joy of the moment. Could it be that you are the same? Upon hearing this, Will's eyes suddenly sparkled with intrigue. I regret to inform you that my funds were solely allocated to the hotel, and there are further developments you cannot envy. With that, Dior produced 2 notes still faintly scented with perfume and tossed them onto the table. Will hastily opened them, only to slump back in despair. Indeed, people are incomparable, each with their own struggles. By the way, didn't you mention another engagement yesterday? What about that beautiful IRS lady? I merely stated I had matters to attend to. I never claimed it was with her. After yesterday's events, I have long since forgotten. It was hardly significant. Dior casually clarified, sealing any lingering gaps in the narrative. Will contemplated this and realized that given the circumstances of yesterday, even the most pressing matters would not have captured his attention. He would certainly prioritize enjoyment above all else, which explains why he hadn't even answered Dura's calls. Well then, today is a holiday. Be off with you. I can manage here alone. Dior intended to send him on his way, eager to indulge in his newfound wealth, anticipating the rewards from such a bounty of gold bars. However, Will, as if oblivious, remained fidgeting in his seat, neither speaking nor leaving. Dior gave him a sidelong glance, seemingly struck by an idea, and then pulled out his wallet, exasperated, extracting $1,000 which he slammed onto the table. Hurry up and leave. This money will be deducted from your salary next month. Isn't that a bit meager? With the payday still. Do you want it? Just this, if not, I'll take it back. Upon seeing Dior reach for the money, Will promptly seized the bills and fled. Originally, he possessed over 2,000, yet those 2 women had left him with not a single cent. He felt utterly cheated. Those 2,000 could have afforded him countless encounters with streetwalkers. What a loss! Should I discover that you squandered that 1,000 entirely on those ladies of the night, do not expect to receive another cent from me. Through the door, Dior offered Will an exaggerated middle finger. With a monthly income of $10,000, it is baffling that it is insufficient for this fellow to enjoy himself and seek companionship. Truly, he is a remarkable character. Nevertheless, to be honest, it is only when spending time with Will that Dior feels an extraordinary sense of ease, which encapsulates the essence of friendship. Chapter 76. Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters. The events orchestrated by Dio yesterday were swiftly suppressed by an unseen force. The news merely attributed the incident to gang-related vendettas, brushing over the matter with a cursory mention. Meanwhile, S.H.I.E.L.D. embarked on a new mission to locate the enigmatic individual endowed with perilous powers. Fortunately, the scene yielded a plethora of clues, including fingerprints and fortunate eyewitness accounts. Within S.H.I.E.L.D. there was a prevailing belief that it was only a matter of time before they apprehended the suspected mutant responsible for the crime. Little did they anticipate that all the evidence they had gathered was a mere ruse, meticulously crafted to mislead them. No matter how exhaustive their search, they would remain oblivious to the identity of the perpetrator unless the individual chose to reveal themselves. In addition to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s involvement, Colonel William Stryker, a formidable figure representing the U.S. military and one who had long dealt with mutants, forcefully entered the fray. In his eyes, all mutants were deserving of demise, and this recent tragedy was undoubtedly a consequence of conflict between 2 mutants, resulting in the collateral damage of many innocent lives. He sought to leverage this opportunity to resubmit his proposals, articulating the dangers mutants pose to society, including a bill for mandatory registration of mutants, among other measures.
Regrettably, S.H.I.E.L.D.
remained indifferent to the opinions of a mere U.S. Army colonel. Even with the backing of a significant force, it was utterly insufficient in the eyes of S.H.I.E.L.D. cooperation.
What ist?
Thus, a competitive investigation ensued, with the first casualties being all connections and relationships surrounding the mutant known as Swamp. By retrieving this information, both S.H.I.E.L.D. and Colonel Stryker's military faction simultaneously pinpointed a phone call made on the day of the incident, swiftly confirming the location of a public phone booth and accessing the surrounding surveillance footage. Consequently, the suspect's physical characteristics were fully disclosed. Coupled with the survivors' testimonies, it became nearly certain that the assailant, a white male approximately 1.7 meters tall with a suspected history of substance abuse, was indeed the perpetrator responsible for the carnage, and he was highly likely to possess extraordinary mutant abilities. Everything progressed remarkably smoothly. The only remaining task was to locate this individual. Furthermore, S.H.I.E.L.D. acquired additional intelligence through William, the manager of a jewelry store who had previously been investigated. This led to the confirmation that Swamp was one of the criminals involved in a notorious heist that had humiliated the New York City police back in February. Should they successfully trace the remaining mutant criminals, it would be an unexpected boon. In this confrontation, S.H.I.E.L.D., bolstered by its formidable resources and connections, surged ahead of Colonel Stryker, even possessing a trump card yet to be played. Time swiftly passed, and yet the progress seemed far slower than both parties had anticipated. In fact, their search for the culprit had reached a standstill. The individual appeared to have vanished without a trace, as if he had never existed in the first place. Despite their relentless efforts, they could not uncover a single sign of his presence. Astonishingly, after comparing the collected fingerprints with the database, they found no results whatsoever, which was almost beyond belief. Were it not for the unwavering truth of the surveillance footage, they might have begun to doubt the authenticity of the so-called evidence and leads. Then, a thought emerged. What if the individual in question was indeed a mutant capable of altering his appearance, akin to a shapeshifter who could assume any identity? It must be said that the elite minds within S.H.I.E.L.D. were abundant, and this notion provided a fresh perspective that garnered widespread acceptance. Upon reviewing the report, Nick Fury fell into deep contemplation, for he was aware that such abilities did exist, and they resided dangerously close to a particular mutant. Were those individuals plotting yet another scheme? This was not a favorable development, and it seemed prudent to pay an early visit to that individual. Coulson now immediately drop everything and make a trip to Westchester. Several hours later, in Westchester, New York, at the Xavier Institute for Gifted Youngsters, an elderly man seated in a wheelchair, his gaze imbued with wisdom and kindness, suddenly lifted his head and set aside his book. "What is it, Professor?" inquired a tall, long-haired woman seated across from him. "Nothing of great concern. We have a visitor," he replied. "Jean, please gather the children. Today's afternoon break will conclude early." "Of course, Professor." Jean, accustomed to the professor's prophetic insights, sensed from his tone that this visitor likely bore ill intentions. As she exited, she encountered a man wearing distinctive glasses. "Is something amiss, Jean?" he asked. The professor mentioned a guest is arriving, prompting an early end to the children's break. "I was just about to head over. Would you like to join me, Scott?" "Certainly. I am quite curious to meet this new guest. I hope they will adhere to the decorum expected of visitors." As he spoke, Scott adjusted his unique eyewear and followed Jean outside. Upon their arrival, they observed the children joyfully relishing their break, while a silver-haired African-American woman stood nearby, smiling at them. "Hello, Jean." "Hello, Scott," she greeted warmly. Jean and Scott returned the salutation and conveyed the professor's message. Poor little ones. These individuals certainly have a knack for choosing their moments. After muttering a few words, she promptly clapped her hands to capture the children's attention and declared loudly, "Hey, listen up, children. The nap time is over. Return to your respective classrooms immediately and prepare for class." "Oh no. There are still 41 minutes and 36 seconds left of nap time. This is unfair, Ms. Aurora. I don't want to go back yet." The children immediately erupted in lamentation, some whining and dawdling, unwilling to depart, while others rationally attempted to negotiate based on the facts. Nevertheless, the majority of the students obediently began to move. "Regardless of your reluctance at this moment, this is the professor's directive, so let us get moving, children." Upon hearing that this was the professor's decision, the remaining ones swiftly suppressed their discontent. Even the most mischievous of students did not wish to disappoint that wise and benevolent elder. At that moment, a growing noise from the sky became evident as a helicopter hovered directly above the lawn where the children were playing and began its slow descent. Chapter 77. What a massive pot! The guests have arrived. Yet it is abundantly clear that the hosts do not welcome their presence. As Coulson disembarked from the helicopter and removed his sunglasses, he immediately sensed this palpable rejection. Truth be told, had it not been for the insistence of his superior to abandon his current duties for this trip, he would not have wished to disrupt the tranquil existence of this place, even though it is a school specifically designed for children with extraordinary abilities. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Phil Coulson, affiliated with the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. I remember you. You were trailing behind that bald director who had lost an eye, Storm remarked bluntly, particularly irked by the unwelcome intrusion that had disturbed her students' afternoon respite. H-I-E-L-D? What brings you here? You are not welcome. Haven't you suffered enough the last time? Upon hearing Storm's words, Cyclops, Scott Summers, recalled the incident and stepped protectively in front of Coulson, his expression darkening. It is indeed an honor that you remember us. However, whether it was during our previous visit or this one, please rest assured that we harbor no ill intentions. We are not akin to those villains who arrive with combat helicopters and bombers. Rather, we are entirely different. I prefer to resolve issues through peaceful discussions rather than through force. Throughout the encounter, Coulson maintained his composure and smiled, undeterred by the hostility emanating from Cyclops and the others, even though he was acutely aware that a mere glance from them could spell his end. Jean, please allow them entry. I shall await you in the reception room. At that moment, a voice resonated in Jean's mind. She nodded slightly, then patted Scott's shoulder, who was poised to act, and turned to Coulson and his companions, saying, "Follow us. The professor is expecting you." "Thank you." After expressing his gratitude, Coulson maneuvered past the scowling Scott and proceeded into the school. Although Scott wished fervently to launch these intruders into the stratosphere, the professor would not permit such reckless behavior, knowing it would spell disaster for this haven. In the reception room, Coulson encountered one of the most formidable leaders of mutants, Charles Xavier, also known as Professor X. "Good day, Professor X. I hope my unannounced visit has not disrupted your teaching." "Greetings, Agent Coulson. This is our second meeting, I believe. May I inquire as to the purpose of S-H-I-E-L-D-S visit?" The professor's face radiated a warm smile, presenting him as an ordinary elderly gentleman, which belied the immense power he possessed, capable of influencing humanity as a whole. "I trust you are already aware of our intentions, Professor?" "No, I am not aware. In fact, without the consent of the other party, I do not employ my abilities to perceive the thoughts of others, save for certain exceptional circumstances. Your rationality is commendable. If all mutants possessed your level of self-control, society would undoubtedly be far more harmonious." Coulson expressed his admiration, choosing not to dwell on the fact that Professor X had not utilized his abilities to probe the authenticity of his mind. Regardless, even if he had, it would have been of no consequence. Thus, he opted to bypass the topic entirely. Upon hearing Coulson's remark, Professor X responded with profound significance, stating, "This stringent self-control stems from my experiences and the many years I have lived. In my youth, I too made numerous mistakes. During the initial phase, it is exceedingly difficult to suppress one's curiosity. Every mutant undergoes this journey, transitioning from curiosity to maturity, and eventually to an understanding of the responsibilities that accompany their abilities. This is a process requiring guidance and a gradual approach. Even though everyone may err along the way, timely correction can lead to rebirth. Do you not agree, Mr. Coulson?" Coulson, perceiving the deeper meaning in Professor X's words, allowed a bitter smile to escape him. In the presence of such a wise elder, capable of seeing through all FAAs, he felt as though his own life experiences were akin to a mere infant just learning to speak. He had yet to articulate the purpose of his visit, and already Professor X had begun to exonerate potential mistakes. He was undeniably a benevolent soul, striving to save the entire mutant community single-handedly and attempting to guide every wayward child back to the right path, enabling them to reform and reclaim their lives. In all honesty, Coulson admired his steadfastness, though he found it excessively idealistic. Human nature can be so complex that it is nearly impossible to find two identical individuals in the world. Thus, some individuals' malevolence cannot be swayed by words or actions, Imprisonment or even eradication may be the only viable solutions for the world and for other innocent lives. In this regard, Professor X stood in stark contrast to his old adversary, Magneto. If their temperaments could find a modicum of balance, perhaps mutants might traverse a different, more prosperous avenue. Shaking off these cluttered thoughts, Coulson ceased to meander and directly articulated the purpose of his visit. It pertained to a massacre that occurred in New York over a month ago, involving a mutant known as Swamp. We now suspect that the perpetrator is also a mutant. From the evidence collected at the scene and the reconstruction of surveillance footage, we have established a comprehensive profile of this individual's physical characteristics. Strangely, however, it is as if this person has evaporated from existence, leaving no trace behind. Recently, our team proposed a hypothesis. This individual may not exist at all, but rather be a fabricated persona. The so-called killer likely possesses shape-shifting abilities, enabling them to alter their appearance at will, which is why we have been unable to locate them. As Professor X reviewed the documents while absorbing Coulson's account, a flicker of emotion finally crossed his gaze. Mystique. A name he was reluctant to utter, sighed from his lips. If all of this is indeed true, then the conjectures of S.H.I.E.L.D. are not without merit, and the reasons for their sudden visit become self-evident. Are you suspecting that Eric is devising some scheme? It is precisely because we are uncertain whether Magneto is involved that we sought your assistance, hoping that Professor X could help us ascertain whether Mystique is indeed the perpetrator. Once confirmed, what are Magneto's intentions? Coulson spoke with an expression of utmost seriousness. Far away, Magneto and Mystique remain oblivious to the adage. When one is comfortably seated at home, calamity may descend from the heavens, as an enormous burden unexpectedly crashes down upon them. Chapter 78. The trio concerning his old friend. Professor X felt compelled to take it seriously and thus agreed to collaborate with S.H.I.E.L.D. to ascertain the identity of the murderer. After obtaining the desired results, Coulson courteously took his leave, restoring the tranquility of the school. But was it truly so? Dio was unaware that his unintentional actions had inadvertently cast suspicion upon Mystique and Magneto, leading to the emergence of conspiracy theories. At that moment, he was fervently striving to amass wealth. Having successfully extricated himself from his previous endeavors, no one had yet come seeking him, which should have brightened his spirits. Regrettably, after dispatching Will that day, he found himself disheartened by the outcome of 410 gold bars and 41 consecutive draws, without even a glimpse of a Stan's shadow, nor did he procure a temporary experience card. Instead, he was left with nothing but useless trinkets from another world, driving him to the brink of despair. Did a cursed individual truly lack rights? Could it be that Dio was destined to remain unremarkable? Alas, no matter how fervently he lamented, the gold, valued at over $2 million, was irrevocably lost. One can only imagine how fortunate it was for him to draw the world and Cunham. Although he did not obtain the grand prizes, he did receive a consolation prize, which spared him from feeling that his efforts and finances were in vain. Firstly, he drew the final fragment that could fuse into Arrow. Possessing a complete Arrow meant he could take a gamble on the evolution of his stand, yet the associated risks weighed heavily on his mind, leaving him in a state of indecision regarding whether to utilize it for the world. Naturally, if not for evolution, it could also serve as a key for creating a new stand user, but the price of failure was death. The only person he could trust with such a gamble was Will, yet Dio was reluctant to involve him, especially at the risk of his life. A mundane existence seemed far more suitable for him. Thus, Dio dismissed that notion and began to formulate new ideas regarding the use of this item. Additionally, he drew 3 tomes of ripple techniques. 1. Yamabuki-colored ripple dash, released directly through the fist. This technique boasts a color closest to the sun's golden hue and is renowned for its formidable attack power. 2. Crimson ripple dash, capable of generating high-temperature effects. 3. Blue-green ripple dash, a technique that conducts ripple through water, enabling long-range attacks. Acquiring 3 highly practical ripple techniques significantly bolstered Dio's combat prowess. Consequently, that very night, he consumed all the ripple beads he had drawn and utilized the remaining 2 Lisa guidance cards. Not only did he thoroughly solidify his foundation, But he also mastered all the ripple techniques he had learned to the point of them becoming his own, achieving this through an arduous effort far greater than before, ultimately passing Lisa's grueling training. As he emerged from the copy, Dio's ripple energy finally reached a staggering total of 160,000, more than doubling in strength, and he successfully unlocked the third stand slot. Henceforth, he would no longer need to replace Pearl Jam in advance to utilize Cunham God. However, the requirement of 500,000 ripple energy to unlock the fourth stand slot was indeed daunting. Since arriving in this world, he had spent no less than several $1,000,000 to elevate himself to this level. If it weren't for the Pearl Gem he had drawn at the beginning, which helped him earn money, he might still be far from unlocking the second slot, let alone rapidly enhancing his strength through monetary investment. As the saying goes, money creates happiness. Without it, you cannot enjoy life. Reflecting on this, he felt a sense of gratitude. After concluding a day of work, Dio unhesitatingly declined Will's proposal to go out and have fun. Will, having run short on cash, was nearly driven to madness. While he could still afford a few drinks at a bar, it was evident that his intentions were less than pure. "Sorry, I have plans tomorrow," Dio replied, shrugging as he ushered Will out of the restaurant amidst his forlorn gaze. He was not lying. Tomorrow was the weekend, a day when Dio had decided to give the restaurant a break. Although earning money was crucial, he did not wish to live such a grueling life. After all, taking one day off a week was not an extravagance, and indeed, he had plans to spend time with someone. Since that day he left Jessica's house, it had been a while since the two had seen each other. Their occasional phone calls were brief, and neither had broached the subject of that day, as if it were merely a dream that faded upon waking. Yet, a phone call from Aileen reconnected them. Dio, being a man of his word, would not go back on his promise. With tomorrow being a day off, he would take Aileen out to enjoy themselves and, in the process, allow himself some relaxation. Jessica, citing her concern for Aileen, also canceled some work to join them, transforming their outing from a duo into a trio. Despite Aileen's vehement objections, Jessica remained resolute. Dio learned of Aileen's complaints during their phone conversation, but he was indifferent. Otherwise, being misunderstood as a creepy uncle would be undesirable, especially since he had some personal matters to attend to, which would now be conveniently addressed together. The next day unfolded with splendid weather, ideal for an outing. Shortly after 8 a.m., an expensive BMW pulled up to the restaurant's entrance. Jessica, meticulously dressed, and the youthful and striking Aileen attracted countless gazes as they exited the vehicle. Fortunately, the locals had grown somewhat accustomed to wealthy patrons frequenting this peculiar restaurant, many of whom were beautiful women. Hence, various rumors surrounding Dio gradually became mere gossip, as people struggled to comprehend why he had chosen such a path, their envious glances betraying their admiration. In contrast to the two women's meticulous preparations, Dio appeared far more casual, dressed like a young person heading out for a day of leisure, reminiscent of a university student. Despite his casual attire, he exuded an extraordinary charm due to his image and demeanor, captivating those around him as if such a style were entirely appropriate. There is a saying that the same clothing can yield vastly different impressions depending on the individual wearing it. Indeed, those who are beautiful or handsome can transform even a military coat or ragged garments into a fashion statement. Upon their meeting, Aileen greeted Dior with palpable enthusiasm. Dior reciprocated warmly, then, casting a glance at the surrounding crowd, remarked, "Shall we get into the car? Remaining here makes me feel as though I have escaped from some zoo as a gorilla." Chapter 79. Swimwear. Dior's dry wit elicited laughter from both the young and the seasoned beauties. In truth, neither of them appreciated being scrutinized with peculiar gazes, prompting the trio to depart promptly in their vehicle. During this journey, Erin sat unhappily in the back, while Dior occupied the passenger seat, fortunate that Snowball remained behind to keep her company. "Where to?" Jessica inquired after they set off. Dior, having done his homework, was well aware of suitable locales for a girl of Erin's age. With a smile, he replied, "Let us venture to Coney Island. It boasts a beach and an amusement park, perfect for us. However, it may be a tad early. We could explore other places first." To his surprise, Jessica glanced at him and remarked, "The beach? It seems we will need to procure a couple of swimsuits first." Dior instinctively envisioned Jessica strutting along the beach in a sultry bikini, and he felt a sudden warmth in his nose. He vowed that his choice of location was not influenced by such thoughts, but now that it had been mentioned, he found himself somewhat anticipating it. Meanwhile, Erin, seated in the back, remained oblivious to the subtle exchanges between the two in the front. Instead, she was enveloped in a blend of excitement and nervousness. She had never been to a beach before. However, she was no longer burdened by concerns, as her unsightly scars had vanished. Determined, she resolved to select the most stunning swimsuit available. Have you considered moving out of the restaurant or perhaps purchasing another vehicle? With your current earning rate, you shouldn't be subjecting yourself to such discomfort, Jessica suddenly proposed during their drive to the mall. Dior was at a loss for a response, merely offering a faint smile. After all, it would be absurd to confess that he intended to spend all his earnings on indulgent purchases. Nevertheless, Jessica's words served as a reminder. Merely accumulating wealth without expenditure seemed too conspicuous. According to conventional wisdom, the purpose of earning money was to enhance one's quality of life through the acquisition of cars, homes, and luxury items. He also felt somewhat stifled living in the cramped quarters of the restaurant, where even bathing was a mere hasty rinse, a rather uncomfortable existence. He indeed required a more secluded space to call his own. Moreover, acquiring a better vehicle seemed prudent. As a man, relying on women for transportation felt less than ideal, and frankly, his current car was rather unremarkable for his circumstances. With his abilities, he could certainly improve his living conditions, and his relentless drive to better himself was indeed aimed at achieving a more fulfilling life. This was not contradictory. Resolute, Dior contemplated for a moment before stating, "You raise an excellent point. Residing in the restaurant is less than ideal. I shall seek a more pleasant place nearby to move into and consider upgrading my vehicle as well. If you have any recommendations, do share, provided they are not too extravagant. To be candid, I am not as affluent as you might presume. Of course, as a friend, I will offer you reasonable advice. Ultimately, the decisions rest with you." Jessica's smile widened, seemingly pleased with Dior's ambition. However, unbeknownst to her, Dior was not contemplating the purchase of a house as she had imagined, but rather considering the option of renting. The reasons, even if articulated, would likely be met with disbelief. After all, this was New York. With the impending turmoil of the 2012 conflict, who could predict what devastation might ensue? It would be foolish to invest in property at such a precarious moment. Renting seemed far more prudent. Should disaster strike, the repercussions would not fall upon him. He wasn't even planning to pay for a car in full, opting instead for a long-term loan coupled with substantial insurance. Perhaps he might even profit from it. However, he was uncertain whether the insurance would cover vehicles destroyed by extraterrestrial forces. Cunning and shrewd, Dior was already devising ways to outsmart the insurance system. Truly, there was no one quite like him. Dior, which one do you think is better? How about this one? In the department store at the swimwear counter, Jessica held up a rather modest one-piece swimsuit, weighing her options while seeking someone's opinion. Not bad, Dior replied with a hint of disappointment. It was not what he had anticipated. As if she had sensed his silent wish, the sales associate, beaming with enthusiasm, interjected, "For someone with your exquisite figure, this choice might be a tad underwhelming. Why not try this one instead? It's our latest summer bikini, brand, fabric. This bikini, a heavenly blue, while certainly more substantial than other styles, was a world apart from the previous one-piece. The back featured several slender black strings that, once donned, would weave an enchanting pattern against the skin, adding a touch of allure." Jessica, swayed by the suggestion, discreetly glanced at Dior, only to find him nodding in agreement. His interest piqued, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. Indeed, men are all too predictable. With a silent huff of exasperation, Jessica set aside the swimsuit she had been holding. "I'll take this one, please wrap it up." At that moment, Erin, who had been selecting swimsuits based on the principle of pretty, approached, pouting, and declared, "Dior, I want a bikini too." Dior was momentarily taken aback. Though Erin was undeniably adorable and resembled a little princess, the reality was that she was short enough to see her own shoelaces. A flat landscape, indeed. It was rather perplexing for someone with her physique to desire a bikini. He found himself at a loss for words. Fortunately, the sales associate stepped in at that crucial moment, and Jessica shot her a look of exasperation. Ultimately, amidst Aaron's disheartened expressions, Jessica chose a children's one-piece swimsuit for her. Thankfully, it was not a constricting design, or else Dio would surely have entertained unwelcome thoughts. After purchasing the swimsuits, the trio exited the department store. Dio had brought along his swim trunks, so there was no need to waste further time. Where to next? Shall we continue exploring for a while? Jessica, seemingly yearning for more, had evidently not indulged in a leisurely shopping spree for quite some time. The presence of the dashing Dior by her side rendered the experience even more delightful, and the minor inconvenience of an additional companion was of little consequence. However, much to her dismay, Dior resolutely dismissed the rather daunting suggestion and instead purposefully proposed, "Let us take a stroll through the pet store." Upon seeing the adorable Snowball, "I find myself contemplating the idea of acquiring a pet, and it would be splendid for you to assist me in this decision." Chapter 80. The quest for a pet. Dio, are you also planning to purchase a dog? Aaron exclaimed, cradling Snowball with palpable excitement, perhaps finally having found a topic she could engage in. The act of pet ownership is a commonplace affair in America and indeed across the globe. Jessica, while feeling a twinge of regret at the thought of not being able to continue their stroll, recognized that visiting the small animals would be a delightful alternative. Thus, the trio set off in their vehicle towards a nearby street lined with pet shops, where a myriad of creatures awaited, ranging from the ordinary cats and dogs to the more exotic, like lizards and snakes, which could instill fear in the beholder. Yet, there existed a substantial number of individuals who found joy in such unconventional pets. Have you decided on what kind of pet you would like? Dio shook his head, replying, "Not yet. I just want to take a look first. If I find something I like, I might give it a try. If not, then so be it." Jessica nodded in understanding. Could it be that Dio was genuinely seeking a pet to alleviate his loneliness? It was not that simple. After a fortnight of contemplation, he ultimately resolved to utilize the arrow in his possession, but not as a means to aid another or to create a stand for someone else. Instead, he aimed to forge a stand pet that was uniquely his own. During a prior foray into microtransactions, he had drawn a white pet card, which would grant him a pet that would never betray him and would be obedient. However, this white pet card could only tame ordinary creatures, with a higher success rate for the smaller and weaker species. It was certain that attempting to use it on ferocious beasts like lions or tigers would end in failure, given his notoriously poor luck. The animals offered in the pet store, however, were generally descendants of selectively bred and domesticated stock, thus ensuring a higher probability of success when employing the pet card. Ordinarily, acquiring such a pet would not provide Dio with any significant advantage, but with the possession of the arrow, everything changed. He envisioned the dog named Itchy, capable of manipulating sand, and recalled the turtle that possessed its own spatial domain. The potential of owning a pet with stand abilities would afford him immense convenience, without occupying his precious stand card slots. Even in the event of failure, he would face no peril. It was undoubtedly the best choice at this juncture. Seizing the opportunity for a leisurely outing, Dio hoped to discover a pet imbued with stand potential, regardless of its form, as long as it could withstand the arrow's scrutiny. Upon entering the first pet shop, Dio discreetly retrieved the arrow from his sleeve, aiming it subtly towards the surrounding cages, keenly observing its response. Should any target with stand potential emerge, the arrow would instinctively lock onto it, with the intensity of its reaction corresponding to the magnitude of that potential. This was Dio's original understanding of the arrow, but whether it would prove effective now remained uncertain. He could only venture to try. If the arrow produced in the mobile game were to lose its ability to actively seek out targets, it would temporarily set aside that notion for future use in evolving the world. "Good morning. May I assist you with anything?" The shopkeeper, a kind-hearted middle-aged woman, gazed affectionately at the small animals around her, clearly someone who genuinely cherished the company of these creatures. With a smile, Dio, having formed such a deduction in an instant, scanned the surroundings and replied, "I wish to purchase a pet, though I have yet to determine precisely what I want. May I browse freely? Of course. Feel free to call me if you have any questions." The elderly woman politely responded, though internally she felt a pang of disappointment. She was reluctant to entertain someone who had not even decided on the type of pet they desired, as such individuals often acted on a whimsical impulse and would ultimately lose interest, leaving the unfortunate pets to suffer. As a true animal lover, she sincerely hoped to avoid such encounters. Yet business was business. She could not dismiss customers based solely on her assumptions. If they were not the type she envisioned, she would only offend them. Dio, this dog is so adorable. Shall we choose this one? The most delighted person in the vicinity was undoubtedly the compassionate little Aaron, whose excitement even caused Snowball to perk up in response to the abundance of familiar scents. Dio glanced at the puppy Aaron had pointed out. A pristine white poodle, its coat impeccably groomed, adorned with a striking red bow, resembling a diminutive princess. Unfortunately, the arrow in Dio's sleeve remained unresponsive. Undeterred, he acknowledged that the number of beings possessing the potential of a stand user was exceedingly scarce. After ruling out more promising humans, finding a suitable pet became an arduous task. After a thorough search, Dio had to depart with a sense of regret, having found no pet that met his criteria. Fortunately, the street was lined with pet shops. If one did not suffice, numerous others awaited his exploration. Even if he could not find what he sought in New York, he could venture to other cities, and if he failed in America, other countries beckoned. After all, it was a matter of chance, and he had long since lost faith in his fortune. Thus, the day wore on until noon, having visited over a dozen pet shops without encountering a single pet with stand potential. However, as he exited, the arrow in his sleeve quivered slightly within the crowd, only to quickly lose its reaction, likely due to the target being beyond its perceptive range. Although the detected potential was likely human and their identity unknown, this discovery thrilled Dio nonetheless, for it affirmed that the arrow's searching ability remained intact, proving that his efforts were not in vain. Yet, unlike Dio's subtle elation, Jessica and Aaron felt somewhat disheartened, unable to fathom what sort of pet Dio truly desired. This aimless pursuit was indeed becoming tedious and vexing. Glancing at the time, Dio suggested, "Let us take a final look at this establishment, and then we shall dine. After our meal, we can head directly to the amusement park and revel until dusk before returning. What do you think?" Upon hearing that the end was finally in sight, Jessica and Aaron mustered their spirits and entered the shop. Unlike their previous visits, this time, as they stepped into the store, the arrow hidden within Dio's sleeve responded. Although not with great intensity, it was indeed a response. Not this one, not that one, nor this one. Following the arrow's guidance, Dio ultimately arrived at a glass display case, confirming that the creature which elicited the response was contained within. Chapter 81. The Haunted House. Dio, are you really going to keep that? Indeed. Do you not find it utterly adorable? As they proceeded to make the payment, Jessica and Aaron exchanged perplexed glances. They had never anticipated that the pet Dio would ultimately choose would be a mere snail. But why hadn't he purchased it earlier? Clearly, there were snails available in the shops they had visited. After much contemplation, they could not fathom Dio's true intentions and decided not to waste any more mental energy on it. Perhaps it was true that exceptionally talented individuals often harbor peculiarities in their lives. The good news, however, was that their prior efforts had not been in vain. Dio had successfully acquired the pet he desired, accompanied by their presence, which was far more gratifying than returning empty-handed after a squandered afternoon. After placing the glass enclosure in the back and cautioning Aaron not to open it lest Snowball meet an untimely demise, the trio first indulged in Japanese cuisine before finally arriving at the amusement park. The weekend crowd was substantial, yet it paled in comparison to the overwhelming throngs Dio had experienced during his previous life's May Day holiday travels. After securing their belongings, Dio and Jessica led a visibly excited Aaron into the park. "Dio, I want to try that," Aaron exclaimed, pointing at a haunted house adorned with images of zombies and demons, exuding an aura of terror. Yet the queue was incessantly long, as patrons seemed to derive immense pleasure from the thrilling screams and cathartic release of fear. Before Dio could voice his thoughts, Jessica adopted a stern expression. "No, children are not suited for that. What if it leaves a psychological scar? I am not a child. Besides, what's wrong with being a child? As long as an adult accompanies me, I can go in," Aaron defiantly retorted. "I said no, and that is final." Let us go enjoy the bumper cars instead. Jessica insisted, gesturing toward the adjacent attraction. It was evident that Erin was displeased, muttering under her breath. Yet Dio and Jessica overheard her clearly. What did you say? In that moment, Dio swiftly intervened before Jessica could unleash her ire, taking Erin by the hand. You can play bumper cars if you wish, but Erin and I will queue for that. Yay! Dio, you're the best, Erin exclaimed, leaping up to wrap her arms around Dio's neck, planting a kiss on his cheek. After realizing what she had just done, her face flushed crimson as she discreetly gauged Dio's reaction. Dio, however, displayed no embarrassment, treating her as a little sister. A kiss on the cheek was merely a gesture of courtesy, not a significant act. This dichotomy left Erin feeling both bashful and somewhat distressed. You are infuriating, Jessica fumed, left behind in disbelief as she witnessed her sister's jubilant demeanor. How could she possibly endure such a sight? In a fit of frustration, she pursued them, for despite her usual facade of elite composure, she harbored a deep-seated fear of such attractions. Yet this time she was determined to confront it. After a half-hour of waiting, their turn finally arrived. Upon entering, photography is strictly prohibited, as is the use of any lighting devices, and any form of violence against our staff is forbidden. Should you feel overwhelmed by fear, do not hesitate to call out loudly for assistance. Someone will escort you out. If you manage to pass through within 10 minutes, a delightful gift awaits you. After heeding the warnings of the staff at the entrance, Dior and his companions finally ventured into the haunted house. It was enveloped in darkness, illuminated only by a faint glimmer guiding the visitors forward. Humanity's greatest fear stems from the unknown. Once inside, Erin exhibited a courage that belied her age, boldly leading the trio while eagerly whispering about claiming a prize if they completed the challenge in 10 minutes. In stark contrast stood Jessica, the adult among them, who seemed to forget the earlier discomfort upon entering. She clutched Dior's arm tightly, half concealing herself behind him, urging Erin to slow down as they proceeded. Dior found himself in a rather comical predicament, with one sister tugging him forward and the other trailing behind, effectively splitting his attention in two. Suddenly, as they passed a coffin, both Erin and Dior moved past it without incident. But when Jessica approached, the lid sprang open, and a bloodied zombie abruptly rose, clawing its way toward her. This sent Jessica into a state of terror. Her legs weakened, and she emitted a piercing scream. Had she not been gripping Dior's arm so tightly, she likely would have collapsed, unable to muster the strength to continue. Dior quickly pulled her away, fearing her screams might shatter his eardrums. As they traversed the haunted corridors, they encountered an array of ghoulish figures and cleverly designed traps that elicited involuntary shivers of fright. Yet, Erin remained undaunted, relishing the thrill of the experience. Although startled at times, her cries were those of exhilaration rather than fear. As for Dior, he was, without a doubt, the most terrifying presence in the house. He often feared that his instinctive reactions might inadvertently harm the staff who sprang out to scare him. It was no wonder that he had been cautioned at the entrance against striking the actors. Jessica, on the other hand, was a source of exasperation. Throughout the experience, it was Dior who dragged her along, her fear transforming every encounter into a high-pitched shriek. Tears soon streamed down her face, likely ruining her makeup, but thankfully, the dim lighting concealed her distress. Ultimately, as they fled from a horde of grasping zombies, Dior held Erin in one hand and pulled Jessica along with the other, finally escaping the passage after more than 15 minutes, thus forfeiting their chance at the gift. I could have made it in 10 minutes if it weren't for my sister, Erin lamented upon their exit. Meanwhile, Jessica headed straight for the restroom, leaving one to wonder whether she was merely attending to a makeup touch-up or if her fright had led to a more embarrassing predicament. Perhaps it was a combination of both. After 5 minutes, Jessica re-emerged, seemingly restored to her original persona as an urban elite. Yet, the pallor of her complexion and the tremor in her gaze were sufficient to reveal that she had not fully recovered. She remained apprehensive, fearful that a zombie might suddenly leap out beside her. Even Dio had not anticipated that Jessica's courage would wane to such an extent, which seemed incongruous with her usual image. However, there was no intention of mockery. Everyone harbors their own fears. Some dread snakes, others mice, cockroaches, or even ghosts. Thus, it was of little consequence. With Dio's exceedingly gentlemanly reassurances, Jessica gradually began to dispel her fears, and Aaron ceased to mention the haunted house, allowing the three of them to engage in other activities together. Chapter 82. Bullying. Wow. As a few whistles echoed, Jessica and Aaron, clad in their swimsuits, settled beside Dio, who was lounging on the beach. Jessica, already a beauty, had transformed into a captivating blend of youthful charm and mature elegance after undergoing Dio's dietary regimen, naturally attracting the attention of those around her. Meanwhile, Aaron, donning a simple one-piece swimsuit, was no less enchanting. Her angelic features and petite frame easily evoked a protective instinct in others, compelling them to care for her tenderly. The sight of these two sisters, one tall and the other small, sitting next to Dio was enough to incite envy in other men. However, this jealousy quickly turned to ridicule upon the revelation of Dio removing his sunglasses. In fact, during the time Jessica and Aaron were changing into their swimsuits, Dio had already turned down countless advances from bikini-clad beauties. His perfect physique and well-defined abs had left many women drooling, and upon removing his sunglasses, his allure soared to unprecedented heights. To speak frankly, after Jessica and Aaron sat down, countless women cast furious glances their way. Yet Jessica reveled in this attention, even playfully tossing her sunscreen toward Dio, as if to say, "This is yours now." Dio, who had been enjoying the day without a hint of fatigue, felt even more invigorated at this moment. They had already engaged in deep conversations, so the act of applying sunscreen seemed trivial. However, unexpectedly, a little interloper appeared. "Let me do it," Aaron exclaimed, snatching the sunscreen and eagerly applying it to Jessica's back, not allowing either of them a moment to object. Dio, not feeling particularly dismayed, turned to watch this delightful scene unfold. Jessica, unable to voice her frustrations, found it quite irritating that the onlookers were so envious. Amidst this harmonious tableau, an incongruous incident transpired. A bespectacled, timid schoolboy, while cautiously passing in front of Dio and the two girls, suddenly halted with a grimace. Jessica, lying down, remained oblivious, while Aaron instinctively stepped behind Dio as he sprang into action. Nearby spectators gasped at the unfolding drama, and a group not far off erupted in laughter.
Dio,
Sensing something was amiss, stepped forward and swiftly kicked the boy down, exclaiming, "Scram!" The boy, upon opening his eyes, was met with Dio's furious gaze and the disdain of those around him, prompting him to bow his head in shame and flee. Throughout this exchange, Dio wondered how such a coward could dare to act so lewdly in public. Once the frail boy returned to the group, surrounded by laughter and teasing from his peers, he seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. "What's happening? What's going on?" he stammered. "Nothing much, just someone seeking trouble. I'll go check it out. You two stay here and don't wander off." Upon concluding his words, Dio strode directly towards the scene. At that moment, Jessica and Aaron had also overheard the accounts of the recent events from those nearby. Jessica's countenance quickly soured. Fortunately, Dio positioned himself protectively in front of her sister. Otherwise, she might have been consumed by an urge to commit violence. "Hey, how do you feel?" I am worthless. How can I even aspire to join you if I cannot accomplish such a trivial task?" Bury it. The frail, bespectacled boy, cornered amidst the group, resembled a punching bag, enduring the insults and slaps with nary a hint of defiance. "If you wish to avoid death, you must hurry back for another attempt. If you fail to make them cry this time, do not return to school." The leader, a morose Caucasian student, though merely in his youth, uttered words and performed actions that were utterly shocking. In the United States, incidents of bullying in schools are all too common, with Asian students often finding themselves marginalized. Nearly every classroom contains a few designated scapegoats upon whom frustrations are vented. Should anyone dare to assist them, they too would face isolation, creating a cycle where no one is willing to defend the oppressed. To escape such a role, one might either seek a fresh start elsewhere or choose to integrate into these small circles. Once accepted, they could shed their victimhood and instead perpetrate bullying upon others. Clearly, the frail, bespectacled student was ensnared in this predicament. In a desperate bid to avoid further victimization, he resolved to undertake the loathsome and humiliating task. With his extraordinary hearing and perception, Dio had nearly pieced together the events leading up to this moment during his approach. While he felt a mix of disappointment and indignation, he was particularly enraged by the bullies preying upon the weak. Having endured similar experiences in the past, Dio had ultimately become a figure that others dared not provoke, thanks to Will's protective presence. After all, no matter how fierce a student might be, they remain merely students, easily overshadowed by someone like Will, who had long been entrenched in gang culture. A swift encounter outside school, followed by a show of intimidation, typically resolved such issues. It could be said that Dio had managed to eliminate bullying in his school with Will's assistance. However, it was evident that most others lacked such fortunate friendships or circumstances. Please, give me another task. I truly cannot manage this one. Tears streamed down the frail, bespectacled boy's face, only eliciting louder jeers from the crowd. Just then, Dio stepped forward, seizing the clearly dominant Caucasian student and disregarding his struggles, forcefully pushing his entire head into the sand. Dio's sudden display of violence momentarily stunned the other students, yet some quickly shouted, "What do you think you're doing? Let Jerry go. You're committing murder." I have but one question. Who urged him to undertake that task just now? Was it this little punk? Gasping for breath with his head buried in the sand, the boy began to thrash violently, yet no matter how fiercely he struggled, he could not shake off Dio's formidable grip. Death. In that fleeting moment, the suffocating absence of oxygen instilled within him a profound fear of death. Could it be that he genuinely wished to take my life? The mere emergence of this thought instantaneously shattered his mental defenses. Chapter 83. Retribution. Hey, man, if you don't let go, I'm calling the police. A self-proclaimed good Samaritan seemed to believe the situation had escalated and promptly pulled out his phone. Get lost. With a single glance, Dio instilled fear in the intrusive individual, causing him to retreat in haste, his phone dropping clumsily to the ground. While the term killing intent may sound abstract, it undeniably exists, akin to someone in a position of power whose mere gaze can exert immense pressure on an ordinary person. As a stand user who has experienced several bouts of violence, Dio's furious glare was enough to instill dread in those unaccustomed to such intensity. Regardless of whether this individual had genuine intentions, Dio felt a deep disdain. Where were these so-called defenders when his tormentors were playing their cruel pranks? Now that he was poised to administer justice, they emerged, threatening to involve the authorities as if they were oblivious to the absurdity of their actions. However, time was of the essence. With a firm grip, Dio yanked the meddler out of the situation, a torrent of sand erupting from the man's mouth and nose, yet his life was spared. Accompanied by a fit of coughing, Dio effortlessly lifted him like a chick and turned his attention back to the onlookers. Not speaking up? Very well, I admire loyalty. But let me assure you, soon you shall all be buried in sand, and none shall leave without my consent. After delivering this ominous proclamation, Dio once again plunged the man into the sand, eliciting gasps of horror from the surrounding crowd. Yet, having witnessed the fate of the previous meddler, none dared to intervene. When Dio finally extracted the man again, he was nearly choking on sand, desperately shouting, "It was me! I made him do it! Let me go! I'm sorry. I shouldn't have bullied anyone. I shouldn't have been envious." His self-incrimination visibly relieved the others, yet what instilled further fear was that, despite his confession, this demon before them thrust Jerry's head back into the sand. Did he not already confess? He even apologized. At last, someone found the courage to speak up, their voice laced with fury. If apologies were sufficient, why do we need laws? We haven't committed any crimes. It was merely a prank. Besides, we are all minors. You're the one committing a crime. Release Jerry, or you will face dire consequences. Minors, huh? Such a grand shield of protection, Dio scoffed, pondering whether the laws safeguarding minors truly protected them or merely enabled their misdeeds. When the consequences of crime are minimized, fear dissipates. Excellent, I enjoy the notion of pranks, which is precisely why I haven't laid a hand on you. Do you see? I'm merely engaging in a prank with you. As he spoke, Dio hoisted Jerry once more. In that moment, Jerry appeared utterly wretched, yet miraculously unharmed, just as Dio had claimed. He was merely indulging in a playful jest, hardly a crime. What do you truly desire? Witnessing their leader from this small circle being so ruthlessly dealt with, they felt a mix of guilt and anger, yet an even stronger desire to distance themselves from this demon. All of you kneel and apologize to me. Shout 100 times that I was wrong, that I am a disgrace, and I shall spare you. Otherwise, you will eat every grain of sand here today. You are no exception. Go run laps. Until I say stop, you will run until you drop. Dio shot a glare at the frail, bespectacled student. Although his plight was indeed pitiable, and his previous actions were somewhat justifiable, it did not absolve him of his transgressions. Had Dio reacted a moment slower, allowing Erin to witness something distressing that left her with a psychological scar, he would never forgive himself. I won't shout. I want to go home. Neither will I. This matter has nothing to do with me. Run. There were a total of 7 individuals, excluding the timid, cowardly bespectacled student and Jerry, who was currently in Dio's grasp. The remaining 5 immediately turned and fled, convinced that Dio could not catch them all. As for who would ultimately suffer the misfortune of being caught, that was left to fate. To think one could escape in the presence of the esteemed Dio, who possessed the world, was nothing short of a fantasy. Despite the need for the world, not arising to deal with a few delinquent students, the azure green ripple sprint surged forth. The humidity in the air provided Dio's azure green ripple sprint with ample opportunity to manifest its power. As the 5 attempted to run a mere few meters, they suddenly felt pain in their knees, collapsing one after another upon the sandy shore. To onlookers, it appeared as though these individuals had stumbled and fallen in their panic. What further alarmed them was the realization that when they attempted to rise and flee again, their legs were rendered powerless. At that moment, the demon had already dragged Jerry to their side. No, don't come any closer. Mr. Dio, please stop. Although the police outside have been dealt with, if this continues, we won't be able to wrap things up neatly. Just then, 2 agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. approached swiftly, speaking quietly to Dio. Dio had long suspected the presence of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents nearby, yet their appearance at this moment still took him by surprise. Where is Agent Natasha? She is engaged in another task and cannot disclose her whereabouts. Very well. Your task now is to ensure that they comply with my earlier demands, or else I will not be responsible for the consequences. The 2 exchanged glances, clearly distressed. They had merely come to monitor the target, and their sudden appearance was already a breach of protocol. However, they could not stand idly by as the situation escalated. I won't make it difficult for you. You may report for guidance. But from this moment onward, for every person who escapes, I will punish them in my own way. If they end up missing limbs, do not come to me for assistance. That is all. To be candid, engaging with a group of minors and losing points was rather unfortunate. Had their behavior not been excessively inappropriate, Dior would not have reacted in such a manner. Just at that moment, professionals arrived, and it was prudent to entrust this task to them. It remains unclear how they reported the situation, but in any case, after Dior departed, none of the students managed to escape. Under their persuasion, one by one, they knelt on the beach, vociferously proclaiming their remorse, exclaiming, I was wrong. I am a G. The diminutive, bespectacled student also began to run in circles, gritting his teeth. However, after only a few strides, his lack of stamina became evident, leading those around him to shake their heads disapprovingly. Chapter 84. Your violence is impressive. You are rather aggressive, Dio, yet you executed it flawlessly. Had I been in your position, I would have certainly obliterated them all. Upon Dio's return, Jessica immediately expressed her sentiments, exuding the ferocity of an enraged lioness. Anyone who dared to bully her sister deserved nothing less than demise. Thank you, Dio. Erin, who had initially harbored some concerns, found herself utterly captivated by Dio's actions. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. As a man, one must invariably rise to protect the women around him. In a situation such as that, to simply dismiss it as a prank would be the height of cowardice. It must be said that being in Dio's presence instilled a profound sense of security within them. Even when he unleashed his wrath upon the wrongdoers, he exuded a certain charm. I apologize for allowing those ruffians to disrupt our enjoyment. Such a repugnant incident is indeed disheartening. Yet Dio's subsequent actions have greatly enhanced his standing in my eyes. No woman desires a spineless coward. Never mind. The sun is setting soon. Let us indulge in a meal first. After we witness the fireworks, we shall return. Dio nodded in agreement. Lingering here to bask in the attention felt rather uncomfortable. Then let us depart and change our attire. By the way, who were those two men in suits? Surely they cannot be your bodyguards? Are you perhaps a scion of a wealthy family or an illegitimate heir? On the way, Jessica could not suppress her curiosity. Haha, certainly not. You are overthinking it. They are merely two meddlesome fellows, and I do not know them. Dio then added, additionally, I would like to ask you for a favor. While I did teach those rascals a lesson today, given their nature, they will undoubtedly escalate their bullying of that bespectacled student upon returning to school. Although he erred, his actions were born of coercion. Since he has learned his lesson, let us lend him a hand. Jessica was somewhat taken aback. Yet she understood the petty affairs at school well. Without help, that small-statured boy would certainly suffer grievously due to his timid nature. Personally, she detested such occurrences, but it was evident that such phenomena could not be resolved by the efforts of just a few individuals. I understand. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I was already planning to seek assistance in teaching them another lesson. If Aaron had truly witnessed something, I would ensure they face consequences.
Dio Said inwardly.
He could only assist to this extent. The remainder depended on that bespectacled student himself. If he continued to display weakness, no one could support him indefinitely. When Will had aided him in the past, Dio had never retreated an inch, even when beaten black and blue at school. After classes, he would seize opportunities to retaliate alongside Will, and over time no one dared to challenge him again. To attain one's desires, one must strive diligently. Relying solely on the charity of others is the most foolish of endeavors. He swiftly cast the incident aside, yet the subsequent developments were unexpectedly astonishing. After beholding the splendid fireworks, Aaron reluctantly followed Dior and Jessica as they departed. Today had undoubtedly been the most enjoyable day she had experienced in years. If only her sister had been present, it would have been perfect. Jessica possessed her own residence in New York, which, while not as opulent as her place in Washington, was still beyond the reach of the average individual. Aaron, you go inside first. I'll escort Dior back to the restaurant, Jessica suggested. Must we leave now? Can't we return tomorrow instead? Aaron pleaded, clutching her snowball as she stood outside the car. In times past, Dior might have chosen to stay, as it wouldn't have caused any inconvenience, and perhaps other delightful occurrences could have ensued. However, his mind was now consumed with thoughts of the surrogate pet. He felt only safe to embark on his experiments upon returning home, much to the disappointment of the young girl. As the car roared back to life, Jessica expressed her confusion. Why the rush to return? I can't shake the feeling that Aaron's gaze towards us is somewhat peculiar. Does she know about what transpired that day? Dior deflected, seeking to change the subject. This marked the first time the two had broached the matter since that fateful day. And so what if she does? Is it illegal for two single individuals to be together before marriage? Or do you harbor other intentions towards Aaron, wishing to preserve your flawless image? Jessica's tone turned dangerously sharp. Dior, bemused, responded, how could that be? Aaron is merely a teenager. Even if I were deluded, I would never entertain thoughts of pursuing a minor. Are you attempting to send me to prison? Jessica shot him a glance before abruptly veering the steering wheel onto another road. Hey, where are we headed? You're not contemplating committing a crime, are you? Dior jested, but a single glare from Jessica silenced him, and he raised his hands in surrender, refraining from further inquiry. Once they were enveloped in a desolate expanse devoid of any vehicles or pedestrians, Jessica halted the car beside a grand tree, extinguishing the headlights and cutting the engine. Darkness enveloped them, reminiscent of a scene from a horror film. As Dior attempted to lighten the mood with a few words, Jessica swiftly cut him off. Meanwhile, in a residential area of New York, 3 or 4 figures stealthily approached a certain household, producing pre-prepared firecrackers which they ignited and hurled into the dwelling. Chapter 85. An unexpected tragedy. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Another one. Someone's coming, run. The individuals fleeing at this moment were the same students who had been thoroughly reprimanded by Dio earlier that day. Their initial provocation of Dio stemmed from the striking beauty of Jessica and Aaron, which incited them to play a cruel prank, intending to annoy Dio and perhaps even torment the timid Peter. However, they did not anticipate that Dio's exaggerated response would lead them to such humiliation, especially when, in front of a crowd, he knelt on the beach and proclaimed, "I was wrong. I am a gay." This undoubtedly stripped them of their dignity. In the aftermath, thoughts of revenge took root, but they lacked the courage to confront the demon that was Dio. Their fear was not solely due to his brutality but also because of the two individuals who later appeared, claiming to be FBI agents. In their estimation, anyone capable of invoking the FBI to chastise a few minors was someone not to be trifled with, a person of considerable importance. At their age, they were already aware of the concept of self-preservation. Despite their resentment and desire to vent their frustrations, they did not wish to bring significant trouble upon their families. After much deliberation, they decided to redirect their vengeance toward the timid Peter. They blamed him entirely. Had it not been for his foolishness, they would not have found themselves in this predicament. Not only had they failed to complete their prank, but he had also returned foolishly, fearing that others would suspect their involvement. Such a fool certainly deserved punishment. Moreover, while they all endured the same humiliating punishment, why should his consequence merely be running? Once at school, he would undoubtedly boast about the incident. Thus, to preemptively warn him, they ventured into Peter's neighborhood under the cover of darkness and threw firecrackers into his home. They believed this warning would instill enough fear in Peter to silence him. However, they did not foresee that their seemingly harmless firecrackers would ignite a blanket within the room. By the time Peter's family came downstairs to investigate, flames had already begun to engulf the space. Upon discovering the fire, neighbors swiftly called the authorities. The group, hiding nearby to witness the outcome, was struck dumb with terror. Their intention had merely been to frighten, never to incinerate Peter's home, but the blaze before them illuminated the gravity of their wrongdoing. They were committing a crime. Should the police learn of their involvement, it would mean a sentence in juvenile detention. As panic set in among the group, the one who had suffered the worst at Dio's hands glared at them fiercely and declared, "No one is to speak of what transpired today. We were never here. We were asleep at home, knowing nothing. Do you understand?" Yet, if one wished to go to jail, they could confess. Jerry seized the collar of the hesitant individual, his demeanor menacing as though he might devour him. The mention of prison sent a chill through everyone, and they fell into an immediate silence. No one desires to be imprisoned, as it would irrevocably ruin their lives. Thus, we extend our apologies. We merely intended to play a prank, and it was merely an unfortunate accident. We deserve forgiveness, indeed, that is the truth. Now, let us depart from this place and align our narratives. After all, there is no evidence left at the scene, and no one can prove our involvement. As long as we resolutely deny any wrongdoing, we shall be safe. Jerry's words instilled confidence in the others, prompting several to hastily flee the scene, just as the fire truck blared its siren, passing them by. With the firefighters' assistance, the flames were swiftly extinguished, sparing other homes from harm. The Peter family was also rescued through the collective effort of the bystanders, fortunately escaping with their lives intact. However, Peter's parents, in their attempt to protect him, sustained varying degrees of burns and were carried away on stretchers to the hospital. Peter, in a state of shock, stared blankly at the unfolding chaos, unable to comprehend it all. Jerry. Upon awakening from the startling sounds of fireworks, he had already deduced who might be responsible for such mischief at this late hour. He had intended to endure the situation, yet what ensued surpassed his wildest imagination. Why would anyone do this? He was engulfed in confusion, a torrent of rage contorting his spirit, as if an extraordinary force was striving to break free from its shackles. Meanwhile, back at the restaurant, Dio bid farewell to Jessica and entered his room, clutching a glass box. After meticulously inspecting the arrangements he had made prior to his departure, he confirmed that no one had stealthily intruded during his absence. With a sigh of relief, he closed the door and removed the pet card and the arrow. Once again, he extracted the arrow, which, without any external force, pointed directly at the glass box, validating Dio's hypothesis as both correct and feasible. Thus, he opened the glass box and extracted a palm-sized, naive snail. It was an utterly ordinary white snail, which, startled, promptly retreated into its shell. Dio picked up the white pet card, hesitating momentarily. After all, a snail hardly seemed like an ideal pet. Even if it eventually awakened a stand ability, it would likely be unsatisfactory. However, the scarcity of pets with stand potential in pet shops made such opportunities exceedingly rare. Even if he were willing to invest additional time searching, the likelihood of it being a futile endeavor was substantial. Moreover, even if he found something, could it truly guarantee greater satisfaction than this? This was a question that could only be answered through practical experience. Consequently, Dio cast aside his hesitation and directed the pet card at the snail in his hand. Heaven help me, may it succeed. I cannot afford to waste a second pet card. Perhaps his fervent prayer bore fruit. Or perhaps the snail's inherent frailty as a pet played a role. For the white pet card with a mere 1 in 10 chance of success transformed into a luminous ring that encircled the snail, establishing a soul bond. Succeeded. Within the essence of Dio, a singular point of light emerged. With a mere flicker of his thoughts, he could extinguish this luminescence, leading to the immediate demise of his pet snail. At the very moment the pet card activated, the snail in Dio's grasp seemed to sense something awry. Cautiously, it extended its body from its shell, gently nudging his palm in an affectionate manner, as if acknowledging him as its master. This phenomenon was truly remarkable. It appeared that the activation of the pet card not only transformed it into a pet but also instigated a certain degree of metamorphosis. At the very least, in terms of intellect, it had transcended the limitations of an ordinary snail, for a common snail could not have exhibited such behavior. Chapter 86. The First Substitute Pet. Although this snail was deemed by the Arrow to possess potential, the extent of that potential and its ability to endure the trial remained uncertain. Should it perish, all previous investments would be rendered futile, yielding no returns. Yet, with the Arrow poised and ready, there was no room for hesitation. The point of no return had been reached. Resolutely, he plunged the Arrow forward. Through the ethereal soul mark, Dio could distinctly sense the life and death ordeal the diminutive snail was undergoing. Its luminescent core flickered ominously, threatening to extinguish at any moment. After a few moments, the snail's antennae drooped dismally. Dio's heart sank. He realized that if he did nothing further and allowed it to languish, it would undoubtedly succumb to this trial. After contemplating his options, he recognized that the only means left to save the ailing snail was to act. Reluctantly, he decided to replace the Cunum god with the temporary card for gold experience and summoned it forth immediately. Upon its arrival, gold experience wasted no time, enveloping its right hand around the snail, continuously infusing it with a torrent of life energy to sustain its existence. A minute passed, and the snail appeared to show a glimmer of revival, compelling Dio, whose heart was bleeding, to refrain from withdrawing gold experience, as he endeavored to preserve the snail's life and help it endure. Perhaps fate rewards the diligent. As time elapsed, the perilous arrow finally shattered into light, instantaneously retracting into the snail's wound, restoring it to its original state. Witnessing this, Dio confirmed that he had successfully salvaged the snail's life. He hastily retracted gold experience, having expended a full 5 minutes of the card's usage to save this fragile creature. A considerable investment indeed. This experience underscored the immense risks associated with the arrow, far exceeding his initial expectations. This was merely an experiment on a snail. Had it been a human, survival would have been an unlikely outcome. Had he not forcibly utilized gold experience to extend its life, the experiment would have ended in failure, decisively quelling any lingering ambitions he harbored. Once he reflected on the gains and losses of this incident, his first substitute pet finally underwent its final transformation. Though its exterior appeared unchanged, through the soul mark, Dio discerned the capabilities it had acquired. The ability of mind connection, a predominantly supportive skill, allowed communication with others through the petite snail, which could be affixed to any part of the body, serving as a conduit for telepathic exchange. In other words, should Dior bestow the fragmented miniature snails upon Jessica and Aaron, the two sisters would thereafter be able to communicate on a profound mental level without uttering a single word. As long as they remain on the same planet, they could effortlessly transcend geographical boundaries and communication barriers. This mode of interaction stands in stark contrast to modern means of communication such as mobile networks, embodying a fantastical method of exchange. The limit of the communication snail's fragmentation is currently set at 10, enabling a group dialogue among 10 individuals. Including Dior, this expands to 11 participants. As the owner of a communication snail, Dior can engage at any moment, granting permissions based on his preferences, whether facilitating one-on-one conversations or silencing certain individuals. Moreover, through a unique connection between the original snail and its fragmented counterparts, he can discern their approximate geographical locations, akin to GPS tracking. While such an ability may seem somewhat superfluous, especially in a world brimming with advanced communication technology, its true utility emerges in situations devoid of satellite signals or when traversing other planets. The inability for eavesdropping by others is perhaps its most significant asset. Yet, in a realm where telepathic abilities exist, the prospect of confidentiality could be compromised if one were to encounter such individuals. Upon realizing this capability, Dior's initial reaction was one of disappointment. The considerable effort and sacrifice he had made seemed to yield a rather lackluster ability, reminiscent of a modified version of the telephone bugs from a reimagined pirate world. However, in the next moment, his perspective shifted dramatically. It was uncertain whether the intervention of Gold Experience during the awakening process had caused a mutation, but the overwhelming life energy and mental surge led to the awakening of a second ability within Dior's pet stand. Life sacrifice. By sacrificing the fragmented miniature snail, the user could unleash a burst of life energy into their own body. This undoubtedly resembles a diluted version of Gold Experience's healing ability. In moments of dire peril, it serves as a second chance at life for the user. Without this mutated ability, the communication snail might only prove beneficial in specific scenarios, but with this newfound power, its value is exponentially magnified. Ultimately, survival is paramount, and who would not desire a portable, limitless healing method? It is undeniably a crucial artifact for turning the tide in any situation. Though limited to 10 uses, Dior, armed with the Gold Experience card, could recharge its capabilities. Should he later acquire the full version of Gold Experience, he would have no cause for concern, as the communication snail would undoubtedly play an even greater role. In that instant, Dior felt that all his investments had been justified, solely because of this extraordinary mutated ability. What does it mean to transform the decayed into the miraculous? This is it. The more I gaze upon Dior, the more I find it captivating. I long to cradle it even in slumber. However, upon reflection, I shall refrain, for I fear that I might inadvertently roll over and crush it. After all, despite its extraordinary capabilities, this communication snail remains a creature of the ordinary realm. Devoid of any offensive prowess or enhanced defensive mechanisms, it belongs to the category that, when harmed, meets its demise. It requires careful nurturing. Henceforth, I shall call you Little Strong, hoping your existence proves as resilient as your namesake. Please, do not perish, for it would be a tremendous loss for your old father. Dior murmured to itself, cradling the rare treasure. Chapter 87. A sudden turmoil in the campus. Where were you last night? Where else could I have been? At home, asleep. Who can corroborate your alibi? My family can vouch for me. Someone has reported that you frequently bully a student named Peter. Is there any truth to that? It was merely a prank among friends. Is that a crime? We suspect you set fire to Peter's house last night. Absolutely not. That is a slanderous accusation. You have no evidence. Very well. You may leave for now. We shall soon ascertain whether you are indeed being slandered. The following morning, a disheartened Peter accompanied the police to the school, where he lodged his accusations and initiated an investigation involving several students, including Jerry. However, the surveillance cameras near Peter's home, which could have captured critical evidence, were rendered inoperative due to years of neglect. Consequently, the students under investigation, including Jerry, all maintained their innocence, asserting that they had been at home asleep during the incident, with their parents providing testimony on their behalf. Reluctantly, the police had to withdraw temporarily, intending to retrieve surveillance footage from the vicinity of these students' homes, confident that the truth would soon emerge. After the police departed, the temporarily relieved Jerry and his accomplices, with fierce expressions, dragged Peter back to the restroom. Two of them stood guard to deter any outsiders, while the others cornered Peter, preparing to administer a severe reprimand. What do you intend to do? Is burning down my house not enough? My parents are still in the hospital, you scoundrels, Peter shouted, fear still coursing through him. Yet anger surged forth. Every individual has a breaking point, and when that final thread snaps, even the most docile may resort to unimaginable actions. Clearly, Peter stood on the brink of mental collapse, unable to fathom why, despite his compliance, they would not relent and instead sought to destroy his family. Jerry, the school bully, could not tolerate a timid soul like Peter daring to defy him. Initially, he aimed merely to intimidate Peter into abandoning his accusations, but now his anger had been ignited. Without hesitation, Jerry delivered a vicious blow that shattered Peter's glasses and then forcefully pinned Peter's head to the ground beneath his foot. Towering over him, he sneered, "The fire last night should have claimed your life, you yellow-skinned coward. Yet, fate has spared you, but worry not. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Unless you lick our shoes clean right now, you shall never escape our wrath. You did it. You will meet a terrible end. The police will soon uncover the evidence and arrest you all." Peter shouted in a frenzy, struggling violently beneath Jerry's foot, who found it increasingly difficult to maintain his control. "What are you staring at? Hold him down." With a commanding tone, Jerry ordered the nearby students, who had been spectating, to swiftly pin Peter to the ground. "So what if we did it? Do you truly believe those officers departed in search of evidence against us? Are you unaware that my father has already orchestrated everything? Those policemen are merely performing for the sake of appearances. Do not be foolish. In this world, wealth and power grant one the liberty to act with impunity. Understand that." "You fool." Jerry, brimming with arrogance, crouched down and began to slap Peter's face repeatedly, seemingly relishing the prospect of witnessing his despair. However, the reality was far more complex than his assertions suggested. Although his father wielded some influence, he did not possess the ability to dominate entirely or control the entire police department. His father had merely leveraged connections to obliterate any incriminating evidence against the children involved, such as the surveillance footage that the officers intended to review. By the time they arrived, they would discover that the cameras had fortuitously malfunctioned, leaving no recordings behind. Furthermore, with their family members colluding to provide false testimonies, having prearranged their narratives, the matter would inevitably be diminished from a grave issue to a trivial one. After all, there were no fatalities involved, only minor financial losses. With money paving the way and connections serving as a backup, this was hardly a concern. Despite this, Jerry did receive a trivial punishment, such as being grounded. Unfortunately, he would never divulge these truths to Peter. He preferred to weave a tapestry of lies that would plunge Peter into despair, relishing the fruits of his machinations. This brought him immense pleasure, rivaling the thrill he experienced from his previous encounter with that delicate flower from the neighboring class. The surrounding onlookers erupted into loud laughter, while Peter began to tremble violently. In their eyes, it was evident that he was quaking in fear. Only Jerry, squatting in front of him, noticed the deep-seated hatred reflected in Peter's eyes, a cold indifference devoid of any expectations from the world. The lies Jerry concocted had indeed shattered the last flicker of hope within Peter's heart. Realizing that no one would stand by his side and that evildoers could roam free without repercussions, Peter resolved to take matters into his own hands. At that moment, the latent power within him was finally awakened. "You all shall perish." With a furious roar, countless sharp bone spikes erupted from his body, instantly saturating the restroom. Jerry and his companions had no opportunity to react before being impaled by the multitude of spikes, blood spilling profusely. Although the agony of the spikes piercing through flesh and bone was excruciating, it paled in comparison to the profound torment Peter felt within. His extreme indifference allowed him to disregard the physical pain and the surrounding carnage, fixating solely on one thought: to eradicate these wretched bastards who had inflicted such suffering upon him and to obliterate this grotesque world devoid of fairness. The lethal bone spikes not only annihilated everyone in the restroom, but also penetrated the surrounding walls, transforming the scene into a chilling tableau reminiscent of a horror film set. The two individuals stationed outside, fortunate enough to have escaped the initial wave of attack, found themselves paralyzed with fear upon witnessing the chaos. "Monsters! Help!" Their frantic screams caught the attention of nearby passers-by, and the commotion drew a crowd. At that moment, Peter emerged from within, his body smeared with blood, his tattered clothing hanging limply from him. Without hesitation, he thrust 2 bone spikes into their mouths, piercing through with brutal precision. At last, the world fell silent. Chapter 88. Forces converged. The news of mutants wreaking havoc at Manford High School in New York spread like wildfire. Upon receiving this information, Colonel William Stryker was overwhelmed with joy and hastily assembled his team, eagerly anticipating that the mutant would escalate the situation further, ideally resulting in a bloodbath. This would allow his mutant threat narrative to shine once more. Meanwhile, agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. were equally proactive, though their focus was on mitigating the impact of the event and minimizing the dangers involved. Cyclops, dispatched by Professor X to investigate the swamp case, and Storm, prompted by the professor's advice, rushed to the scene, intent on retrieving the suddenly awakened mutant child before other factions could intervene. The police, tasked with maintaining order, and the ever-inquisitive journalists had already encircled the school. Unbeknownst to Dio, who was busy working in the restaurant, the chaos was unfolding until a phone call interrupted him. "Do you remember the kids we encountered yesterday?" Jessica asked without preamble, leaving Dio somewhat perplexed. "What's the matter? Do they have some significant background that even you can't handle?" "There's been an incident. Just moments ago, my informant told me that the area around the school is filled with sirens, and a large number of police and military personnel have arrived. Apparently, a mutant is engaged in a massacre." "A mutant?" Dio paused, surprised by the turn of events, but he had no intention of intervening. In truth, the military and S.H.I.E.L.D. were more than capable of managing a single mutant. It was hardly his place to meddle. "Given the gravity of the situation, perhaps you should send your people back. It's too dangerous." Jessica sighed on the other end of the line. "I was thinking the same, but out of curiosity, I inquired further. Guess what? That mutant turns out to be a student from the school. According to some students who escaped, his name is Peter, and he is usually quite timid and weak, constantly bullied by the school's bullies. Sounds somewhat familiar?" "Yes," as more information about the mutant student emerged. "I saw a photo and realized he is the same frail boy we encountered on the beach yesterday. Isn't that quite the coincidence?" There's even more shocking news. Yesterday, his house was set ablaze, and both of his parents are now hospitalized. Dio fell silent for a moment. Then, disregarding the patrons outside, he lit a cigarette and inhaled deeply before frowning. "Was it those students I disciplined who sought revenge?" "Unknown. The police are investigating, but the likelihood is quite high." Jessica had limited knowledge of the situation, and even the news had begun to report on it. Yet, she felt a sense of frustration and guilt, which prompted her to call Dio. "If I had sent someone to warn them yesterday, perhaps this wouldn't have happened." "No, that's not your concern." Dio interrupted Jessica, speaking earnestly. Even if yesterday's events had not transpired, being entrenched in such a hellish existence would inevitably lead to such tragedies. It appears that the individual in question must have been subjected to an overwhelming stimulus to awaken so suddenly. Otherwise, it is inconceivable that he could have tolerated it for so long without taking action. Upon hearing this, Jessica sighed. "You are right, but at least we had a chance to prevent this tragedy. Do not dwell on it. The situation has escalated beyond our ability to intervene. If you feel unsettled, perhaps consider visiting his parents afterward. It seems that is all we can do. Let's talk again soon." "All right, goodbye." After hanging up, Dio immediately searched online and discovered a live broadcast, which he promptly accessed. A few minutes later, he put away his phone, extinguished his cigarette, and stepped outside. "I sincerely apologize, but I must cancel today's appointment due to an urgent matter that requires my personal attention. To express my regret, I will customize a package for your needs next time, free of charge." The guests outside, noticing his serious demeanor, understood that something significant had occurred. Dio's gesture of apology was deemed satisfactory. A $10,000 apology was hardly perfunctory, especially since they did not wish to offend Dio and risk being blacklisted. Hence, they generously expressed their understanding. In addition to this, Dio called other clients with subsequent appointments to explain the situation. Thanks to his sincere apologies, most agreed to reschedule, while a certain individual, who boasted about his wealth yet insisted on making things difficult, found himself abruptly cut off and added to the blacklist. Did he truly consider Dio a mere triviality? Will, perplexed by Dio's sudden change in demeanor, was likewise dismissed without further ado. In fact, to prevent any potential inconvenience from Will following him, Dio handed him a few bills from his wallet for a night out, much to Will's delight, who then ceased to inquire about Dio's plans. Regrettably, in an effort to save Little Chong's life the previous day, he had exchanged Cunham God for Golden Experience's trial card, rendering it unavailable for use due to its cooldown period. This limitation prevented him from intervening in many matters, leaving him to adapt as circumstances unfolded. While Dio did not believe he had erred in his actions the day before, he could not simply ignore the occurrence of this tragedy. After Jessica made the call, he resolved to visit the scene, despite his uncertainty about what he could accomplish. He fervently hoped that the student would not embark on a path of vengeance against society and humanity at large. Perhaps he had endured too many injustices, but not everyone deserved to perish. If he could intervene in time, there might still be a chance for redemption. Dio was no saint, yet he did not lean towards extreme considerations. Driving his dilapidated second-hand car, he swiftly arrived at Montfort High School, where the atmosphere was steeped in an unsettling strangeness. Surrounding the area were ordinary police officers, journalists, and a crowd of onlookers, including anxious family members of students who had rushed to the scene. Within the confines of the school, agents of S.H.I.A.L.D. and members of the U.S. military stood at opposite ends. A careful observer would discern a triad of conflicting forces, though the third faction comprised merely 2 individuals, rendering them easily overlooked and seemingly feeble. Chapter 89, The Chaotic Confrontation. Coulson, do you intend to shield these criminals? Colonel William Stryker was engulfed in a tempest of astonishment and fury. The sudden appearance of Cyclops and Storm had drastically transformed the situation, prompting him to immediately command his soldiers to aim their weapons at the 2 formidable mutants. However, he was swiftly thwarted by the intervention of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents led by Coulson. In Stryker's perspective, despite the ongoing friction and discord between their factions, this was fundamentally an internal matter among humans. At such a precarious moment, their focus should be directed outward, capturing and eliminating these terrorists. Thus, his outrage was palpable. Yet, in the midst of this charged atmosphere, Coulson harbored his own thoughts. Criminals? Was Stryker not being overly zealous? These 2 individuals merely sought to assist in subduing the rampaging mutants within. After asserting his stance vocally, he discreetly communicated through his earpiece, questioning whether Stryker had contemplated the consequences of engaging in battle here. Surely such repercussions would exceed the capacity of him and his backing forces to bear. Upon hearing Coulson's voice emanate from his communication device, Stryker realized that S.H.I.E.L.D. had infiltrated their communication system. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have seized upon this opportunity, but given the current climate, it was unwise to escalate tensions with the opposing side. Furthermore, Coulson's warning and his penetrating gaze instilled a sense of trepidation within him. He understood that should they provoke the 2 mutants, few present would emerge unscathed. While this revelation did expose the colossal threat posed by the mutants, the cost was excessively steep. It was evident that when the dust settled, and in light of the numerous innocent civilian casualties, he would be scapegoated as the decision-maker, with even his allies unable to shield him from retribution, potentially implicating them as well. Such a consequence necessitated careful deliberation on whether it was worthwhile to sever ties at this juncture. The answer was decidedly negative. After all, the heinous acts of the mutants in the school, where they had slaughtered innocent students and faculty, were irrefutable. All he needed to do was apprehend the culprits to smoothly execute his subsequent plans, inciting national animosity towards mutants and advancing his legislation. Thus, after weighing the pros and cons, he slightly shifted his stance and, in a hushed yet menacing tone, declared, I can grant S.H.I.L.D. this favor, but the offenders must be handed over to me in the end. Otherwise, I cannot account for this, and neither will others fare well. Coulson chuckled softly, replying this time, S.H.I.A.L.D. merely seeks to minimize the harm caused by this incident. As for whether the culprits live or die, that holds little significance for us. A promise, a mutual concession, and a resolution to the current predicament. There could be no more advantageous transaction. Upon hearing the words of this individual, William Stryker felt a sense of relief. As long as S.H.I.E.L.D. did not contest with him, he was confident that he could send the two dogs dispatched by Professor X back empty-handed. Otherwise, there would be no need for the Xavier School for gifted youngsters to exist. A fleeting glimmer of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. This account shall be settled later. Teams, prepare. The snipers are in position. The assault team is ready. Just as the military was about to mobilize, a diminutive figure suddenly dashed forth. With a mere flick of two bone blades, the glass doors of the school shattered explosively, simultaneously decapitating two heavily armed soldiers who lay in ambush outside. Target acquired. Repeat. Target has appeared. William Stryker, who could hardly contain his impatience, immediately commanded, "Open fire. Eliminate the target." Had the target remained inside with so many hostages present, those outside would have hesitated to act. However, no one anticipated that this fool would charge out alone, essentially seeking death. Although William Stryker longed to capture the target alive, the presence of so many witnesses, including civilians and reporters, compelled him to issue a conservative order for lethal engagement. Should his directive to spare the target lead to a breakout and subsequent casualties, he would find himself before a military tribunal the following day. In an instant, a barrage of weapons unleashed fire upon the bloodied, diminutive monster at the entrance. Yet, just then, a sudden turn of events unfolded. Storm, intent on rescuing the mutant child, utilized her powers to deflect the gunfire, causing a multitude of bullets to strike harmlessly into the air. The few that found their mark were thwarted by a thick bone shield. Although the cacophony of gunfire was deafening, it inflicted no actual harm on the target, merely pushing them back with sheer force. Indeed, these mutants were undoubtedly working in unison. "Coulson, what do you have to say now?" William Stryker bellowed in a fit of rage. Coulson, realizing his culpability, fell silent and retreated with the other agents, determined to protect the civilians should the situation spiral out of control. Those remaining outside quickly dispersed the crowd and called for reinforcements, while the others aimed their weapons and initiated indiscriminate fire, demanding their extermination. However, despite the orders given, the winds conjured by Storm rendered their grips unsteady, making precise shooting impossible as bullets soared skyward. Chaos erupted in an instant. Seizing the opportunity, Cyclops hastened toward the mutant child. At this juncture, he bore a share of the responsibility. Professor X had merely given them the chance to retrieve the mutant student before others could intervene, and if the situation became untenable, they were to withdraw. After all, it would be exceedingly foolish to jeopardize the well-being and interests of the entire mutant community for the sake of one newly emerged mutant's life. A sage like Professor X naturally understood the importance of discernment. However, the previous near attack by the military, coupled with William Stryker's incessant disdain and vilification of mutants, incited a profound wrath within Cyclops. The subsequent order for lethal force issued without hesitation was utterly intolerable to him. The mutual prejudice had already reached its zenith from the outset, compelling Cyclops to vehemently demand that Storm assist him in their rescue efforts. Fortunately, they retained a modicum of reason, understanding the necessity of restraint. Although they engaged in conflict, it was merely to prevent the military from launching an assault against them, thereby creating an opportunity for Cyclops. In the midst of their flight, Scott, having already pinpointed the location of the military snipers, unleashed a series of red shockwaves from his eyes, obliterating their positions into ruins. Remarkably, he exercised caution, ensuring that no lives were lost, although minor injuries were, regrettably, inevitable. Chapter 90. The intrusion of Iron Man as the beleaguered mutant emerged from the school. Dio, who was lingering amidst the crowd, immediately recognized him. Despite one side of his glasses being shattered and his clothing tattered and stained with blood, it was indeed the same individual who had been bullied by those malevolent students on the beach just the day prior. In that fleeting moment of transformation, it was evident that he had awakened a formidable ability, one that was strikingly lethal, reminiscent of a character from a renowned anime in Dio's past life. However, Dio's primary focus lay not on this newfound power, but rather on the intensity of the boy's gaze. What kind of humiliation and provocation could turn a timid student who would neither fight back nor retaliate into one so filled with hatred and fury, as if he wished to obliterate everything in sight? The extremity of his emotions was truly unsettling. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Among those present, the individuals who most fervently wished to prevent the mutant student from being shot were undoubtedly Cyclops, Scott, and Storm. Despite their own dark pasts and the lives they had taken, they had spent years alongside Professor X, dealing with similar situations. The frenzied assault of a newly awakened mutant on everything around them did not necessarily indicate a heart filled with a pure desire for destruction, nor an inherently malicious disposition. More often, it stemmed from a desire for retribution. Enduring discrimination, humiliation, and abuse could lead to a character that, after awakening, became increasingly radicalized, even harboring impulses of annihilation. The environment truly shapes one's essence. Moreover, they had previously learned from Coulson about this mutant student's background. Just as they had surmised, he had suffered relentless bullying even before his mutation, and had lost his home to a devastating fire the day before. His parents were currently in the hospital. Given such circumstances, it was hardly surprising that he would act out in any manner. Thus, Cyclops and Storm sought to rescue him. Only Professor X could guide him towards redemption, helping him recognize his errors and seek atonement. Although he had committed grave mistakes, to treat him as a monster and execute him without inquiry was utterly unacceptable. With these thoughts in mind, Cyclops approached the mutant student named Peter swiftly. However, his intentions failed to resonate with Peter, who perceived the individuals before him as threats intent on capturing him. Having already taken countless lives, retreat was no longer an option. He did not wish to perish. Thus, his only path to survival lay in fighting his way out. The Peter of old would never have been capable of such a feat. He would not even have dared to imagine it. But now, he was transformed. He possessed supernatural powers. Each use of these abilities inflicted unbearable pain upon him, yet he deemed the price worth paying for the strength to alter the trajectory of his life. As he strung those antagonists together like skewered candied fruit, he felt no revulsion, only the exhilaration of catharsis. What did wealth and power matter? Where was that father who could bribe the police to come to his aid? Let him come and rescue you. If this world defies reason, then wield the power at hand to compel obedience from all. If that proves impossible, then bring it to ruin. At this moment, Peter's heart was filled with violent rage, and upon seeing the laser eyes so close, dozens of sharp bone spikes erupted from his body, resembling a tragic bloom of skeletal flowers. The laser-eyed individual immediately activated the device on his glasses, enabling his powers to function properly. A crimson laser beam swiftly melted those seemingly indestructible bone spikes, and he leapt aside to evade the remaining assault. Had the opponent been an enemy, that fleeting moment could have incinerated them to ashes. However, as he intended to safely bring them back, he could only dodge. With his destructive potential, a single miscalculation could erase that person from existence. Alas, while others sought ways to grow stronger, Scott had continuously sought methods to restrain the eyes capable of annihilating everything. These special glasses were not designed to enhance his offensive power, but rather to control and limit it. Otherwise, he would remain a lifelong blind man, bringing death to all who met his gaze. Hurry, Scott. If this drags on, I cannot guarantee the safety of these people. Storm soared through the skies, resembling a deity descended upon the earth. Yet her power was equally laden with the scent of destruction. She had to control the situation without attacking the people, striving to avoid harm to them, a task fraught with difficulty. To make matters worse, down below, a raucous fool was incessantly hurling insults at mutants, causing her ire to rise. She longed to strike him down with a bolt of lightning. However, if she acted on that impulse, it would irrevocably alienate mutants from humanity, forcing her to endure. Just a little longer, Scott shouted, directing his gaze to Peter, who was encased in a protective armor of bone spikes like a porcupine. He endeavored to keep his tone soothing. Hey, do you see? We are both mutants just like the one flying above. We are here to rescue you. Come with us. There are many students like you at our destination, where discrimination and bullying do not exist, and everyone is like family. Family. At the mention of this word, Peter's expression grew somewhat vacant, and the menacing bone spikes began to retract. But at that moment, with a resounding explosion, Peter was blasted away before he could react. What a commotion! Is there a signing event for the Monster Shrek taking place here? Apologies, everyone, but it seems you will have to wait for the next time. The crowd instantly looked skyward, where a red armored figure was soaring, spewing flames, with one hand aimed below, clearly the source of the recent attack. Tony Stark? Dio, having distanced himself from the crowd, glanced up to see this flamboyant figure, feeling somewhat exasperated. This guy just loves to stir the pot, yet every time, he manages to botch things up, and this occasion was no exception. Scott's bravado had just begun to yield some effect, only to be abruptly terminated in the most lamentable manner. Truly, it leaves one at a loss for words. Clearly, Scott's composure has shattered. Without uttering a word, he directed his ire towards the metallic behemoth above and unleashed 2 beams of laser light. Oh, how delightful! A fireworks display, no less. Meanwhile, an acrobatic Tony, deftly evading the onslaught, found the time to mock his adversary, even delivering a few palm blasts in return, entirely oblivious to another individual soaring through the skies, who at that moment was rolling their eyes in exasperation. Chapter 91. The most disastrous debut. The Storm Woman, with her eyes glaring white, appeared exceedingly fearsome. Yet, what was even more intimidating was the aura surrounding her. Annoying flies. In an instant, a bolt of lightning struck the incessantly chattering Iron Man, who was desperately seeking attention. By the time Tony realized the peril, it was already too late. Despite Jarvis providing crucial warnings, the swiftness of the lightning was beyond comprehension. In the blink of an eye, the Iron Man, who had been soaring through the skies, now plummeted to the ground, emitting smoke. Fortunately, he had not ascended too high. Otherwise, the outcome would have been dire. Go save him. At this juncture, the Iron Man had yet to make his official debut, and Tony had not uttered that iconic phrase. However, within S.H.I.E.L.D., the identity of the Iron Man was already known, prompting Coulson to urgently instruct his agents to assist. His head throbbed painfully, as the situation had become increasingly chaotic, and this individual had only added to the turmoil, leaving him no choice but to intervene. After successfully landing a blow, the Storm Woman no longer paid attention to the chaos. To her, a flying robot was hardly significant. The lightning strike she had unleashed was sufficient. What mattered now was how to conclude the affair. Following her intervention, events seemed to be spiraling further out of control, contrary to Professor X's intentions. Yet, regretting at this moment was futile. If they could not evacuate the individuals, it would be an utter failure. Meanwhile, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents finally extracted the unconscious Tony from his armored suit, preparing to transport him to the hospital for medical attention. The Storm Woman immediately soared into the school, intent on swiftly retrieving the remaining individuals. With her distraction removed, the soldiers outside quickly regrouped from their disarray, regaining their combat readiness. Charge! Rush in and eliminate those damned mutants! Colonel William Stryker shouted in exasperation. Simultaneously, Coulson was rapidly inquiring over the communications channel. Have all the survivors been rescued from within the school? Most have been successfully evacuated. However, due to the time constraints, we have not conducted a thorough search, and there may still be a few survivors hiding. Leave a small team to continue the search, avoiding combat zones. If the situation becomes untenable, retreat immediately. Yes, sir. Unbeknownst to everyone who assumed S.H.I.E.L.D. was merely standing by, Coulson had already discreetly dispatched personnel to infiltrate the rear of the school. They had swiftly evacuated all the students and faculty who had not yet escaped when the opportunity arose. These tasks should not have fallen to them, but Colonel Stryker was so consumed with the existence of mutants that he had become obsessed, unwilling to rescue hostages and even hoping for a higher death toll within. Under such circumstances, Coulson had no choice but to prioritize the rescue, which explained his seeming inaction. In reality, he had long since fulfilled his duties. As the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. escorted individuals away, Dio had stealthily arrived in the vicinity, scaling the school's academic building with the agility of a spider. his face masked by a faceless man disguise drawn from a card. Silently evading the attention of others, Dio slipped through a fifth-floor window and swiftly descended within the structure. He remained uncertain of his purpose in coming, yet he pressed on. Below, chaos erupted with the sounds of gunfire and explosions, as Storm and Cyclops appeared increasingly agitated. A laser beam nearly bisected the entire building, dangerously slicing past Dio, instilling a sense of peril. "You think I lack the courage to kill?" Cyclops taunted, while Storm and he were forced to retreat, their movements desperate. In stark contrast, the soldiers charging in aimed their weapons with grim precision, employing grenades and rocket launchers, embodying a relentless determination to eliminate their targets. Even the Mudman displayed a flicker of anger. How much more so for them? Yet, there existed an even more audacious presence. Colonel William Stryker's voice boomed through a soldier's radio. "Afraid to kill? No, you certainly are not. You despicable mutants have committed innumerable atrocities. The ordinary lives lost at your hands are countless. Kill. The more you slay, the more I revel in it. Show me your ruthlessness. Now! Don't be fooled. That scoundrel is provoking us. If we truly unleash our fury, the Professor's years of effort will be in vain." At that moment, it was Cyclops who maintained his composure. Meanwhile, the mutant student Peter, positioned behind him, had succumbed to unconsciousness. It was Peter's compliance with Cyclops' words that had led him to lower his defenses, and Iron Man's repulsor beam had fortuitously struck Peter's vulnerable neck, leaving him grievously wounded, blood oozing profusely, his life ebbing away. "Let us go. You break through the wall behind us, and I will lead you to safety." Storm gritted her teeth, frustration evident. All right, like slicing through tofu, nothing could impede Cyclops' laser, which effortlessly carved a substantial opening. Storm immediately swept up Cyclops and the gravely injured Peter, poised to escape. Just then, Colonel Stryker reemerged, directing his soldiers to fire in their direction while bellowing, "Feel free to take that murderer away. I swear I will raze your abhorrent mutant school to the ground." At that moment, Storm and Cyclops, previously unfazed by his threats, suddenly heard a voice in their minds. "Put down the child, Professor. This situation has already deteriorated our position and circumstances. Cease before it worsens. But the child is beyond saving." Storm cast a glance downward, then, enveloped in silence, began to gradually descend, using her powers to gently place Peter's body on the ground. It is not that Professor X is devoid of compassion. Rather, he could have intervened when Cyclops and Storm were about to act, yet he chose silence. Had he still been alive, Professor X might have risked his reputation to advocate for a cause, but circumstances have shifted. To offend an entire nation for the sake of a dying comrade could bring catastrophic consequences not only to himself but also to the group of mutants he leads, which would be profoundly unjust to the other mutants. Therefore, in order to prevent the situation from deteriorating further, he had to make such a sacrifice, minimizing the losses. Consequently, Storm and Cyclops departed silently, their expressions impassive, leaving Peter to serve as an explanation to all, while the other aspects remained salvageable. Chapter 92. A Twist of Fate. Chase. Quickly pursue them. Retrieve the subject. Colonel William Stryker remained blissfully unaware that the mutant student he sought to apprehend was on the brink of death. Meanwhile, his soldiers witnessed Storm, compelled by their commander's threats, reluctantly release the captive and flee alone. At that moment, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents approached, seemingly eager to see if there were any opportunities for gain. "Report, sir. The subject has sustained critical injuries and is losing blood rapidly, with life signs likely to cease at any moment." This was a conservative assessment. In truth, the fact that the individual was still clinging to life was astonishing, as his throat appeared to have been savagely torn open. Under normal circumstances, a person would have already succumbed by now. When Colonel Stryker and Coulson arrived on the scene, they were greeted by this grim tableau. "Should we call an ambulance?" a soldier tentatively inquired, noticing the distressed expression on their superior's face. Stryker, however, merely scoffed, asserting, "Take him away." With the primary objective achieved, the next step was to extract whatever remaining value this mutant student possessed. While he still drew breath, it was imperative to harvest his blood for future research endeavors. The cadaver could subsequently serve as a political tool for Stryker, allowing him to leverage this incident for greater gain and strike fear into the hearts of those mutants lurking in the shadows. It was a twofold advantage. Moreover, the Mutant Academy where Professor X remained hidden would inevitably feel the repercussions of Storm and Cyclops' brazen defiance against law enforcement. Their attempt to rescue a murderer would undoubtedly rattle some sensitive nerves. Even if they ultimately relented without causing any casualties, the power dynamics were firmly in Stryker's hands. To let such an opportunity slip away would be a disservice to the leverage handed to him. In the brief span of mere seconds, Colonel Stryker had already devised methods to manipulate public opinion for his own ends. It was somewhat regrettable for such a politically astute military man to remain confined within the ranks. On the other hand, Coulson refrained from expressing any dissent regarding Stryker's intentions to take the mutant student. He had initially promised not to interfere in the matter, and having previously advocated for Storm and Cyclops, their subsequent actions left him feeling compromised. Naturally, he felt powerless in such a situation. The primary reason for his reticence, however, was the insufficient incentive. Within SHIELD, there were indeed ongoing research projects concerning mutant genetics, albeit with limited investment. Their interest was primarily for understanding, unlike Stryker's fervent hostility and desire for the extermination of all mutants. Thus, there was little need to contest the issue. Had the matter involved debris from an extraterrestrial spacecraft, Stryker could have summoned all his resources, yet Coulson would not have yielded an inch, asserting that such matters rightfully belonged under SHIELD's jurisdiction. At this critical juncture, an unforeseen turn of events transpired. A figure donning a no-face mask suddenly descended from the heavens, effortlessly dispatching the heavily armed soldiers surrounding him. Seizing the opportunity, he directly absconded with the corpse of a mutant student. Remarkably, none of the individuals attempting to impede his progress managed to halt him, even for a fleeting moment. Moreover, with allies surrounding him, the soldiers who raised their weapons found themselves unable to take aim, helplessly watching as he broke through their ranks. "Stop him! Open fire! Do not fear collateral damage! Shoot!" Colonel Strick shouted in a furious outburst, snatching a nearby soldier's submachine gun and directing fire toward the interloper. Given his temperament, he could not possibly tolerate anyone snatching his victory at such a crucial moment. After all, even the formidable SHIELD could only stand by and watch. Regardless of the assailant's identity, he was undoubtedly doomed. With the soldier's cover stripped away, the masked assailant became the target of focused fire. Just as it appeared he and the mutant student he had seized would be riddled with bullets, a sudden change came over Coulson, who, having enjoyed the spectacle, stepped forward, bringing his team to shield the American soldiers. "Coulson, what are you doing? Get your people out of the way at once. If the fugitive escapes, the blame will fall squarely upon you." Colonel Strick seethed with frustration, almost wishing to put a bullet through Coulson's head. Yet a sliver of rationality restrained him, leaving him in a state of impotent rage. "What are you saying, Colonel Strick? We at SHIELD merely wish to assist in the pursuit. You stand before my men and call this assistance?" Colonel Strick was almost incredulous with indignation. "Apologies, my team parked the vehicle over there. It's merely a misunderstanding," Coulson explained with a smile, showing no intent to depart. "Well, regardless, clear the way immediately, or don't say I didn't warn you about the unpredictability of bullets." Colonel Strick gritted his teeth. Okay, quickly, get in the car, don't let the fugitive escape." Coulson promptly called to his agents, moving with decisive efficiency. Upon glancing back, the masked figure had mysteriously vanished from sight. "Very well, Agent Coulson. I shall report everything that transpired today in its entirety. D had better provide a satisfactory explanation, or I shall not rest until justice is served. That is not within my purview. The director will handle it personally, so there's no need for you to worry, Colonel Strick." Having exchanged these sharp words, Colonel Strick's eyes blazed with fury as he bellowed, "What are you all standing around for? Immediately seal off all exits in the vicinity. Search every inch. I refuse to believe that elusive individual can vanish with a body." "Yes, sir." Colonel Strick stormed off with his team, clearly prepared to confront S.H.I.A.L.D. head-on, confident that the moral high ground lay firmly with him in this matter. As Coulson's smile gradually faded, he felt a sudden presence on his neck, and in an instant, a diminutive snail, no larger than a fingernail, manifested in the palm of his hand. He was utterly oblivious to when this creature had been placed upon him, raising unsettling questions about whether his adversary had possessed the means to eliminate him without detection. The mere thought sent chills down his spine. Colonel Strick had already pursued the assailant, leaving me with the sole task of securing a moment of time for you. Otherwise, I would find myself at a loss for explanations later. Coulson attempted to establish a connection with the snail in his mind, and then that voice echoed once more within his consciousness. That is sufficient. Chapter 93. Only doing what I desire. I am Dio. Grant me a moment. This was the first thought that resonated in Coulson's mind, the subsequent details fading into insignificance.
Dio.
How could this individual become embroiled in such matters, and what motivated his involvement? Coulson grappled with these questions, yet the urgency of the situation left him no time for contemplation. S.H.I.E.L.D. was intent on recruiting this enigmatic figure, having established a preliminary cooperative relationship. Perhaps Tony's very life would hinge upon this man. Regardless of the motives, assistance was imperative. Hence the earlier scene unfolded. As Coulson delved deeper, he unearthed an increasing number of secrets surrounding Dio, who seemed shrouded in layers of mist. Each effort to unveil a layer revealed even more astonishing revelations. For instance, this extraordinary ability for mental communication was facilitated by a mere tiny snail. He had nearly mistaken it for Professor X invading his mind with ulterior motives. Leave a vehicle for me. You proceed ahead, awaiting my command. Meanwhile, Dio, adeptly evading detection like a ninja, ascended to the rooftop of a building, gently lowering Peter. Although his breath was faint and his heart nearly ceased its rhythm, he was indeed alive. To avoid futile efforts, the moment Dio rescued Peter, he employed a diminutive snail derived from his unique abilities to perform a life-sacrificial act, infusing Peter's body with substantial life energy. However, such life energy was not an omnipotent remedy. It could merely bolster vitality, expedite the healing of wounds, and enhance recovery speed, proving insufficient for Peter's critical injuries. Nevertheless, it was adequate to sustain his breath and prevent him from perishing during this ordeal. Perhaps any medical institution in the world would declare itself powerless against such injuries, yet Dio and his golden experience were distinctly exempt from this limitation. Fortuitously, he had equipped golden experience the previous night, eliminating the hassle of a cumbersome replacement. As for whether it was wasteful to expend a usage of golden experience here, Dio remained unconcerned. He sought only to act with a clear conscience, acknowledging that he bore a modicum of responsibility for this tragedy, even if merely as a catalyst hastening its progression. Utilizing available resources, golden experience seamlessly affixed the crafted components to Peter's neck, placing his right hand upon them to activate the life energy and commence the repair process. During this ordeal, the recipient would endure immense pain. Peter, still in a state of unconsciousness, furrowed his brow, gradually showing signs of awakening. I know you can hear my words. If you wish to survive, remain still. Once the treatment concludes, your fate shall no longer intertwine with mine. Peter suddenly opened his eyes, yet they were vacant and haunting. He recalled the memories of recent times and came to understand the circumstances surrounding him. He was a despised mutant who had taken a life. In this world, there seemed to be no refuge left for him. His final obsession was likely his parents, who lay in the hospital. He longed to see them once more, yet feared the disappointment that awaited him. He dreaded the moment when they would gaze upon him, their eyes filled not with love, but with disdain and estrangement. This fixation, coupled with the awakening of his powers, had fortified his physique and vitality, allowing him to endure until Dio appeared to rescue him. Peter sensed that the masked figure before him harbored no malice. Despite the pain in his neck being nearly unbearable, he could feel that his life was no longer ebbing away, and his strength was gradually returning. "Why? Save me," Peter murmured, his voice hoarse and faint. To him, the world, save for his family, was imbued with hostility, and now, having become a mutant, he feared that even the last flicker of warm sunlight would abandon him. His heart was dead. Perhaps this was the most fitting description of his current state. "There's no reason, simply do what I wish to do," Dio casually remarked. Healing wounds of this magnitude proved more arduous than he had anticipated, requiring intense concentration, and the consumption of ripple energy was alarmingly rapid. This treatment consumed another 2 minutes of experience time. Factoring in yesterday's usage, he had a remaining 23 minutes of golden experience. Ideally, he would draw a complete stand before that time expired, though given his luck, that seemed unlikely. Once the treatment concluded, Dio swiftly carried Peter down the exterior of the building. "To prevent you from making any foolish moves, I didn't produce much blood for you, so you're still in a state of blood loss. I suggest you refrain from any other thoughts." The overwhelming weakness indeed stifled Peter's impulses to act rashly. He had contemplated fleeing, but Dio's warning had sounded a clarion call. It felt as though the ordinary version of himself was facing a tiger capable of tearing him apart at any moment. Thus, he extinguished the restless thoughts within him, silently allowing Dio to guide him away. The massacre that accompanied his awakening as a mutant seemed to have profoundly altered Peter's character. The former version of himself would have trembled in fear at such heights. Yet now, as he gazed down from such a lofty perch, he merely pondered whether he would perish from the fall and how he might ensure his survival if he did plummet. While a normal person would think of how to avoid falling, he contemplated how to save himself should he fall. It was an absurd notion, yet it reflected the truth of his inner thoughts at that moment. It seemed that the cowardice that once resided in Peter had been slain by his own hands. As Dio effortlessly leaped from nearly 10 meters above, Agent Coulson awaited in the car, having been there for some time. Incredible! Upon witnessing the mutant student, who had just been declared near death by everyone, reappear before him, breathing steadily, Coulson was genuinely taken aback. There would be time for reflection later. For now, the priority was to get him out. "Are you certain he won't suddenly transform into a porcupine, using those sharp spines to turn us into a beehive? What I can assure you is that if you do not drive away immediately, you will find yourself in grave trouble." Coulson glanced up and noticed that soldiers had begun searching in his direction. Recognizing the urgency, he suppressed his concerns and chose to trust the individual this once. "Get in the car." Chapter 94 MS. As the engine roared to life, he issued a command. "Everyone rendezvous with me at the next intersection." William Stryker's seal was effective against the average individual, yet it could not hinder the operations of S.H.I.E.L.D., which was already active in the area. This was precisely why Dio opted to reveal his identity to Coulson. Even if he saved Peter, he could not facilitate their escape, but S.H.I.E.L.D. could. At the next junction, Coulson's vehicle successfully joined forces with other S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and swiftly made its way outward. Just then, the communication device on Coulson's person buzzed again. "Director, the military wishes to intercept us for a search. Should we comply? Inform them that we are engaged in an urgent mission and cannot be delayed. If they refuse to let us pass, we shall break through. I will assume full responsibility." Casting a glance at the two bombs seated behind him, Coulson gritted his teeth and chose the most audacious course of action. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. was not under the jurisdiction of the U.S. military, and even if they did not cooperate, they could easily justify their actions later. It was merely a matter of verbal sparring. However, if Stryker's men discovered the two bombs, it would lead to an inextricable mess, and they could not afford to attack military personnel without cause. Thus, weighing the pros and cons, Coulson issued his command. Just as S.H.I.E.L.D. would never attack U.S. military personnel unless absolutely necessary, Stryker's subordinates could not bear the responsibility of attacking S.H.I.E.L.D. either, and so they could only watch as the agents forced their way through. By the time Colonel Stryker arrived, he could not even catch the scent of Coulson and his team's exhaust. "Damn it! These scoundrels, I shall make them pay dearly." Coulson's seemingly guilty demeanor was almost irrefutable evidence of their deliberate actions. S.H.I.E.L.D. was aiding the enigmatic masked figure's escape. In the eyes of Colonel Stryker, it was highly probable that the masked individual was an insider within S.H.I.E.L.D., likely hiding among the agents who had just departed. The thought of having fought tooth and nail against formidable mutants like Cyclops and Storm to secure a hard-won victory, only to have it clandestinely snatched away by S.H.I.E.L.D., ignited a profound sense of humiliation within Stryker. This matter was far from over. Whatever he had lost would be reclaimed. We shall see about that. After exchanging a few harsh words, Colonel Stryker remained undeterred, continuing his search across all areas. However, upon failing to locate the mutant student's body or the mysterious masked figure, he begrudgingly withdrew his team. Yet, as he had stated, this was not the conclusion. He had resolved to report the incident upon his return and apply pressure on S.H.I.E.L.D. from his allies, for regardless of whether the individuals had indeed been taken by them, an explanation was imperative. On the other side, having finally extricated himself from the confines of the restricted zone, Coulson was able to breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario had been averted. The evacuation route they had chosen was specifically designed to evade the relentless pursuit of William Strick. For once ensnared, escape would be exceedingly difficult. I believe an explanation is in order, Mr. Dio. Although they had managed to leave unscathed, the repercussions of the incident were just beginning to unfold. Coulson needed more information, for upon returning to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, he would have to provide Director Nick Fury with a satisfactory account. It was not impossible for S.H.I.E.L.D. to take the blame, provided they could ascertain what they stood to gain from it, which was of utmost importance. Reflecting on this, Dio removed his mask and replied, "As you can see, I saved him. That is the explanation." Coulson furrowed his brow, while Peter was left in utter shock. It was you. The events of the previous day lingered in his memory. Being humiliated on the beach, stripped of his dignity in front of so many, was a lesson well deserved. Thus, he harbored animosity towards those who had tormented him, yet he felt no ire towards the gentleman who had pushed him to the brink of nausea during his lapse. Compared to the despicable cretins who had knelt and shouted, "I was wrong. I'm a gay," his punishment seemed trivial. Moreover, truth be told, witnessing those who normally bullied him being made to kneel in submission was a source of immense satisfaction. However, he never anticipated that the gentleman from the previous day was not an ordinary individual. He had, in fact, saved him, which left Peter's emotions in a state of turmoil, unsure of how to react. For further details, you may inquire with the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents stationed by my side. I trust they will provide a reasonable explanation for my presence here. Coulson feigned ignorance, aware that even if the truth was clear to all, he would not concede to it. From the astonished exclamation of the mutant student, he had already confirmed that the two were indeed acquainted, at least having met before. As for the intricacies of their relationship, since Dio was reluctant to divulge, Coulson could seek answers from the informed agents upon his return. "Please pull over. I must take my leave." "You're leaving? What about him?" Coulson suddenly felt a wave of uncertainty. It was not that he felt compelled to keep Dio, but if he departed, they were far from certain they could contain the pale young man behind them, whose terrifying destructive potential from the earlier confrontation was still vivid in their minds. "It's up to you. Whether he is delivered to prison for atonement or dissected for research is of no concern to me. I saved him for personal reasons. My part in this is complete." "So this is your justification for leaving us with a mess?" Coulson replied with a wry smile, yet he parked by the roadside, quietly preparing a tranquilizer dart. They had managed similar incidents in the past. There was no reason to fear now, although it would indeed pose a bit more of a challenge. Just as Dior was about to exit the vehicle without so much as a glance at Peter, he suddenly spoke up. "I have eliminated all those who once tormented me. I am aware that I possess no right to dictate the fate of others, yet I stand firm in my conviction, for the law has never been an ally to those like me. It and the police are merely puppets manipulated by the powerful. At that moment, Dior turned to regard him, and Peter's eyes were filled with despair and madness towards the world. After a brief silence, Dior replied, "You are not mistaken. This world has never known true fairness. However, it is not as devoid of merit as you might believe. There are those who can restore justice on your behalf. Yet in doing so, you must also be prepared to pay the corresponding price. The choice lies with you,